studio as well, Jeff.
Yeah. So we're here in Quarry Bay, which is on Hong Kong Island, and we have some great guests who are going to join us in the studio throughout the day, talk about their experiences, talk about the racing scene here in Hong Kong and in Asia. And then we have lots of interviews with some of the runners who are going to be out on the course. We've spoken with them earlier in the week, and from some of the organizers and other folks who help bring an event like this live.
Yeah. And so we're going to go down to the course right now. We've both graced Sai Kung National Park, this start line, a very iconic start line. One of the very first ultra marathons in the whole of the Asia regions, actually the Oxfam Trail Walker, which has been going for around 30 years, starts from this very same point at the beginning of Sai Kung National Park. And as you can see here, the incredible footage of this beautiful national park. Interesting thing to note, I think for those that are watching from overseas and have either not been to Hong Kong or not run in Hong Kong, actually over 50% of Hong Kong is national park. And you'll get to really experience from some of this incredible drone footage today, just the delights of this beautiful city.
Yeah, it was a really big surprise when I moved to the city about 10 years ago. You know, people think of Hong Kong and they think of the big glass towers and the sort of dense population, but it really is spectacular nature that is so close to the city. This part of the city, of the territory, Pak Tam Chung, is where a lot of the big races start. It's a really easily accessible entrance into the park system. And what we'll see the runners, the pack will take off. They'll have a few kilometers of road. It'll thin out the pack a little bit, and then they'll get into some of the trails. Nothing too spicy in terms of elevation early on. They'll have a beautiful run over a dam where we'll have some great shots of the field, and then they get into some big climbing. Here we can see some of the runners doing their last gear checks and getting ready. A lot of probably nerves on that start line, not just for the elites, but for everyone. You know, it's a 100K day ahead.
It's funny, Jeff. I mean, I've actually got the butterflies in my stomach, and I'm not even running, right? I mean, we've all been there, and we've stood at this start line many times. I mean, the Oxfam Trail Walker, you've actually won it 3 times, 3 years running with teams here in Hong Kong. I've been back of the packer more than Oxfam Trail Walker. But as you say, regardless, whether you're an elite, whether you're one of the mid or backpackers, you are feeling the butterflies in your stomach right now.
Yeah, it's a long day for everyone. I think for the elites, you know, the times that the front of the pack are planning to run, they will set an aggressive pace early on, and you'll see some of the other runners, you know, really trying to hold back and saving energy for the back half. It's a long day for everyone, but I think we'll be seeing the people at the pointy end of the field really getting out of the gates quickly here.
For sure. I mean, as we said, there's 1,800 people running. It's the largest race in Hong Kong for this distance and for a solo race. And as you mentioned, so it's going to be going off in waves, and there's going to be 4 different waves. Obviously, we'll be following the elites in the first wave. But interestingly, just in less than a kilometre, so we have around a kilometre of road, and then it goes straight onto trail, which is effectively single track. And there is going to be an absolute hammering off the start line, sprinting off the start line to try and get on that on the trail in the front pack.
And that part of the trail is a little bit narrow, right? So you don't want to be stuck too far back, but there also is the danger of, if you are battling for positions in the first couple of kilometers, you can be inefficient in terms of using energy, right? So I think there is a need, and these guys are very experienced runners. You know, they are going to know where that right balance is. But yeah, you don't want to get into too tactical of a battle in the first 15 minutes of a 10-hour sporting event.
Too early. I mean, you could end up getting dragged along in a pace that's too much. And as you can see here on screen from the elevation chart, it's a very interesting race, Hong Kong 100. There's around 5,200 meters of elevation, 5,400, but the majority of that elevation is in the second half of the race. And so what happens there is you tend to have people that will go out for the first half and hammer it hard.
Yeah, and you actually can if you're a good flat runner, and some of these elites are really tidy on the flat stuff.
Yeah.
You can build some time, or at least put some heat on the rest of the pack early on. But once you get to that sort of middle third of the race where you're just having a lot of up and down, and then that last big climb up Tai Mo Shan, you need to have something left in the legs. It's going to be a shootout, I think, at the start, and it's going to be who can hang on till the end. We see the start line there. Yeah, look at some runners ready to go.
Yeah, and as you say, on this course, the like making sure you pace throughout it is going to be so important for that winning group. We saw actually last year there was a very high DNF rate, even in the elites, and some of the top runners that we've got that we expect to be at the pointy end at the very end of this race actually DNF'd last year. What do we think about the temperatures today, Jeff? Do we think it's going to be a little bit easier than last year? I think it was around 28 degrees last year.
The forecast is that it'll be a little bit cooler. Right now it's about 20 degrees Celsius at the start line. The conditions are dry. We haven't had much rain in the city this week. So I think the temperatures will be a little bit cool, but things can change out there. So if the sun's out there all day long, it can be a long day out in the sun. There's not too many places to hide out there on the course. It's pretty exposed.
Yeah, 100%. I think we do have some cloud cover, but Hong Kong, these trails are exposed, which from a viewing perspective is going to be incredible with the drone footage. Before we kick off, I say, share the link on socials. We'd love to be able to get engaged with you. And here we go. The runners are just about to go now.
Oh, they're off. So what they're doing here is they're leaving a country park barbecue site and heading into the national park here. As Scott said, it's paved for the first kilometer or so. Some rolling pavement. It should allow the field to thin out. You're going to have the elites obviously at the pointy end, and then the pack will sort of make its way out onto the trails. But a lot of runners out there, so it's going to be busy until the group thins out a little bit.
Yeah, and you can see there, you've got 20 runners wide. This is going onto a single track. I ran last year and decided not to sprint out, which actually, I think for many runners, if you push too hard and get into too fast a pack, you'll end up getting dragged along and you're just going to blow yourself in the first 5K. There's around a 3K run around on trail, and then you come back and hit this same road again that will then follow through to the dam around another sort of 5 or 6K on road, which is really where you're going to have people hammering it down in terms of speed.
It looks like we have the second wave here. So these are some of the faster of the recreational runners.
Yeah, the waves are set up essentially by your ITRA score. So you will automatically get put into waves on your ITRA score based upon previous race results.
And that helps just manage a little bit of the traffic. You can set out 1,800 runners at once, but it can take several minutes to get the folks who are at the back of the pen past the start line. So the wave start just allows you to be a little bit more organized in terms of segmenting that out.
So Jeff, just a bit on the history of Hong Kong 100. I mean, it's been going now for 13 years. The first time it raced was in 2011, and it's just gained a huge momentum over those years. And if we just share now, we're just going to share a video of the animation of the course, so you can get a visual representation of how it runs.
Yeah,
so
here we
it
go.
kicks off in Sai Kung National Park, as you see here. And you'll see here this is where it goes onto the trail for around 3 to 5K, then hits back on the reservoir, follows this road all the way here to the dam, and then there's a bit of climbing. Now, this is what we talk about in Hong Kong. It's such a diverse course.
Yep.
You hit Tai Long Wan, the most stunning beach, which you would just think you would somewhere in Thailand or something. It's just so beautiful, and this is a really great part of the course.
Yeah, yeah. So right here, we're into the single track trails, up and down, lots of stairs, but also lots of places where you can run and stretch out the legs. So a lot of those contours around the water there will be on flat concrete paths. So lots of changes of terrain in that first third of the course.
Yeah, I think one of the things that really shocks people coming to Hong Kong, and this is going to be really prevalent for the international runners. We've got people like Tyler Green and Alexandra Bouchot that have come in as an elite, and they're going to really struggle with some of the hills. And you'll see here it comes up to struggle with some of the steps. And yeah, it comes up to the highest point in Hong Kong, which is Tai Mo Shan, the very, very famous. Like the 968 meters is the summit.
Yeah, so all these runners they've handled lots of elevation no matter where they're from, but the terrain in Hong Kong has a lot of stairs. So there are races in Hong Kong that exclusively run over staired trails. I would say that a very good proportion of the climbing here is going to be up and down these concrete steps, and if you're not used to doing a lot of training and racing on those, can accumulate some wear and tear on the quads. And some of the runners who don't race on stairs, you could see them feeling the effects in the second half of the race.
Yeah, absolutely, and so we've. There are a few of, I suppose, out of the Hong Kong-based runners. I think we've got John Ray and Aoife Stingray, who's had an incredible season. In fact, we just voted him Athlete of the Year on the Endurance Asia podcast, Male Athlete of the Year. And so, but he's predominantly on like slightly shorter distance. But I think a lot of the Chinese runners we're going to be seeing, the mainland Chinese runners are going to be really, really strong. I think that a lot of the trails in China also have a lot of stairs, so they're used to this type of terrain. They've typically done very well in Hong Kong 100. Yo Pei Chan, who's got the course record, we're seeing now the third wave coming off now as well. Sorry, second wave coming off now. And as you see, a few people hammering it off that start line again to get to the bottleneck. Well, so we're going to have an additional 2 waves after this, a total of 4 waves of today's.
Yeah, I mean, everyone feels the excitement on the start line, and I think we'll see some of those paces get a little bit slower as they hit the road. But that congestion affects all the runners, so even in some of these lower waves, people still don't want to get caught up too much at the trail entrances.
So yeah, we were just discussing some of the how we feel some of the field are going to fare. I mean, I think I think, as I said, Yo Pei Chan has got a really good history in this race. Has won the past 2 years, but we were just looking at some of the results recently, and that you think there's some other people that we feel we should be keeping an eye on in at the front of the race.
Yeah, I mean, there's Zhao Jiaju is the top runner by ITRA score, and he has really had some fantastic results. Although a couple of recent DNFs at Western States and UTMB, but he'll be a name to watch. Zhan Huohan, he was he second last year?
Sorry, Zheng Hua. Second in Hong Kong 100 last year. It was Qin Guidu. Qin Guidu was second in Hong Kong 100. Oh, sorry, he's second in the 50K last year. Yeah.
We have Duo Ji, who's a very talented runner, also from China. Probably about 7 or 8 of the top 10 contenders are going to be some of the mainland Chinese athletes. who have been doing a lot of racing in China over the last year. Haven't seen them on the international circuit as much, but the racing scene in mainland has become incredibly competitive. So there's some really talented runners there. We have Tyler Green from the U.S. Who's in this year, and he's had a very strong year. He was second at Western States and was top 10 at UTMB, as well as third in Transgran Canaria. So a very strong 2023. But again, racing in Asia can be a little bit different. The humidity could be a little bit higher here. We have those stairs, so and a very strong field. So we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, you mentioned John Ray Onifa. Stingray is his nickname. He's a very aggressive runner. He just won the Asia Trailmaster Championships in Indonesia at the finals in December. He's in good form. And he's capable of running the 80 to 100K distance. It's probably a little bit higher than his sweet spot, but I think we will see him going very aggressive in the first few sections. I wouldn't be surprised to see him leading or thereabouts in the first few timing points that we'll see later this hour. But it'll be interesting to see once we start crossing some timing mats. How the course is, or how the pack is placing.
Yeah, absolutely, and then and there's some amazing female athletes as well. Where Esther Silag, who had been originally planning to race, she's actually unfortunately been sick recently. The benefit of that was we're going to have her in studio today. But as she was she had the top ITRA score coming into it. But we've got Dominika Stelmack, who's the next highest on ITRA score, who's had a really good season and is expected to do well today.
Yeah, and Wu Yanyan from mainland China, as well as Anna Lee, who had an amazing result last year, coming from the second wave and still making the podium. We also have some great Hong Kong local runners in the ladies' field, Kimmy Liang and Angie Yan, and they'll both be shouts for the top 10. Yes. It's a very talented field and a course that'll suit some of these athletes.
Yeah, as we just see the third wave go off now, some of these athletes here will have sort of potentially like 24 to 30 hours on the course. It's going to be a long day out there for some of these, but they're going to be able to enjoy just the absolute delights of Hong Kong. I think one other thing to point out about this race is just the amazing checkpoints as well. Like it really has just such a great atmosphere. It's very much like a community-based event. Like we've got Checkpoint 5, for example, has been Run HK charity are going to be taking over. You've got there's like different groups that are taking over different checkpoints, and so for all these runners coming through, it just gives them an absolute boost getting into those checkpoints. The support's amazing, and it's just going to keep them going right to the finish line.
And it's great just watching these athletes. I mean, this is a 100K race that they're embarking on. We're going to spend a lot of today following the pointy end of the field and some of the elites. All of these runners that you're seeing on the screen, they're out to tackle 100 kilometers of mountainous trail. And these are the people who really make the event what it is. We are going to have footage at all the checkpoints throughout the race, and we'll see some of that community spirit that Scott was talking about. There's all the supporters for the runners who are going to be based there, as well as the volunteers will be handing out nutrition, helping runners fill their bottles. It's as you said, it's a long day out there for everyone. The elites, we're expecting the men to come in probably around the 10-hour mark. Maybe for the women 12 hours thereabouts. And some of those runners in the later waves, they could be out for more than a full 24 hours as they make their way a little bit more slowly through that challenging terrain.
Yeah, and as you see on the checkpoints here, like what we'll find, and you'll see that the first 3 checkpoints are around 12 kilometers between checkpoints. I don't expect any of the elites to be stopping here at all. Like I think like they will potentially fill water up and boom straight through. Given how flat and how fast the first sort of like 40K of the course is.
That's absolutely right, Scott. I mean, the clock doesn't stop as you're going through these checkpoints, so it's really about what's the mission, what do you need. They will, all of the elites will know what their nutrition strategy is, how many calories per hour that they need to take. They will have that nutrition in baggies at checkpoints throughout the course. These men and women know what their stomachs can take and how much it can take, and they'll be aiming to get through those checkpoints, fill up their nutrition, fill up their bottles, and move straight through. I'd be surprised to see them stopping at all in these checkpoints. It's not a 20-hour type race where you might see the athletes sit down and get composed at a checkpoint like you would in some of the 100-mile events.
Yeah, it's very different in that respect. And I think the real crux of this of Hong Kong 100 is around the middle of the race. As you look around the sort of like 40 to 43, so from checkpoint 3 to checkpoint 6. That is the real, and you can see from the elevation chart that we just had up that just it is so up and down, and it's very exposed out there. It's really, that's where we're going to really understand about who, and as we watch the dot tracking as well and see on the course, where we're going to see the field separate and some people really come through as who will be the potential winners of this race.
I think up and down is right. This is the type of course where you're not going to have any gigantic 1,500-meter climbs. In Hong Kong, we don't have any peaks above 1,000 meters, but we have lots of smaller ones. So there's very few parts of the course where you're going to be running flat for more than a kilometer or two. A lot of these 100, 150-meter, 200-meter climbs, and then straight back down, and then back up again. So if you're good at that, you can get into a little bit of rhythm going up and down. But if you're used to some of those bigger alpine type climbs and then those long descents, you might not be able to get that rhythm.
Yeah, which I think actually can be a good thing. I think you're able to, your muscle groups are, you're not just doing a 10-kilometer climb or a 10-kilometer straight downhill where you'll just burn your quads. Okay, so we've just seen wave 4 go out, and actually you were talking about Anna Lee. She actually came. Was it wave 4 or wave 3 last year? I think she came out, and actually imagine this, and so. You can see how many people, with 1,800 people competing in this race, and to be able to come from here and work your way through the entire field to then end up winning is just an crazy performance.
Well, Scott, I think that goes to tell you that you don't get too excited early on. There's a lot of race left.
Yeah.
We are at 8:16 in the morning. We're talking 10 to 12 hours for the winners in the men's and women's races. So there's no reason to get too excited. If you need to make up 10 minutes of gap, there's a lot of day to do that. And also you'll find in these types of events, if the wheels do come off, if you've made some poor pacing decisions early on, the consequence of that get felt in multiples later on. So it usually for most athletes pays to be a bit conservative, even for some of the top end athletes. Very difficult for the race to get totally out of your hands in the first few sections.
Yeah, well, I mean, as we said in your intro, Jeff, you've won the Oxfam Trail Walker 3 times. It's actually pretty much a very similar course to this, isn't it? And so the whole of Hong Kong 100 has been based on the Macklehose Trail.
Yeah.
It was the training ground for the Gurkhas many years ago, and then started as a charity event. And Janet and Steve, the race directors and founders of Hong Kong 100, were the people that started they raced overseas, and they thought, hey, why isn't there a 100-kilometer race here in Hong Kong for just solo athletes, for people to run alone?
Yeah.
And they used the Macklehose as the primary part of the race. But there is, the iconic parts are the Sai Kung Park and Tai Long Wan, the beautiful beaches and the hills, and then the summit of Tai Long Wan. But then after Tai Long Wan, it's just basically road for another 30 kilometers on the main Macklehose. So they kind of adjusted the route to have just the finish of the race just after Tai Mo Shan, the summit of the entire Hong Kong archipelago.
Yeah. The Hong Kong trail system is quite a remarkable one. You know, we talked about how Hong Kong is more than 50% country park. It's the equivalent of a national park here, and there are 4 main trails. You can call them the super trails in Hong Kong. The Macklehose is the longest. That's about 100 kilometers, and that's in the New Territories. So it's in the north end of Hong Kong, and that runs from east to west over some of the big mountain ranges that separate the mainland China from the Kowloon Peninsula here in Hong Kong. So that 100-kilometer trail, it's almost like the main highway going through the New Territories on the trail system. All sorts of secondary trails that connect into it. It's a remarkable system. Once you get onto any of the trails in the New Territories, it'll eventually split you onto the Mac. But as you say, Scott, some of the races in Hong Kong follow the Mac entirely. The Hong Kong 100 will spend a lot of the day on the Mac and then do some detours to check out some other interesting trails in the surrounding areas.
Yeah, as you see here, this is Yo Pei Chan's record from the 2022 Hong Kong 100. He put in an incredible performance, just a minute over the 10 hours and 1 minute. He came back last year in 2023 with the primary goal of beating that record. It was a slightly harder year last year. He still won the race and put in an incredible performance, and but it was around 10 hours 37 minutes. I think there's around 3 athletes that are also coming back this year to take on that record. One of which is Yo Pei Chan. And actually, let's go to Yo Pei Chan, and we got to speak to him. In fact, like we'll first share a video of Yo Pei Chan running around some of these trails in China before we get to see an interview with this incredible athlete. Do we have sound on this?
之前，冷静观察，山没有看起来那么野。
Do we take the order?
紧抓每一寸阵地，
When this is showing, there's no sound on this.
留下松土的痕迹。你无法撼动山，但你有足够的灵活去和它周旋。任山咆哮，不过是耳畔风声。像猎隼一样，狩猎一整座山。
I don't have sound on this.
我是尤培全，这是我的野道。
Yeah, we're not hearing sound. Oh.
Wow, what incredible footage there. So yeah, he put in such a great performance over the last 2 years. As you say, actually, he's like in the last few races in China, he's like a kind of top 10. But there are some other fantastic runners that he's going to be coming up against this year. But yeah, let's actually just go. We got to speak with Yo Pei Chan just a day or so ago prior to the race to hear about his plans. So let's hear from Yo Pei Chan.
那你对它的哪一个部分是最印象深刻的？或许是氛围，或许是赛道，你可以描述一下对这几方面的一些印象，还有它的一个速度过于快，然后男子这个层面是不是竞争非常激烈？就这些层面给你有什么印象？
首先竞争从速度上来说，印象就是前面的20-30速度特别快。然后我经常虽然觉得自己也很快，但是并不是在第一位。然后赛道给我印象最深刻的，我觉得是青矿澳的那一段，学生，非常热情，印象非常深刻，非常热情。对。
你在来这个香港100之前，那你对他的看法或者是期待有吗？就2017年之前。
就是2017年之前呢，我们觉得这个比赛，可能什么冠军也没想过，就觉得要过来跑跑，参与一下，因为在我们心中就是知名度非常高，就是对，非常想要在这边跑一个好成绩，当时是这样子。然后可能当时我的水平还不够高吧，到了2019年的时候，我就有想法了。我那年的时候突然就觉得自己好像升华了，我的越野好像可以了，就是进步很大。后来我就有想法说，我可能有机会过来尝试夺冠的想法。对，
那就2020年是吧？
对，19年的时候是我提升了，然后因为比赛在1月份，所以是2020年才有机会有这个想法。对。
那这整条赛道哪个部分对你来说是比较有挑战的，然后比较印象比较深的？
其实印象比较深的通常都是累的时候，就是最后的争草帽。对，争草帽尤其在20年的时候是大帽山前的那一段，可能跟补给有关系，补给不足，然后就特别的艰难。但是上了3点的时候就特别的轻松，因为下坡到了，马上就要到了。对。
那就你观察哈，因为你参与越野的这个时间也是有一定比较长了，是不是？你也是看着中国的这些选手变得越来越好，越来越强。你有没有发现或者有没有想过总结过这其中的原因呢？
其中原因，我感觉还是氛围好了之后，国内的越野环境变好了。变好的原因应该是市场好了，就是首先它有了一个很成熟的职业环境，然后有了一些职业选手。如果就是你如果不能全力的去做这个越野这件事情的话，可能在国内的这个环境还不够的情况下，是很难出更多的高手的。不能像欧美那边，因为他们很成熟的发展了很多年，所以说我们需要一个更专注的环境来，需要一个更去职业的去做，我们才能做得更好。
It looks like we're back live.
Yeah, so great to hear from Yopo Chan there, and I think once again he's definitely going to be at the pointy end. We've shared the record for the male race, and so the Wu Yanyan is the female record holder for the Hong Kong 100. Another incredible runner. We also got to, as you can see, the course record here, and we also got to speak with her yesterday as well.
你对香港100有什么印象？包括它的赛事氛围，或者是它的一个赛道的特点，包括还有它是否有足够的竞争性，对你来说是否喜欢？
因为去年跑的是大满贯，连续3天的比赛，所以自己在每个组别里面的竞争感并不是特别的强。但是呢，整个香港100的赛道给我的就是第一印象就是特别的美。虽然公路也会比较的多，然后很多的基本上呢石头的硬化台阶也会很多，但是呢，整个赛道都是特别的漂亮，然后氛围也特别的好。无论是我们会路过很多的徒步的爱好者，还有就是参赛的选手，整体的水平也很高。所以整体港百给我感觉就是一个竞技性很高，同时呢氛围又很好的一个高速的越野跑赛道。
氛围好，主要体现在哪个方面呢？
首先是你会看到世界各地不同的面孔。对于我们平时在大陆生活的选手来说，哇塞，这是一个很 international 很国际化的一个比赛。首先在这一点就会让我们有一定的兴奋的感。然后其次呢，就是在补给站你会看到会有更多的亲属或者是亲友团啊，或者是一些赞助方品牌的一些支持的这种氛围会很浓厚。还有就是会有一些的叫什么就是会有一些的少儿军、童子军，对，然后很可爱，小朋友们从工作啊、服务啊，对我们的这种热情啊，觉得还是挺特别的一个体验。
你刚才提到说香港的比赛更国际化一点，
对，
那它除了这一点之外，跟大陆的比赛还有什么不一样的点？
赛道的路标啊，可能会更规范一点，从有岔口啊，或者是什么。当然，现在国内我们也会有，就是我们的在组织啊、布标方面也会越来越严谨。香港这一点，我觉得做的就是相当的清晰，基本上不会跑错路。
那其实现在大陆的一些越野跑运动员在国际上的一些比赛，都是越来越能够跑到很好的成绩的这么一个状态。
对。
那你可能是作为这个大陆的精英运动员之一，你是不是也想在不同的国家、不同的比赛去拿到一些好成绩，去更把这个中国的越野跑运动员的这个形象去亮出来？
对的，这是肯定的。因为对于我个人来说的话呢，其实从去年开始，我才慢慢的出国参加比赛。就是整体的话，可能出去以后会给自己慢慢的就会给自己一个定位，我想走到国际，会让更多的不同国家的人知道我们中国越野跑，包括中国越野跑整体的水平的提升和大众爱好者对这项运动的热爱。
There we see the winner of the Grand Slam last year. So yeah, William Yen has actually did all 3 races. Actually, it was the first year. So we've got 3 races that we're going to be talking about quite a bit about today. You've got the third, which is a 33-kilometer, followed by the half, which was yesterday. So you have on the Thursday, you have the 33, and then 50, I think it's 56K on the Friday, and then the 100K on which is today, obviously, and doing those back to back. And so she's out there doing the Grand Slam again this year.
Yeah, the Hong Kong 100 for much of its history was a single distance event, with only the 100K race being the only event. But a few years ago, they introduced the 50K and then now the 33K. So they call it the full, the half, and the third, and it really does give a different event for people who want to attack different distances, or for people who want to go for the Grand Slam to do all 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can see here at one of the drop bag points, we have Angie Yan.
We can't quite hear Angie Yan's voice, but yeah.
This is just to show you a little bit of how the size of today's race is. We are finally on day 3. The weather is perfect. The sun is coming out. We're expecting it to come in around 26, 27 degrees later on the day. But look at the size of this race. Look at all these race packs that we are collecting. And they will all be shipped by our lovely volunteers going to the finish line later. Can I have a quick word with the volunteer, please? Volunteer, 可唔可以同你講一句啊？Hello Hello，請問你今朝幾點鐘過嚟volunteer 㗎
6點鐘之前就到咗啦，5點半啊，我5點半到咗啦。
？She has started her work already by 5:30 this morning. And 跟住你而家嘅工作就係要將呢啲嘢
行李我係做行李寄存嘅。
咁而家之後要將啲嘢上車。
而家要等大會佢安排點樣，我哋要 pick up 嗰啲上一架車，然後去CP5啦，有啲就係要去終點嘅。
Okay.
係啦。
So she's already sorted the bags out. Some of them are going to CP5 in Klang Hub, which is 50 km along the course, and some of them are going to the finish line. So she started already 5 o'clock in the morning. And so how many times have you been volunteering in our race?
即係喺呢度鬥你幾耐啊？
你做咗呢個 Hong Kong 100嘅 volunteer 幾多次啊？
做咗好多次，同埋我都玩過幾次，我玩咗1次嘅啦都。
Well done!
Yeah.
咁你嗰一次你係玩咗幾多公里
？100公里啦。
時間成績點啊
？26個鐘頭啦。
She had a very nice record of herself doing the Hong Kong 100 few years ago, finished in 26 hours, and now she's more focused onto the bags. 會唔會再玩啊？
我諗我做義工啊，我會好開心，因為見到啲相熟嘅跑手。係啦，就係咁樣啦，係啦。
She's a very good example of how close the Hong Kong trail running community is. We are all very happy to volunteer because you see your friends. It's like a family that you see maybe 5 times a year, and then you see them suffering while you are 5 o'clock in the morning here supporting them in another way. I really like that, and thank you very much for helping.
我想講一句，我好中意做 Hong Kong 100嘅義工 ，very good, and proud of this race.
We are very proud of you too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. OK， 好，靚女。
Thank you. Okay, just have a quick look to the end of this scale. This is all the bags in different colors going to the checkpoint 5, whereas the red ones are going to the finish line.
Amazing. This race wouldn't, any race I think, would never happen without the volunteers. There's so much that goes into making this a great experience for the runners.
There's 2 things that really came to mind watching Angie out at that checkpoint is the logistical operation that a race is like this. Not just for the individual runners, although when you are running for 100 kilometers, there's a lot of planning to do. But for the race itself, you know, you're having, this is a point-to-point race, so the start line is in a different place from the finish line. All of the gear that the runner's leaving at the start line needs to make its way to the finish. There are drop bags available throughout the course. All of that needs to happen seamlessly, and it doesn't happen without the help of hundreds of volunteer and race staff throughout the course that are spending their entire day to help make this event happen. It's a really special example of the community spirit here in the Hong Kong trail running community.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're talking about the community in Hong Kong. Let's talk about some of the people that have come in from overseas to experience that as well. So we've got some incredible international athletes, and we actually got to catch up with Tyler Green. We mentioned him there before. Was top 10, finished 7th at UTMB this year. Yeah, let's hear from Tyler Green.
How do you feel like racing in Hong Kong compared to the US and Europe? Because I know that you arrived in Hong Kong maybe a few days ago, and then you actually, went out for a few runs. How do you feel?
Well, as far as racing goes, I'm excited to to experience racing in Asia, and I'm not quite sure what to expect. It's a little bit scary, and I think that allows opportunities for growth as a runner as well. As far as the trails go, the biggest surprise for me, maybe it's not a surprise, I knew it was coming, but just how many stairs there are in Hong Kong. And so that's something that I've been preparing for as best I could, but I know that it's going to create an additional challenge. But I mean, I'm just blown away by the Hong Kong trails, just how you come in and out of these beautiful mountains and bays and beaches and islands, but it's also right in the middle of a city. It's just been the most spectacular adventure for us.
How do you assess the standard of Chinese runners, because they've been really doing so well and now they're actually doing a lot more overseas races? I'm sure you probably have kind of run with a few of them in races. How do you feel?
Well, I just know that the quality of competition here is going to be really, really intense, and again, makes me a little bit frightened just to not quite know what I'm up against. And that's really exciting, just to be able to test myself in a new way. Yeah, there are certain runners, American or European runners, that I'm used to running, and many of the runners here I don't know much about their strengths or weaknesses, and that is going to create an additional challenge. But I know that the quality of Chinese runners is extremely high, and it's going to be a tough battle out there.
So lastly, can you give us a little bit of tips? Like, how do you prepare when you competing overseas, especially in the terrain, in the area, on the trails that you have actually never been or don't know much about?
Yeah, getting here early has been really important for me, just to get a feel for the trails, and that has helped me to find a rhythm in the different terrain, and also just adjusting to a little bit of a different diet, and the climate as well, which is it's deep in winter where I'm from, so it's nice to be in this nice climate, but it's more warm than usual. So spending time in the sauna, and then we also back at home, I did a lot of training on stairs. I would put my baby on my back, so had some extra weight, and then climbed up and down some staircases that we have in our city. At some preparation, I don't think it's as much as I could do if I was living here, but hopefully it will be sufficient.
Well, great to hear from Tyler there. He put in an amazing performance in UTMB, as you said, finishing 7th. I think he was actually outside of the top 10, but on the last descent, apparently he's just an absolute machine going downhill. So it will be interesting to see on this course today, how he fares. There's definitely a downhill bit right at the finish after Taimo Shan. A long run downhill, around 5K, roading, snaking round. So if he's got a couple of places to catch up, if he's within spitting distance of the leader, he's got a chance.
And interesting to hear that interview. He spoke about this being his first time racing in Asia, not sure what to expect, and also not sure of all of the other runners. He races against American and European competition most of the time, and he noted the quality of the Chinese elites, but not sure what their strengths are. So what that usually means is he'll either just run his own race or get caught up in a little bit of those battles, and usually just trying to run your own race and not getting too distracted by new runners who you're chasing, because you're not sure if they're strong finishers, and you don't want to let that get out of your hands. Yeah. That can get into your head a little bit. So we'll see how he handles this.
I tell you, one elite runner that he is aware of, though, is his wife, Rachel Drake. She was running the 33K on Thursday. Absolutely smashed the course record. We're hoping to catch up with her at checkpoint 2. She's obviously supporting her husband out there today, so we'll get a chance to speak to her later.
That's right. For a lot of the out-of-towners, they'll have friends or relatives helping them out at the checkpoints, and we'll try to have some of our on-course reporters connect with those support crew to learn a little bit about the runners and also what the strategy is on the race day. We have another overseas elite here from France, Alexandre Boucher, and he's another runner who's had some great results in Europe, not as much experience racing in Asia. I think it might be his first time in Hong Kong. We have an interview with him. Let's hear from Alex.
How is racing in Hong Kong comparing to racing in Europe or in the US?
I think it's gonna be totally different. From Paris, from France, when I saw Hong Kong Song, I saw something legendary. So I'm here just to run a legend. It's what I'm thinking like a French. I think it will be different because here it's for me it's short because it's only 100K and I'm more 100 miles runner. So it will be for me short, and so when it's short, it's so fast. So what I saw on the previous results is that it was so fast on the race. So the difference for me that will be that it will be so short, so fast, so hard for me, but I will enjoy it.
Great. I don't know if you have any chance to actually test the trails yet. What do you know or what do you think about Hong Kong trails?
1 week ago, I know nothing about this, but I have arrived something like 5 days ago, so I do a recognition to saw the track, and my girlfriend was living here like 8 years, so she tells me there's a lot of steps, there's a lot of stair, it's pretty much technical. Okay, it's gonna be fast at the beginning, but after it's gonna be very technical. So I saw it is technical, and it is technical, but a stair or step technical, not a rock technical. So you can be really fast, but on technical stair part, so it can be dangerous for this. I wasn't afraid like 1 week ago about running this race, but now I'm afraid because I know I can do this really fast. I get to do this really fast, but it could be dangerous to fall.
So have you done anything special to train for the stairs, the special trails in Hong Kong?
Not in Hong Kong, but when you live in Paris, you don't have mountain. Here is the paradise for a trail runner. Paris is like hell for a trail runner. I only got a little stair, like 40 meters of elevation. I do like this every time. So stairs, there is no problem, but perfect stairs, not this kind of stairs that are different, dangerous, different, higher. So I run something like 3 hours every day. So running is not a problem, but running fast on stairs, maybe it could be a problem.
Okay, so lastly, how do you assess all this Chinese runner who's been racing internationally now and also doing really, really well? What do you think of it?
I do the UTMB each year, and each year when we are talking each other like the European runners or American runners, each year we say maybe this year a Chinese gonna win because they are so fast. And each year I run with 1 or 2 Chinese on the UTMB, and they are always very, very fast at the beginning, and we hope they will crack just us to pass. And we are thinking that one day, maybe this year, maybe next year, they will win a huge European or American race because there is a lot of density of Chinese runners. They are very, very fast, and if you threw 10 fast runners, maybe 9 will stop, but 1 will go to the finish line. And I'm thinking that's what will happen in the next years in European and American race.
Stand by. Standing by, Angie.
Still standing by, Angie. Standing by, Janet.
Janet, sorry, I know you're very
That's all right, no, it's okay. This is probably the little lull, all things considered. It's all relative.
To practice running up
Once
and
we've
down
sent everybody
stairs
off.
fast. And these are not normal stairs. This is
Yeah,
not
we'll
like
go
going
to
into your apartment
P2
building.
and 3 and 5
These
to
are
help with the
big
setup and make sure all
concrete
the
steps
markings, like, there is
that
all
go
okay.
up
Yeah.
to through 300, 400 meter peaks. And you can really fly down them quite efficiently if you've trained a lot on them. But if not, you might be a little bit tense. You might be landing a bit hard, and it can really blow up the quads, and you can't get that efficient speed going down. But another thing that he mentioned was the quality of the mainland Chinese runners. They've made a lot of waves in some of the big European races, and he mentioned the aggressive pacing that a lot of these mainland athletes tend to do. He said in some of the races you'll have 10 of them go out and maybe 9 of them will blow up and 1 of them will break the course record. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a little bit how the action is happening at the front of the pack. Really aggressive racing and probably a few DNFs out there as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear him talk about how Paris is hell for trail runners. Coming from Singapore, I feel his pain. But yeah, we've all had to experience stairwell running, but it's just not quite the same running around in stairwells as doing hard downhill. But we've got an opportunity to go to the race course. We're going to hand over to Angie, who's got Janet Ng, the race director of Hong Kong 100, live with you right now.
Good morning, studio and people on the internet. We are here in Saigon on the start line, and with me, I have co-race director Janet Ng. Thank you very much, Janet, for doing this, and thank you for taking a little bit of time telling us a little bit inside story of the race. So tell me a little bit something that we haven't known yet.
Oh, wow. Where do I start? It's a very exciting lineup today. It's probably the most competitive that Hong Kong 100 has ever seen. It's got a lot of elite runners. It's got a lot of stories. All the runners have got their own individual stories, but today, all of your crew will know that we have tagged the top runners, and it will be a very, very strong competition. We have been talking to the elites in the week leading up to today, and there are a lot of runners that are desperately keen to be the champion today.
I have a few technical questions to ask. Do we have an idea how many people started this morning on 4 waves?
It will be about 1,800. We will, after this, speak to our race timing guys and to get the exact number. And of course, like at each checkpoint, we know how many people will drop out and how many people will continue. But we understand that considering the DNSs, which is do not starts, it will be about 1,800.
Wow, 1,800 is a very, very important number because it shows after the COVID, after so much battle with the government, all these health issues, how much effort that our Hong Kong trail running community has put in to have a race this size, and I'm very proud of you guys. So, we have a lot of very strong contenders this morning, including 2-time winner Yao Pei Chuan. How does he feel today? Have you spoken to him?
Well, he's actually been very much involved in the race. He is a spokesperson and he is a runner for our title sponsor ANTA. So we've been seeing him at the press conference and he was one of the interviewees, and he was at the starting line helping us with the start of the 33K as one of our guests, person to press the starting horn. And yes, so pressure is on, of course, and he finished last year at the finish line. I interviewed him and I was asking him what happened and how did he think about the race. He really suffered last year with the heat. It was hot because with the pandemic, we only had Hong Kong 100 in February, so it's hotter than our usual. We usually have Hong Kong 100 in January, which is the coolest and driest month of the year. So last year, it wasn't that good for him. He held up and he won it. He won it just a touch over 10 hours, but he's determined to go under 10. So are a lot of other athletes as well. We have heard from the Nepalese contingent that they are even aiming for 9.5, which is absolutely aggressive. But I think all these athletes, they just go out and they're keen to race, and it's great, I think, to have a competitive race where they can really try and push each other to their limits.
Yes, a couple of years ago, Yao Pei Chuan finished the race 10 hours, 7 minutes. 10 hours, 7 seconds. Yeah. And imagine that 7 seconds makes a whole world of difference. Do you think today's weather, he will have a better chance?
I think so. I think not just him, I think a lot of the other elites will have a chance. Some elites, they have been staying here. Tyler Green, for example, from the US, and they've been here for a week recceing the course. So we will see tough competition, and I think with a strong field, they will be really competing and egging each other on. So it will be also interesting to see our live stream team closer to the support point East Ham to see how they fare. Often we see them like competing head to head. The first part of the course is flat, so it really favors the strong speedsters, and often we will see them like really racing against each other. We saw that in the 33Ks with the fast runners. They are not letting each other away from sight.
Okay, I am getting feedback that we are getting actions closer to the stem, and in the meanwhile, our very busy race director is having a phone call. So I'm going to let this interview end quite quickly. But before that, is there something secretive about this race you want to tell us? I know you put in a lot of thoughts about reducing carbon footprint and recycling things. Tell me just one thing that we can appreciate.
Yeah, so for us, it's really important. I mean, we are mountain, we are trail people. We live together as one with the trails, with nature. So we don't really want waste. And we are fully aware that in an event, we create a lot of waste as well. So we want to do a little thing, like, make our little contribution. And this year what we have is that for the drop bag, for the checkpoint 5, you can actually see our volunteers like packing them up. So we have a friend and who is also a Hong Kong 100 participant for all these years. He's come up with this idea to collect around China from events all these disposed like tents and banners and everything that is like not reusable for the next year of an event, and put them together. We shipped ours to China in order for them to make into these drop bags. They're all unique and it's beautiful, and they could be really great souvenirs for each runner because every one of them is different. So we want to give a statement to everyone to say, like, yeah, we care about it. We care. Maybe it's not much we can do, but we want to play our part. And if there's anything we can help, just let us know. Even though it costs more, but it's something that is worth doing.
That is really, really great. I hope more events organizers, not only race, more events organizers can participate in that way as well. So thank you very much, Jeanette. I'll see you later in the checkpoints. I know you're very busy. I'll see you later.
Yeah, and all the best to the live streaming team. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, back to the studio when Jeanette is making her call. Thank you very much. Back to the studio.
Thanks, Angie. Actually, can we get Angie back on the screen? I'd love to chat with her about how the mood is at the start line and what the atmosphere is out there on the course. Angie, are you there?
Yes. Well, thank you. This is Angie back. I am here. You want to see my hair flick again? Yes. There you go. As much as you want.
Yeah.
So the start line, the very first start wave was, you can imagine, everybody was so keen and all running the first 500 kilometers in very high speed. I've never seen people run that fast in my life. Sorry, Jeff. But they were all very keen. And when you come into the second, third, fourth wave, they're a little bit more relaxed. And when you interview them, they're thinking they would do around 24 hours, which is a very good way of enjoying the beautiful weather, especially the weather tonight. So volunteers on the start line are super, super happy, and they really, really love. I think there's one thing about our trail running community that we're so proud of, because we have always been very tightly knit, and people in the Hong Kong trail running community are usually just so close. It's incredible. The volunteer we interviewed earlier on, she came in at 5 o'clock this morning, and she ran before she did her 100K a few years ago for 26 hours. And this year she's not running. Instead of running, she come in and she wants to see her friends running and take care of them. She's going to another checkpoint to do their check back as well. Imagine you're not running, you're not contending, but you still get up out of the bed at 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning just to see your friends. This is how close the community is. So Jeff, when are you going to support my next race?
You let me know the date, and I'll be there, Angie. It looks like the sun is starting to come out. How does the weather feel? Does it look like it's going to be a hot one?
It does look like to be a pretty hot one. Can we have the camera just quickly look at the peak of the hill? Look, it is around 24-5 degrees here feeling. It is still rather dry in terms of being in Hong Kong, but when we say rather dry, it's still around 75% humidity. So for people who are not used to it, you can get really sweaty. As Jeanette was saying, we have a lot of contenders coming from America, coming from Europe. They actually spent the last week here just to get used to the humidity and try to do recce off the course. And to be honest, the Hong Kong course, I wouldn't say it's super big climbs, but we have a lot of stairs. And also, when you're in the jungle, when there's no breeze, Jeff, you know it, so it could build up really a lot of heat, and you can get heat exhausted quite easily, even in the coldest months. So it is just that in Hong Kong, we only have the longest races during the winter time, and it's probably the best weather you can ever get.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
I agree, and thanks for showing us the shot of the sky. It doesn't look like there's much cloud cover, and it's 9 a.m. now. We're getting close to 9 a.m. If that sun is out on the runners all day long, and the runners coming from Europe and from the U.S. as well as from some parts of China, it's the middle of winter, so they may not be acclimatized to the hotter conditions. That might open up something for someone like Jean-Ray Onifa, who's raced a lot more in Southeast Asia. If it turns out to be a hot one, that can really throw up the competitive dynamics.
Yeah, and in fact, you talk about Jean-Ray and Onifa. We do have.
I think we will get to see.
Sorry, Andrew. I was just saying we've got live the Dot Track Asia. We can actually, and if in the YouTube comments, if you click on the link, you'll be able to see how the field is starting to spread out now. But yeah, Stingray is actually leading the pack right now.
Yeah, it's not a surprise. I would have imagined as Angie was watching the pack sprint out onto the road that he would have been right up there amongst the top. Did you get a sense for the elite start? Who was anyone sort of going shoulder to shoulder right at the front? Do you know who hit the road first?
No, they were lighting balls. I couldn't catch. They were very fast. But they were really in a very high-speed sprint. Honestly, they were going out like 3.5-minute pace. And come on, it's 103 kilometers. It was like so difficult for me to understand. But I wouldn't be surprised if Stingray is leading the pack. He has been extremely fast recently. Couple of weeks ago, he was racing in another race, a little bit more hilly to start with, and he smashed it was 35 kilometers, and he did it 3 hours, like 10 or 15. He's basically smashing all the trails, and he knows the trails so well in Hong Kong. He definitely has an advantage, and he's in perfect form recently.
Yeah, what a season for him, huh? He is just, it's so good to see him up on at the pointy end of this race. But it's a long race. We knew he was going to go out hard, so yeah, he's part of the T8 running crew with you, and so you trained with him quite a bit, right?
Yeah, I've trained with him and raced with him, against him a number of times. He's a fantastic competitor, a real competitor. You know, he is a tactical runner. He doesn't like to let the race get out too far out in front, but he has gained a lot of experience over the years. He's competed in 2 world championships now for his native Philippines, and has raced in some big races. So I think he is getting more used to running with really high-level competition and not getting too excited early on. But I think what we're going to see with the pacing is the entire field going out very fast, and then a lot of people starting to feel the effects and it thinning out sort of later in the day. But I think it's going to be very aggressive pacing up near the front of the pack.
Yeah, so if we just go to the Dot Track Asia website, the link is in the comments, and please all get involved in the comments, and please share the live stream with your networks. But we see the Jean-Ray and Onifa. I mean, it does jump around. One of the things I love about ultra running, and I'm a big fan of adventure racing, is dot watching. It's like an actual sport in itself. But to be able to sit at home and just imagine what these athletes are doing on the field at the time and doing on the course. But as you see here, it will jump around a little bit. So we've got Jean-Ray and Onifa, Stingray, who's going to be leading the pack, and we've got a Nepalese runner, Bahadur, there, which is just neck and neck. And yeah, it's just jumping around. So there's always a slight delay. There's always like a couple of minutes delay as it comes through. But Yeopei-chan is just coming off that first beach. This climb off, so you pass the reservoir. There's a short climb over here, and then drop down to the very first beach of Thailand 1. This climb is actually very exposed. So even though it's very early in the morning, it's only 9 a.m., it can be pretty hot coming up here. And it's pretty relentless as well. It goes on and on and on. And so, yeah, this is the first proper climb of the course. So you'll really start to see it started to like separate out here. As you see, Yeopei-chan just jumped straight, like it's just updated his dot there.
Yeah. Don't pay too much attention to the dots. I think later in the day, as the pack really starts to spread out, the gaps between the live tracker dots will become sort of more meaningful. At this point, probably just some signal issues. Each of the runners will be carrying a GPS tracker that they'll be required to carry in their race tracks, and those things will ping and update, a few times a minute. So right now the front of the pack, they're going through their first climbs of the day. Those really start after you cross that beautiful dam. A really iconic part of the race, as you have a reservoir on your left-hand side, and then the ocean on your right. I think we might have some live shots. Sorry, we have we're going to have live camera at Pak Tam Ao at one of the road crossings. And there we are at Pak Tam Ao. I think we're still a little. Yeah. So about 45 minutes, we'll start to have the
ladies and gentlemen,
the elites starting to work their way through that checkpoint. So you have a lot of the volunteers and checkpoint supporters, probably just looking for race info, seeing if the runners that they're expecting are making their way through the course okay so far.
And this will be the first point at which people will be able to connect with their crews if they've had crew, if they've got crew supporting them.
Yeah,
it will be pretty quick though. People will be coming through here rapid.
Yeah. This early in the race, you probably don't need too much checkpoint support. You're just going to pick up a couple of gels, swap your bottles out for some fresh ones, and the real purpose being to get in and out across the timing mats and continue on to the course. It'd be very surprising if any runners were having any issues in terms of gear or blistering this early on in the race. So I wouldn't expect too much interaction between the support crews, just a quick bottle swap and a few packs of gels.
Yeah, and we talked before, Jeff, around the Grand Slam, the 3 events, doing the trio of events on the Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We've actually got an incredible international athlete, Francesca Knapp, who has done extremely well in the first 2 days. We caught up with her in between before she started the final Hong Kong 100. Let's go to her interview now.
How is racing in Hong Kong comparing to racing in Europe or in the US?
Compared to racing in Europe, I think Hong Kong is, as I said, really particular, because in Europe you tend to have mountain races or more flat races or sea races, and here you have everything. So that's why I'm here again, because I get bored very easily, and in Hong Kong you are never bored, because everything changes continuously and you have to adapt continuously, and so I think it's something really exciting.
And you've been racing this race before and race against some Chinese runners. How do you assess their progress, because they really improved so much and now they're actually racing, competing so much on the international level?
Well, I don't know exactly what they are doing, but what I know is that normally Chinese people are really fast to improve, and I think they are doing exactly this in racing too, because on the previous year you never heard about Chinese, and now you have Chinese everywhere, so I think they are doing great.
And And now this year, Hong Kong 100 is actually being the first race for the World Trail Majors. And what do you think about the whole series?
I think that series are really good because they include some different races in all the world, and it's a concept I appreciate a lot because you can choose something that is better to you, and you can discover some different places. And overall, and most important, I think that they will be well organized, and it's a bonus.
As you are preparing for the Grand Slam, so what strategies do you have this year?
I think it's a very big challenge, and I think that the only strategy actually is to take it one step at a time, because I never did a stage race before, so I don't know. But I think that if I manage myself, and so I don't push too much in the first one and try to manage the second, I will get to the finish line on the third. But I'm not so sure. I hope to achieve this goal. But anyway, I think that the main strategy is just to focus on the moment and stay here and not think about the next race, because if not, it's too scaring.
Well, it's quite interesting. So you actually never done anything like this before. You came to Hong Kong last year to do the race, but this year you challenged yourself with something really big. What attracted you? What motivated you to do this?
Exactly the fact that it's something I never did before, and maybe the fact that it is in Hong Kong, because I like Hong Kong. I think that if you have to do something really hard, it's better if you do it in a place you like at least. And so I feel good here, and so I think it's the best place to try it, and I hope to get there.
So do you have any tips to give to anyone who's trying to basically challenge themselves like you do?
Exactly the same thing, to stay focused on the moment and not to scare too much about the whole event, because it's not useful. We just have to take everything step by step. In the races as in the life, it's the same. So say little steps.
She's got in store for her those that's a serious amount of distance, and as you talked about pacing before, pacing yourself over 3 days is big. But yes, we talked there about the World Trail Majors. And this is the inaugural event in the World Trail Majors. But there's a whole series of events across the world. Some of the most iconic ultra runs in each of their respective countries, and yeah, it's very cool to have these pulled together. I mean, of these actually, Jeff. I mean, we've got. Are there any of these that you've run before? Have you ever had a chance to take on Ultra Trail Mount Fuji before? That's the other Asia-based race as part of the World Trail Majors.
I haven't, but Trans Gran Canaria is one that I've raced. So I did the Trans Gran Canaria Advanced back in, I believe it was 2017, and it's in the Canary Islands, and just an epic course. The island of Gran Canaria is a volcano, and Trans Gran Canaria starts on the north part of the island and goes all the way over the top of this gigantic volcano, and then finishes on the sunny south side, going through every different type of climate and terrain, running through little Spanish villages in the middle of the Canary Islands. A really special race, and it's cool that it's part of the series.
It's a tough course from what I understand. One that actually, so I'm from the UK originally, but the South Downs Way, I've mountain biked it, but I've never run it before, and I've been it's actually been on my bucket list for quite a while. But yeah, the South Downs Way is a very iconic race in the UK.
And then another one on the list is the Quebec Mega Trail, and that's a miler in the Canadian province of Quebec. I've been lucky to race for Team Canada a few times, and a lot of my my Team Canada teammates have battled it out on the Quebec Mega Trail. It's one of those iconic big Canadian races, and a bit of an old school sort of race as well. So I think that'll be a really neat addition to the circuit.
Do you know what? It sounds like they're going to have to invite us to both of those races. Like South Downs Way is on the 9th of, it's in June, and we've got they're both our like home races effectively. So I think we'll have to head out there. But then the series finishes off with Ultra Trail Cape Town as well, which is. I've honestly, I've trail run around Cape Town before. One of the most beautiful places in the world, yeah.
You know, a circuit like this really shows just how global the sport is, and how such different parts of the world have their own spectacular trails and bits of nature to go on, and also just the quality of the races that we're seeing on every continent. The growth of this sport has really been special over the last 10 years. I think, especially outside of the core areas. I think Europe and North America have perhaps a longer history with some of these races. In parts of the world like Asia, where we are, there wasn't much of a racing scene here 15 years ago. And to see where it is, in Asia and other parts of the world, just coming up to that sort of that global standard, wherever you are, you can get extremely well organized events.
Yeah, I think that's what it's about. The community side of these events is just really at the core of what it's all about. And for all of these races, they've all got their own, they're very much embedded into the local community, and they've got their own very local flavor to them.
Yeah.
And so there's not I think the whole sort of the ethos of the World Trail Majors is to keep that sort of local, the sort of local feel to them. But as you say, just sort of elevate the quality of these races as well. Sorry.
And to any runners who are thinking of planning their race calendar, a circuit like this really gives you some chances to visit maybe a place in the world that you haven't been to before. It's always a great excuse to go somewhere new and run an epic race there. You're not going to be disappointed by the quality of the terrain and the organization, and you might have a chance to fall in love with a new part of the world.
Yeah, and we actually got to speak with Sergio Fernandez, the director of communications for the World Trail Majors. So yeah, let's hear what Sergio has to say.
What are the main aims of World Trail Major, this collaboration?
Yeah, this is quite flat organization, non-profit. It's formed by the several races. Actually, the number is 9. And the aims are preserving the authenticity of trail running, of keeping the real values under control, under what we consider is the right way to evolve the sport. And it's basically respect the environment, respect other competition, respect what's done in the past, and of course integrity, preserving these core values. Most of the runners, organizers, sponsors are established, and we all agree. And preserving also the identity of each race, and not pretend to do all the same. It's a way to preserve a character, an important hardcore value of trail running, that is the diversity. It's region by region is different, evolve in a different way, and that's great in a sport that has some rules, but it's also a little, not chaotic, but a little not super standardized. We don't have the rules other sports have, and it is part of the beauty of this sport.
So, for race organizers in the World Trail Major Series, why is it so important for the races to remain independently managed by and organize it?
Yeah, as said, this is an organization, has no owner, but the races that take part on these World Trail Majors. So it's owned by themselves. They can leave whenever they want. There is not a compromise to stay in the association for time or whatever. So if they don't agree, they are free to leave. But also because they have the control of the decisions they take. the way to promote it, the way to influence in the sport, the way to take the decisions is all together. There is not a boss and all have to obey the decisions.
So have you heard some kind of like response, comments and reactions from the runners about this new series?
In general, has been a very good response. Of course, there's people that need more information than critics. Okay, it's part of the job. We have to accept them, and if we consider they are reasonable, we try to adopt it because this is something live and that's something that will grow and evolve in many ways. For example, probably the most positive responses have been from the elite runners because they really like the idea of the way of doing things and the way of managing. For general runners, for the typical runner, like 99% of us are, the response has been like an alternative, like a way to discover the world, to discover other places, other ways of practicing trail running, and in general has been very positive. And we take this as probably that we took a good direction.
So with Hong Kong 100 being the first race in the series, how excited are you to see it being,
Well, it's great because this has been prepared for quite a long time, and at the end there is only one first ever, and this is in Hong Kong. It's an honor to be here. It's great to, at the end, start in a physical way, not just plannings or not just PowerPoints or videos. So it is great that it starts in this event, and let's see how it gets. Of course, we will make mistakes. We know it. We will have to learn, because if not, our future is dark. But we have to start, and this is the right moment to do it. And it's great to do it here in Hong Kong. That it's one of the main races in the whole Asia. So it's all of these races are remarkable and very important in each region or country, and it's great to start here in a different race. For me, in my case, coming from Europe, it's very different to what I know, and I'm excited to do by myself also and run on the Hong Kong trails.
Is a lot, yeah.
And we're live now.
Yeah, and we're back in the studio. It was a great interview there with communications director Sergio for the World Trail Majors. But I'm lucky to have our first guest of the day. We have Roy Chu, who's a Hong Kong-based trail runner. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you for having me.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. The studio very close to my home, so I woke up just now, had some breakfast, come over here. We'd love to be in the trial actually, but both Jeff and I are in the same situation. We're both injured, not racing. So very glad to be here.
Yeah, and so Roy, tell us a little bit about yourself as a runner. And I understand that you competed in the Hong Kong Third, the 33K event last year. Tell us about your experience there.
Right, so I would perceive myself as a amateur recreational trail runner. I wouldn't call myself a racer. So my Hong Kong 100 debut was actually in 2021, where I competed in the virtual race.
Yeah.
There I retired at 70 kilometers in Sha Tin Pass Road, and then took a year of training, came back again 2022. I took on another virtual version of Hong Kong 100 with the full support of my then girlfriend and my parents. That I finished 16 hours, 42 minutes, which is an okay result.
Yeah.
Nothing too impressive to write home about in new elite size, but it was an okay result. And then last year, I was preparing for my A race, which was a half Ironman race in March, late March in Davao, Philippines.
Yeah.
So I decided not to race the full distance, and I chose to race the 33K. I think last year was the first version of the third, right?
Yeah.
So very luckily got on the podium, the 10th. But I would say myself being the first amateur recreational, athlete on the podium, because if you look at the result last year, the first 9 guys were all, big names, elites,
sure.
Local elites, mainland elites from the West. So I would pride myself for being the first in the amateur category.
No, that's congratulations.
Thank you.
And that's amazing. And tell us a little bit, what was the course like? The third course, I think that's fairly typical Hong Kong trails, but maybe describe it to the viewers.
Right. So I would say the third track for the third course is fairly similar to the half and the full course. So you go the usual East Dam, you go to the beaches, and then when you're in Tai Tam, there's a corner you have to turn left and start climbing the Tai Chum Koi.
Yeah.
So it's a quite a challenging climb because when you arrive at Tai Chum Koi, Tai Tan, you're already like 25, 26K in. You start to fatigue because you know it's a short distance race, so you're basically sprinting, right?
Yes.
So when your legs are already fatigued, you still have the last climb to do. So it's quite a challenging course. I still remember after the Tai Chum Koi climb, I didn't know my position, right, because no one was giving me split.
Sure.
So I was about to turn right and run back to the finish line, but then I didn't know my position. I didn't know whether someone was chasing me. So I was thinking about, I'm passing people. I think I'm feeling good. It would be nice if I get the podium, top 10, right? But I didn't know if someone was chasing me. So once I go back to, the roads, I start sprinting, and then I felt a little bit of cramp in my right leg, and I was like, oh my God, am I going to stop here? Is this the end of my, a good day? Is it the end of the good day? My good form stops here? But luckily, I could still, had a rather decent sprint and sprint to the finish line.
And what was the atmosphere like on the course? Because the way that Hong Kong 100 weekend is structured is each of the events are on different days.
Correct.
So was there excitement at the checkpoints on that day?
I would say that there was definitely some very supportive volunteers in the checkpoint. I think there was only one checkpoint last year in Hampton.
Yep.
The volunteers were definitely very supportive. But I was just sprinting. I didn't have time to stop and grab the nutrition. I was actually on the brink of dehydration last year because I didn't want to stop. So I only had a liter of fluid with me. I think last year's weather was a bit warmer than this year's. But can I just add that I was looking at the Hong Kong 100 the third time.
Yeah.
I think it was 2 years ago, right? I think I ran 3:34 last year. The same result would put me like 15, 16 this year. So just want to say the standard and the depth of the field has improved a lot.
Well, I think we're seeing that in some of the non-headline distances.
Right.
Hong Kong 100 used to be a single distance event where that was the only game is the 100K distance. And then after they introduced the half and now the third, those I think for the first few editions tended to be a little bit more recreational oriented. You'd have visiting elites still coming over for the full 100 event, but now you're starting to see some of those elites come for the shorter distance events, and I think that's great because as a runner who started at the shorter distance events before moving up, I think there is a lot of good competitors and some good elites who maybe don't run the 100K distance, and it just gives a little bit more variety in terms of the competitive landscape. Tell me just about sort of the other types of events that you run. What sort of distances do you tend to prefer? What type of events do you like to race?
Right. So when I'm healthy, right? Because obviously I'm now injured,
Sure.
not healthy. When I'm healthy, I would say my favorite distance is 50K. So
Okay.
I think if kind of fall in the sweet spot, not too long, but still not too long for me to enjoy the mountain.
Yep.
Because obviously. I'm not an extremely fast guy, so if you put me into the 20, 30K, or if not shorter, it will be very difficult for me to keep up with fast guys. Last year's Hong Kong 100 third was obviously an exception.
Yeah.
I think I got lucky because the race took place on a Thursday.
Yeah.
Right. So most people had to work. So my work offers me some flexibility. So I could take some time off on the Thursday morning and do the third, and luckily grab the podium. So 50K is my favorite. I participated in the other races, Hong Kong 50, Lantau 50. Lantau 50 is a beautiful course.
Yeah.
Whenever people tell me they're hiking, entering the mountains, I would obviously recommend them to visit the beautiful landscape in Lantau.
Yeah.
I still remember, Jackie Leung, the 4 trail finisher.
Of course, yeah.
He and I actually went to the same high school, but I think he was 10 years more senior than me.
Yeah.
I remember he said in an interview, Lantau's landscape is very similar to the European mountains that you see, in the likes of Mont Blanc or other mountains, Snowdonia, etc. So whenever people go to hiking, I always recommend them to go to Lantau. But
yeah, Hong Kong has such amazing diversity of trails. We have the new territories where this race is being held: Lantau, Hong Kong Island, and such an amazing trail running community with athletes of all different sort of levels of competitiveness. And that community just doesn't happen on its own. A lot of people, volunteers and race organizers, even sort of shop owners and racing brands that have popped up. In fact, we have one person who we've had a chat with, John Ellis, who's racing today.
How's he doing?
This is actually his 14th edition of the Hong Kong 100, and he's done all previous 13 under 14 hours.
Right.
Really interesting guy. In addition to being an elite runner, he's represented Australia at the World Championships. He's associated with a few businesses in the running community, Gone Running and T8, He's had some injury issues, but is healthy and fit today. So why don't we hear from John Ellis?
Sure.
So what is it that's so special about this race? Well, for me, Hong Kong 100, it's the iconic Hong Kong race. It was the first solo 100K in Hong Kong. First year was 2011. I got here in 2010. So, I was lucky enough to get here at the right time to be doing it every year. And just for me, it just represents Hong Kong in so many different ways. It takes us, on such an iconic course. A lot of it's on the Macklehose, which is the same course as the Trail Walker race, which is Hong Kong's, original 100Ks, but it's a team race instead. And then, just the community gets behind it. It's the race that's represented Hong Kong all this time because it was the one that was on the Ultra Trail World Tour. Now it's part of the World Trail Majors. And it's got amazing organisation. It's one the community really gets behind. For us, it's the race.
Speaking of the community of Hong Kong, what's so special about the trail running community here? Can you just tell us a bit more?
Yeah, it's just so tight. And I think one of the great things with Hong Kong is it's so many people in such a small place. 7 million people in a place that's probably the size of, I don't know, like New York City, but smaller maybe. And so you have this big population density, which means there's a lot of interest in having lots of races because a lot of trail runners need to have a lot of choice for races. So in any given weekend you might have 4 or 5 different trail races. At the end of the day, that just means there's a lot of opportunities for all of us to catch up. So community is really tight, whether it's racing together, pushing each other, volunteering for races, just helping each other. And I think the other thing is it's just such a global community as well. Hong Kong's just such a melting pot of different cultures and nationalities. And we're all very accepting of all of that, and that just makes it such a fabulous community to be a part of.
It is true there's so many really wonderful people in this community, and so for the international audience, can you tell us a little bit more about the Hong Kong trails? What's so special about the trails in Hong Kong and what you can see?
Yeah, there's just a bit of everything, which is the variety is just amazing. You've obviously got mountains. So if I had to complain about the Hong Kong trails, I'd love to have a 3,000 metre mountain. We've got a few sort of 1,000 metre mountains, but that's still, I can't complain because there's just so many of them. Did a charity run the last month, for example, and we tried to climb Hong Kong's top 10 peaks in a day. And they're all over 750 metres, so you've got lots of choice. So you've got good mountains. You can find they're generally fairly technical, or you've got some stairs. That's probably the one big thing about Hong Kong is some of the steeper sections tend to be staired up. But at the same time, you've got some really good beach trails. You've got some good double tracks, some single track. It just crisscrosses the whole territory because you do have this 7 million people just wanting to go different places all the time. And I think probably the best. Coming to Hong Kong 100, I think it's always a good reminder because you're running down Sha Tin Pass Road and you just see the internationals who are running here for the first time. They look to the left and they see Kowloon just open up in all its skyscraper splendor. And I think that's one of the great things about Hong Kong is like when you get to these mountains, you've got nature here, but right next to it, you've got global city metropolis with skyscrapers, and that juxtaposition of trail right next to city is just, it's so unique over here. And from a practical point of view, it also means that where I live, I'm a 10-minute run to the CBD, but I'm also a 10-minute run to a national park. And I don't think there's many cities around the world that are big cities where you could actually say that.
Yeah, it's really very true. I've been interviewing so many people and they're just talking about how unique Hong Kong trails are. And speaking of like runners, the mainland Chinese runners, they've been doing so great. Do you have any insights that you can give us? Like how can they improve so much in the past few years?
Yeah, like it's been actually amazing. When I did the first Hong Kong 100 in 2011, and admittedly it wasn't a big race back then, but even going forward to 2013, 14, you were starting to get a few Chinese runners come through. There were some really fast ones. I think the amazing thing about Chinese running these days is they've got so many world-class athletes, but just it's how deep the field is as well. It's not hard to find a whole bunch of plus 900, plus 850 ITRA score runners over there. And so, yeah, it's amazing to see. They're on our doorstep, they're coming over and competing with us. So, yeah, look, they give us a run for our money, and often, it's eating their dust, which is fine. But I think, that having that nucleus of runners pushing each other, I think that's been great. It seems like the government's generally been trying to encourage trail running. And I think, when you've got some amazing trails like China has, and a population of 1.3 billion people and a government that supports it, I think it's a pretty powerful combination. So it's not a surprise to see so many runners emerge and become elites on a global stage.
So my last question is that what strategies do you have to just keep running, keep going, and any tips that you can give to anyone who's trying to push the boundaries to improve themselves?
Generally, or for Hong Kong 100?
Just generally.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, if you want to get better at something, you've got to pick something that you love. Because to get better at something requires dedication and passion and persistence, and it's really hard to do that if it's something that you don't love. So first of all, pick something that you love. I think having friends doing that as well really helps. For me, a lot of my long training runs are with friends, and when you've got to crank out a 30, 40k long run, doing it with friends who push you, you can have a little bit of friendly competition, but a lot of it's just chatting, makes the training super easy. At the end of the day, as you get older as well, you just got to look after your body. Probably something I didn't do that well over the years. I'm belatedly learning, but looking after your body, eating well, sleeping well, not drinking so many beers as as I'm told a few times, but all of those things, and picking something that you love, and being persistent and sticking with it.
Actually, last question. Since you're such a veteran, what tips can you give to people? I mean, because you've done it every single year.
Okay, yeah.
Any tips, any things that you can basically give to people who are considering maybe joining next year?
Yeah, like probably the two tips I would say for Hong Kong 100. Three tips. One is pacing. It's a very back-end loaded course. A lot of the big tough climbs, Ma On Shan, Beacon Hill, Grassy Hill, Needle, Tai Ma Shan, they're all in the second half in the last 45 Ks. And so it's really easy to go out a bit fast, because a lot of the first half is very runnable. So, I'd say probably just go a bit easier. Maybe it's got to feel a little bit slow for the first half, but that'll keep you, still moving well in the second half. I'd say secondly, especially for people who aren't based in Hong Kong, you got to practice stairs. When all the internationals come over here, they're always surprised at the stairs, and it's different muscles that you use versus an incline or a decline, coming up or down. So definitely practice those. You just want to get your muscles strong enough, but also, you want to get your technique right as well, because the difference between a fast stairs and slow stairs, can be a lot for especially some of the elites. And then the third thing is, just be careful with the weather. It might feel cool at the start line. It's easy to think, I can push a little bit harder, but the weather here is tricky. Especially this year, it looks like it's going to be 24 degrees, 80% humidity. That humidity sneaks up on you. You end up sweating a lot more because of the humidity, but you don't get that evaporation cooling benefit because it just doesn't evaporate here. It's too humid. So the other thing is just to be careful of the weather, and just realize that, the sweat's not getting you as much benefit, and just, take it easy.
Great to hear from John Ellis. He's a really important member of the trail running community here. But back here with Roy, and I want to talk a little bit about the field that's out there today. So we have the men's leaderboard up, and Roy, tell me who in this on the screen here. Any runners that stand out to you?
Right. So far we have seen the top 10 male runners crossing the first checkpoint at East Dam. Stingray, or John, he crossed the first checkpoint in 15 minutes. But if we look closely to the time, actually, I would say 5 or 6 male athletes actually crossed the first checkpoint together, because the time difference is close to 10 seconds. So I would say that the leading pack is 10 people.
You don't want to put too much stake in terms of who is first versus fifth there. The group is running together at that point.
Right. So we know that Yu Peiqiang was the previous 2 versions winner. So I like to see a competitive race. So it would be great to see someone stopping Yu Peiqiang's domination. What do you think so, Jeff?
Yeah, it'd be amazing to see him get another crown as well. There's also Deng Guomin, who's in third place, right in that top pack. This is a beautiful shot of the stairs coming down to the beach. This really shows you the type of terrain, the diversity of terrain that you have in this first third of the race, and you can see the stairs. You know, they are technical, but the type of technical where if you have a good technique, you can really keep quite a good pace. And so you'll see the elites at the front of the pack really hammering it fast down those stairs, not losing much speed at all.
Do you recognize which part of the beach this is? Is that the Hamtin beach?
I believe so. This would be the second beach that the runners are going to traverse. The beach crossings are not too long, probably a couple hundred meters.
Couple meters.
A couple hundred meters, but it actually can throw you off a little bit once you're transitioning onto the sand, that feeling of the loose sand underfoot. But before they know it, they'll be back onto some dry trails.
What tips would you have for people running on loose sand, Jeff? What tips would you have?
Try to get off it as fast as you can. You want to move up to the higher part of the beach where the pack will be a little bit firmer, maybe a little bit of vegetation. You can see in this shot some of the trail on the higher end on the beach, I think a lot of the runners will try to follow that bit. But you can really see the both the tightness of the pack. Still a lot of runners at this point of the race are running close with one another, and also just the speed that they're still maintaining. You know, this is going to be a real shootout.
So from my personal experience, of course, I'm nothing close to your expertise, but if you can look at the screen, there are 2 colors for the beach, for the sands.
Yep. So
the part closer to the water, the sand is actually tougher and easier to run on, right? So normally when I'm running on the beach, I would choose to run closer to the water so that, you know, it's more efficient to run, because when the sand is too loose, you run hard, but you go slow, which is inefficient.
You want to stay off the middle bit. You want to either be at the wet part where it's a little bit of a harder pack, or once you start the vegetation, start to see the vegetation, and there will be some trails that will go through the vegetation part. So you don't need to run through the main part of the beach, at least for the whole trail. But we can see the runners there on the beach itself, making their way across. It's a really, I think, unexpected sight for some of the athletes coming overseas. But I think a lot of people might not realize that Hong Kong has these types of beautiful beaches that aren't too far from the city.
Yeah, you're right, Jeff. So let me ask this, Jeff. I'm sure you have run past these cyclone beaches many times, right? And Hong Kong is also renowned for its beautiful beaches, you know, save at Hong Kong Island, Stanley, Repulse Bay, Deepwater Bay. But have you ever leisurely, say on a Saturday afternoon with your family and friends, playing some drinks, pizzas, visiting these Saigon beaches? Have you ever?
Yes, absolutely. We like to bring the family up to those parts of town. Even on Hong Kong Island, places like Sheko, the south side of the island, there's some really beautiful beaches. Take the dog with you, take the kids with you, and then what I'll actually often do is bring my running gear with me and then run home afterwards or run back to the MTR, get a few mileage. And we have live shots on the trail. We have one of our runner photographers with the GoPro, Ryan Whelan, and he's working. Oh, there's David Longo.
David, yeah.
Out on the course, and this is a bit of a steep climb coming back from one of the beaches. It looks like. And this is the type of climbing that you're seeing in the first third of the course. Look at that sunlight. It looks like the sun is pretty bright overhead, and maybe that's a little bit surprising. I think early in the day. So
when did David cut his hair? Do you remember? He has long hair, right?
It looks like he's wearing a do-rag, so I'm not sure how much hair he's hiding underneath there. Look at that shot. Really, really. Beautiful part of Sai Kung that the course is going through here. So Roy, tell me about your training. Whereabouts in Hong Kong do you do a lot of your mileage?
So I live in Quarry Bay. So naturally, if I'm training in the mountain, it would be the likes of Mount Parker, Dragon's Back, that kind of stuff. I used to live in Soho, so section 124 of the Hong Kong Trail used to be my training habitat. But Hong Kong Trail section 124 are rather flat, so there isn't really much climb you can do in terms of training, specifically, for example, for the race of Hong Kong 100.
The peaks on Hong Kong Island don't go above about 450, 500 meters. So there's some limitation to in terms of how much elevation you can get in on the island. Although you can get a fair bit of climbing on trails that are not too dissimilar to what we're seeing on the screen here. Hong Kong Island does have a lot of the same elements, the same terrain types that you'll see in the new territories.
Right.
Maybe at a slightly smaller scale.
So people in Hong Kong Island, if they want to do hill climbing training, they usually go to the first two sections of the Wilson Trail. So they call it 2112. So you start in Quarry Bay, you climb the Siu Ma Shan, Farland Hill, and then the Twins, and you arrive, you descend back to Stanley and then back. So people call this the 2112, which has some nice scenery of Stanley, etc. But I'll say it's I wouldn't say boring because you still see the beautiful sceneries, but it's just you're either climbing or you're descending. So it's just very specific training, I would say. Let's put it this way. Not much you can do about it.
Absolutely, but I think what we're seeing here on the screen is just some of the most epic of the trails and really dramatic scenery. It's a very special part of Hong Kong.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
So talking about these beaches, so I always tell my wife, telling her how beautiful the beaches, Long Care, Ham Tin, Dai Wan, Sai Wan in Sai Kung is. But when we, in our spare time, go to the beaches, we almost only go to the ones in Hong Kong Island, Stanley, Repulse Bay, given how, convenient it is. So one time, she always asked me to bring her to these beaches. But the difficulty is if you're not running there, you have to either walk 10 kilometers to East Dam and then further walk 2-3 kilometers to Long Care, or you take a minibus from Pak Tam Chong to the East Dam and hike into it.
That's right, Roy. So this part of the course is it's not one of the more accessible bits.
Yeah, it's rather remote, isn't it? It's rather remote.
The start line where we were about an hour ago, that's sort of Pak Tam Chong, a hub of the trail system where it's easy for vehicles to get to, and it's a very popular barbecue site. But then to get to where we're seeing here on the screen, there's no real real easy way to do it, either by on foot or on by boat.
Yeah, by speedboat. Speedboat is an option.
It can be a beautiful spot, but everyone needs to have a little bit of fitness to get there. We're looking at some of the downhill on the course from one of the live cams, and this shows you the type of stairs that the runners are going to have to be running up and down all day long. And it won't be pure stairs. You'll have the trail split from maybe 100 meters of trail to some stairs, and then back to some single track. So it does require you to cycle through all of those disciplines and still keep a good rhythm.
You mentioned stairs, Jeff. Would you say stairs is an element quite unique to Hong Kong's trail scene? Because I've heard many people saying in Europe, in UTMB, etc., you don't actually get to climb and descend a lot of stairs. It's basically just buff out. Either you are running uphill or downhill. Would you say stairs is very unique to Hong Kong?
Some of the mainland trails will feature stairs as well, but certainly Hong Kong, I think, is famous for it, and it's just not a big component of trails in a lot of other parts of the world. So just the length of some of the descents and some of the climbs that are purely or feature a lot of stairs, I think it's just a lot higher proportion here in Hong Kong, and it means that the Hong Kong-based runners or the runners who race a lot in Hong Kong, their legs get adapted to that type of training. They get a little bit stronger quads and just used to that sort of repetitive motion stress of that impact. And then their technique also just gets a little bit more efficient. If you're running technical alpine downhills in Europe, you will get more efficient and faster on that specific terrain. And running stairs is the same. If you're someone who runs stairs every day as part of their trail training here in Hong Kong, it will become a little bit of second nature. It will become more economical for that runner, and I think that's going to be something that we will see from some of the elites here who either train a lot in Hong Kong or have raced here a lot versus some of those who this is going to be their first time.
So do you think the fact that Hong Kong's trail has so many stairs would put athletes from, say, USA or Europe in disadvantage?
I think
they're not adapted to this training.
I think it can, and I think historically we've seen cases of some very strong European and North American runners who've struggled here. Home field advantage is something that we see in all sports.
I remember that Tom Evans retired in Hong Kong 100.
Yeah,
like 2016, 2017, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, despite
and he was in great form at that point, and whether it was the stairs or the humidity, this is also a race that happens during the winter time. It's off season for some of the athletes, so they might not be in as regular racing form as some of the Asian-based athletes. So it's a home field advantage exists in all sports, and I think trail running, that's definitely the case as well. But it also just means that when you throw all those athletes with different backgrounds into the mix, you can see some surprises as well.
Would you like to see Tom Evans going back to Hong Kong?
I'd like to see all of the global elites come here. Tom Evans is a fantastic athlete, but to me, I think Hong Kong has such beautiful trail running to show off to the world, and so many great events. Hong Kong 100 being the oldest and most classic of the 100K solo races in Hong Kong. But I think the race just serves as a showcase for the Hong Kong trails and the community. We have a live track, a live running shot back on the course, and this is typical new territory, single track, but pretty wide. You could really keep a good speed here, but also you're quite exposed. The sun's out already.
The sun is out.
So you're able to keep a fast pace, but you need to keep in mind that it's a long day out there, and it's easy to get excited in the first half.
Absolutely. So I think the most important bit in a sunny, hot, warm environment like this is to stay hydrated, because especially for the elite runners, they like to go lightweight, and they don't bring a lot of fluid on board with them. Typically, not more than 1.5 liter of fluid. So this is still in the first 33 kilometers of race, still a very long day to go. So if you're dehydrated, you put yourself in a great risk and detriment and danger that your performance in subsequent stages of the race will be compromised.
And I'm not 100% sure who we're seeing on the screen here, but it might be Jeremy Ritzie. And if it is, he, along with John Ellis, is one of the few Hong Kongers who've done every edition of this race.
Right.
And like John, Jeremy, who's an elite runner himself, he's finished each of his previous attempts under 14 hours. It just shows you that there are some runners who take this race very seriously on their race calendar, this is a veteran runner who knows the course very well, and has been through a lot of adversity and a lot of challenging races. It's great to see some of these runners making their way through the first third of the course.
Do you know how Jeremy's form is coming to the race? Is he in good form?
Decent. He's not racing as much as he used to in his heyday, but the Hong Kong 100 is the top race on his calendar. So he's done a few longer training efforts and a few shorter races. I think he's going to be in fine form to finish, and I think he'll get in under 14 hours to continue the streak.
Normally, when I determine whether a person is a very dedicated trail runner, is I look at his training. So a few runners are Lantau based. Jeremy is one of them. So when you dedicate your life to be based in Lantau, you can tell that guy is a very serious and very dedicated trail runner.
Yeah, Lantau is a really great spot to be based as a Hong Kong trail runner. Some big trails, big mountains on Lantau Island, and very accessible regardless of where you are. I think we're gonna, yeah.
Okay, Scott is coming back in now.
live on the course again now. We've got on the race timing solutions, we can actually see how things are going. We're just slightly behind the course record pace for this year. So just at Hampton, which was checkpoint 1, the record pace was 1 hour and 38. Yopei Chan has got into that checkpoint and was 140 in first position, but they are so close. We've got like all 10 athletes, well, all 8, the first 8 athletes, all within 20 seconds of each other. They are packed up right at the pointy end of the field.
Well, but you remember what I said with Jeff just now. I like to see a competitive race with a good racing dynamic. We can see Stingray starting to drop a little bit. He's now 25 seconds behind.
I mean, 25 seconds is absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing.
But it's interesting at the pointy end who's pushing it. But I think are we still with Jeremy Ritchie here, are we?
Looks like it, looks like it.
I think as we were talking before, just a very, like a legend of the ultra running, has run every single year. I actually bumped into him last year when I was running it at Leadmine Pass, before
the Time of Shan climb.
The last kind of checkpoint before you before go up Time of Shan. And I was like, Jeremy, what the hell are you doing here? You should be way ahead. But he, I think like many people last year, had a really tough year. There was a 35% DNF rate last year, which is in the Hong Kong 100, which is kind of unheard of. But I think it was, it's a hot year, and so even some of the elites, we saw some DNFs in Hong Kong 100 last year.
So Scott, you used to be based in Hong Kong, right?
Yes.
Where did you live? Where did you used to live?
I lived in Kowloon, but I was living in these hills. I think like all of us trail runners.
We were talking about Jeremy's Lantau based.
Yes.
My question to you is, would you be willing to be Lantau based for the purpose of trail training?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, I love Lantau. It's just such an incredible island. It's got some of the biggest hills. I actually ran through the other day and just ran Lantau, the Lantau trail route, Lantau 70, which was. It's just a really sort of, you've got 2 huge mountains, Sunset and Sunset Peak, which is very, very challenging, and you have them both back to back. But yeah, I think of any part of Hong Kong, this is probably one of my favorite parts. Like around Sai Kung, around Tai Long Wan, and this sort of like section 2 and 3 of the MAC is just stunning, just going from beach to beach. And as you can see here, just the amount of steps, it's just very, it's just unforgiving number of steps. So as we go to the dot track, these front runners, as we saw from the timing, they are all neck and neck. So they're packed up here together. But they've now left the beaches. They're going to be heading over to checkpoint 3. Once they reach this summit, there's a long downhill before then they reach the it's not the reservoir actually. This is the ocean.
Yes.
And then there's another climb before they get to the next checkpoint.
Pak Tam Ao.
Pak Tam Ao, where there will be many of them will have their crew there waiting for them, but this will be a lightning checkpoint. People will be flying through this point. But then we'll get a really understand where, how it's playing out in the front of the field.
Yeah, so the front pack is about to arrive at Check King.
Yeah, sure. So the current leaders, if I just bring up actually the timing solutions, this is as went through the last checkpoint. As you can see, the top 8 are literally all within 40 seconds of each other.
Correct.
That's crazy. They're like, this is almost like if you would have a road marathon where they're like literally in a pack. It's very difficult to maintain that on trail as you go up, down. So they've done, they are fully bunched up. It's hard to say, who's actually driving that pack, because there'll always be someone that's kind of pushing. They're keeping an eye on each other. They want to see who's feeling it hard, who's breathing hard, and know when to sort of light their match and just and give it a push and see if people come for them.
Yes. It's no massive surprise to us that Yupei Chang is leading the race, being very dominant over the two past years. My only question is whether he's wearing a road shoe instead of a trail shoe, because if you search Yu Pei Chang up on YouTube, you will famously see him climbing K Lang Ha, climbing Mount Anshan in a pair of road running shoes, I think. So I reckon Yu Pei Chang has signed a sponsorship with a Chinese brand, but I mean, maybe he's still wearing a road running shoes. So
yeah, I mean, typically, as we showed from the course profile, the first half of Hong Kong Trail is relatively flat.
Correct.
And it actually lends itself. I think when I ran it last year, I ran in a road shoe for the first half, and then switched at the midway point into a trail shoe, and picked up poles at that point. As you'll see, like none of these runners are running with poles. I think a few of them might actually pick up poles at the halfway point.
we see a female runner in the camera. I think it may be Angie Yan. It may be Angie Yan. Looks like it, right?
So the leader of the female race is Dominika Stelmack and
Xing Wang.
And Li Ying are the two leaders.
But from her running form, I can almost be sure that this is Angie Yan, the winner of the 2022 edition of the Hong Kong 100.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sure this is Angie Yan. Here she is. She's been tapering for the race for this week. So Angie completed the 4-in-4 challenge during Christmas. So I'm guessing the next logical step for her will be to participate in the 4-trail challenge. Maybe not this year, famously being the cancer survivor, bringing a lot of positive energy in the local trail running community.
Yeah, and she is she's from Hong Kong female runners. She's in second place at the moment. We've got Kimmy Leung is actually appears to be ahead of her on the course at the moment. In fact, just looking at the starting time. But Kimmy Leung is another Hong Kong-based runner that also has run the Hong Kong 4 Trails and is a survivor for the Hong Kong 4 Trails. In fact, if we
just a bit of statistics. Angie, when she arrived at East Dam, 1:09 in the 22nd position, but she's looking good. She's looking in good form. In 2022, when she won the virtual race, she was paced by Wang Ho Chung, our local elite runner, who is not racing this year, and she's looking in good form.
Is there any reason why we don't have Wang Ho Chung racing this year? He had a really good season.
Logically, I would say Chung should be racing because he just signed a sponsorship agreement. So logically, he should be racing, but I don't know why. But he has been doing this too many times.
Yeah, I mean, he had a big race at Tour de Jean earlier in the year, didn't he? One of the 330 odd kilometers. So I think that. He came 8th position there, so I think that's gonna take it out of anyone's leg, that kind of distance.
I think the fact that Wang Ho Chung is not racing today just gives Yu Pei Chang some comfort that maybe I can winning the race 3 years in a row. Obviously Wang Ho Chung will be one of the biggest threats to Yu Pei Chang when it comes to Hong Kong 100.
Yeah, absolutely. And
look at these beautiful drone shots.
This is just one of just such an iconic spot. And as we talked about earlier on, like the diversity of Hong Kong running, I truly believe that this is the best city, best city in the world for trail running. Just the diversity of trails. As we see here, we've got the running through the beaches, and a lot of the time this is streamed with tourists all coming to come and see come and have a beach day, and as we see the course go on, there's obviously many mountainous regions, but then there's some of the views across Kowloon and Hong Kong Island.
Yes.
They're just spectacular. I can't wait to see some of that drone footage later.
A bit of update on the leaderboard. The first female racer to pass the Ham Tin checkpoint is no other than Dominika. She passed the Ham Tin at the time of 2:02. So far, the only female runner to pass Ham Tin. Looking very strong.
Yeah, very strong. That's just 20 minutes behind the male the male leaders.
have we talked about the fact that the half course record was broken yesterday?
No.
Yeah, so it was broken. My mate actually reminded me that a course record breaking time was produced yesterday. I think it was sub 5. Well, surely it was a 5 hours. Last year time was a 5 hours. But let me check. I reckon it's another mainland Chinese racer yesterday breaking the course record of the half. I can't, give his name right now, but I'm sure it's a course record. And another spotlight of yesterday's half race was Japanese elite runner Rai Ueda coming to Hong Kong to race the half. Interestingly, I was looking at his Strava, right, and I saw him coming to Hong Kong. He was running around the Taiping Shan, the peak area. And then I showed my mate, he's always training in that area. He felt so gutted because sometimes, he likes to take a few days off and do some training around his home pack. And that day was not the day. And clearly he missed out on the chance of bumping into Rai Ueda.
Yeah, well, we'll have the chance to hear from him, actually. He's going to be coming into the studio later.
Today?
Actually. Yeah,
oh, really?
He's coming to join us. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll see him here in the studio and a live interview.
Right, I think I have the name. It's Wu Erqing. So Wu Erqing broke the course record of the half yesterday, representing Team Kailas.
Yeah, what time did they come in?
It was a time of 4:48. So the first two athletes both ran sub 5 hours. Wu Erqing came first, and then Fan Bang Lin came second. Fan Bang Lin representing Team Solomon. And another update on the Grand Slam, perhaps. So Grand Slam wise, I think local athletes Tan Chun Kit is now leading the Grand Slam. Do you know Tan Chun Kit himself?
I don't know.
You don't. So a bit of information of Tan Chun Kit. His nickname is he calls himself the Eagle Man, the Eagle. Okay. He's a very famous high-level, high-standard local athlete, not only in the trail scene but also in the triathlon scene. So I was actually racing with him last year in March in Davao, southern Philippines. I reckon he raced in Canting, southern Taiwan, last October as well. So obviously a very high standard athlete. So
yeah, I know Sangay Sherpa, who's currently sitting third in the Grand Slam. For
yes.
We saw him up in Vietnam for Vietnam Mountain Marathon, and just recently in Doi Thanon in Thailand. He has. I don't know if you know much about Sangay, but he's had an unbelievable year. So the guy just races. Race after race after race. He's actually in races done almost 3,000 kilometers this year just of racing, like not of training. 3,000 purely of racing. So, he did UTMB, which he DNF'd interestingly after like about 140k or so. But then went straight and did Tour de Jean just 8 days later. Like the guy is an absolute legend, and he's so he's coming off the back of a top 10 finish in Doi Thanon in Thailand in the 100-mile course, and is in podium spot, third spot at the moment in the Grand Slam for the male, which is the 33 plus the 55 and then the Hong Kong 100 back to back.
Also a shout out to our friend Elliot Fradovu, who's now sitting at the 12th position of the Grand Slam. Although 3 hours behind the Eagle Man. Very famous, iconic individual in the trail running scene, famously survived the 4 Trail Challenge 2 years ago. He participated in the 4 Trail last year as well, but unfortunately he had COVID just a few weeks before the challenge, and he had to pull out in the Wilson Trail, I reckon. But this year he's doing the Hong Kong 100 Grand Slam, and it's looking in good form. So still making jokes after the third and the half. We'll see how it performs today.
Yeah, interesting on the Grand Slam. It's like last year there were only 10 people that competed. There's 114 people that are taking it on this year. Yeah, it's. I think with ultra running, it's almost getting to the point, certainly with like the sort of weekend warriors of just going harder and further.
Right.
And yeah, just taking on these kind of like iconic challenges of just to really push yourselves and doing racing 3 days running is pretty full on. Like it's definitely going to be tough on the body.
I added this question. I'm going to ask you again, Scott. Do you think the Grand Slam of Hong Kong 100 or the 4 Trail is tougher?
100% the 4 Trails.
You think the 4 Trail?
Yeah, 100%. I think any stage race is much, much easier than doing non-stop.
Right.
Just being able to go, have a sleep, recover, get up the next day. It's just, they're not even the same sport, if you ask me. Rather than having like non-stop for days, it's just a very different type of competition.
I think most people provide the same answer. The 4 Trail is harder. But my argument is that if you do the Grand Slam, you run pretty much, a substantially
when you say the Grand,
similar.
we're talking about the Grand Slam Hong Kong 100.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of Grand Slam Hong Kong 100. You are pretty much running in 3 days in a row a substantially similar terrain and course. That kind of, mental challenge, that kind of, boredom, repetitiveness may take a toll on your mental health as well.
I just got logged out. I'm in again.
Yeah, I mean, back to again, like doing so for these people who are doing it, they've run at the moment. So Elliot, for example, who's in 12th at the moment, he's run like almost 12 hours over those 2 days after doing 33 kilometers and 50 odd kilometers. So that's actually to run that and then having a sleep at night is just and actually being able to recover is just really important. But like, it all depends how fast they do it, right? If they're doing it and if they are doing like really, really fast for those 2 days, the third day, the 100 kilometer is going to be brutal. Like doing it on really tired legs is going to be tough. But interestingly, I mentioned last year, 35% DNF rate in Hong Kong 100. Not one of the Grand Slammers, like everyone finished it. Not one of them DNF'd. All of them finished all different races. So I think, interestingly, when it's a really tough course, people train harder for it. They prepare themselves harder for it. They plan better in terms of nutrition and how they're going to they strategize around it. Whereas if people are doing a 100K, some people will just sort of rock up and think, just give it a go and see how we fare.
Look, going back to the female leaderboard, now we can see 7 female athletes have crossed the Ham Tin checkpoint. All of them are mainland Chinese athletes, I reckon. Chen Ling is coming second, Zhang Wenrong third, Wang Xin the fourth, Li Ying fifth, Deng Ronghua sixth, Zhou Xiaoxiao seventh, and that's the remaining 6th Chinese female athlete crossing the Ham Tin checkpoint. Speaking about these very strong Chinese female athletes, one notable absence this year is Xiang Fujiao. Xiang Fujiao, I think she has won the race before.
She's got the course record. Yeah.
I still remember there's a clip of Xiang Fujiao racing Veronica, now Veronica Lang. As they were battling for the first female position. But unfortunately, I think Xiang Fujiao had some injury, had some legals after a race 2 months ago. So that's why she's not racing today.
Yeah, and last year we had Man Yi, very famous Hong Kong-based runner, Hong Kong runner who won last year. She's actually going to be joining us in studio. She's not racing today, so she's going to be coming in later on today. But she's another like phenomenal runner and also finished the 4 Trails as well and has the fastest female time on the 4 Trails challenge in Hong Kong.
Yeah, so another Hong Kong famous trail runner, Kimi Leung. She's now currently in 17th position. She crossed the East Dam in a time of 1:07:22. She has yet to arrive at Ham Tin yet, but we all know Kimi. She's not the fastest athlete in the course, but she has the endurance, she has the grit, and I'm sure she will, finish strong in the later course in the second half.
She finished in top 10 last year. I think she came 7th or so last year.
One thing about Kimi Leung that struck me the most, is what she said after completing or surviving the 4 trial. I remember it took her 3 attempts to finish the 4 trials, and what she said, when being interviewed, or I think it was something she typed on her social media, was that, oh, I can finally complete this challenge, and I'm so happy about it. It's just go to me thinking, obviously, completing the 4 trial challenge is something massive that normal people like me wouldn't even dream of doing it. And it just gives me the inspiration that in order to carry out this kind of massive challenge, you really have to, love the sport wholeheartedly. It's not even about passion or enthusiasm, but you just have to love doing it,
Yeah, well, interestingly, she, I mean, you talk about her endurance. She actually lost her eyesight in that race.
Yeah.
So she actually couldn't see at one point. Like she's having real challenges with her eyes. Yeah.
So I would like to introduce, talk about another local female athlete. She's my friend, Naomi Fong. She's now in position 55, crossing East Dam in the time of 1:16. So I think many people would know Naomi. Do you know Naomi yourself? So Naomi has podiumed many local trail races. I think the Hong Kong Island was a race called Hike and Trail. Right. So just a brief background on Naomi. She's now 55th in position.
Yeah, so we're actually going to go. We're going to Pak Tam Ao,
okay, let's go
and
to
we've got Angie on at Pak Tam Ao watching the. We're going to see some of the runners come through soon.
Hi, good morning again. This is now at Pak Tam Ao, 27 kilometers into the course. This is not a checkpoint, but we still have a lot of spectators here and a lot of hikers going around. It is 27 kilometers into the point. We are waiting. Oh, we're just seeing the leading gentleman is coming in. This is bib number 3 coming into the race. We're 27 kilometers in. Together with him is bib number 21. For we already know that 张火火、游佩全还有赵虎 are leading on to the race. They are almost as good as the record time. What you see in the camera now is Liu Peiquan. He was the winning. Liu Peiquan and Guo Min, 加油國民! Liu Peiquan. Okay. What we have seen is that 张火火、游佩全、还有赵虎、还有邓国民, they have just paused as the 4 leading gentlemen, and you can see that they are all within a time of 5 seconds with each other. They are 27 kilometers. They are looking great. They're sweating a little bit too much. I think for what we just saw now is our. What we have just seen that on the camera is a very. Sorry.
Wow, that was. They were flying through there. And we've got Tyler Green actually coming through now. This is the first international athlete coming through. Looking strong, like he's, it doesn't, it doesn't look like he's pushing it. Yeah, he does. And I think this is it's so early in the race. Like, it looked like the front runners there were really pushing it hard. But he's Tyler Green running through smooth. But yeah, it looked like the Nepalese runner Tirtha Badur was actually right at the point. Was leading the race through that point there, and Yopo Chan just about 30 seconds behind.
Have you seen a Stingray passing Pak Tam Ngao?
We haven't seen Stingray come through on the footage
same.
yet.
Well, in Ham 10, Stingray was 25 seconds behind the leader, so I would expect him to have passed or arriving imminently. Or perhaps he decided, is that Stingray in the white shirt? I reckon that's Stingray in the white shirt, right? Yeah, I've seen Stingray, I reckon. Yeah, that's Stingray. Yeah, we can see Stingray wearing the white shirt. I think he's limping, wouldn't you agree? I think he's limping a little bit. He looks struggling, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't look too good. He doesn't look too good. Like his gait's not right there. I know that he was actually. I saw pictures of him with Needleman just in this past week, getting fixed up before racing. But he was definitely not looking too comfortable there, coming through Pak Tam Ngao.
So he's not in prime form entering the race.
I mean, he has been in prime form this season, obviously, but he has raced like week in, week out for this past over the past 6 months. So that takes its toll after a while. But we had Meng Guangfu, who was also in the top 3 there, coming through, looking very strong. As we expected, the mainland Chinese athletes have just had have come out very hard, and they're used to, many of the trails are quite similar to Hong Kong. Who do we have coming through here? Another Nepalese runner coming through there in the top 10, Betsunwa.
Bib number 198.
Betsunwa, yeah.
Just crossed Pak Tam Ngao. Looking good. He looks like he's sweating a little bit, but still looking strong.
Yeah, I think as Angie mentioned, like a lot of the runners are like got a sweat on now. They've done a couple of like decent climbs on exposed trails in the sun. They're going to be feeling the heat.
Now, Scott, one thing I noticed is that no runners, at least no leaders in the front.
Is that
pack.
Alexandra Bachot?
I'm not sure about that. Now, one thing I noticed is no leaders in the front pack has received any crew support in Pak Tam Ngao. Normally, the crew will be waiting for the athletes in Pak Tam Ngao, right? But we haven't seen.
No, it's so early in the race. I think that they would have had enough water on them. I mean, interesting that runners keep running with the poles from the beginning. I mean, a lot of people would save it for their drop bag, but they'll be running very light on this first part of the course.
Do you recognize him?
Yeah, I think it's Alexandra Bachot. I couldn't quite see the number.
Okay, we're now looking at the top of Pak Tam Ngao. As the athletes are climbing Zhengsheng. When you climb Pak Tam Ngao, you enter Zhengsheng. And then this is where the course deviates from the traditional Macau Trail. You turn right and you Tai Tan. You enter Tai Tan and Hoi Ha, you know. This is Ao Yi Shan. You know, Scott, a trivia. So 2 years ago, I was training for my Hong Kong 100. I was within this vicinity. I was in Tai Tan. You know, in Tai Tan, you have to run through a few village houses, right? So as I was running through these village houses, I was bitten by a dog. So which was owned by a local village resident, you know. So hopefully, luckily, nothing major happened to me. Just had a few jabs.
Yeah, it's one of the things you have to be wary of Hong Kong. We've got lots of snakes in Hong Kong, but we also have a few very protective dogs around the villages as well. But I think the athletes today will be in the middle of the day. Should be fine. It's when you go through early mornings and it can be a bit dangerous. But I mean, the views from there are just absolutely incredible.
Number 11.
Yeah. So there we have Ricardo Cherta coming through. He's like an extremely strong runner, 837 ITRA point, and was top 10 at Ultra Trail Cape Town as part of the World Trail Majors just in November. He's had like a really strong year as well, and I think this is one of the first times he's raced in Asia. However, I think he maybe have joined. In fact, I think he was also represented his country at the World Mountain and Trail Running Championships in Chiang Mai. But yeah, it's his first time running this kind of distance, 100K in Hong Kong.
More scenic drone shots of Hong Kong's beautiful mountains, as we can see on the camera. So, what is your favorite trail in Hong Kong, Scott?
Oh, that's a really tough question. I mean, I've having lived here for 6 years, I've basically covered all of them. I mean, we talked about the 4 trails, which is the Macklehose Trail, of which the Hong Kong 100 is based upon and covers the majority of it. But there's 3 other big trails with Lantau, Hong Kong Trail, and the Wilson. And I've trained and attempted for the Hong Kong 4 trails.
Have you?
Yeah, I was supposed to be running this year, but I'm injured at the moment. So yeah, I unfortunately won't be taking it on this year. But with that, have run a lot of these trails, and yeah, I think there's certain parts of Lantau which are beautiful, as we discussed earlier. But quite honestly, I mean, this part of Sai Kung is just with the beaches is just so remote, yet so beautiful. And this is we're looking at here the steep climb which comes out of Pak Tao, and it's a really tough climb. As you can see, it's very exposed. The
Absolutely,
sun is on your back. It's getting hot out there. I mean, I think it's only 24, 25 degrees, but that's deceptive. With the humidity that you have in Hong Kong, I think that will feel like 30. And you can see the athletes have got a sweat on, and they're going to be. It's definitely going to slow them down on that exposed part of the route. But it's really important that they don't push too hard in this exposed hot put, because this could just blow them up for the rest of the race.
Yes. So this is the climb up junction. Do we see Stingray?
This is Stingray coming up here.
Still smiling? That's a good sign.
No, I think he's got a bit of a head shake there. He definitely doesn't look very happy. You can see him holding his quad there.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't look very good.
No, I mean, Stingray has been. This isn't his optimal distance. Although he won the North Face 100 in Hong Kong just recently, but he's the Asia Trail Master Series is the overall winner. Those races predominantly he's been running around 50 to 70K. But yeah, he's had a big season, which I think will have taken its toll.
And another thing is Stingray style racing is explosiveness. He's a explosive kind of racer. He doesn't like to hold a steady pace in a race. So if his body is not in good form, prime form, that he has niggles in his body, then that would really affect his racing style, because he can no longer race the style that he normally does.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, you'll see the views coming up here. This is one of this climb here. It's exposed, but it's also just you turn around and it's just wow, incredible views.
After you arrive in Changshan, you turn right. Then there's a very flat, very fast, very runnable section where Stingray would normally excel. He will be flying it when he's healthy, right? Okay, but let's see how Stingray will perform in that.
We're
do I jump it now?
Yeah, just look at these views, just incredible. We're so lucky to be able to have got live drone footage coming now. Talking of drone footage, we're joined at the desk by Mr. Richard Kimber, the orchestrator of and the director of this studio today, and also the drone runner in Hong Kong, sir. You've been getting all of these drone footage in time. It's been pretty challenging getting live footage from some of the areas, right?
Oh, it's been an interesting start to the race. We've had a few challenges, but we've overcome all of them. We've stayed on air. We're really happy. And look at this. I mean, this is exactly what we all love about Hong Kong. It's exactly what you love about trail racing. So happy to share this with the rest of the world. Amazing trails, amazing scenery, an amazing event. It's just such a pleasure to be able to share this with everybody who's watching. Please, if you are watching, share the link with everybody who you think around the world who might enjoy this feed. Comment in the comments. Let us know where you're watching. Let us know what you think of this race. Let us know what you think of Hong Kong's trails. tell everybody you know how beautiful the Hong Kong trails are, because those of us who run here all the time still feel like most times when we talk to our friends about Hong Kong, no one has any idea what you're looking at now is actually what we spend most of our time enjoying. This is one of the top runners, as we mentioned in the race, John Ray Onifa, the top runner in the Philippines, really. Stingray to his friends and his enemies who have to race against him on the trail. He's powering up as best he can this extremely steep climb out of Pak Tam Au Road. We've not yet reached CP2, just as a reminder. We're not even anywhere near getting into the meat of this race course, but you can see the struggle, even with these top runners, of trying to keep up with the pace that the leaders are setting. I was running up there just a couple of weeks ago to do a streaming test, in fact, to find out if we could get away with even doing what we're doing now. I'm so pleased that's all working, but I can tell you it's not easy. And kudos to our cameraman right up there, Harry Tabo, good friend of ours, very strong runner himself. But Stingray looking really like he's in a bit of trouble right now. Such a strong runner, but he often goes out pretty hard. Maybe on a day like today, even for someone like him who often does so well in the heat and in the humidity, this is all getting a bit too much. It's really amazing just to have this up close and personal camera angle that you often, of course, don't get in these types of race coverages, just to see the struggle. You can see, of course, he's just going to the side of the stairs here. That's a very common tactic for racers in Hong Kong, to try and make this tough elevation just that little bit more palatable on the legs and on the knees by using the gradient of the climb on the side of the stairs rather than taking on the stairs themselves. But as you can see here, sometimes that runs out and you just got to hit those stairs. But Scott, we've both been there doing these types of races. We both know how hard it is. And he's probably not having a whole lot of fun right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, as you said, like, you're just varying out the gate, just being able to between the stairs and the side of the trail. This is cutting back to Pak Tao, seeing a few more of the athletes come through at that section there, and about to take on this like epic climb coming out. Before, as you said, like, it deviates off the traditional Macklehose course, and is actually an extension that was built into the course around 3 years ago, because the Hong Kong 100 used to be around 98k, and for a couple of reasons, mainly to increase the ITRA point level and to be able to be a true 100k course, they added in a little extension to the course as well to add some elevation.
Yeah, this is a really crucial part of the race, not least because it's so tough, but also as the runners come across that road, Pak Tam Au Road, you have to remember they've spent the entire time since the start line basically buried in the depths of the beaches, as beautiful as they are. This is the only time they'll have actually really had any proper support or any possible contact with any of their racecourse supporters or support crew, even though that Pak Tam Au Road crossing is not an official checkpoint. It's at least a place where people can come and cheer you on. You can see a familiar face. You can try and use some of the facilities there if you're really struggling. We've been there as well, of course, all of us who have done these races. And that's why this is an important moment for these runners, just to finally come back into civilization for a moment before they head straight back up into the mountains to take on this really tough climb. CP2 still for these runners at least 20 minutes away, possibly 30 minutes away. Stingray here struggling up over this big climb. When he gets to the top of that, he will get some respite. He'll take a bit of an up and down on some pretty technical trail, then a sharp right-hand turn, and he'll fly down with the rest of the race leaders to checkpoint 2, where finally he and all the rest of the runners will be able to actually get some proper support, possibly from their support crew, because many of these elite runners, of course, are not just picking up a banana at the checkpoint. They're actually being pretty well taken care of by their support crew, which at this pace is pretty much essential.
Yeah, they'll have their support crew will be there waiting with with a pack, basically, to just throw into throw into their belt or throw into their back with their gels or whatever to see them through to the next section. I think they'll be filling up on a bit of water, actually, Richard. I mean, it looks pretty hot out there. You can see they're putting they're sweating quite a lot. I mean, these elite runners will lose like 15-20% of their actual body weight in like sweating over the course of the race. You can lose a serious amount, and so they need to try and replenish that along with electrolytes to be able to maintain it. And I mean, you talk about these long races. It's like 100K slightly different, but it's an eating contest. It's making sure that you can bring on enough and consume enough calories to get you through, whilst also maintaining. I think last year, very high DNF rate, as we've said consistently, but but a lot of people were having stomach issues, and that was because of the weather. I think as the heat comes up, you have real trouble digesting. It's very different, like to either running in Europe or other places, of being able to consume calories whilst you're racing.
Yeah, no question. I mean, you and I were racing 100K in Thailand just, a month or two ago, and I think we both probably found that a slightly humid, despite the fact you're in Singapore, I'm in Hong Kong. It's never easy running in these conditions, and it doesn't matter how fit and strong you're feeling in the morning with the aircon on. It's a rough old race when you get up in the mountains. And you pointed out earlier, very good point, this particular section as they climb up to Ngai Seksan from Pak Tamao Road, very exposed, absolutely no chance of any cover. The sun is starting to come out. It's now 10:30 local time in Hong Kong. You've got to understand, if you're watching from overseas, Hong Kong gets hot. It's not even Chinese New Year. What are we talking? Middle of January. But I'd say, looking at the scenes there and looking at the temperature down here in the studio with the temperature forecast, we're looking at 24, 25, but with 80% humidity, your sweat just doesn't go anywhere. It just fills up on your T-shirt, fills up on your shorts. You start to feel heavy. You start to feel soggy. It's a tough old world out there. And like you said, for somebody like us, bigger guys, which of course some of these leaders are not, but you're just stacking up on water, aren't you? And you can see from this amazing drone shot that we're seeing over the range in Pak Tamao, there's absolutely no sunshade, is there? You're just exposed on that trail the whole way around, and it's only when they get to the top of that and start to take this sharp right-hand turn down to CP2 that you start to get away from the glare of the sun. And of course, just a reminder again, what is it? Not even checkpoint 2. So if you're feeling rough now, you've got a long old ride ahead of you.
It's good, and they've gone out fast. I mean, they're just slightly off record pace, just a couple of minutes behind. But this is like last year. Yopei Chan was around half an hour behind his record pace. So if you accumulate that across the course, they're kind of, and that was a hot year last year. It is this year as well. I think there's going to be some casualties as the race goes on. So we've got people like Tyler Green, who's come in as
sorry to interrupt. That's Alessandro Sherpa, I think, who just came through. Another very well-known runner in Asia, if I'm not mistaken.
Here it looks like it. Looks like
another strong runner. But I mean, you can see he's probably a good 30 minutes more behind the race leaders. So maybe he's pacing it right, frankly. Maybe he's actually doing the best of all of these guys, knowing that there's a whole long way to go yet.
Yeah, Alessandro Sherpa, who came second in the Asia Trail Masters behind Stingray.
There's Salomon Wetstein, sorry to interrupt again, one of Hong Kong's top runners. He's won so many of these local races. He's also probably pacing it pretty well. He looks relatively smooth there, doesn't he?
I think so, yeah. Solomon, who we talked about the 4 trails there before, he is, I think he's got the second fastest time after Wong Ho Chung, like 50 and a half hours. But yeah, just Lantau's his home, but yeah, he's it looks like he's putting in a good run so far.
I don't think we've seen the first female runner yet, but I'm sure they're going to come soon, because the competition among the female category just as intense as in the men this year. Some amazing female runners, and as we've seen in previous years, it's not uncommon now for the female runners to be busting the top 10 in these races and even doing better than that. There's so much strength and depth in the female field, particularly from Chinese runners, and this is going to be an exciting chance in the next 5-10 minutes, I'd guess, to see who the lead female is at this stage in what is also a pretty competitive race. Yeah,
Dominika Stelmach from Poland is actually she's absolutely smashing it at the moment. Seems to be way ahead. Was represented Poland at the World Mountain and Trail Running Championships in Chiang Mai, but has had a quiet season actually. Hasn't been running much this past year. So yeah, it's interesting to see. I don't know whether she was recovering from injury for a while, but did have a second place in the Black Canyon Ultra, which is another part of the World Trail Majors last year. So yeah, she's putting in a sterling performance. And yeah, outside of that though, we've got the Chinese runners are leading the way on the with Li Ying as in second place behind her.
This is one of my favourite spots, I've got to say, Scott, on the whole of the whole of the trail in this race course. This is, of course, part of the Macklehoe's Trail that we've talked about earlier in this live stream, probably Hong Kong's most famous trail, stretches 100 kilometers from the far east of the new territories in Hong Kong all the way to the far west across, as you can see, beautiful, beautiful terrain. You barely see a building in sight here, and anybody who's not familiar with Hong Kong might be wondering where exactly this race is taking place. It is, can you believe it, probably, what, 30, 40 minutes from where we're sat when there's not much traffic here in the heart of the city. You can just about see some of the skyline in the background there, but this is about as good an advert for Hong Kong as I could possibly imagine there being when you consider that this is basically a playground for anybody like us who loves spending our time in the mountains. The only thing, if anything, we could probably wish for here in Hong Kong is just one or two peaks that might be in the sort of 2,000, 3,000 meter range, rather than having, as we do, so many that are around the sort of 700, 800, 900 meters. But when you string them all together, like in a race like this, even if there's no big 3,000 meter climb, this is by no means an easy run, is it?
Yeah, I mean, 5,300 meters of vertical gain over the course of the 102 kilometers. And I think, as we talked about, there's the first half of the race. In fact, if we just want to actually bring up the elevation chart, we can have a look at it again. But the first half of the race, whilst these are pretty big hills, but actually the big ones are coming in the second half, and it's just the relentless up and down. And I think, you know, we can talk about who's leading the race right now, but to be honest, the race starts at halfway. Like, that is really when we start to get to the crux and see who's going to be there towards the very end.
Yep, you're quite right. I mean, if you think these look big, then just wait for a few more hours. And on the subject of that, of course, I'll just say it again before I hand off to Jeff Campbell, who himself has blazed through these trails for years here in Hong Kong. I'll just say again, please share this link if you're watching on YouTube. Tell your friends about this live stream. We're so proud and happy to be sharing this race course with you and to be sharing this race event with you. The Hong Kong 100, part of the World Trail Majors series. It looks so pretty here. Please comment, tell us what your thoughts about the coverage, tell us your thoughts about the race course. If you have questions for Scott, for myself, for Jeff, for any of our guests like Roy, who's done such a great job of explaining the scenery and the local running scene, please let us know in the comments. We'd be really happy to try and make this live stream as interactive as possible. We're continuing to look at some of the runners now, as we say, leave the beach area and come across the road as they start to head up into the mountains. That looked a little bit like a Pong, didn't it?
It was Pong.
It was Pong, wasn't
it?
Pong, one of the legends of the Hong Kong running scene because of his efforts in the famous Four Trails Ultra Endurance Challenge. You can always spot his haircut.
Yeah, he moved to the UK just last year, and then maybe it was
smooth there as he heads up the trail. I'm going to bring in Jeff Campbell, who's one of the top runners in Hong Kong, one of the top runners in Asia indeed, and has represented Canada at the World Championships of Trail Running. He's going to come alongside me as Scott takes a quick break, and we'll make sure that we keep showing off how beautiful the Hong Kong scenery is.
Welcome back, Jeff. What were your thoughts as you saw some of the runners come through Pak Tangum there?
I mean, it's amazing just to have these live shots of the runners making their way through the course. I think we're far enough into the day where you can start to see who's looking comfortable and who's struggling a little bit more. You know, it's early in the day. I think it's a time in the race where you're not going to win the race, but you could start to lose it at this point if you're not moving smoothly. So it's just great to see the live shots of how the runners are looking. I think in particular, Tirtha, the first Nepalese who's right up there in the fight. It looks like he's feeling well and running up front. So it'll be interesting to see how he holds up in the second half. Unfortunate to see Stingray.
He looked like he was struggling, right?
Struggling. So I think with with John O'Neif, he's going to need to pull it together, or I think it could be that we don't see him finishing the race.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was my feeling. Interesting. Yeah, the Nepalese have a real history when it comes to both the Maculhose, Hong Kong. I mean, the entire the Maculhose trail was actually the Gurkha training route. So the Nepalese have a real history and have run Oxfam Trail Walker many times. But we're going to head back to the course. I'm going to hand over to Angie in the course now.
How are you doing out there, Angie?
How are you doing? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, we are now, it's only 23 degrees here out here, but believe it or not, everybody is sweating. Stingray is suffering. We saw Solomon, one of our local favorite. He was sweating a lot. He was running so fast he didn't see his son and hurt the little boy's little heart. But all in all, we're in a very good spirit here at Pak Tam Ao. Oh, hey, how are you, Matt? Just wave hi.
Hong Kong 100, so excited, Gaia!
So what we just seen here is one of a local very strong contender, Matt Lang, and his wife Veronica just behind. He is supporting their friends. We have now around 30 male leading runners has gone past. It has been around like 30 minutes since the first runner went past, and we are just looking into our leading lady at any time. We're at 10:44 in the morning. The leading lady, I suppose she'll be here any minute. And to the live tracking, we know that it's Dominica Stelmark that is leading, followed by Chinese Li Ying, and followed by another Chinese running lady. They are just as strong as the male runners, but I hope in a way that because it's very hot, they are slowing their pace a little bit just to give away for the later on today. Because looking at the sky, it's bright blue, and there's no cloud and very little breeze. Even though the temperature is not very, very high, we're not looking into any cooler anytime. How are you guys doing on the studio?
We're following the action, and thanks for the updates live from the course. It's amazing to see what's happening out there. I think Dominica Stelmack is she's looking strong. I think you're going to see her at any moment, and then Li Ying coming in and keeping things interesting. I think that it's going to be a tight women's race, it looks like, this year.
Yeah, Angie, what were your thoughts of the leading male runners coming through? Were there any that stood out? Like, were there any that you felt that looked like they were struggling? Do we think that they've gone out too fast, or what were just seeing them run through? What was your feeling?
Actually, surprisingly, you would think that by now they should have known the route very well. And the last little bit is kind of flat, that is slightly going up. You would think that it would be quite an easy run for them. But surprisingly, all of them look quite sweaty. I would think that because the leading gentlemen, all of them come in within 5 seconds. There are 6, 7 of them all in 5 seconds. They were in a very strong battle already this time of the race, or the first quarter of the race. That's why they all look like they're all suffering a bit. Even though our local favorite Stingray, our local legend Solomon Weststein, they are all sweating a little bit, way too much than what we normally see them. And our guest runner coming from the north of China, they are not having all this luck being, here come Dominica! Well done! Yay. Leading, you see now on the screen, is Dominica Stelmark. She is our leading lady, and looking at her, she's in a much better pace than the leading gentleman. She's looking like that. It's only like the first 3 kilometers, hardly sweating, smooth, which is a much better looking than any of the gentlemen that has passed. I have to say, votes on the ladies.
Yeah, and I think we'll have Li Ying coming in not too far behind her. It'll be really interesting to see how she's holding up, if she's looking as comfortable as Dominica was.
That is, when you see Dominica and when you see her looking that comfortable in the race, it kills your confidence a little bit, right? Yeah, I'm also looking forward to seeing Li Ying. Li Ying should be around 1 or 2 minutes behind, so she could be any time now.
And I know where you are is not an official checkpoint, but have you seen any of the runners take on any nutrition or fill water bottles or do anything else, or is it just crossing the road and getting back onto the trail?
That's a very good question, because just behind me, that is a public bathroom, and I do see a couple of them, especially European runners like Sherpa, Alessandro Sherpa. He was trying to cool himself down in the public tap. So you can tell you that how hot it has been, and the guy has been living in Kuala Lumpur for half of his life. So you can imagine how hot it has been. Oh, here it comes, our second lady, Li Ying. 小心看车 Li Ying!
Let's watch Li come through here. Oh, she's looking good as well.
Yeah, looking smooth. She's gone for the pole option from the start. It's yeah, it's interesting. I mean, none of the elite males had poles initially, and I think that Dominica also has decided not to go with poles for the first half, as we've discussed many times. The elevation is backloaded on this course. So there is an option to have drop bags in this course, so you don't have to carry the same gear from beginning to end like you do on many races. So you can have a drop bag, you can pick up poles at the halfway point, you can change shoes, and I think I reckon we'll see a lot of the elites choose to do that.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about Hong Kong is because the climbs tend to be shorter, although more plentiful, you don't have those big 1,000-meter, 1,500-meter constant climbs where you have the poles out and you can work them. A lot of the up and down in the first half of the course means that the poles are going to have to come in and out of the quiver, and some of the runners just feel that it's a little bit too much to worry about, and they'll pick up poles maybe at a drop bag halfway through the course and save them for some of those bigger climbs in the back half.
Yeah, it can make a big difference. I mean, with the back end of this course, as you go up Tai Mo Shan, which is the summit of the entire Hong Kong archipelago, it's like 968 meters. It's actually there's a lot of road, and so I think for some of the European runners could be for Alexandra and for Tyler coming from the US. Running up that road, I think, could be as long as they haven't pushed themselves too hard too early. But the poles can be a really good assist on that to get up a really fast pace.
Yeah, they can, and it's one of those things where you start to see the strategy, each runner's strategy, come out a little bit in terms of who's using what in terms of equipment. You'll see some of the runners just prefer to run as light as possible, at maybe 500 milliliters of fluid and a couple of gels, and that's it. They'll stuff their mandatory race gear into their running belt, and then just carry as little as possible. Others like to have a little bit more kit on them, and it's always that balance of how much is it going to help versus how much does it weigh.
Yeah, well, I mean, we heard from John Ellis earlier, who's in the team with he typically runs very light, right? He's normally got his dad bod out as well, hasn't he? But is he wearing a shirt today? I haven't seen him come through Pat Kang out yet.
I would say that's unlikely. I haven't seen him on any of the live shots, but it wouldn't be very John Ellis-like to be wearing anything on the upper body. Clothing is actually an interesting question, just in terms of the hot sun. Do people want to run without a shirt on and think that gives them some cooling, but it could also mean a lot of radiation on your body throughout the day. I think some of the runners might cover themselves up with caps and sunglasses, try to hide from the sun. And you even saw in some of the live shots going up some of the climbs, some of the runners starting to move to the side of the trail, both to get off the stairs, but also to get a little bit of shade. These trails can be really exposed, but once the sun comes out, you might see on some of the live shots some of the runners just trying to get as much shade as possible wherever they are on the course.
Yeah, you were supposed to be running this year, weren't you, Jeff? But then, an unfortunate skiing injury has kept you. Well, it meant you've had to hang out in the studio with us for the day.
It's really disappointing. I can't tell you how difficult it is to be here with you today.
I know. We're both injured. I mean, I'm injured at the moment. Do you know what? When I see someone running, I actually get FOMO. Like, it's actual jealousy of actually seeing people be able to run. But I'm interested in what. You've run Hong Kong 100 before, back in 2019, right? But what would have been your race strategy coming into this, coming into the race today, if you had ever been able to race?
Well, it's one of those races where this field is so strong. You have to be careful about getting too caught up in what's happening right at the tip of the spear at the front of the pack. So my strategy would have been to go out relatively comfortable in the first third, sort of where we are in the course right now. And try to keep some gas in the tank for that middle part of the day. We're going through some of the bigger climbs, and the sun's really coming out. If you burn out in the first third of the course, you are really going to be losing a lot of time in some of those runnable sections in the second half. And there is a little bit of runnable in that second half. So you want to save some of that power and not get caught up too much in the fight.
Yeah. What about fueling strategy? Like, what do you expect some of the elites to be doing? I suppose it's like everyone has their own different tastes. Different. I know you're a gel man, but what would you reckon they'll be doing?
Yeah. So I mean, for the elites, both the men and women, it's a 100K race. It's 10 to 12, 13 hours for the top runners. They'll try to be getting between 200 and 300 calories per hour. That's about as much as your body can take. You can train that up a little bit, so you can practice during training and during racing how much energy you can get down. But you put too much in, and the stomach can go. And if the stomach goes, you're in for a long day because you just need to be feeding the glycogen into those muscles, getting the carbs. But for me, it's 2 gels an hour, complemented by some sports drink or energy drink at the checkpoints, or a little bit of Tailwind or some other brand of carbohydrate powder to put in your fluids. Some of the other runners might prefer going all liquid fueling. So you can have these various brands of energy powders that you can mix with your water, and that just means that you're having nothing but fluid with taking in all your calories throughout the day. You'll see some of the runners who eat real food, particularly in the later stages of the race. You might see some noodles at some of the checkpoints, and some of the runners, particularly some of the Chinese runners and Nepalese runners. You can see them plow through a bowl of rice or a bowl of noodles, and if your stomach can take that, then the calories in is just the most important part.
Yeah, absolutely. I think. It's just being able to consume stuff, and I think most of these elite runners will not rely on the checkpoint food predominantly. I think they might rely on some of the liquid. I mean, I think for me, I love getting on Coke. Is just the rocket fuel. But the thing is, once you're on it, it's like, okay, you need to see through to the end of the race with it. But
I think that's mostly right. I think you will see maybe a little bit of grazing. The elites going through a checkpoint. They will probably have, if they have support at that checkpoint. They'll have a bag of gels waiting for their support crew, and they'll grab that. But you might see them grab a banana or a piece of watermelon. Yeah. Sometimes you don't know what your body wants until you see that tray that's kindly laid out at the checkpoint, and you grab something small. They're probably not relying that in terms of their nutrition strategy, and all of these runners will have planned out their nutrition strategy in terms of how much fuel they're carrying at any given point, where they're going to replenish, and built into that is the assumptions of how much they're going to consume through each of these sections. And the further you get into the race, you can have some divergence between what you've planned out and how the nutrition strategy is actually working for you, depending on how your stomach is able to keep consuming those calories.
Yeah, and going through those checkpoints is just it's a make or break. I mean, getting through them fast is important, but if you go through too fast, you don't take on the right liquid, the right fuel, you could end up in a whole world of pain in the next part of the course, especially on a sunny day like this. If you don't have enough fluid on you, you run out of water, it can absolutely kill your race.
Yeah, well, I think that's partially true. I don't expect any of the runners at the top of the field to be doing any stopping at the checkpoints to eat or drink. Yeah, they'll probably be swapping bottles and then just picking up any nutrition in whatever form they take it. So I think a lot of the eating and drinking will be done on the course. So you might see them sort of eating a gel coming out of a checkpoint, or even going in, because you can put the wrapper in the bin at the CP. But yeah, sometimes you might have a runner who has maybe half of their water still from the previous checkpoint, and they think, I'm going to run straight through instead of doing a bottle swap, and things like that. When they're trying to maybe trade time instead of having to do a swap, that could affect you if you get thirsty or hungry in the next section. But we can see here the elevation chart on the screen. What are your thoughts, Scott, on this part of the course that the runners are going through here?
Well, the runners have just gone through checkpoint 2, and so we've got an update on how they're actually faring. So they're 2 minutes behind the record pace, and Zhang Xiaozhu is leading 2:51 going through checkpoint 2.
Yep.
Yupei Chan on his record year went through in 2:48, so just a couple of minutes behind record pace on the course. And we're actually heading to checkpoint 2 right now to see some of the athletes coming through. But yeah, this is like a really critical part of the race at checkpoint 2. It's a little out and back into a checkpoint. So yeah, so interestingly, so how this part of the course works, if you you see on the you run down and then you run back, so it's a good opportunity to be able to see who you're competing against and be able to, it's like that out and back piece where it's like you know what position you're in, you know who's following you, and so can really sort of like push the athletes as well.
And we have Yupei Kwan who's no, sorry, is this...
This is a Nepalese...
is this Tirtha?
Yes, yeah.
Or I think that might be Bed. Is that Bed Sunwar who's getting loaded up?
It's difficult to see without the without seeing the numbers on there as well. But yeah, I think... yeah, you'll see them racing through, and they've got their crew here, changing bottles for them. They're already prepared. Interestingly, a lot of them are wearing packs. Like I was expecting a lot of them to go light, at least on this first half of the race, and maybe just have a belt and to carry maybe a liter of water, maybe one bottle and an extra in a belt. But yeah, quite a few of them are actually wearing a pack.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't make too much of that. You know, those packs are not going to have much in them. So,
yeah, they're super light.
So I think that is going to be a preference for the runners, whether they want to carry their water on the chest versus whether they want to have it around the waist on a belt. But most of those packs are going to be, probably weighing about 100 grams or thereabouts, and we'll probably just have it's basically just like a belt on your chest as opposed to a more substantial race pack.
Yeah, the top 4 runners have all come through within a minute of each other. So the highest ITRA score athlete in the race, Zhao Xiaozhu, was the first through, followed by Deng Guomin, and then Meng Guangfu and Zheng Hoa are the top 4 athletes coming through. Closely followed by Yupei Chan, who came in just like about another minute or so, along with Tyler Green, the US athlete, coming over. Both of those neck and neck. We've got to remember that within the top like there's literally 3 minutes spanning the top 7 athletes. 3 minutes in the course of a 10-hour plus race is literally nothing. It is like there's so much that can change. This is a really, really tight squad of people at the front of the race.
And I think we are starting to see the pack spread out a little bit. We're starting to see that first maybe group of 6 or 7 athletes who are within a minute or two out from each other, and then you start to see a few minute gap starting to emerge, and we're still very early, and that could close, but it's interesting to see sort of which runners are deciding that they want to stay right up at the front of that fight, or if they want to hold back a little bit and see if anyone's maybe getting a little bit too excited and wait to make their move later in the day. This is still early enough in the race that the race is not going to get too far out ahead of you. You're able to get information if you're a few minutes behind the leaders in terms of where the gap is at each of the checkpoints. But if a runner is saying I'm going to drop back 3-4 minutes, it might be an indication that they're thinking that the pace right up at the front isn't for them at that moment.
Yeah, and I can imagine. I mean, you've been at the pointy end of many of these races with elites, Jeff. Sometimes you can get pulled along, right, and you forget to run your own race.
Yeah.
And because it is such a long day, you really need to dial into your own body and know how you're feeling at each point, right?
That's true, but we also have a race here today where a lot of the athletes were talking about breaking the course record, trying to get under even 10 hours. With that type of ambition, there isn't a lot of room for being conservative. So, it's a high risk, high reward strategy, and I think that we will be seeing a number of those runners who are in the top 10 right now who won't finish in the top 10 or who won't finish at all.
Yeah.
But that's sort of that's the cost of playing at the pointy end of the race and trying to be ambitious with things like course records.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got we do have all the way up to 11th position have gone through checkpoint 2 now with Bate Menkai. And yeah, Stingray just
moving
coming through there.
Yeah.
He's actually just coming through, the 12th person to come through checkpoint 2. He's looking like he's having a tough day at the office.
Yeah, Stingray is an athlete who, when he's on his day, there's not too many people in Asia who can beat him, and he's really ran well on the world stage several times, but he does go out hard, and sometimes if the pace isn't agreeing with him, like any athlete, it can be too much. Seeing him in this type of condition this early on, I don't think it bodes well for the rest of his day. I hope that he can pull it together and finish strong. But it's not a good sign to see someone struggling through as early as CP2.
Yeah, this with around 3 hours in the bank already, as we say, like 7 hours to go, but the tough part of the race is on the second half, and we can see some of the runners climbing Pak Tangao, and this is we'll see. This is going back a bit on the course. We'll see the first placed female come through this climb very soon, and so Dominica is going to be coming up this climb.
And it'll be interesting to see Ying Li as well, to see what the gap is between her and Dominica. Again, very very early in the day, but it's probably a statement of intention from Li Ying that she wants to keep things interesting and keep the pressure on Dominica. It'll be a little bit of a different feel for the women's race. You don't have as large of a pack up at the front, but still some very strong athletes who are going to be pushing each other all day long. And this is, again, we can see just how exposed the climb is here. No protection from the sun. Not quite stairs here, so this climb will probably feature some stairs, but more of a technical rocky climb. And just a really beautiful part of Sai Kung that they're going through.
Yeah, I mean, how lucky are we have to have this drone footage of the course? Yeah, it's and you see just the. Okay, we can see there in yellow actually there's another Hong Kong-based runner, Ngugo Yam, a bit of a legend of the Hong Kong trail running scene.
Absolutely.
Another, I say a bit of a legend, another Hong Kong 4 Trails Ultra Challenge alumni and has won that race in that challenge in the past. So he knows these trails well. Moving smooth, he's obviously gone for the pole option there as well. The one thing about, as I said, is we were chatting before around the history of Nepal. Just look on the smile on his face. Like, this guy has got one of the best smiles of any trail runner I've ever come across. It's just beaming across his face every time, no matter how much pain he's in.
And also, you know, we see some spectators on the side of the course cheering the athletes on, but also they were passing some hikers. You saw some, there's some other hikers who are just out hiking on the trails and enjoying the day. And that's one of the great things about these big races in Hong Kong is so much of the community either comes out intentionally to support the race or is just out enjoying the beautiful scenery. So the trails have lots of smiling faces on them, and it's the whole community comes out on days like today.
Yeah, and so yeah, talking about the Nepalese history for the Maculhose. So it used to be a Gurkha training route, but we've got, like I said, we've got quite a few Nepalese runner, including Ngugo, who are like based in Hong Kong, do a lot of training. We've got not racing today, but you've got Samaya, who's an incredible runner. She spends a lot of time in Hong Kong as well, and has been racing here a lot.
The Nepal Hong Kong connection is a really fascinating one. You know, Hong Kong used to be a British territory, and the British use Nepalese in their military. They have traditionally for a long time. So some of the police force and some of the British army that was stationed here were of Nepalese descent. So Hong Kong has its own Nepalese community. So these are people who are born and raised in Hong Kong, but of Nepalese descent, and a really nice Nepalese community here in the city. But also because the Gurkha soldiers, the Nepalese soldiers, used to use the Maculhose as their training run. Races like Oxfam Trail Walker have become a real point of pride, where Nepal will often send 4 of its best trail runners and try to win that title for the Oxfam Trail Walker 100K race. And yeah, it is a real point of pride for the current crop of elite Nepalese trail runners to keep that tradition going and keep the sort of Nepalese crown held high for Trail Walker, and that means that a lot of these Nepalese runners are quite familiar with this route along the Hong Kong 100, which follows a lot of the same Maculhose trail.
Yeah, although you've stolen that crown off them for the last 3 years, actually, haven't you, Jeff? The Joint Dynamics team have won the last 3 years running, but you must have crossed and very competitive races against them in the last few years.
Yeah, well, the first time that I won the Oxfam Trail Walker was a great battle that we had with Team Nepal, which included Bed Sunawar, who's in the race today. And in that race, the Team Nepal really went out hard out the gates, and they were by the first checkpoint 20 minutes ahead, and they got as far ahead as 30 minutes ahead of us on race day. But in the second half of the race, we started to close the gap checkpoint by checkpoint, and then ended up passing them in the final section. That's a bit of a different race. That's a 4-person race, not a relay. All 4 teammates need to go the whole 100 kilometers. So you can have the team dynamic where if one of the runners is not having a strong day, the other 3 runners need to adapt and adjust to make sure that the team as a whole can make it through. For the solo type event, it's a little bit more about listening to your own body and making sure that you're reading your own signals. And is that, Dominica, that we're seeing on the course there?
Or is that Li Ying we've got coming through? Yeah, we've we've got 2 Nepalese runners in the top 10. We've got Tirtha Tamang and, as you said, Bed Sanoa. But at the moment, and they are 8th and 10th. But at the moment, the mainland Chinese runners are just in a pack, along with Tyler Green from the US are leading the race.
And Tyler Green looked good earlier on when I saw him crossing the road.
He did look strong, didn't
he? He stopped at the barbecue site, splashed a bit of water on his face, had a big smile on him. You can see a little bit, if you can get a good shot of a runner's face, just what their mood might be like and whether they're having a good time out there. And that's usually a really positive sign 2-3 hours into a race, whether it looks like they're still having fun. All of these athletes are going to be hurting later in the day. You probably don't want to be hurting in the first 2-3 hours, even if you're running at a very fast pace like these men and women are. It should still look fun at this point of the race. If it's not, that's a bad sign.
Yeah, and look, we're entering, it's like 11:15 in Hong Kong right now. We're entering to the middle of the day. As you'll see, the trails are still very exposed. There's no cloud cover, and yeah, they're going to be getting hot out there right now. It's going to be they're going to be feeling it.
Yeah, separate from nutrition strategy, the hydration strategy is going to be interesting because if you are sweating early on, you need to keep those fluids going all day long, and sometimes you might not feel like you want to drink, especially if it's if just the pure temperature is not that high. You might think, I'm feeling relatively comfortable, but once that sweat starts to come, you really need to start replenishing those fluids.
Yeah, we were mentioning before around like actually how much weight you lose. You can lose to like 10 to 15, up to 10 to 15% of your body weight in these races, can't you?
Yeah, and that's fine. You don't need to replenish fluids, milliliter per milliliter. So you should expect to finish the race in a slightly dehydrated state. I've heard 7 to 10 is quite normal for elite athletes. But you don't want to get to the point of dehydration where it's affecting performance, right? Yep. So you're not drinking to sort of satiate your thirst. You're drinking to make sure that you're having enough fluid in you to keep the blood flowing and to avoid sort of degradation of performance. But it's a fine line. You don't want to drink too much and feel bloated. You don't want to carry more fluid than you need to. Yeah. But once you get dehydrated, it's difficult to catch up.
It's a big thing about electrolytes as well, right? So just understanding how much salt you're sweating out is really important to understand, because if you're just putting on water, I mean, a lot of the, as you mentioned, like a lot of the carbohydrate drinks you drink nowadays do have additional electrolytes in them. But if you're just drinking water and you're sweating that much, imagine sort of, losing 10% of your body weight in and all of the salt. And you see like on the athletes sort of like the salt on there. If you're not putting the salt back in, that's when you can have some real challenges.
Yeah. Although, as you mentioned, a lot of the nutrition, whether it's the gels or the sports drinks, they're getting better at putting a lot of those other types of electrolytes and salts in them. So as long as you keep on taking in that nutrition throughout the day, you're probably going to replenish a lot of that. So for me, the way I look at it is, as long as you keep on drinking and then getting some type of calories in you probably are going to get enough of the electrolytes to at least keep you going. every runner will have a little bit of a different balance in terms of what they need. All of these athletes have raced a lot, and they should know what works for them, and also practicing it during training, right? So runners say never try something new on race day. All of this nutrition, all of the gear that they're using, this is not what they race with. It's also what they train with, and they should know exactly what their stomachs need for these type of efforts.
100%. We're going to invite Roy back onto the back into the booth now. See you all again soon.
And this is just another gorgeous shot of Sai Kung. Features some really beautiful natural parts of Hong Kong. As Scott was saying earlier, from most of these shots, you'd have no idea that you're in just one of the world's global financial centers. It looks like the most remotest of places. In the second half of the race, you will see a few parts of the course where you can actually see the full city skyline, as well as Shenzhen just across the border into mainland China. So the Hong Kong trails are really special in that it's both the natural scenery as well as glimpses of city skyline, all so close together. But right here in the first half of the course, just really, really peaceful and beautiful parts of the Hong Kong countryside.
Talking about competition, Jeff, you can see the leaderboard, you picture is now 2 minutes behind the race leaders. So do you think you can still climb back to win the race?
Oh, I wouldn't put too much on the gap at this point.
True, yeah.
So I think that probably what we're seeing there is maybe the sun coming out a little bit, and Pequin just thinking, I'm going to dial it back a little bit, still stay in the hunt. He's going to know exactly where the leaders are, being only 2 minutes back. He'll be able to see them on the climbs, exactly how far ahead they are. And sometimes just stepping back and letting someone else sort of dictate the pace and the aggression. It's one less thing that you need to worry about.
That's true.
So in the first half of the race, a lot of it you just want the race to keep going and save the battling, save the hard work for the second half.
So in the camera, in the screen, we can see the Hao Tong Kai checkpoint, I reckon. That's the point where the course is very close to the Tai Tan country trail. From an amateur standpoint, I would say the Tai Tan country trail is the most demoralizing part of the course.
And why do you say that?
Because it's not very, it doesn't have a lot of climb. It's primarily flat, but it's very rocky.
Yeah.
And you're around 30 kilometers in the course. So it just seems like a never-ending part of the course where you always keep running, but you can't navigate very fast.
Yeah.
And then it just ends. You never see the end until you arrive at Hoi Ha, when you see the Worldwide Fun pier. Then you know, oh, thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus. I finally arrived at Hoi Ha. So I would say that the Tai Tan country trail, where you're basically making a massive detour of the Macau Trail, it's just very demoralizing, you know. And
yeah, and I think that's a good point in terms of one of the spots on the race where it's maybe harder to get into a rhythm, just because the terrain is a little bit rockier. So it's not steep climbs, but it can take a lot out of you to have to be constantly changing speed and getting that footing, and then also, because it is a detour from the Macklehoes, maybe a little bit less familiar trail for some of the runners. They might not have trained or raced on that part of the course as much as some of the others, if it is a runner who runs a lot in Hong Kong.
Definitely. Another demoralizing trail I would suggest in Hong Kong is Chima Wan, you know, the Sesame Bay in Lantau, which is in the first 20-30 kilometers of the famous Trans-Lantau course. You know, Chima Wan is a peninsula. It's basically a 25 segment where you are just looping and looping, making a lot of detours, arriving at every inch of soil and trail in Lantau Peninsula. it's just never ending, very demoralizing.
Yeah.
Very similar to Titan, very flat.
Yeah. I mean, it really shows you the diversity of the trails here. And in the Hong Kong 100 today, these runners will be going through every type of terrain, from smooth flats to some very technical bits, some steep climbs, and some of the most beautiful ridges that you'll run anywhere in the world. We'll have some more of those drone shots of running along those ridges in the next section. But yeah, you also have some of these sort of flatter bits where if you are a fast runner, as opposed to sort of a big climber, this part of the race you can make up a little bit of time and put up a little bit of a gap on whoever's chasing you.
I think like 5 minutes ago, we saw Solomon passing the Hao Tong Kai checkpoint.
Yeah.
One of another Lantau-based very strong local runner.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how the Hong Kong-based runners work their way through the pack in the second half of the race. As I've mentioned a few times, I think the pace at the front of the race is going to be very fast, and we're going to have some casualties there. So we're going to have some runners who are not able to maintain that pace. Probably a few will call it a day before they get to the end. And we'll have some of these veteran Hong Kong runners who are very familiar with the speed they need to be going at, the weather conditions. And I think we'll have a few local runners sneak into the top 10 and really have some impressive performances.
So 2 athletes to look at, Ludovic Varens from the Netherlands, a.k.a. the Dutch Bullet.
Yes.
And he's basically running within a minute with Solomon. So these are the 2 Hong Kong-based runners that... these are definitely the 2 local athletes that we are putting our eyes on, that potentially have a very high chance to be on the podium. I reckon Ludovic was on the podium last year, right?
Yeah, maybe we can get your screen up and see the leaderboard. This is we're still having a pretty tight pack up at the front for the men's race,
right?
And it looks for the women's race. We have 2 or 3 ladies who are going to be pushing themselves and in the battle for the lead. But here we have the men. And any surprising names that you see right up at the front?
Well, we can see 11 athletes have passed the Hao Tong Kai checkpoint. The 2 athletes I just mentioned, Ludovic and Solomon, are currently sitting in 23rd and 24th. Well, expecting a few friends to arrive in due course, including Cash, our guy Elliot Rutherford, and another friend of mine is Rod Henderson from the UK. Rod finished 15 hours, high 15 hours, a low 15 hours in 2022. He unfortunately had to retire last year due to the weather. And this year, I think, well, he told me he'll be looking to finish the race. But I think deep down he wanted to finish sub 15 hours, so let's see about that.
And we see John Ray O'Neill, Stingray in 12th. That's definitely further down the pack than we were expecting. And right at the front, you know, Zhao Zheyu is a top Chinese runner. No surprise that he's pushing the pace. Deng Guomin is a very strong runner, a lot of experience racing here in Hong Kong, and a past podium finisher for Hong Kong 100. So, he's obviously, it's a statement of intent that he's looking to push right for the first spot.
No, Jeff. When we look at the leaderboard here, Stingray is 12, but he hasn't even arrived at Hao Tong Kai, the checkpoint yet. So. We saw him struggling, so we wouldn't be surprised if when he arrived at Hao Tong Kai, his position will be further down, because I'm expecting a lot of strong Chinese athletes to overtake Stingray.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how he reacts to that. You know, some runners are able to put things back together and finish with a strong half in the second half. But also for a runner like Stingray, where he likes to really push the pace, he might decide that today is not his day and to retire early. We'll have to see what happens and whether he comes out of that checkpoint looking strong or whether it looks like he's making some decisions.
It is entirely possible. Definitely entirely possible. On the 65th position, we see another local based French runner, Arnaud. He's a very strong runner. Let's see how he will perform in the subsequent stages of the race. I'm now trying to see if I can find Jeremy Young. Jeremy Young was the first local Hong Kong athlete to finish in last year's edition. But maybe he's still finding his rhythm, that we can't see his name on the top 100 leaderboard yet.
And we're seeing the live stream from the checkpoint here. And so who's the next runner that we're expecting to come through? Is it Stingray was next on the list, but we're not 100% sure whether he'll be the next runner coming through. Who else might be in contention for the next one to go through?
I wouldn't be surprised to see Ludwig coming hand in hand with Solomon. If the two strong athletes working together, they are Hong Kong based. They are definitely familiar with the course. They know how to pace it in accordance and in adjustment of today's weather. So I wouldn't be surprised if they can overtake about 10 athletes to enter the Hao Tong Kai checkpoint together. The thing about trail running, especially in the ultra distance, is that if you are with somebody, we have seen this in UTMB, a few strong athletes working together. We see somebody entering checkpoint. Two athletes entering checkpoint. 3 actually.
Let's see if we can make out the bib numbers on these athletes.
I see someone in white top. Maybe Stingray, because Stingray is wearing a white top today. It's possible. So it would be surprising if Stingray is still hanging on, given he has been limping, struggling, as we can see on the camera. I think it's Stingray, right? We try to. Refresh. Right.
Yeah.
For the checkpoint. So this is the checkpoint 2, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so we're 34 kilometers into the race here, about 1,500 meters of climbing that the runners have already done. So, you know, a little bit less than a third of the climbing so far in the race. But no real big sort of giant climbs. We start to see those more in the second half, where you're having the 400 or 500 meters of elevation in one big single climb. These are more sort of smaller bits coming out of the beaches and coming out of the road crossings. But yeah, the runners are probably a couple of minutes off of the course record pace right now. Given what's looking like hot conditions out on the trail, still very aggressive pacing, and you could see them dipping under the course record pace later in the day, or maybe holding to this level. We'll just need to see. But you can see still a lot of other checkpoints to go through here. Any of these, in your past experience, in terms of notable points to go through?
So if we look at CP5, it's Kailang Ha. CP5, I think it's around, it's 57 kilometers into the race. So before you arrive at Kailang Ha, you have to climb Kai Kong Shan, and then descend back to Kailang Ha, and then after Kailang Ha, the checkpoint, you immediately have to climb Ma On Shan. And many would consider this to be the most challenging part of the course, because the climb to Ma On Shan is a very steep one, and it's 2 successive massive climb, because you just climb Kai Kong Shan, and then it's Ma On Shan waiting for you. So to many athletes, CP5 is a critical point because you just climbed Keikongshan. So how you use CP5 to your advantage can be crucial. You know, some athletes, especially those at front pack, they don't want to lose time. They want to stay in the front pack. They may choose to just run through. But the risk of this is that you have missed a crucial opportunity to review, you know, to cool yourself down. That you may just blow up when you're climbing Mount Anshan, one of the steepest climb in the course.
Yeah, and if you just look at between CP5 and CP6 there, it is one of the toughest portions coming out of CP5, almost 900 meters of climbing for that next section, and some pretty tough exposed climbing right in the middle of the day. So there's also some big climbs at the end, but by that point, usually the temperatures have cooled a little bit. The sun's starting to come down, but that big climb up Mao Shan between CP5 and 6 is right in the middle of the day with the sun over top. But yet, towards the end of the race, CP9 Lead Mine Pass. That to me is always a big mental checkpoint because you have the tallest mountain in Hong Kong immediately after that, Tai Mo Shan, almost 1,000 meters high, and that's the last big climb of the race. So it's that checkpoint. The runners are going to want to know what the gap is between them and their next competitor, how much they need to make up, and then it's just pedal to the metal. And once you get to the top of that climb, a very fast descent, mostly on the road with a little bit of trail mixed in, and then the iconic finish in Hong Kong 100 at the barbecue site at the bottom of town.
Can I share a story of mine in Kelang Ha with you, Jeff? So when I was running the virtual course in 2022, I arrived at Kelang Ha, and then my girlfriend and my parents were waiting for me there. I asked my mother to prepare me some rice. I think it's a tomato or beef rice. Still remember that?
Yeah.
But when I arrived at Kelang Ha, I found my stomach stopped working. So as my mother was, opening up the thermal flask to pull the rice out, I just told her to don't do it because I don't think I can still eat any actual food that my stomach has stopped working.
Yes.
As an elite runner, how do you make sure your stomach can still be functioning in the later stage of the course?
Yeah, I think for any runner, if the stomach stops working, you're in a lot of trouble because you need to keep those calories going in, or else there's just no way that you can keep the intensity that you need up. So I think the signs, understanding the signs of when the stomach isn't working early on, and making the change at that point, because once your stomach is not feeling well, it's usually too late to make big changes to your nutrition strategy and have that be effective.
So what do you normally do to make sure your stomach keeps functioning? What do you normally do?
Sometimes you take a break from the gels and you just see if that settles. Maybe switch to a little bit of liquid calories, and then try to catch up later. But yeah, usually just try to make an adaptation, try to make a change in terms of the types of calories that you're getting in, and hope that you can get whatever alternative down.
Right.
I think we're going to take a look at Yuping Chow and take a look at his running through the Hong Kong trails.
一个人怎么狩猎一座山？过招之前，冷静观察。山没有看起来那么野。紧抓每一寸阵地，留下松土的痕迹。你无法撼动山，但你有足够的灵活去和它周旋。任山咆哮，不过是耳畔风声。像猎隼一样，狩猎一整座山。我是尤培全， 这是我的野道。
So we have just seen videos documenting Yu Peiquan's running journey.
Yeah.
We would have known that Yu Peiquan is the winner of the past 2 editions of Hong Kong 100. I reckon he's also the course record holder of Hong Kong 100, as we can see on the screen right now.
You know, an unbelievable runner. You know, he is one who probably punches above his international ranking here in Hong Kong. The course really looks like it suits him, yeah, he has stated his intention to go under the record today. So yeah, the record of 10 hours and 17 seconds. Yeah, if any runner today can break that 10-hour barrier, going to be absolutely unbelievable. We have Meng Guafu coming through Hoi Ha right now, and looking pretty good. You know, he's looking controlled.
Bib number 9, Meng Guangfu. Is he the first athlete to arrive at Hoi Ha, though? No. Oh, okay, no.
And here
he's followed by 2 other athletes. Right.
Yeah. So
now we can see on the camera Zhao Jiaju and Deng Guomen entering the camera as they arrive at Hoi Ha.
Yeah, and
we understand the race leader now is Yu Peiquan. So Yu Peiquan has retaken the domination. Well, but we have a few athletes tightly following him. So let's just hope the race will remain competitive.
Yeah, and no surprise to see Yu Peiquan back in the lead. You know, I think we'll see a lot of lead and position swapping at this stage of the race. Not hugely consequential whether you're 2 minutes behind or 2 minutes ahead. The runners will be able to see each other on the course with the gaps being that tight. And it's really about just conserving your energy and making sure that you're not overexerting yourself, especially as we're sort of approaching midday, getting to the hottest part of the day out there.
Now let's look at Yu Peiquan's interview from the press conference.
那你参加过这么几次香港100，那你对他的哪一个部分是最印象深刻的？或许是氛围，或许是赛道，你可以描述一下对这几方面的一些印象，还有他的一个速度过于快，然后男子这个层面是不是竞争非常激烈？就这些层面给你什么印象？
首先竞争从速度上来说，印象就是前面的20、30速度特别快。 然后我经常虽然觉得自己也很快，但是并不是在第1位，然后赛道给我印象最深刻的，我觉得是青矿澳的那一段，学生，非常热情，印象非常深刻，非常热情，对。
你在来这个香港100之前，那你对他的看法或者是期待有吗？就2017年之前。
就是2017年之前呢，我们觉得这个比赛，可能什么冠军啊没想过，就觉得要过来跑跑，参与一下，因为在我们心中就是知名度非常高，就是对，非常想要在这边跑一个好成绩，当时是这样子。然后可能当时我的水平还不够高吧，到了2019年的时候，我就有想法了。我那年的时候突然就觉得自己好像升华了，我的越野好像可以了，就是进步很大。 后来我就有想法说，哎，我可能有机会过来尝试夺冠的想法。对，
那就2020年是吧？
对，19年的时候是我提升了，然后因为比赛在1月份，所以是2020年才有机会有这个想法。对，
那这整条赛道哪个部分对你来说是比较有挑战的，然后比较印象比较深的？
其实印象比较深的，通常都是累的时候，就是最后的争草帽。对，争草帽，尤其在20年的时候是大帽山前的那一段，可能跟补给有关系，补给不足，然后就特别的艰难。但是上了3点的时候就特别的轻松，因为下坡到了，马上就要到了。对。
那就你观察哈，因为你参与越野的这个时间也是有一定比较长了，是不是？你也是看着中国的这些选手变得越来越好，越来越强。你有没有发现，或者有没有想过、总结过这其中的原因呢？
其中原因，我感觉还是氛围好了之后，国内的越野环境变好了。变好的原因应该是市场好了，就是首先它有了一个很成熟的职业环境，然后有了一些职业选手。如果就是你如果不能全力的去做这个越野这件事情的话，可能在国内的这个环境还不够的情况下，是很难出更多的高手的。不能像欧美那边，因为他们很成熟，发展了很多年，所以说我们需要一个更专注的环境来，需要一个更去职业的去做，我们才能做得更好。
What an amazing athlete he is, and yeah, he's looking strong on the course today. So the athlete should be approaching CP3 coming through any moment. We don't have a live camera at CP3. There's no signal there, but we'll have hopefully some live reporting from just a few hundred meters away and see some of the runners coming through. So we do have Angie at Hoi Ha just before CP3. We'll see if we can get her on screen.
Hi.
And there we have Angie live. How are you doing down there, Angie?
Hi, it is still quite hot today, but surprisingly, you can see our leading runners are not as bad as what we saw them about an hour ago in in CP2. No, before that. Hi, how are you? So we have now looking. We're now here at 41 kilometer in Hoi Ha, 2 kilometers to the next CP Pak Shao, and we are now on this slope up just after they passed the nice, beautiful Hoi Ha beach. Leading, we saw a very nice, a little bit more relaxed Yo Pei Chuan. He's the course record holder, and he's looking to win it the 3rd time on the road. And so far, he's leading for about 2 minutes to the second one. To the second runner, Meng Guangfu. And then after him, we saw Deng Guomian, our really beloved Deng Guomian, and Zhao Jiaqu following them together in about another minute. So after this little slope, they will be going into the next CP for a little bit of refreshment in 2 kilometers. What we are thinking is that the weather out here is really, really hot under the sun. But when they are going into the trails, it's quite shaded, so they should be all right. And to be honest, today's breeze is not very strong, so they probably wouldn't be feeling too dry. I can see a lot of runners already start looking into using the public toilets and using the tap, the water fountain, for getting themselves hydrated even before the checkpoint. So it is not a very good sign, but at least they're very ready and they seem all right except from being a little bit short of water. How are you guys doing in the studio?
We're doing fine. We wish we could be out there on the course with you. It looks like it's a beautiful day. Do you know how many runners have gone through? Is it about 5 who've gone through now?
So far, it's around 9 to 10 that gone through at this point at Hoi Ha. So we are 41 kilometers in. And then I bet in around 10 minutes time, they probably in CP3. You'll be able to see them on the live result.
All right. So Angie just said Yu Peichuan looked quite relaxed just now when he ran past Hoi Ha. Do you think
he is?
Do you think he knows that he can't break his own course record and just decided to take it easier?
I don't think he's looking into a course-breaking pace.
Right.
But he definitely looked a lot better than when we saw him in back time out back about an hour ago. So he's sweating less. He looks a lot drier, and he's in very good core. He's looking very strong, using his upper body, using his entire body for a good form of run.
And what about Deng Guomin?
Not even Yu Pei. Not even Yu Peichuan though. So our favorite local friend Deng Guomin and our foreign runner. Taylor Green, they all seem to be a little bit more relaxed, even though the sun is very strong.
Yeah, it was interesting watching Tyler cross the road earlier. He looked like he was in good spirits earlier in the race. It's always a question mark for some of the American or European runners how they adapt to the Hong Kong conditions, all the stairs on the course. But it looked like he was still having a good time out there, and the conditions weren't affecting him. So he could be a real person to keep an eye on in the second half, and that might be something in the mix that we didn't necessarily expect. He might have a shot for the podium. What about the Nepalese runners? We have Tirtha and Bed Sunawar who are running strong today. How are they looking when they pass through you?
When they passed Pak Tam Ao, which is 24 kilometers or 27 kilometers on the course, they were really sweating very badly. But I haven't seen them right here, so I would be thinking they come in around 3 minutes. But funny to say, look into the camera right now. We have another very good form runner. It looks like this is what an ultra runner to start their race would look like, right? This is a very good form, maybe not as wild and strong as your usual form, Jeff, but looking like you're having good fun. How are you? Yay! So we have now Betsuana just passing us.
Yeah,
and look at him. He's in a very...
Yeah, one of the Chinese runners, and looking very smooth, very relaxed. That's probably going to bode well for him going into the next few sections. As some of those runners who are being affected by the heat and getting caught up in the fight, they can see themselves being passed by some of the runners who've stayed composed and who've really sort of controlled their energy and their exertion at this early part of the race. And we're not too early into the race anymore. As Andrew was saying, 41 kilometers in, these men and women have run a marathon by this point, and up and down some pretty big hills already. So it's amazing just to see how good and composed some of them still look.
Do we know if this is
composed is a very good word. Composed is a very good word. Did you notice that except the last runner that running through, from the lead dozen, none of them were actually using pose, only except the last runner. So that means they're really strong on the legs, right? And composed is a very good word because you can see that they also the upper body is very, very stationary, and then they are not swinging too much, so they're not putting extra effort onto maintaining their footwork. So it's a very nice way to see them, even though in this heat. I would say, Jeff, what do you think in this temperature? What do you think would be the finishing time of the overall?
I think that it's a very strong field, so there's going to be athletes pushing each other in the second half of the race. Sometimes, if one runner gets a big lead, they might decide to dial it back to try to avoid blowing up and relinquishing a lead. I think that we'll probably have a battle right to the end in both the men's and the women's races, which means I think the times will be relatively quick. I think that will be counterbalanced a little bit by the fact that it does look like a bit of a warmer and sunny day. So I think taking all that into account, probably closer to maybe 10 hours, 10 minutes. Yeah.
Stingray. And we see Stingray flying through.
We see Stingray working his way up.
Yeah, Stingray is coming through.
And
How are you
a bit of a smile on his face.
Still smiling.
Yeah.
Come on, give us a big
Stingray's
smile.
looking good.
You're looking good on Stroud. Yahoo!
Nice.
We love his smile. He's always that smiley.
That's great to see Stingray bouncing. How is he looking in person, Angie?
I have never seen him look better. No, not true. I actually have never seen him sweat more. Because you see him racing every weekend. He races a lot. He's super fast. But I have never seen him sweating that much. So when you ask, he's probably the only one that's sweating that bad in this checkpoint. But look at him. He's in very good spirit. He's always in a very good spirit.
Well, I think the spirit part is really important. It's very difficult to disguise how your body's feeling on your face after running 41 kilometers. And there's Ben Sunoir who's coming up the hill there. This is an absolute veteran and a legend in the trail running scene. He's won Oxfam Trail Walker before and North Face 100 and so some really big races. And he's capable to run this distance.
Keep going up. Sorry.
He lost his way there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can also just really tell the difference between the shade and the sun looking at these shots. The sunlight looks quite bright, and I think you'll see a lot of the runners trying to just maximize the amount of time that they can spend under tree cover, running on the sides of the road and on the sides of the trail.
So in terms of the course, after Hoi Ha, when you are from the section between Hoi Ha and Sam Chong, I think mostly you're under the shade. So it's a good chance for the athletes to cool themselves down before the massive Kai Kong Shan climb.
Absolutely.
And we're still waiting for the first female runner to arrive. So Dominica is still on her way to Hoi Ha, probably battling in Tai Tan.
Yeah, probably a few minutes more at least before we start seeing the women's runners come through here. I think that the pace is going to be fast for the women's race as well. A couple of strong ladies, between Dominica and Ying Li and Anna Li. It'll be really interesting to see how that plays out, as well as whether some of the Hong Kong-based female elites can crack into the top 10 of that competitive field.
So we are now looking at the Grand Slam. So the Grand Slam leader, local elite, the Eagle Man, San Chen Kit, sits at 79th position. He arrived in Ham Tin 2 hours, 11 minutes. So I think he probably is still leading the Grand Slam because I think he has over 20 minutes lead over the second place in the Grand Slam category.
And just to remind those who are tuning in, the Grand Slam means that they ran the 33-kilometer event on Thursday, the 50 yesterday, and the 100 today. It's unbelievable to try to combine those three events into one giant race. But it's a real sort of special category that they have for the men and women who are going for that today.
Yes.
Yeah, we saw Tyler Green earlier making through the American elite who's racing in Hong Kong for the first time. We actually have an interview that we shot with him earlier in the week. Let's listen to Tyler.
How do you feel like racing in Hong Kong compared to the US and Europe? Because I know that you arrived in Hong Kong maybe a few days ago, and then you actually went out for a few runs. How do you feel?
Well, as far as racing goes, I I'm excited to find, just to experience racing in Asia, and I'm not quite sure what to expect. It's a little bit scary, and I think that allows opportunities for growth as a runner as well. As far as the trails go, the biggest surprise for me, maybe it's not a surprise, I knew it was coming, but just how many stairs there are in Hong Kong. And so that's something that I've been preparing for as best I could, but I know that it's going to create an additional challenge. But I mean, I'm just blown away by the Hong Kong trails, just how you come in and out of these beautiful mountains and bays and beaches and islands, but it's also right in the middle of a city. It's just been the most spectacular adventure for us.
How do you assess the standard of Chinese runners, because they've been really doing so well and now they're actually doing a lot more overseas races? I'm sure you probably have kind of run with a few of them in races. How do you feel?
Well, I just know that the quality of competition here is going to be really, really intense, and again, makes me a little bit frightened just to not quite know what I'm up against. And that's really exciting, just to be able to test myself in a new way. Yeah, there are certain runners, American or European runners, that I'm used to running, and many of the runners here I don't know much about their strengths or weaknesses, and that is going to create an additional challenge. But I know that the quality of Chinese runners is extremely high, and it's going to be a tough battle out there.
So lastly, can you give us a little bit of tips? Like, how do you prepare when you competing overseas, especially in the terrain, in the area, on the trails that you have actually never been or don't know much about?
Yeah, getting here early has been really important for me, just to get a feel for the trails, and that has helped me to find a rhythm in the different terrain, and also just adjusting to a little bit of a different diet, and the climate as well, which is it's deep in winter where I'm from, so it's nice to be in this nice climate, but it's more warm than usual. So spending time in the sauna, and then we also back at home, I did a lot of training on stairs. I would put my baby on my back, so had some extra weight, and then climbed up and down some staircases that we have in our city. At some preparation, I don't think it's as much as I could do if I was living here, but hopefully it will be sufficient.
But in that interview, talking about how Hong Kong is a new experience for him, trying to train on the stairs, and then also it being warmer than where he's based from. So adapting to the conditions here, talking about some of the challenges that the out-of-town runners are going to have.
Yeah, my biggest intrigue is how he does his heat adaptation coming to Hong Kong, because obviously, as I said in the interview, it's snowing winter in the USA. How does he transit himself from the USA to the heat and humid Hong Kong? Is intriguing, in triathlon, this massive race called Kona, this is the World Championship, is famous for being very hot and humid as well. So it's interesting to see how the athletes, the professional triathletes, start going training in the heat chamber indoor to adapt their body to a hot and humid environment. So
yeah,
interesting to see.
I did notice when Tyler was coming through one of the earlier checkpoints, he was splashing a bit of water onto his face, maybe trying to stay cool, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. That might be an awareness that he needs to manage the heat and pay extra attention to that.
Yes.
And even runners who can be based in cold climates can still be good at racing in the heat. So it's not to say that he can't do do it, but it can be a bit of a shock when you're just flying in the week before a race. Sometimes your body doesn't have enough time to adapt to that local climate.
So do you find yourself perform better in colder or warmer conditions?
Oh, I like to race in the warm. Yeah,
you like to race in the warm?
Absolutely. And even though I'm from Canada, Hong Kong is where I really do most of my training, and our long humid summers here means that you're just out in the heat a lot of the time when you're doing your training, and I find that's an adaptation that I've been able to get, and everyone suffers in the heat, but it's about relative suffering. So if it's hurting your opponents more than yourself, then you can get an advantage. But yeah, for some of these runners, Tyler was mentioning it's winter time. Also for our French runner, Alexandre Boucher, who's from Paris, France. He was worried about some of the challenging conditions here. Paris being very flat and obviously cold. We spoke with Alexandre earlier this week. Let's hear what he had to say about the race.
How is racing in Hong Kong comparing to like racing in Europe or in the US?
I think it's going to be totally different. From Paris, from France, when I saw Hong Kong song, I saw something like legendary. So I'm here just to run a legend. It's what I'm thinking, like a French. I think it will be different because here it's for me it's short because it's only 100K and I'm more 100 miles runner. So it will be for me short, and so when it's short, it's so fast. So what I saw on the previous results is that it was so fast on the race. So the difference for me that will be that it will be so short, so fast, so hard for me, but I will enjoy it.
Great. I don't know if you have any chance to actually test the trails yet. What do you know or what do you think about Hong Kong trails?
1 week ago, I know nothing about this, but I have arrived something like 5 days ago, so I do a recognition to saw the track, and my girlfriend was living here like 8 years, so she tells me there's a lot of steps, there's a lot of stair, it's pretty much technical. Okay, it's gonna be fast at the beginning, but after it's gonna be very technical. So I saw it is technical, and it is technical, but a stair or step technical, not a rock technical. So you can be really fast, but on technical stair part, so it can be dangerous for this. And I wasn't afraid like 1 week ago about running this race, but now I'm afraid because I know I can do this really fast. I get to do this really fast, but it could be dangerous to fall.
So have you done anything special to train for the stairs, the special trails in Hong Kong?
Not in Hong Kong, but when you live in Paris, you don't have mountain. Here is the paradise for a trail runner. Paris is like hell for a trail runner. I only get a little stair, like 40 meters of elevation. I do like this every time. So stairs, there is no problem, but perfect stairs, not this kind of stairs that are different, dangerous, different higher. So I run something like 3 hours every day. So running is not a problem, but running fast on stairs, maybe it could be a problem.
Okay, so lastly, how do you assess all this Chinese runner who's been racing internationally now and also doing really, really well? What do you think of it?
I do the UTMB each year, and each year when we are talking each other like the European runners or American runners, each year we say maybe this year a Chinese gonna win because they are so fast. And each year I run with 1 or 2 Chinese on the UTMB, and they are always very, very fast at the beginning, and we hope that we crack just us to pass, and we are thinking that one day maybe this year, maybe next year, they will win a huge European or American race, because there is a lot of density of Chinese runners. They are very, very fast, and if you threw 10 fast runners, maybe 9 will stop, but 1 will go to the finish line. And I'm thinking that's what will happen in the next years in European and American race.
Alexandre Boucher from France, one of the European elites who's competing. He's in about 31st position right now, so that's a bit interesting. He's holding back off the pace compared to Tyler and even Alessandro Sherpa, some of the other European and American elites here. It'll be interesting to see whether that's tactics, whether he's being extra conservative and going to put his foot on the accelerator in the second half, or whether he's having some struggles in the conditions. You know, in the interview, he was noting that the stairs and the terrain is just a lot different than what he trains on day to day.
He also mentioned that he was wary about falling in the stairs in Hong Kong, and that's why what we just discussed, that the stairs, the uniqueness of Hong Kong may have put some international races in their disadvantage. But I'm looking at Alexander's CV for last year. His 2023 season was brilliant. His last race was the 3rd of November last year. He raced the Kuhlamannen by UTMB in Sweden, where he came second with a time of 15 hours, 34 minutes. He raced in the UTMB, the full 100-mile course, where he came 21st with a time of 23 hours, 3 minutes, a very solid sub-24 hours performance.
Yeah, it really shows you the quality of the field today. To have a runner like that who's in and around the 30th position, just a lot of really talented runners and runners who are familiar with the conditions here. But we're still relatively early into the day, so you could see runners like that who have the quality, who can really make some big moves through the pack as some of the runners start feeling the effects of the first half of the race. And maybe have a few people who are not able to proceed.
So now let's talk about the Grand Slam, those athletes who are competing in all 3 distances. So for our audiences, it's not the Grand Slam, but the Grand Slam, because Sam's transliteration is similar to free in Cantonese, how we pronounce it. So
it's the Grand 3.
It's a Grand 3,
okay.
Which makes sense, right? Because the athletes in the Grand Slam are competing in all 3 distances. A bit of update. After yesterday's race, our own Eagle man, Tan Chen Kit, was leading with a pretty comfortable 21-minute lead. In the camera, we can see our own Dutch bullet, Ludovic Varens. He still looks composed. He looks composed and comfortable. Not his usual self. You know, he's normally very fast in the mountain. The Dutch bullet, but he's looking good.
Yes, so this is a Hong Kong-based runner from the Netherlands, but it lives and trains in Hong Kong. Very familiar with the course. Yeah, maybe you'd expect him to be going a little bit faster, but he could be just trying to conserve energy here. He knows exactly what's ahead in the second part of this race, and they say if you are not running the uphills at the end, you shouldn't be running them at the start. So this could just be him a managing effort.
True. I can just say, having known Ludovic for a while, I've seen him being stronger.
Yeah,
and. So the male leader of the Grand Slam, from my understanding, is Sangha Sherpa, has now overtaken the Eagle man, Tan Chen Kit, for around 3 minutes. And on the female side, our international athlete to watch on the female side is Francesca Canepa.
And she's in the top 10 right now in the Grand Slam, in 9th position. And we were able to talk with her earlier this week. And let's hear from Francesca and her experience getting into the race.
How is racing in Hong Kong comparing to racing in Europe or in the US?
Compared to racing in Europe, I think Hong Kong is, as I said, really particular. Because in Europe you tend to have mountain races or more flat races or sea races, and here you have everything. So that's why I'm here again, because I get bored very easily, And in Hong Kong, you are never bored because everything changes continuously, and you have to adapt continuously. And so I think it's something really exciting.
And you've been racing this race before and raced against some Chinese runners. How do you assess their progress? Because they really improved so much, and now they're actually racing, competing so much on the international level.
Well, I don't know exactly what they are doing, but what I know is that normally Chinese people are really fast to improve. And I think they are doing exactly this in racing too, because on the previous year you never heard about Chinese, and now you have a Chinese everywhere. So I think they are doing great.
And now this year, Hong Kong 100 is actually being the first race for the World Trail Majors. And what do you think about the whole series?
I think that series are really good because they include some different races in all the world, and it's a concept I appreciate a lot because you can choose something that is better to you, and you can discover some different places. And overall, and most important, I think that they will be well organized, and it's a bonus.
As you are preparing for the Grand Slam, so what strategies do you have this year?
I think it's a very big challenge, and I think that the only strategy actually is to take it one step at a time, because I never did a stage race before, so I don't know. But I think that if I manage myself, and so I don't push too much in the first one and try to manage the second, I will get to the finish line on the third. But I'm not so sure. I hope to achieve this goal. But anyway, I think that the main strategy is just to focus on the moment and stay here and not think about the next race, because if not, it's too scaring.
Well, it's quite interesting. So you actually never done anything like this before. You came to Hong Kong last year to do the race, but this year you challenged yourself with something really big. What attracted you? What motivated you to do this?
Exactly the fact that it's something I never did before, and maybe the fact that it is in Hong Kong, because I like Hong Kong. I think that if you have to do something really hard, it's better if you do it in a place you like at least. And so I feel good here, and so I think it's the best place to try it, and I hope to get there.
So do you have any tips to give to anyone who's trying to basically challenge themselves like you do?
Exactly the same thing, to stay focused on the moment and not to scare too much about the whole event, because it's not useful. We just have to take everything step by step. In the races as in the life, it's the same. So say little steps.
From Francesca competing for the Grand Slam, and that's a whole separate category of challenge there. When you're running 3 events in 3 days, the pacing just becomes an entirely different game.
It's a very different sport, as I was discussing earlier there, and actually the male competition is heating up in that one.
Yeah.
So actually we've got Stingray Sherpa, who is third in the current, after the 2 days was in third position, and he is actually out. He's currently the leading Grand Slam competitor in the Hong Kong 100 distance. So still along like halfway through the race, but with the major elevation to come, we'll see how that plays out over the next few hours.
And we have the live shot back just ahead of CP3. Some more runners coming through. Angie, are you there with us? I think we have Solomon Wetstein who's coming up that climb. This is a runner who has raced a lot in Hong Kong, very familiar with the conditions and the course, and has had a few injury issues. Solomon has in the past year, but should be in good form today, and expect him to finish strong and move through that that pack.
Yeah, I think I was watching on the side as you were like commenting on Vrien's like running up. They're running up a hill here. You're like, yeah, they're not that fast, but like this is actually pretty. This is a pretty steep climb. It's a pretty steep climb here. And we're gonna hand back to Angie on the on the course there. Angie, are you ready for us, or are you just taking pictures?
Angie is back. Am I on?
You're on,
live.
Angie. Yes.
Flip my hair.
Looking very nice. How are the conditions out there?
It is still pretty hot, so you can see now around 30 people has come past at Hoi Ha, which is 41 kilometers on the course. We are 4 hours and 15 minutes. We're still waiting for the leading lady. So bear in mind that the leading gentleman came past here around 3 hours 36. So the leading lady is about 40 minutes later. We are looking at the live track. We are looking into Dominica to be the first lady coming in. But we should be again followed by Ms. Li Cheng, bid number 14. We don't know yet. So what you see here now is a long little climb up slope. You can see so far at 41 kilometers, most of the top pack, which is the top 30 runners, are in very, very good running form, right? Look at that. That looks like me running after 5 seconds. And now I start walking. We are looking into quite hot today, and I didn't expect that the leading lady will be that much behind the leading gentleman. Oh, well, by the way,
so I think here we've got Alexandre Bachet coming through now, the French athlete. Am I right?
Is that bib 12?
Is that number 15 or? No, I thought that was bib number 15. It's quite hard to spot. No, it's definitely not Alexandre coming through.
This is Bei Hui.
Ah, it's Ben Hui.
Okay. Yeah, but I wouldn't look too much into some of the athletes who are even doing power hiking up inclines like that. That's a pretty steep bit of road there, and if you're switching from jogging to power hiking to conserve energy, and then once it flattens out, you're getting into a smooth stride. That's not a bad way to keep your momentum going and conserving energy. So different runners will have different tactics. So don't be surprised if even some of the elites are power hiking up that hill.
Yes, I heard you saying earlier on, if you're not ready to run the last bit, do not run the beginning, right?
Yeah, I love that saying. It's a good one, Jeff. Don't run at the beginning what you won't be running at the end. It's a classic.
And then also, just in terms of the gap between the leading men and the leading women right now, I wouldn't expect that to extrapolate fully towards the finish. In my experience, the men will tend to go out a little bit faster and then slow down a little bit more, whereas the female elites on this course will often have a little bit more of an even pace throughout the race. So I wouldn't expect that gap to necessarily double in the second half.
That is also statistically true, right? So some were saying that for an ultra running, the longer the distance, the more even the ladies are paced, and it shows also on the statistics. I'm sure you guys are going through that. Oh, by the way, have you noticed that when we had the streaming earlier on, Yo Pei-Chuan was the first one to come through this, and I noticed on the live result, he got overtaken when he was on checkpoint 3. Do we have any insight that what happened?
We don't actually. In fact, we just missed him coming through there with you. But like currently, he is in the he is leading the race. He has gone through the last checkpoint. He's at 4:18. So he is definitely leading because he is still leading the race. We'll wait to see the next the next athletes coming through.
And for the leading women, who again we should be seeing come through at some point soon, It'll be really interesting, Angie, to see how they are looking, just the expressions on their face, how their bodies are moving. It's possible to tell a lot about how a runner is doing by just seeing them up close and how they're managing that effort. It looks like we have two ladies at the front now, Chen Lin and Dominica Stelmach, and then Li Ying just behind them. But the last CP that they went through was a little while ago now, so there might be some swapping of places. It's going to be really interesting to see those first three ladies come through, and we're looking forward to having your live feedback for that.
Yeah. And Angie,
Yes,
just
I'm
you mentioned
looking forward
Yo
to
Pei
having
Chan.
them
Sorry
too.
to cut you off there. So he came through checkpoint 4 hours, 18 minutes. He is just 1 minute. He is just 1 minute off of his record pace, which was 4:17 coming through checkpoint 4. So we're actually going to go straight to checkpoint 4 now to see the Yung Choyo coming through. We've actually sorry. Yo Pei Chan has already, I believe, has already gone through. But this is Yung Pei Cho, the checkpoint 4, where we'll start to see some more elites coming through now. That's Meng Guafu, who is coming through, I believe, in second position.
Looking very strong.
Looking very quick, yes. So we're just waiting for his timing, but I believe he's going to be around 2 minutes past behind Yo Pei Chan there.
Yeah, and I wouldn't again put any too much weight on the gaps at that point. If you're 2-3 minutes apart of that stage, you're still going to be able to see your next competitor on a climbs or on any sort of big open stretches, and there's still a lot of kilometers ahead of these athletes. So I think anyone who's sort of 2-3 minutes within one another, you can essentially call that a draw at this point, and I wouldn't read too much into that.
If anything, it's just psychological, right, isn't it? It's because some runners like to be leading out the pace. They like to be at the front. They like to be pushing people. Others just like to sit back and sit on people's tail and just and let them drag them up the hills effectively. But I think Yo Pei Chan, he's a couple of minutes ahead now, and it would actually be great to cut back to checkpoint 4 as we see some of the other elites come through. Because we're still, still at an earlier part of the race here. So this is probably around sort of like the 50th position or so coming through now.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, but again, in terms of assessing how runners are doing and trying to extrapolate that for where they might end up, I think these types of live shots where you can see how the runner's form is, what their posture is looking like, the expression on their face, that'll tell you as much about how they're doing as their relative position or what the gap is between them and the next athlete. You can really tell a lot just by looking at a runner's face 3, 4, 5 hours into a race in terms of how they're managing the stress and the intensity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, and I'm interested, Jeff, when you think about actually where you get those points where you're running up a hill and you're like, could I run or could I walk? Because there's actually quite a big, there's potentially a big difference between the amount of energy exertion on running a hill or hiking it. Like, how do you actually decide? Is it just based on feel, or is it based upon the competitors around you, or is it based on the type of terrain where you think, okay, I need to be running this point?
I think all of those, but also where you are in the race, right? So the earlier you are in the race, for me, the more I would veer towards being a little bit conservative and cautious about overexertion. You don't want to get your sweat rate going earlier rather than later. So the more you start sweating earlier in the race, that means more potential dehydration. You don't want to get into that anaerobic zone where you're sort of running at 3:30 a kilometer pace right off the start line when your body hasn't warmed up. You have hours of mountains ahead of you. There's just no need to get into that sort of acute high intensity mode. So the earlier in the race, always default towards just dial it back a little bit. As you get further on into the race and you're battling for positions, sometimes you might want to have a little bit of a burst of a speed to get a little bit of a gap on another competitor, maybe break that visual distance, and that's where the tactical sort of parts play out. But at this point in the race, I'd be listening to my body, really trying to pay attention to the conditions, and trying to keep as much energy for a strong second half, and I wouldn't feel at all guilty for going into walking pace. But what we have here is someone who is not on walking pace. That looks like our leading lady who is powering up that hill. Do we have a bib number there? Is that Chen Lin from China?
Yeah.
Hi, Angie. Are you there live on the course? Was that bib number 14, Chen Lin?
That is Chen Lin just passing by, and she is at. It's now 12:26. She's just passing by 41 into kilometer 41 onto the race at Hoi Ha. And we haven't yet seen other ladies.
And tell us how Chen was looking. How was she looking out there?
Very, very composed, very calm. It's like she's doing a very easy low heart rate morning jog.
Yeah.
She's very, very, very calm. I shouted at her. I kindly encouraged her. I said, "You're doing very well. Good job." And she calmly replied, "Thank you. I feel good." And then she just went on.
Yeah.
So very short conversation, but she's very in a very good emotional space, and I think her running posture was really great.
We wouldn't want you to have too many long conversations with any of the leading runners right now, Angie. That can wait till the finish line. But certainly on the screen, it looked like she was powering up that hill and was very comfortable.
Yeah, she is. She was using her pose very well.
Yeah,
though.
very good
So
technique.
you can see that her upper body was giving very good push, and that it doesn't really give her extra attention onto her entire posture. So
we
she was
discussed
really well.
earlier,
I think
actually,
it's like a test pose.
when Dominica came through and she didn't have poles, and then Chen Lin came through, and we were like, she's gone with the pole option, like quite early on in the race, but. Given her technique with the poles there as she was running up the slight incline hill, wow, she's looking very strong, and yeah, you can see why she's overtaken Dominica.
And it'll be interesting to see what the gap is for Dominica, or whether Li Ying comes in next, because that's a battle right there for second and third position.
Just a quick update on the men's race. So we'd have like the timing come through for Yo Pei Chan is around 4 minutes, so 3.5 minutes around Meng Guangfu. So and then just another 2 minutes behind there. Den Guoming is a couple of minutes behind there. So they're all, as you said, Jeff, they are like literally all neck and neck. We're coming into to checkpoint 4. There's literally 4 minutes between the top 4 there. We're waiting for Tyler Green to come through in checkpoint 4 as well.
Yeah, and I'm trying to peer over Angie's shoulder right now to see if I can see a Polish athlete coming over. It'll be really interesting to see, as we're getting into the hottest part of the day, how another one of these European runners is dealing with the heat. It looked like Alexandre Boucher was a little bit further down in the pack than we had expected based on his performances in other races.
Sorry, Jeff. We're at checkpoint 4 now. I believe this is Tyler Green coming into checkpoint 4. He looks like pretty chilled. If it is Tyler Green, he looks like he's, no, I'm just going to make sure. I mean, this is the point where you go through the checkpoint. It's like give someone your bottles. The crew in here are experienced on these checkpoints. Give them your bottles. Hey, I want water in that one. I want this in that one. Do it for me. Like,
well, you can see putting some water over his head. So really heat management right now. He had mentioned that it's winter where he's from. Putting water down the shirt, down the back, that's okay. This is just probably hose water, and it looks like he's getting some encouragement. But yeah, he isn't motoring through. You can see him spending some time in the shade there. So he keeps on stepping back into the shade, just trying to get some of the respite from the sun. But he's off. So
I mean, I would. I mean, look. This is like at this point they've done sort of closing on 50K. So a minute's respite is well deserved. Is this Jingguidu?
But what you'll see, I would expect most of the runners, and it's what I would do, is at this checkpoint, just try to stay into that shade and let the volunteers and your support crew help you out with filling bottles and getting nutrition. And even if you can just, if you're having to stand and rest as people are helping you fill up, better not to do that in the sun.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff, would you actually load on water at this point? Would you be drinking a lot of water to try and like whilst you're stopped, take on? Or is it like quickly load of water into your pack or into your belt and out?
There are three factors that I think would go into that. One, how much water carrying capacity I'm carrying. So if I'm only carrying 500 mils, then it would be more likely that I'd try to power down a swig or two. Also, the amount of time and distance to the next checkpoint. So if I know it's going to be a longer gap than what my water carrying capacity has, I might do an extra swig, and also just how hot it is, because at this point in the day, when it's getting quite warm out there, that'd be just sort of another factor. I think all of the athletes by this point and at this time of the day, they're going to be feeling the heat, and they'll be not only drinking, but you can see the water going over athletes' heads, and that's a really good strategy to try to mitigate the heat. It'll be interesting to see whether how many of the runners are utilizing ice.
Yeah.
So this is a really popular thing to do in a lot of the Asia-based races. Oh, we have another of the ladies coming through here. We have a bib number. Oh, no, that was one of the male runners. I thought that was...
I mean, he had very sexy legs. What confused you.
Difficult to see coming in and out of the shade. Sorry about that. But yeah, really popular to utilize ice to help manage the heat. Now, not all checkpoints will have ice, so you'll have the CP support crews for some of these elites transporting ice and then loading that up into handkerchiefs or even just stuffing them down the athlete's back. Just that sensation of the ice on the skin can really help manage the perceived heat rate and can help reduce your sweat rate a little bit.
Yeah, you can even get like a neck buffer, which you can load ice into, which just slowly melts over the course of which I've used in a few challenges.
Yep. So there are some purpose-built neck buffs that will have ice compartments in there. You could also use the sleeves and then shove ice down the sleeve, so it's on your veins in your arm. And I've done that in a few races, including the Oxfam Trail Walker 100K. And it's important to do that even if you're not overheating. You want to get the cooling done before you overheat.
And we've got second place lady coming through right now. Dominika from Poland is coming through. I mean, when you consider when you can compare how she's doing against Chen Lin, who was running this hill with poles powering through. She's like choosing to walk up, but as the saying goes, don't be running up hills at the beginning, you won't be running up at the end.
Yeah, but there's nothing about that form that I find alarming. She looks like she's powering up, and it looks like. It looks like those shoulders are still high. She has a smile on her face. To me, I think this is more just tactics.
Yep. Did we get a high five with her, Angie? Did we get a high five?
Can I get a high five?
Yay!
Dominica is looking fine there. So I think this is just more coming from Europe, from the colder climate. It's the middle part of the day. There's no point in trying to show off for the cameras and running this entire hill.
Yeah, she had a beaming smile on her face. She's looking good there, and yeah, not too far behind. You know, it's only it'll only be 5 minutes or so.
Yeah,
plenty of racing to go.
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
And I can confirm that her palm was very dry, so she's almost not sweating at all.
No, and that's very smart racing. You know, we're not even halfway through the race at this point. There's no point in getting your sweat rate up. You just want to be just nailing those kilometers, tick by tick, and moving through the day.
So coming through here now for checkpoint 4, we have got. Sorry, I didn't see the number there. Yeah, I know that we're waiting on a couple of the Nepalese runner, but it didn't look like him there. We were waiting for Turta Tamang to come through. In fact, it's actually already been through. So yeah, Chung Ho Hua is who actually DNF'd. We're just seeing coming through checkpoint 4 there. Actually DNF'd Hong Kong 100 last year. He's the second highest ITRA score at 895.
Yeah.
But yeah, and actually DNF Triple C in Europe this year as well. So, but yeah, currently looking at him now, having a. So as you say, like he's loading on some fluid there now. He's. But I mean, he does have a pack, so he's got the space to be able to take on water with him.
Yeah, there is a danger of taking on too much water to carry because it's weight, right?
Yeah.
So most of these runners, even if they have a pack, they're not going to have more than 2 500 ml bottles, and they'll fill both of those up. And yeah, at this point in the day when it's quite hot, you know, you're at the 50K mark at this point. You want to have enough to drink, but not carry any more than you need.
Yeah, so that was Deng Ho Hua, and then I believe this is Zhao Hu.
This was bib 23, right here on the screen.
Oh, okay, sorry, that's Bata Munkai, who's
one of the Chinese runners.
Tibetan runners from China. He also, funnily enough, the two of those coming through now, both DNF'd Hong Kong 100 last year, so they're sitting in the top 10 now, but. You know, a lot. Here comes through Stingray as well, and you know, Stingray's keeping up. He's not far behind. Like we were basically saying earlier in the day, he's done. He looked like he was struggling, but you can't count out the Asia Trail Master.
No, absolutely, and you know, runners don't come too much tougher than Stingray. I think he probably would have hoped that he was maybe further up the field at this point, but still a lot of race to go, and there's a lot of things that can happen in that sort of top 20 grouping. So you know, don't be surprised. Some of these athletes who decide to stay in the race, even if they're not feeling super strong.
Wrong way, Stingray! Wrong way, mate! How many times have you run this course? Come on!
Well, these runners have been they've been going for 50K. So
you fancy doing another 50?
No. It's not unusual to take a bit of a wrong turn even on a course you're familiar with. But yeah, no, the runners who decide to DNF. A DNF for some of these elites might not be like a DNF for some other runners. It's not that they may not be able to physically, be able to complete the race, but maybe they have a busy race calendar, and if it's not going to be a really strong result, they might save it for another day. But if you decide to stick in there, you can really move through the field as other runners drop. I think we have the third female coming through on the screen now. Yep. That looks like Li Ying, I believe so. Yeah, it's Li Ying, and she's looking very strong here.
Another pole runner, like earlier on the stage. She's she's looking comfortable running up there. When you compare her to Dominica, once again, she's running this this incline. Let's hand over to Angie. Do we get another high five, Angie, or we've got fist pump? Fist pump. Oh, don't stop her! What are you doing?
And there we have. Angie Fung interfering with the Hong Kong 100. I'm really hoping that doesn't have any consequences in terms of the ultimate podium. But Angie,
if we have a photo finish and she loses, I'm going to blame it on you, Angie.
how
Angie Fung like destroyed everybody, every other female runners to make space for myself.
how is Li Ying looking in person, Angie?
She was, despite of the sweat, but she was looking gorgeous as usual. And you can see that she is in very small steps, and the upper body was strong as well. So, hey,
is this Hugo?
Now you have to give me a high five.
One of the best runners in Hong Kong, or without a doubt the best smile in Hong Kong. Look at him.
Definitely. He's the sweetest guy in Hong Kong.
Yeah, it's a little known fact about Ngugo. No one's ever seen him frown. So it may be that it's impossible for him to make that expression. But he looks strong. But yeah, just going back to the form of some of the women's leaders there, you know, Dominica doing the power hike and Li Ying doing the short steps. Probably not a lot of speed difference actually between it. The short steps might look faster on camera, but they're probably moving up that hill at around the same place.
I would say they look pretty much the same because Dominica's power walk was really, really, really fast, really powerful. You can say that she was not even doing very big steps neither, but she got very high cadence on her walk, so almost just as much as Li Ying's little jog. So when you say, yeah, Jeff, you're right. So it doesn't really matter whether you walk or you run, because the idea is that how comfortable you are. And in comparison, Dominica definitely look like she's in a lot more comfort than Li Ying is. Li Ying wasn't suffering at all, but Dominica, she was just like walking her dog.
Yeah. they both look strong. It just shows you some of the different tactics that some of the runners will use. You know, these are all elites, but that they have different ways to skin the cat.
Yeah, and talking to the male elites, we've got 30 minutes before they reach checkpoint 5. We're actually going to head over. We're going to leave you, Angie. We're going to head over to checkpoint 5 where we've got Nat there, and she is with an absolute legend of the Hong Kong trail running scene, Stone Sang, who has competed in Hong Kong 100 many times. I'm pretty sure he's won it a few times as well. Is just, is just such a genuinely lovely bloke as well. And so, yeah, look for, I'm not quite sure who he's crewing today, but Nat, do we have you live at checkpoint 5?
We are here. We can hear you really clearly here, Scott.
I can't quite
hi
hear
there.
you.
So, hi everyone. Oh, can you hear me now, guys?
Yeah.
Yep. So hi there. We're here at CP5 in KLNH. I think we are expecting the runners to arrive in maybe 20, 25 minutes or so. But here we have the legend of Hong Kong trail running, Stone Zhan here. Hi Stone, how are you doing?
Hi everyone. Yeah, I feel good. Of course, sitting to watching them competing. Right. Nice.
Are you here to support anyone specially today?
Oh yeah, of course. My teammate Arjun. He's first time running Hong Kong 100. He's an amazing guy. He's a good talent. He's strong. He just needs chance to have a good race. So this one may be a good one.
You've done this race quite a few times. Do you have any insights about your experience and what you think about the course that you can share with everyone?
I mean, everyone is familiar with this race course. For me, I think this course, I like it because the competition and the atmosphere is so nice, competition is so strong, and but now CP5, this is halfway of the race.
Yes.
The first half, people usually go very fast, crazy, and most roundable race course. I mean, the competition just start now from this CP. Second half will more hilly, like Mountain Shan, Tai Mu Shan, the Lime Rock. It's a lot of climb, and also the temperature, the weather It's getting so hot now.
Yeah, it's honestly it's so hot here now. The sun is in full beam. It's not many clouds here. I mean, we're standing underneath the sun. It feels like we're 28 degrees, 30 degrees. I mean, if you're actually out there on the mountains under the sun, I think especially for the overseas runner, they're just going to be feeling so hot, right?
Yeah, I think the people. This is why I say the competition just start now. Second half there will a lot more suffering, and so it's good to watching them.
So let's talk about you and you kind of slowed down in your racing recently. So do you have any plans this year? Any race coming up?
Actually, not much. I quite enjoyed now lazy time. And maybe, I will plan to do a expedition, like a challenge in Taiwan. So this year, So races, I more enjoy the shorter race distance. Maybe 50K, maybe is maximum for me. I think it's like I can push and also quick finish. Not much suffering, and not much time for spending for training. So I think
also when
I still enjoy race to see friends, to meet the community and stay there. And I think it's more enjoyable now.
Thank you, Stone. Thank you so much today.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
So guys, it's actually really hot here, and I've saw some of the runners going through the CPs. Some of them still looking really strong, but some of them really struggling with the heat. And I actually met the support of Alex from France, and she was just mentioning the fact that I think Alex is not feeling so strong today. It could be the heat, it could be the stairs. We don't know yet, but hopefully we're going to catch him at one of the CPs later. So handing back to you, back to the studio now. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Nat. Stone Sang, what a legend! Like, he is just a cornerstone of the ultra running community here in Hong Kong.
Yeah, he's won so many big races and has been part of the community for such a long time. So an amazing athlete, really remarkable, and it just shows you just how much talent you have in a city like Hong Kong. It acts as a trail hub in the region, and just some brilliant athletes and personalities that help the community tick here.
Yeah, and from one of our top male community athletes to two of our female community athletes, we got to catch up with Kimmy Leung and Angie just yesterday. So let's hear from them about the Hong Kong 100.
Hi, I'm Angie. I'm from Hong Kong, and I started trail running during COVID because everything was closed for the indoor activities. When I walked into the trail running shop, on the television there was this beautiful advertisement about a trail race supported by the Hong Kong Tourism Board, and I thought to myself, I didn't know there are such kind of events, and it's officially supported by a governmental body, and my eyes couldn't leave the screen, and that's how I came to know about Hong Kong 100. And that's how I signed up for my first race. Unfortunately, it was a virtual, and I did it even though it was the first 10 months I started trail running. I finished, and the next year I was hoping with the improvement in the situation there would be a real race. I signed up when the registration was open and was devastated to know it was again a virtual. But I happened to come across a trail running group, and I joined them in training, and with the support I came first that year. That was the 2022. And since then I've always wanted to do the physical Hong Kong 100, and that's what brings me to today.
So you've done it last year, and then this year you're coming back again. What's so special about Hong Kong 100 that you want to just do it again?
Well, as it mentioned, it's a physical Hong Kong 100 that I really want to get to experience. And as always, this is a very special race because I've raced in France, I've raced in Switzerland, I've raced in Thailand. I haven't been to a place like Hong Kong where from the rurals you will suddenly find yourself approaching the skyscrapers and as the sun sets, you'll be seeing one of the best night views in the world. This makes the Hong Kong 100 a very special course, and as someone born and raised in Hong Kong, although I've always enjoyed outdoor activities, running this distance was beyond my imagination when I was younger. Being able to see all these views on feet is a completely different experience that's beyond words.
As you were mentioning that you actually relatively new into trail running, but you've been doing so well. So what's the tips? What's the secret?
I'm a cancer survivor, so I think for willpower, maybe I have an advantage over others, having gone through something really challenging. I'd say for an endurance sports like trail running, willpower and mind are very important. Having survived cancer and having gone through something which was out of my control, I felt that even among things that you cannot control, there has to be something you can do. What I found is your attitude and your positivity always come within you, regardless of whatever outside external factors you cannot control. I think being able to tell myself that what I can control, I should do my best, which is staying happy and cheerful and appreciating each step is a step closer to the finish, helps to make me a better runner today.
This is really just wonderful.
Thank you.
I mean, you've done so well. So do you have any tips for anyone who's trying to basically improve themselves, push their own limits? Do you have any tips for them?
I'd say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So as long as it's safe, and even if it's uncomfortable, you have to get used to feeling comfortable with what's uncomfortable. It takes time. And I say there is no tips or no shortcuts. It really takes time to make something a bit uncomfortable into something you get used to, becoming a habit, and eventually it will come naturally.
So Kimmy, I know that this is actually your 8th times to do Hong Kong 100. So what attracted you to coming back again, to do the race?
Actually, I started joining HK 100 from 2016, which is the coldest year from the start, coldest year, and I got DNF due to the very cold weather, and I was not prepared very well at that year, and the next year I come back to challenge to complete the race, because I think the previous year I have DNF and I should complete it, and I don't know why I keep on joining this race every year, including the COVID years for the virtual race, because one of the reasons is I can challenge a faster time every year to see myself have some improvement, and which can be happy with the improvement I have from the second year 18.5 hours to last year I got 15 hours, and which I don't think I have thought of being can be as fast as this time, from I start to join trail running. Yeah, so I think this is a very interesting, and I would like to join about the 10 years at least, so I can. Another reason is this is a very big party of Hong Kong, so I would like to be part of it. Yeah.
So great. So do you hope this event can actually show off some of the Hong Kong trails, bring it to the international runners, and also, because we're live streaming this, to the international audience?
I think Hong Kong is a very special place, and you can go on to the mountains everywhere within around half hour, and you can be on the mountains. I'm now living in Tsuen Wan, and in 1 hour I can be on top of Tai Mo Shan. So this is very interesting in Hong Kong, and And Hong Kong Trail has is very special because there are a lot of stairs, and another side is a lot of very runnable trails also. So I think for trail runners coming to Hong Kong can just go up to anywhere like near their hotels, and they can actually find a very special views of like tall buildings which they cannot see anywhere in the world here.
Hello. Yes. Hi everyone. I'm Heather from China podcast. I'm the anchor of Crazy Trail. So it's so honored to be here to do the live streaming. The athlete close to me, she is the number 4 of yesterday the half women races. Maybe we can invite her to give us like a briefly very introduce, because actually she had a very special story with Hong Kong 100. 小双可以请给大家简单介绍一下自己吗？
Hello everyone, my name is Jing Tang. I'm from Southern China team, trail runner.
其实你可以用中文介绍一下你自己的，然后我来翻译一下。
大家好，我叫唐景燕，是来自萨洛蒙中国团队的一名越野跑运动员。
Very thankful Xiaoshuang already had used the introduction in English. So she's from Salomon team, and she's the Salomon Elite Trail Runners. So the next question is actually we know obviously in China, all the China trail community we know like Hong Kong 100 race is very special for you, especially the last year. So could you please tell us like what happened when you closed the finish line yesterday? You cried a lot. 就是其实去年的时候，小双我们大家其实都有知道，小双在港百发生了一个事故，然后其实今年他又重新回来了。我们有开玩笑说他是不是来复仇或者是怎么样。然后昨天他在终点的时候，其实他就有流下了泪水，所以其实我们想让他来聊一聊为什么其实昨天到终点之后他哭了。
就是首先是这个为什么哭啊？因为确实是在完成比赛的那一刻，觉得心情很激动，就控制不了那种情绪。因为确实是的，我去年在香港100的赛道上面受了伤，是骨折，然后呢，就到现在是过了整整的1年，我又回到了这条赛道，跑过了去年我受伤的那个地方，跨越了那个地方，我才觉得这一篇算是彻底的翻过去了，然后。
So she said like. Actually, last year she suffered a fracture in the race, and after 1 year, she finally came back in the same road, the same places, where she got injured last year. So for her, she thought like maybe I can pass the capture, completely turn over the capture.
是的，在回来的路上，其实我自己就会觉得情绪非常的多，在过去的这1年里面，可能。有很多时候是比较时间过得非常的慢，非常难熬。然后想到那些瞬间的时候，会觉得有一些情感上来，然后想觉得终于这个事情算是过去了。2024年算是重新开始了。然后我也很期待我在今年的一些新的目标。
Actually, at this moment, she's still a little bit sensible. So she said like I had some very hard moments when I. On the back, and especially when she passed the same road. So some memories, some stories coming back like the last year. So when she finished the line and she passed the line, and she knows she is the number 4 of this race this year. So she felt like 2024 is really began, and she's looking forward to what is come in 2024. 然后我们第3个问题是想问说，当你就是路过这个同样的地方的时候，其实就是去年你受伤的那个地方。我们其实有简单聊过，就当时那个时候你是选择走过去的还是跑过去的？
当时其实在这个地方的时候，我选择了一个正常的跑过去，但其实在过去这1年里面，我觉得我印象中对于这个我受伤的地方。 我都会觉得它是一个很难翻越的一个障碍。我在脑海里面总觉得它是一个很难的、很大的一个地方。然后就是当我昨天再次跑过这个地方的时候，我再去看它的时候，我就仿佛内心里面一下子平静了。就这个地方就是一个很平常的地方，然后我就正常的这样子跑过了它，并且我还回头看了一眼这个我曾经受伤的地方。
The question is, when you passed the same places you got injured last year, did you choose work slowly or just run, just pass it? So her answer is actually in this 1 year for her, she felt like it's not very easy to pass the area. And she saw a lot of different situations, different scenarios when she passed the same places. But yesterday when she crossed to the places, she chose like just run as normal as before. And then she looked back the places. So for her, I think it's totally passed. And the next question is, could you please share with us what is your plan in 2024? 所以你今年的这个比赛的计划是什么？可以跟大家分享一下吗？
因为去年有1年没比赛，然后其实我是蛮渴望再次回到赛道上。然后接下来的一场比赛呢，就是在2月底的那个西班牙的大加那利。再就是今年的其他的一些国际上比较大型的一些比赛，我会非常的期待。然后是我在近期呢也找了一个新的教练，我们会一起为今年的一个大的赛事的计划去做一些充足的准备。
Okay. So for her, the next race could be in Spain. Is also the second of WTM Transcanaria. She's gonna run 86, right? 你会跑86公里的。
是的。
是对。And for her, the next race this year could be focused more than international races. And she already find a new coach. Is from United States.
Yes.
So she will work with the new coach to prepare some big races in this year. 然后最后一个问题，其实是我替一些就是身边很多关心你的朋友去问的。那今年小双跑了56公里，去年也是56公里。那明年去年100啊，哎呀，我印象中一直还是，所以我想问，明年会不会再来挑战一下香港100？
当然肯定会来的，因为其实去年我是报的100公里的组别，然后我领先了17公里就受伤退赛了嘛，然后等于是其实这个赛道我还没有真正的在比赛的过程当中去完成它，所以因为今年是刚刚拆了钢板才2个月，所以其实恢复的时间也有限，就选择了一个半程的56公里去测试一下。然后在明年的话，我还是会再跑100公里，去完成我还没有完成的这个赛道，然后并且去完成我还没有完成的事。
好 ，So the last question is, will you come back to Hong Kong 100 in 2025? So if you come back, will you try 100 like Hong Kong 100, 103 kilometer or the half? So his answer is absolutely. I'm Danifit will be come back next year, and she will try 100K, because for her she got injured 1 year ago is during the 100 kilometer. So for her it's still an obstacle, or maybe it's still a challenge for you, right? So she will be back, and so I think she will got a very good result in 2024 and 2025. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we just going back for the roots. Let's say what happened for the nest.
We're seeing here approaching checkpoint 5. I'm actually joined here as well by Sarah Pemberton, one of the top female ultra runners. It's on the long distance stuff as well. How are you doing, Sarah? Seeing these coming through to checkpoint 5 now.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
I was saying I agree with what you said about having a bit of FOMO. Like Hong Kong 100 is actually one of the races that I haven't done, and just watching it now, yeah, I wish I was out there.
You've done a lot of the Macklehose though, right?
Yeah.
I think your biggest claim to fame in Hong Kong is doing the 4 trails. How many
Yeah.
times have you done it now?
I was at the start line 4 times.
You're at the start line 4 times,
Yeah.
and obviously that kicks off with the Macklehose,
It
albeit
does.
in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
But yeah, seeing everyone out here today, it's like, oh, I wish I was there.
I know.
As we see, like I think this is coming checkpoint 5, but a great tactic of just being able to cool down with ice water. It looks like this guy wants to actually bath in that water, doesn't he? If it was big enough, I'm sure he'd be jumping in.
One of the advantages
This is
of
checkpoint
being
4.
at the front of the field, right? Getting
Yeah.
all the clean ice water.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But you've never actually lined up for Hong Kong 100.
I haven't.
But you are lining up tomorrow, though, aren't
I
you?
am.
You're
I'm
going.
doing the marathon tomorrow.
This is a big weekend in Hong Kong
It
for
is.
running, isn't it? So your first time doing a Hong Kong marathon?
It is. There is an incentive at the moment, or if you're a permanent resident, if you are a man and you run under 3 hours, and if you're a woman and you run under 3:30, you get 10,000 Hong Kong.
10,000 Hong Kong.
10,000 Hong Kong.
Who's paying that incentive?
I don't know. I assume it's the marathon, or
Ah,
like
okay.
whoever the organization behind it.
Okay,
Yeah.
you've been so your training block has been focused on a sub 3:30 because
is.
you're an incredible long distance, and the Hong Kong 4 trials is like a 300 kilometer.
Yep.
But you haven't always been focused on speed, though.
I
right?
haven't. I think, well, with Hong Kong, as you were saying, like there's just so many amazing trails to do, and it's difficult to sort of resist the pull of being out doing these like mega long runs every weekend. But I was realizing that I had really neglected the speed work, and marathon training is a great way to build that in. So I've added in a marathon training block this year, and I added in one last year, and I think it will pay off in the trail running as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. And I think, for anyone that is trying to get better on trails, even if your focus is there, doing speed work, doing track work is just you see some of the elites and how quick they are running downhill. I'm trying to work out who we're following now. It looks like we're on the back of a bike right now, actually. It's Yo Pei Chan. So we've got the leader of the male
race.
And he's picked up poles. I say this is really interesting because there's so much up and down in this race. You'll go from like putting your poles away and either putting in your pack or your belt to bringing them back out again.
You know, I've been at some of the track points before. I see people change shoes as well, so they maybe wear a more road-focused shoe for the first half.
For the first half, yeah, and as we reach come into the second half now, I think they could potentially have switched out shoes. But yeah, it's looking extremely strong coming through there. We've got one of the biggest climbs of the course coming through now. Actually, I ran Hong Kong 100 last year, and both of us have trained so much on this. And you've done Oxfam Trail Walker before, though, right?
I have.
So you would have spent a lot of time on this part of the course. But this is section 4, I believe, of the Macklehose. This is after checkpoint 5 of the Hong Kong 100. But yeah, the climbs coming through here are just really intense, and so this will start to approach to come down and where you've got the view over whole of Sai Kung. There's a mountain called Ma and Shan, which is just a very iconic view. I hope at some point we get some drone footage of there. But you'll see, even though it's we're like this is a real big incline, but he's still running the incline road there pretty hard. Who do we have here coming through checkpoint 5? Yeah, very good. We're just so just a bit of an update of how the lead runners are doing. So we've got Yo Pei Chang. He's 5 hours 3 coming through checkpoint 5, and as that pertains, that's just 2 minutes behind his record
amazing.
pace of 2 years ago.
Does that mean we'd be expecting around a 10-hour finish?
So this was actually this was of last year actually, which was 10:37. So yeah, I think we're going to be around 10 to 10 and a half hours. Okay, this is back to checkpoint 4. some of the mid packers coming through. But tell me, Sarah, you've grown up in Hong Kong, and you've covered pretty much. You know, you're training for the 4 trails. You pretty much cover every blade of the trails across here. Like, just give us a bit of an insight, and for those that are watching in overseas, like what the scene is like here.
Yeah, I think when people from overseas hear about Hong Kong, most of what they see is the cityscape, right? You don't have this idea, this image of your head of all of the countryside that we have and all the protected parks that we have. But something crazy, like 60 or 70% of Hong Kong is just this parkland. And we have some areas that look like this, which are, you know, paved over through the mountains, but we have plenty of dirt trail as well. We have lots of, you know, trails that go by the beaches, like what we saw in the first few sections of this race. And then a few like big mountain climbs as well, especially on Lantau. For me, I think growing up, it was a bit wasted on me. I've, you know, stayed on Hong Kong Island for a lot of the time, did the same few hikes over and over, and it was only later on in my 20s that I came back and was training for 4 trails, and then had to sort of explore all these other trails that I'd never been to before.
Yeah, we were just watching there that Yopo Chan dropped our cameraman. I mean, he is carrying like a 2-kilogram transmitter on him, but like, yeah, 58K into the race, and he dropped him. Here we actually see second place male, Meng Guangfu, who he's actually got to be about 3 minutes behind. He's just crossed the road after checkpoint 5. Yeah, he's very close behind. And so coming out of this checkpoint, it's a road up for about 2 or 3 kilometers. Now, I mean, Yopo Chan made that look like it was just flat, but it's really steep.
Yep.
Like, it's one of those parts that when you're running this as like a kind of mid-pace, like, oh great, I get to just hike and like, because it's one of those ones that like it feels too steep to run, but he was hammering it up there.
And you don't get a break after this. It's uphill on the concrete, and then you've got quite a steep uphill on trail before you then get to that nice plateau on Mount Shan.
Yeah, absolutely. And but I mean, it drops down just very slightly for a bit, and then it's just a relentless hill up to Mount Shan, which for me, I think like this is the crux of the race. That checkpoint, if they haven't filled up on water, if they don't have supplies, it's this section now is where we're at the crux. This is make or break, and yes, it'll be interesting to see sort of like how it plays out at the front of the field now. But yeah, I mean, you would have spent a lot of time on around Sai Kung. You mentioned Lantau as well, but you live on Hong Kong Island, right?
On Hong Kong Island.
So I'm sure a lot of your training when you're doing trails is like up. We're in Quarry Bay right now, but is sort of behind us on the Hong Kong Trail around here.
Well, of the 4 trails, so we have Maclehose, Wilson, Lantau, and Hong Kong. Hong Kong's always seen as the easiest one, so it's not great that all of my training's here. Actually, speaking of 4 trails, this is one of the other sort of 4 trail superstars.
Absolutely.
Always dressed iconically in red. I think his wife and son are also there supporting, also dressed in red. Just an amazing runner covering, you know, anything from like marathon distances up to the super long as well.
Yeah, and you'll see Solomon, he ran a 300-kilometer race, which challenge, which is the 4 trails, just with a running belt, didn't have a pack at all. And so, I mean, he likes to go extremely, extremely light. But, you know, he's looking strong as well. He's going through checkpoint 4 there. But sorry, you were saying around like Hong Kong Island. I mean, one of the things that amazes me around Hong Kong, you talk about the big cityscape, and Hong Kong 100 is in the New Territory, so it's very remote. But in terms of accessibility to the trails, anyone coming into Hong Kong, it's just like, it's right there. You can walk from where we are and you're straight into the mountains.
I would say from any part of Hong Kong, you're 20 minutes away from a trail.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whether you're on Hong Kong Island or on Kowloon or in Sai Kung, like the trails are always so accessible. And I think there's something for every level, you know? If you're ready to just get out there for a walk, there's plenty of accessible hikes with lots of exit options. It's not like committing to like a big Swiss alpine journey. And I think that's one of the great things about Hong Kong is we have such a culture of being outdoors. Like you'd be out there and it's not just young people training for whatever trail race they have coming up next. You've got loads of, elderly folk doing their walks in the morning.
You're
and
doing
it's
their Tai
actually-
Chi up in the mountains.
It's really
yeah.
heartwarming to see the same faces over and over again once you become like a regular in your neighborhood, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I mean, for those that are enjoying the drone footage of Macklehoes here, the race that we've been talking about, the Hong Kong 4 Trails, there is a documentary coming out very soon, isn't there? Which only people in Hong Kong will have really got to see it yet, but it will soon be some of the film festivals coming out. Robin and Ben Lee, the directors of it, and actually Richard Kimber, the architect behind everything that's happening here today, and the drone runner, did a lot of the footage for that film and documentary.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited to see that come out. And
Have you not
look
seen
out
it
for-
yet?
I have seen it
Oh
actually.
my God,
I got a preview, but actually they haven't done any screenings anywhere
haven't.
outside of Hong Kong.
Yep, and I think one of the great things about that that documentary is you get sort of an insider look at different people's preparation for a race. And we see with Hong Kong 100, there's loads of different tactics that can be used for, you know, the same course, same day, same terrain, but there's different approaches that people would have based off of like what their training history was, what their strengths and weaknesses are, blah, blah, blah. And I think with 4 Trails, you get that over this like extended timeline because you can see where they were a year before the challenge. You can see what their story was and like why they even decided to attempt it. And then not only do you get these individual stories and then be able to see how they progress during the event itself, you then get this wonderful view of like what is the Hong Kong trail run community about. You get all these amazing panoramic shots of Hong Kong and you see this other side to the city that I think unless you purposefully came to Hong Kong and sought it out, it might not have been, you know, a tourist's impression of Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very selective race. There's only ever like 20 to 30 runners ever at the start line. Actually,
It's where we met.
It's where we met. Yeah. I've been at the start line a couple of times and never at the post box finish line. Like yet. Yeah. But someday, Manny. But it's coming up very soon over Chinese New Year. And for those of you that have been dot watching today, the dot watching for that event is just incredible. Like the whole of Chinese New Year, I am spending my entire time just at my laptop watching the dots and seeing how these crazy people are getting on. But one thing to point out, it isn't a race, it's a challenge, not a race. And as Mr. Richard Kimber would give me a nudge and remind me so. But I mean, having said that, I mean, outside of the elites here, I think everyone that's doing these kind of ultra runs, you're really competing against yourself. Like I think like it's all about just getting the best performance out of yourself when you're out here, and I mean even for the elite runners, but it's just really doing the best you possibly can. As we watch one of the elite runners come through through now, I think it's Deng Guaomin coming through now and about to hit that hit the road piece going out of checkpoint 5. Sorry, that's Zhao Zhaozhu. But interestingly, Yo Pei Chan has sort of pulled ahead slightly. He's got around a 7-minute lead going through checkpoint 5 from second place Meng Guangfu and Deng Guaoming. He's about 13 minutes behind Yo Pei Chan. So he's starting to pull ahead.
And it's interesting because the first half of this race is so different from the second half. The first half is much flatter, it's much faster, and then the second half you have all of these climbs. I guess that's when the heat really sets in. And so just because you've done well in the first half doesn't necessarily translate over to the second half. So there'll be some interesting strategies, I think, on pacing and tactics coming into the play now.
100%. And I'll reinforce again, this is the crux of the race. Like from kilometer 57, this climb out here is just really challenging. And we've talked about how exposed the trail is in many parts. Like where it's going to come out here into sort of like into like one of the summit it's going to come out to, it's just a really relentless climb, isn't it? It's going to be interesting how it plays out from here. When I ran it last year, this was the point that I was just like, oh God, I've forgot how hard this part of the Macklehoes is.
But then that plateau is really so beautiful once you get there.
Yeah.
There's only a few spots, I think, where you can go paragliding in Hong Kong. There's a spot on Lantau, there's a spot on Dragon's Back, which
Dragon's
is on
Back.
Hong Kong Island, and then it's this spot in Sai Kung. And so often when you go there, you'll see a few people camping out on the plateau. You'll see loads of people sort of hiking up a few peaks around there. And then you see paragliders as well.
You also see a lot of like cows
Yes.
as well. It's randomly, you're top of a Mount Shan's probably around 500 meters, and then you'll be running on the trail, and just this huge kind of like buffalo size, buffaloes, aren't they, really? They're like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, you know, the European Alps have sheep, we have cows.
Yes.
Yeah.
And snakes.
Yep.
And snakes, yeah.
But not at
And-
this time of year, though.
No,
we'd hope.
they'll be back in,
Soon.
They'll be coming out of hibernation soon. But yeah, so
Yeah.
what I mean, outside, obviously, you're focusing a little bit more on a bit of road running to get a bit of speed work.
Yes. I
What do
can't
we
say I enjoyed as much as the trail running, but
Why
I
not?
think it has to be done.
Yeah,
So I'm doing a PhD in the UK at the moment. So I thought whilst I'm over there, I'll do the London Marathon. So I've got that coming
You've
up.
got a spot in the
I've
London
got
Marathon?
a spot.
Wow, how'd you manage that?
Well, the standard for women is not that unattainable.
Okay.
It's 3:45.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I got a spot, and then I'll swap back over to trails. I luckily got a spot for CCC again this year, so I think that will be my A race, but I'll have a few smaller races before that.
Okay, so you did run CCCE last year,
I did,
right? So
yeah.
yeah. How did that go?
It was good. I think, you know, as you were talking about this morning, a big difference between Hong Kong and Europe is the length of the climbs, right? Here, you'll be going uphill for like an hour, whereas in Europe, you have these much longer climbs, and I think it's just a different impact on your body. Like in Hong Kong, we have a lot of stairs, and in Europe, you have these slopes, and it's just small things like that we weren't quite used to yet. So it was honestly a great day. The weather was perfect. I had, managed to have a good day with fueling and hydration and all of that. So I can't complain. And it was nice also to share a few kilometers back and forth with some other Hong Kong people.
Yep.
I think in a way, like that's one of the big draws of these UTMB races is it's just such a summit of trail running, and you catch up with friends you haven't seen.
So I'm just actually going to just checking out the dot track. I mean, Yo Pei Chan is still around sort of 7 or 8 minutes of Meng Guangfu, I think we just saw coming through there. We'll be expecting Tyler Green, the US athlete, coming through checkpoint 5 very very soon as well. So this is obviously the Hong Kong 100. Oh, I think as we see Tyler Green actually has just gone through checkpoint 5.
Yep.
Looking strong. Yeah, looking strong. I mean, look, he's gonna be roughly. So he's 5:21. He went through there. So he's 18 minutes past behind Yo Pei Chan. So it's slightly stretched out a little bit now. But as I say, the Hong Kong 100 is a series of races over the weekend. We've been covering the Grand Slam, but we've also, so on the Thursday, we had the third, which is the 33K, and then the half, which is around 55K yesterday. But we're going to actually run through the highlights of the third that went ahead. Sorry, we're going to go through for the half, which went ahead on Friday.
welcome our superstar.
Thank
Rui
you.
Fang.
谢谢。
Welcome to the
谢谢。
live studio. Yeah. Okay, we all see the video just now. It's very exciting, and Rui Fang is really emotional just now. It's expressing to me that when racing, it's not so much, but after reviewing that, it's so emotional, right?
Yeah.
Very excited.
对。
Okay, first of all, thank you for coming here. And okay, defending champion Rui Fang is here. Please introduce yourself. 介绍一下你自己。
Hello， 大家好，我是周瑞芳，然后是Vibram 非凡支队的队员，然后我平时呢是跟着耐克黑马训练的，对，然后很高兴这次再次来参加港百，然后也很开心再次卫冕了冠军，而且打破了赛道纪录。
Yeah。
对。
不光是打破，而且提升了好像接近30分钟，对不对？
这个我好像记得赛道记录不是我自己跑的，对，好像是20年的吧，对，然后提升30分钟是我自己对我去年的一个目标的一个提升，对。
好的，非常好。Yeah, she shared that she's training with Nike Trail, right?
Nike Dark Horse
training camp, and he's very stoked to win it again, defending champion and win, and also he's Vibram athlete.
Yeah.
Vibram athlete. Okay. What do you do for living? 平常是
It's health management.
Yeah. She's one of the non-professional athletes who win the race. Very rare in today's world. Yeah. Let's make it really special. Yeah. Second question I want to ask you is what you remember most during the race. When you race, what you remember? Yeah. 就是印象最深的是
印象最深的话，其实我就是可能在最后一个点，因为
实现反超，对不对？
我不是说实现反超最印象深刻，因为我队友在倒数第2个 CP 点跟我说，第1名张娜，然后领先我4分多钟，然后他跟我说，你可以往前再追，也许能追得上。然后我当时计算一下。到终点的距离一共也才13公里了，然后我在想4分钟的时间，我要怎么去追？对，然后我算了一下，我至少每公里还得快30秒。然后我当时就想，这么热的天气，感觉难度还是很大的。我觉得好像不太可能的事情。对，所以在到最后一个 CP 点的时候，我看到他就在我前面，而且他没有到 CP 点，他就在我前面，可能就100米的样子。我当时就很惊讶，对我就是看到这里很惊讶，对。对。
Actually, when she first know that. She's how far away from the first Miss Zhang Na is like 4 minutes, and that time is only 13 kilometers left. So to catch up for that 4 minutes, you need to at least 20 to 30 seconds per kilometer to catch up. So she thought that's very challenging. But at the CP4, there's 5 kilometers away from the finishing line. She's very surprised to see that time, the first Zhang Na, and so she just decided to surpass her, on the CP4, Okay, I also heard from the running community that you have a name called Banana Girl. 你那个香蕉妹的这个称呼是怎么来的？
这个是我2018年刚加入耐克黑马，然后在跑上马的时候。拿着1根香蕉从出发拿到最后，但是我又很奇怪的是没有吃。
为什么会拿着香蕉？这个就很奇怪。
因为我一般在比赛前我会吃1根香蕉，因为香蕉里面含有很多的微量元素或者矿物元素，对，那它对你的就是也很有好处嘛。然后我就拿着，但是那天早上我吃的又有一点多，如果说我赛前就起跑前再吃的话，就不太合适了，会对你的肠胃造成一定的负担。对，所以就从头拿到尾，然后到
一路都不记得吃了。
对，到终点那个香蕉还抓在手上。对，所以从那以后，然后上海的很多跑友就叫我香蕉妹啊、香蕉女神这样的。对。
Yeah, the naming actually coming from when she raced in the Shanghai Marathon. And as a starting point, he still didn't eat that banana. And on the way, he decided to carry that with her. That's why people see her carrying a banana. That's why the banana girl coming from. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. Very interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So the next question is, what's your secret to improve that to actually almost get where you expect when you plan it, right? And it's like 30 minutes faster than last year, 20 to 30 minutes faster than last year when you begin your plan, and how you get there. Can you share something? 对，就是我想让你继续 share 分享一下关于怎么达到了能快这么多。
对，因为去年我参加港百是有那么一段就出现了卡筋束的问题，因为去年因为疫情的原因，可能导致肌肉的力量会下降，所以出现了这种症状嘛。然后再加上我今年是有跑好几场越野的比赛，所以我在可能在经验上或者是能力上有一定的提升，因为我之前跑的很少，一年就跑1场或者是2场这样的，对对，越野的比赛，对对对，所以真的越野跟路跑之间还是有一定的区别，对你的肌肉的肌肉的力量啊，或者是说肌肉发力的方向都会跟路跑有一点区别。所以今年我跑了有应该是23年，跑了有4、5场的样子，所以这方面的能力有一定的提升。然后再加上因为我平时也没有去爬山训练，对吧？跑山训练，平时的训练都是跟路跑相关，所以我出去跑越野都是以赛代练的方式，对，所以出去比赛你看多了，然后比你优秀的选手他是怎么去跑，然后我会从这边学习一点技能，对，然后后面再把它运用到自己的比赛当中。
Yeah, he's a very unique runner here, and her background is actually from road running, marathons. And all she learned is from last year. She did 4 different trail races, and she learned from the people who is better than her that time. Yeah, and learn from the racing.
Right? 对。
Yeah. And also last year, she because also weather very hot, right? Even hotter than today.
对。
And so she got the ITB, so it's painting. So she think this year if there's no ITB, she can definitely run faster.
对。
Thank you. Yeah. And also yesterday on the race, I saw you carrying some very interesting supply, like cucumber and carrots, right?
Yeah. Also banana.
Yes, also another banana. Okay. So can you actually give our audience some introduction about why you do that and how you think it benefit your racing result?
其实这个补给的话，跟每个人的习惯都有关系。可能每个人喜欢带不同的补给，然后但是能量胶一定都是每个人必带的。但是我自己个人的习惯，我就是喜欢带一点水果，因为水果我喜欢很多人吃能量胶的话，吃多了它是有肠胃会不舒服，对，所以我一般会在我吃能量胶之前，我会吃一点水果垫一下，稍微缓一点。然后还有就是我觉得水果当中有很多的微量元素，对，然后它对你也有很大的帮助，因为你在这么热的天气当中去跑比赛，你的体内的一些矿物质啊、微量元素流失很快，所以我会通过这种易消化的水果啊，或者是这样来补充。
是不是跟你工作也有关系？你会更多的涉猎一些就是营养相关的东西？
也有一点关系。然后我自己在大学还没毕业的时候，我也很喜欢去关注一些健康方面的问题，包括饮食啊怎样的这些，对。
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's very, very, very good. Yeah, yeah. Of course, she will also carry some like energy bar and other supplies, but she thought the fruits are most easy to digest, especially to facing this hot weather. She always prefer to eat some fruits first, and then there's some energy supply, energy bar and the gel, right? Yeah, and. Okay, what do you see today, right? The race today is 100K, and who you like? And is there anyone your friends racing today?
Yes，从那个名单上看，今天的竞争，尤其是男性的，是很激烈的。
很激烈。
对对对，真的很激烈。但是我还是比较期待尤培权。
尤培权。
对对对，因为我跟
也是卫冕冠军。
也不是，我跟尤培权也比较熟，因为我比较喜欢他这个人。对，我觉得他这个人就是很好，然后就是很怎么去形容，就是很谦虚啊，然后对，就是我比较喜欢他这个人的性格各方面的吧，对，然后我就很期待他也能再次卫冕，或者是说跑到自己一个预期的一个成绩。
对他赛前我看采访就是他希望能够破10小时，
对，
自己后的一个就是一个记录。
对。
Yeah. Rui Fang also said she really liked Liu Peichuan, the defending champion for the 100K. And the reason behind is they are very good friends privately. And also she liked Peichuan's character a lot, very modest and always exchange a lot privately, right? Yeah. So you learn from each other as well.
对。
Yeah, thank you. And okay, so what's your next race?
下一场比赛会安排在3月21号左右的意大利。对，意大利。对，然后这是一个42公里，它有点像山地马拉松，但是它也是
Skyrun 这种。
对，但是它也是 UTMB 的系列赛。
明白。
对，但是我跑的组别是42公里的。
42公里。Yeah. Her next race will be in Italy, 42 kilometers. Yeah. And 你明年会回来参加其他赛事，就是港百你会回来吗？明年？
会的。
还是会参加50公里，还是更长距离的？
我可能最近会不会超过100。
不会。
对，都是以50公里左右，或者是70、80这样的距离，先这样为主。
所以明年还是会以这样的计划
对，
先看。
如果说我明年再跑50公里的话，因为就比如说我跑相同的越野赛，同样的赛道，对吧？它跟马拉松一样的，就是马拉松你是以 PB 来定义你的，对。然后如果说我明年还是跑50，它的赛道还是一样的，我还是想成绩上，对，就是这样的，对，这样才有一种
成就感。
对，就是你马拉松你是在不断的追求更高的 PB 这样的，然后。在相同的比赛、相同的赛道，什么都没变的情况下，我还是想继续更快啊，这样才能体现你能力有没有上升，或者是对，就这样的
训练的效果。
对。
Yeah, her plan is still she will definitely come back next year, but also maybe 55K. Yeah, because her background mainly and most of her training is road running for marathons. And in road marathons, the number one goal is to have a new personal record. Yeah, you can. Yeah, 尤培权现在出现在画面里了，刚好是你的好朋友。我们看看他现在的竞技状态如何？你觉得他现在的这个状态怎么样？
这个应该是还挺
轻松的，对吧？
对，挺轻松的，对。
大家可以看到啊，现在画面上主画面上面呢就是尤培权，应该是过了 CP5，还没有到 CP6，在基维尔营之前，
就是50公里了吧？
对，已经56了。
对
，57应该57已经过了。对。
对。
对，已经57已经过了，应该在去基比尔营的路上。好的，对，刚才回到刚才的话题。Yeah, she will come back next year for 55K, and will try to make another personal best, or possibly a race record again. Yeah, let's looking forward for her performance next year as well.
因为相同的赛道，它也可以体现出你的训练的一个效果。然后还有就是，你可以做一个对比，就比如说你今年在哪里跑的不够，你觉得不够好，然后你可以明年看一下这段能不能提升，能不能快。
今年你觉得哪里可以有机会？
我可能今年就前面30来公里，我觉得很暴晒，然后很热很闷，对那一段我就觉得，我感觉我是不是要中暑了？然后我就把它放慢节奏了，对，然后就是按自己比较一个舒适的对那种在跑吧，对。
Yeah. She will come back next year and hoping to improve the first 30K, because this year the first 30K what she experienced is quite challenging because hot weather and almost on the stroke, too hot. And for next year, she is willing to see if after 1 year's training, if she can improve the first 30K, even faster. Maybe another 5 to 10 minutes.
可能会5到15分钟的样子，对，目标。
Even 15 minutes faster. That's a target. Yeah.
对。
Okay, the last. Okay, as a normal people who have a day-to-day job, and you same. Do you have any recommendation or advice for our the 80% of the running community? Do you have any training advice or suggestion for them?
首先这种运动的话，我们首先可能就是因为我们也是非职业的嘛，所以最开就是怎么样的那种目标一定是健康为主，对吧？锻炼身体，对。然后如果说你要来参加比赛，你得有一定的训练的准备，前期对，你要有积累的跑量，积累一定的跑量，你要适应不同的天气状况，对。然后像我的话，因为我平时上班的话，我一般都是因为早上起不来嘛，我一般都是夜跑，对，晚上跑，对，然后晚上下班之后去跑一个15公里左右的有氧，然后一周之前我自己的是跑1休1，我没有加入黑马之前是跑1休1，然后加入黑马之后，我的训练呢就更科学系统一点，然后我一周会有1到2次的速度，对，然后还有一周就是周天有一个长距离训练，对，然后。力量也有一周会有2次的力量训练，就这样的，对。
Okay. For the normal runners like us, she advised that we improve step by step.
对。
And for her, is that she really hate to wake up early, so most of her training is at night after work.
对。
And she adds some strength training. Twice a week, and also long distance LSD. For on the weekend. 你那个 LSD 会多长呢？
训练的话一般不会超过30。
不会超过30。
对，最长也就31、32，然后最多的时候就是更多的可能在20、25这样的样子。
20到25。
对。
Most of the long distance training is
30.
between below 30 and most of the time is around 25. And also for the normal runners like us, she also advised that the health is a top priority. You adjust your life according to you, what works for you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's come back to the live.
You'll see here, this is Maongshan, and one of my favourite points of the trails across the entire Hong Kong archipelago. This is, they would have done a huge climb getting up to this point. This drone footage is just spectacular. Behind there, you've got Sai Kung, but this is an extremely fast ridgeline coming down here, and you'll see them just racing down. They're absolutely flying. Just the views are spectacular. In terms of the race, we've got Yopei Chan has already passed through here already, and we've. I'd love to be able to know who these are, but they're running through here. But interestingly, Stingray, John Ray and Aoife is back in the top 10. He's catching back up. Just going through the last checkpoint was just 23 minutes past in 8th place. But yeah, just absolutely stunning views. Wouldn't you just love to be out there today?
It's so impressive that they've come off of that really difficult climb. They've gone up the road, they've gone up the technical uphill, and then now they're just letting it rip coming down this plateau. I think you won't be able to see it, but it's usually also quite windy on this section.
Yep. Yeah, and as they come around here, then it's probably, this plateau is probably only 500 meters to a kilometer or so going round. And then you bank around, and then it's just like a steep downhill. The steps are like half a meter each, like one of them. Like there's a very technical run downhill. Which is just brutal on the thighs coming down, especially at the pace that they're throwing themselves down here.
And do we know about the women's race?
We so the women's race, we've still Lin Chen Lin still leading the race. She's has gone through checkpoint 4. With Dominica. Dominica is in second position, but I think this is back to checkpoint 4 now, actually. So we should see Dominica coming through here at some point. Oh, our cameraman's just fallen over. I think just this drone footage. I think just the way that Hong Kong lends itself to be able to get this kind of footage is incredible. So just in terms of the other top runners in the male, so we've got Yo Pei Chang, Meng Guangfu, and Deng Guomin are the top 3, and heading towards checkpoint 6. And sorry, this is actually the other drone footage heading down to checkpoint 5, and yeah, like a beautiful downhill run. And so as we showed there before, the plateau on Mount San. So this is actually the climb that comes up through the valley before you, and it's one of the most iconic runs through Hong Kong. So what makes this so beautiful is that like you're in a valley and you've got big hills either side of you, and then you get up to this in between those 2 hills, and as you say, it's quite windy, so there's just the wind comes over, and it's a tough climb.
But it's also a bit of a relief seeing these 2 peaks on either side and knowing you don't have to climb up either one.
Exactly. And same when you come over the other side, so the plateau over the other side, and there's a big peak in front of you, and you think, oh God, I'm glad I'm not going over that one. I forget what that hill's called.
And I wonder if it's an advantage for the Hong Kong-based runners, because then they know exactly which hills in their eyesight they're going to have to climb, and mentally you don't have this like, oh, I hope that one's not one I have to go up, you know?
Yeah, no, there's definitely, you do definitely have an advantage, and that's like people like Yo Pei Chang, even the Chinese runners, that they've raced this quite a few times, and they know the course and know what's coming. It's a huge advantage. And same with Stingray. I mean, I think that Jeff and I sat here and was like, he's done. Like, we were like, we'll be surprised if he even finishes now. But, you know, he's pushed back, and it's great to see him back in the top 10.
It just goes to show with such long races, you really can't call anything at the 30K point, you know? You can turn any situation around.
Yeah, I mean, we were...
maybe not any.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's just we were talking there before about off camera, Sarah, that you ran a big miler in Indonesia in Bromo, right? It was and you said you called the race director to pick you up. You're like, I'm done. He's like, do you want to just take a nap?
Yep.
And, yeah.
Because there was nothing actually wrong. I wasn't injured. I had enough food on me, and I called him, and he said, why don't you just take a nap for an hour, call us back, and if you still want to be picked up, we'll come get you. And so I slept for an hour and was a new person when I woke up. Continued with the race. A+ race director.
Yeah, you're. If there's nothing broken, you don't have any serious injury, like there's always a way through. There's always a way to pull through.
Yeah, I find when you're really struggling in a race, having to sit down and think like, okay, what's actually wrong in this moment, can be quite helpful.
And if you're not feeling pain at parts of the race, then you're probably not pushing hard enough. And but I mean, I think that is, you know, there's a few things about these elites running this kind of distance is managing the fuel intake and making sure that they're consistently adding fuel, and then like not pushing themselves too many times. I mean, there's the concept of like you have a box of matches, you have 10 matches in there, and there's certain points throughout the race that you can burn one of those matches, that you can give it a push. But you've got a finite number of those times that you can push through, and until you like blow up completely, and managing like those resources, and just not pushing it too many times.
Yeah, and I think that's something the elites have to think about that, like me as a normal runner doesn't, is the race tactics, right? So not only do we have to manage your own hydration, your effort levels throughout the race, but then they also have to think about the strategy of, like, who are my competitors, when's the right time to push versus, where their strengths are. I can't imagine having to think about that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying before, like, for most people, they're just racing against themselves. They just want to get to the finish. But for these that are they're having to like matches just to be able to keep within within the right distance of their competitors around them.
This is an amazing shot.
Yeah, look at this. This is just incredible. Is this coming down to checkpoint 5? Or?
I think this is right before the plateau. So you come up through the valley, then you run along this, and then you go onto the plateau, if I'm right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the peak that you don't have to climb.
Yeah, this peak on the right is the one that you don't. You turn right down just before it. There, you see the turn right down just before you get to it. But this is the town of Saikun. The start line that you would have seen earlier is the very entry to the Saikun National Park. So it's very close to there. So effectively, we've done a big loop around the coastline and have come back up through the hills. And it's great seeing like the runners on the course as well. You just like see the kind of technical trails, because it's very different to what you would see in Europe or the US, which are very like much more manicured, like and sort of like flat trails. Whereas in Hong Kong, the trails, like obviously lots of steps, but there's just there's lots of like rocks, and it's actually it's pretty technical trails to run.
Lots of technical sections, lots of hard clay, lots of concrete, like actually quite hard on the body, I would imagine, compared to some of the more manicured courses we might see in the US or in Europe.
Yeah, and it's been very dry here in Hong Kong recently. So I mean, the trails can get muddy, especially. I mean, there's been some crazy typhoons come over in the last few months, which have actually, luckily, the Makwahose Trail and the Hong Kong 100 course hasn't been affected, but much of Lantau and the trails have actually just been washed away from the typhoon. So yeah, we're following here with one of the elite runners. Just beautiful technique going up there. Just look at I love seeing just good runners with poles running up the steps and just variation in their gait, part run, part hiking up. We're chatting to Jeff before just then, and like, there's a real balance between actually hiking and running. Like, there could be people trying quick stepping, and he was saying that he was like overtaking people at the World Mountain Trail Running Championships just with hiking, and it's a good way to use your energy of just doing a fast hike rather than trying to just force a run.
And you have some people using the poles as a way to maintain the cadence, right? To have a rhythm while going up. You have some people using them like properly, like what we saw just now, properly like using it to hold some of their body weight, take some of the load off their legs.
I mean, if you consider that each arm, I mean, for me, like weighs around 4 kilos. Like, if you're taking that weight off the legs, it's going to make a difference, right? It's going to definitely take. And both you and I, Sarah, have trained for the Hong Kong 4 Trails many times, the 298-kilometer challenge. Andre Bloomberg, the challenge director, the sadist that came up with the idea, every year makes it harder. And one of the things that he brought in very early was like no poles, and it is a huge advantage, especially on the much longer distance, to be able to sort of relieve the legs and take a bit of weight off. And
I guess especially in ultras, because you're going to be running for so long, even just a few percentages of your body weight off your legs over a few hours cumulatively got there, can make a real difference.
Yeah, and I think it just getting you can get in a real like good cadence with poles as well. I mean, it's definitely an advantage.
I'm surprised that we're seeing so many runners on their own. Like, I thought we would have had a few groups come together by now.
Yeah, I mean, certainly for the first 40K, I think they were all within like a minute of each other, but the field has spread out a little bit. I'd love to know who we've got our runner running with right now. I can't quite see the.
They look strong. I think this is the same concrete hill that we were looking at earlier.
Yeah, so this is actually coming. That's coming out of checkpoint 5, isn't it? I think. Yeah. So just here, there's a big I think it's like a helicopter. Yeah, it's just past the helipad. So coming out of checkpoint 5, a bit further back.
I think this poor cameraman's doing hill reps.
Yes, yeah. This is a tough spot to be doing doing hill repeats. But yeah, I think that's another really great technique that you'll be seeing this runner do there. If you haven't got poles, is like hands on knees pushing up is a really good technique to be able to take a bit of weight off and to be able to use your upper body a little bit as well.
You can hear the cheering going on in the background.
And the cowbells. I mean, that's the thing. You're preparing for the Hong Kong marathon tomorrow, but there's you do get a lot of people that are out, sort of certainly at the checkpoints and certainly supporting the runners out there, and actually, as a runner in this race, it's so good when you're running through and you've just got the people, as you see here, just standing by, and they're giving you giving you cheers, and it really does help. Like that little bit, it just gives you a tailwind to go up that hill. Gayao, gayao, which means add oil in like a Cantonese saying, and yeah, it really does. It gives you an extra boost.
And I think in the past, we would only see runners when they're coming through the checkpoints, coming through the start and finish, and now we have this view as to how they're looking on the course as well. We can see whether they're, putting on a smile just coming through the checkpoints, or whether they're actually feeling that good during the run.
Yeah, and as we were saying, like even for the elites, how much they can bury themselves for how long, like because. They really are. This isn't just like a zone 2 for the whole day. Like for Yopei Chan, to be able to be maintaining this pace, he is pushing it extremely hard. I just love these views. So outside of what would you say is your, having covered every blade of Hong Kong? So like of the Macklehoes, what's your favourite part of the course?
Ooh, I think that ridge was up there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to say because it's often so tied to the memories that you have on specific sections of the race. I think it'll be beautiful up near Tai Mo Shan, Needle Hill, all of that. I don't love the beaches, I'll be honest.
You don't? You don't like running on sand?
I got lost there.
Oh, did you?
Well, there's three beaches that come in a row.
Yeah.
And in 4 trails, you're running them in one direction. In 4 and 4, you run them in another. And then various races use like maybe 2 or 3 of the beaches. It's all very confusing if you happen to do a lot of races in Sai Kung. And I just, got a bit lost as to which beach I was on. And
yeah, so
so I got two favorites and one not favorite part.
Yeah. The one bit that that I'm a big fan of is Lead Mine Pass. Like it's kind of like one of the last sections, and then you go through this beautiful rocky section. We'll have some great footage of that.
I imagine that's
later.
Maybe the last checkpoint before they come down into the finish.
It is, yes, yeah. So we're going to welcome back Jeff and Richard shortly to take over the booth. And Sarah, thank you so much for joining.
It's always
good
again.
to see you. Yeah. Good luck for the Hong Kong Marathon
you.
tomorrow. And we look forward to seeing the 4 Trails documentary come out soon. And you feature quite heavily, so we won't no spoiler alerts.
All right.
Thank you, Sarah.
Literally hotting up right now. as we approach the end of the midday sun but the beginning of the early afternoon sun. And sat next to me, Jeff Campbell, a man who knows not much actually about suffering in the midday sun, because you're normally about 2 hours ahead of most of us and probably already having a cold beer at this stage. But take us through what the lead runners are feeling now, because what you have to understand is this is a 100-kilometer race, but boy, oh boy, are they running it like it's a 100-meter race. They're just hammering it, aren't they?
Yeah, you know, for these athletes, the 100K distance is a little bit more like a 50K or a 30K for some other trail runners. They can really maintain an unbelievable amount of intensity all day long. Now, mind you, not everyone, right? So the field that we saw.
We're looking here on the graphic that you can see on the screen at Yo Pei-Chuan's record time that he set just in 2020. This was just a shade over 10 hours. He said before this race that he thought he could go under 10 hours. This is pretty much off the cards, I'd say, at this stage for anybody, based on the fact that it's a pretty hot day. And so far in the first 5 checkpoints, I think they're a little bit off that record pace. But I mean, you've got to wonder how they keep pushing themselves so hard. And particularly, you were talking, Jeff, about his track record. I mean, an incredible athlete. But actually, some domestic Chinese races he's run, he's not necessarily been blazing as fast as he does here in Hong Kong when he turns up every year and makes it look so easy.
Well, yeah, he is a very well-accomplished runner and obviously a multiple-time champion here at Hong Kong 100. But yeah, compared to some of the other ITRA scores of some of the other mainland athletes in this race, you have some folks who are in the 900s or very high 800s, and even in some head-to-head battles like in Saigu in October in mainland China, he was a little bit off the pace of that one. But it shows that in trail running, every course is different. Some can really suit certain athletes, and also being familiar with the course, having run it so many times, he really will have a good sense of what is the right feeling, what is the right pace at certain points in the course. He knows what's left, being more than halfway through, what to expect, and how much gas he needs to have in the tank.
Yeah, and see if we go back to some of the race course footage here of the athletes just powering up these climbs. That looks to me like it could be one of the mid-pack male runners, probably off the pace of some of the leaders, but you can see the challenge that they face. There's not a single bit of sort of easily runnable trail in this section of the race course. It's either stairs or technical trail or both, and then one and then the other. It never really is it, and that's why they've got their poles out at this stage.
Yeah, that's true, and as I mentioned earlier, this is in Hong Kong. You're not going to get these 2-3 hour long massive alpine climbs. There's a lot of up and down, and they tend to be very, very quick changes of terrain. You're on technical single track, and then you're on some stairs, maybe a little bit of flat, and then you're downhill, and then rinse and repeat. So you as an athlete, you need to work on those transitions. Make sure that you're going from the stairs to the flat bits and not slowing down. You can see just here on the screen how good this athlete is at not being lazy on the flat bits. Keeping on powering through, even if he's mixing in hiking and running. Just being smooth through all those different technical transitions.
That's it, and I mean, this is, I think, probably one of the toughest sections of the course. This chunk between CP5 and CP6, it's long, it doesn't relent, it's on up, down, you've got this big stretch in the middle where you get this amazing opening across the Ma'an Shan ridgeline, and you kind of feel to yourself like, oh, that's it, I've reached the summit, now it's basically all the way down to CP6. But unfortunately, not so simple. There's a whole heap of stuff you've got to do before you get down to what is effectively a little bit of respite at CP6, and we'll be there very shortly as these lead runners come through. The runner on screen now, Ludovic Vriennes, one of the top runners in Hong Kong, especially for these long distances. He's really been a champion of the running scene here for these 100K plus distances, and in fact last year I think he was the only non-Chinese runner, runner from the Chinese mainland, I should even say, to actually get in the top 10. He finished 7th. And it's just a measure of how tough the competition is these days, both in Hong Kong and on the Chinese mainland, with so many talented runners, such a depth of talent pool that there's only one runner now in the top 10 that's outside of Hong Kong and the Chinese mainland. There's Ludovic. He'll be pushing hard. He's very good at pacing himself in these races, far better than Scott or I, perhaps. But there's a man who probably knows what he's doing at this stage, probably taking it a bit easier based on the way we're looking at his pacing up this tarmac section of the climb. But I think he's probably running it smart because, as you've said many times, Jeff, this is a back-ended course, right? It's a heavy set of mountains in the second 50K, and it's very easy to get carried away in the first half.
And to me, Ludovic is looking very smooth here. He's in 13th place right now, and just looking very comfortable. He knows this course very well. Hong Kong-based runner, even though he's from the Netherlands. And there's still enough of a course still in front of him that he doesn't want to get right to the limit. You know, if you are redlining at this point in the race, there's still a lot of time that you could lose but by not being on the front of your feet in the last few sections. So, and also it's about 2 o'clock, just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Hong Kong. So the sun is out still high in the sky, especially in the exposed sections. You know, you don't want to be overexerting yourself.
Yeah, quite right. I don't know if we can pull up the leaderboard from my screen here right now, but it's really starting to get a little bit more interesting to start to pick your top three. We've got Yo Pei Tuan in the lead here. It's pretty clear at the moment that he is intent on making this yet another victory in this race. Behind him, Jia Jiaju, another very talented Chinese runner for long-distance races. We've seen him compete at many of the biggest races in Asia and indeed around the world recently. He was in Thailand where Scott and I were racing recently, doing a 160K race and making it look like a breeze as normal. Behind him, Deng Guomin, another highly talented Chinese runner, lives just across the border from us. Over near Shenzhen, and he's often putting in some pretty heavy times for his training that we all keep track of over here in Hong Kong. And then behind him, the first overseas runner, Tyler Green from the US, who we saw at the press conference earlier in this live stream, telling us all about his training plan of carrying, I think, his child up and down the stairs in order to try and keep things going. But we'll update the leaderboard as we go and keep you all up to date, of course, with what's happening over in the female race. If we just jump across and see who's in the lead there, much easier to keep track of that one at the moment. There's a couple of standout runners. Lin Chen, the last to cross the CP4 at Yongshuio. We'll keep track of her and see what's happening in the female race there as well. Lin Chen on screen there, of course, coming through Yongshuio in the lead. Fairly comfortably ahead at the moment of Dominika Stelmach, another highly talented runner, and Li Ying behind her. Another, as you can see, strong contingent of runners from the Chinese mainland in this top 10, stretching pretty much, what is it, all the way down to the top 10, in fact, apart from Dominika there holding her place in second.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of work for Dominika to close that gap. You know, being a Europe-based runner, coming into Hong Kong in the hotter weather, and with a very challenging second half of the course ahead for the women leaders. It'll be interesting to see what Li Ying does. She was looking very strong when we saw her a couple of hours ago, and wouldn't be surprised if she had a strong finish. And I think it'll be a close finish, but potentially with Li Ying making a move in the second half.
Yeah, very quickly, let's just check in on the Grand Sam current situation. This, of course, is the runners who have competed in the third. That's a 33-kilometer race on Thursday. Then on Friday, another 56-kilometer race, and then today they're casually knocking out another 100 kilometers in the main event. We've got Ying Ying in the lead here currently. Behind him, Yang Jie, another very strong runner from the Chinese mainland, and Sangha Sherpa, a Nepalese runner, in third. This is a mission, isn't it, to do 3 races in 3 days? Well, you've probably done it, but it's a mission.
Yeah, well, and to go and have the 100K on the last day, there must not be too much left in the tanks. I would imagine that tactics and how you handled your pacing in the first two races will really come into play today. If you got a little bit too excited in the 50K yesterday, it could be a long day out there in the sun today.
No question. Quick check-in on the females in that same slightly crazy category. Here they are, another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 runners from the Chinese mainland just ripping up the course. Amazing performance by them. And then down in 9th place, Francesca Canepa from Italy, another promising entrant into this race, but struggling really to keep up with the pace with the leaders across these 3 days. We heard from her in the press conference with one of our interviews earlier saying how much she loves racing in Hong Kong. She actually won the Hong Kong 100 individual race
right, yeah.
A few years ago and is back here because she loved racing here so much. Maybe let's go back on the course and see some of the scenery and understand why she's so fond of racing in Hong Kong, just as we are, because of all the amazing views and ridge lines and trails that we can enjoy when we're running here. We're there at CP5. That's where many of these lead runners have just come through. You can see there it's only the 57-kilometre mark, despite the fact that the runners have been pounding the trails for so long. So that's just over halfway, but still a lot of climbing to go.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is a backloaded course, so the 50K mark may not necessarily be exactly the halfway in terms of timing and effort. So yeah, I think the runners who've done this course before, they'll know exactly what's in store for those last few stages. It'd be interesting to see some of the out-of-town runners who this is their first edition of the Hong Kong 100 for them, how they handle those big climbs at the end, and maybe how much research they've done on the course and how much they've mentally prepared themselves for how they need to finish.
I mean, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because you'll have been aware, of course, I'm sure, of other international runners coming over to Hong Kong. They're often asking for advice from people like yourself, who I'm sure they've met on the trail scene, knowing that you're based here. What are the sort of top 3 tips that you always say to them when you have an outstanding runner who has nothing to learn really in terms of knowing how to structure a big race, and they've got nothing to learn about how to turn their legs over? But when it comes to running here, what are your sort of immediate tips that you share with them?
Yeah, well, it would depend on how long before the race that we were having the chat, because if it's long enough in advance, really getting them to practice some stair running. Now, running on stairs, in your apartment building or in a stadium might be a little bit different than the type of Hong Kong big concrete steps that we have. But just getting a little bit of technique, running 2x2 downhill stairs, that's a great thing for out-of-town runners to do before trying a run in Hong Kong. But one of the more practical tips that I would give if it was closer to race day is Hong Kong weather this time of year. It can be a clear, seemingly cool day, but the humidity can still get quite high. The sun can be deceptive, and we've seen a lot of races in Hong Kong where the pace has been very aggressive at the front of the pack, and then runners just blowing up, and some DNF rates that are higher than the conditions might seemingly you'd expect, and there isn't massive amounts of elevation, but the Hong Kong courses can be tricky just because of how fast they allow you to run, and sometimes that can be your own undoing.
And if I just flip it around from your experience of running very well here and then going overseas, particularly in things like the World Championships when you've been representing Canada, how does it feel for you in terms of the training opportunities you have here in Hong Kong when you head over to race in Europe or even in the States or in Canada?
Yeah, well, I think it comes down to what the natural terrain that you live and train in, how closely that allows you to prepare for the event that you're competing in. So, being in Hong Kong, we don't have high elevation. So if you're running above 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters, where the air gets a little bit thin, that can be difficult or impossible to replicate here unless you have an oxygen tent or some other type of technological assistance like that. You also won't have giant long climbs where you're climbing for more than 60 or 90 minutes in one go, or conversely long descents. You know, the climbs here, there's lots of mountains here in Hong Kong, but they tend to be short and sharp, so you do a lot of them, but you don't get into the rhythm of climbing for 90 minutes straight like you might in sort of more European alpine terrain. We also our seasons here, you know, we have a very hot summer, which is the racing season in Europe and in other parts. So sometimes when you're doing a big race overseas, you might not be in mid-season like a lot of the other competitors, and that works the opposite here. So when you're racing a big race like Hong Kong 100 or Ultra Trail Mount Fuji, you have runners that might be coming from overseas, and they're not in the middle of their racing season. So that can be an advantage or a disadvantage depending on which way you're going.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're just seeing Lin Chen here run through CP5, the lead female in the 100K race, looking pretty smooth. And I've got to say, it's not often the case these days that when you see the lead female come through, they look particularly stressed or tired. I often feel like the women in these races do a much better job than the men when it comes to pacing. I've so often seen the lead female come through after maybe 10 or even 20 men, and yet they look fresh as a daisy. And the men that have gone before them, in very many cases, look pretty much destroyed. It's interesting to see where she might end up in the overall standings.
Yeah, looking very composed, and you can see her getting nutrition down, getting some fluids down. Really important not to get overexcited. You know, this is a full day out there, so just managing your energy levels, staying calm, doing what you need to get done, right? So as she's coming into the checkpoint, she should already be knowing how she's feeling, how her nutrition strategy is working. If there are, by this point in the race, are there any sort of chafing hot spots? Are the shoes working? Her crew will have plans for a lot of these contingencies, but it's up to the runner to be conscientious about how their body's doing at this point of the race, and then communicating with the support crew about exactly what they need to have addressed so that the crew can do in there and get what needs done. But that requires a certain amount of clarity, and often when your race is starting to not go as you might have planned, sometimes that can affect you mentally as well. So sometimes when you see a runner who kind of comes into a checkpoint and clearly needs a lot of work done, it can be tougher at that point to actually organize yourself and your crew to address that.
Say chafing hotspots again, because you should have seen Scott's face when you said that. I think that struck a nerve. I think we've all been there at some point.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. And to be honest, most of these elites won't have too many chafing issues. You know, these men and women run long distances in training and racing. What can chafe is probably well calloused by this point, but it can still happen, and especially if they're training in different types of conditions, if maybe it's a more humid environment that they're racing in, sometimes those things can happen. But sometimes your shoes just aren't working, and you want to switch up, and likely the crews of the elites are going to have some gear changes that are ready if the runner needs. But again, that requires you to remember what you've planned out, remember what the resources are, and then anticipate as you're getting into these CPs exactly what you want your crew to focus on. It's such an underrated skill, I think, for these top runners to really organize all of the other resources. When you're out there running between checkpoint to checkpoint, that's all you. But there is a little bit of sort of secret sauce if you're able to manage a good crew that can really sort of shave, if you add it up over all the CPs, a few minutes over your race. And when you have fields that are this competitive, that could be the difference between positions.
I mean, she looked pretty organized right there. She sat down very calmly. She took out the drink and food that she needed. She drank and ate it, which is actually easier said than done when you've just run 57 kilometers as the lead female in a very tough race. The crew around her seemed to know what they were doing. It's pretty much an exemplary performance in managing that whole process. And I mean, I can certainly speak from experience of not managing that process, because it doesn't matter how much you plan ahead and you spreadsheet this stuff, which I've done many, many times. There are points in a race like this when you get to those checkpoints and things do start to, because I found often when you sit down, it's actually much worse than when you're running. And that's actually one of the hardest things to manage. Suddenly you get cold, suddenly you feel nauseous, and you almost wish you were still running, but you know you really need to eat. You really need to just take a moment to get your heart rate down. It's not an easy process, is it, sitting down in the middle of a race?
No, it's not something that I tend to do. I prefer to just grab my nutrition and then eat on the go and get out of the checkpoint as fast as I can. And she was sitting down for a little bit longer than I might have expected, but that could be part of her nutrition strategy, right? So for some of these runners who really prefer to have real food and they just want to have a quick bowl of noodles or rice or a soup, sitting down for 2-3 minutes, getting that in, making sure you're getting that nutrition, and then getting out of the checkpoint strong. You know, you still don't want to be there for 5-7 minutes, but if it's 2 or 3 and it allows you to get that nutrition in, that can still pay a lot of dividends.
And it's paying dividends right now. I mean, look at this. Smooth, strong, up she goes. This is a really exemplary way of just taking a moment to get the heart rate down, cool yourself down. And I mean, she's not even bothering to take those little sort of side gullies, you know, on the side of the stairs. She's just going straight up. And this is, you know, a really powerful performance. And it makes it look, to me at this stage, like she's still moving smoothly and maybe is going to be hard to beat in this 100-kilometer race. I almost wonder if she's feeling too good coming out of that checkpoint, because sometimes you can feel like you've recovered. You get out of the checkpoint, maybe you have a camera person following you, and you want to really just show how strong you're looking, but still a lot of race to go and some big climbs. So just important to still maintain your composure and just manage your energy levels. We're coming back now out of the climb out of CP5. We're looking at the females in this 100-kilometer race. If you're just joining us for the first time here on the Hong Kong 100 live stream, you're very welcome wherever you're watching from. We've got comments coming in on the YouTube stream from all over the world. I've seen comments come in from Europe already. We've had, of course, a whole morning of action for our viewers here in Asia, particularly in Hong Kong, of course, and in China, where we're streaming both on the Chinese mainland and internationally from here in Hong Kong. If you're enjoying this stream, please do share it. Share the link to any friends who you know will enjoy watching this amazing action. And of course, please leave some comments for us here in the studio. Let us know what you think of the coverage. Let us know what you think of the trails. There's a whole heap of comments here saying, I had no idea Hong Kong was this beautiful. Is that really Hong Kong? Which is understandable, because this is the kind of scenery, honestly, which is very rarely shared anywhere in the media. And it's one thing that I think we're also proud of, whether we're naturalized Hong Kongers, whether we're local Hong Kongers, whether we're expats who've lived here for a long time. We just really so proud of this amazing scenery, and it's so nice to share this on a platform like this with the rest of the world.
This is a really big, it was a really big surprise when I moved to Hong Kong. I only knew it to have skyscrapers and really dense population. A race like this really showcases just the amount of natural beauty that Hong Kong has. You know, so much of the territory is covered in country parks and such a well-developed trail system and a trail running community. And a race like Hong Kong 100, you know, I think it's a real showcase event for trail running, not just in Hong Kong but in China. I think this is historically a really important race for the mainland elites, and you know, we have so many in both the men's and women's fields who are showing just how strong they are just in their backyard.
Yeah, and actually, just to set a small competition for us during the rest of our stream, I just got a comment here from somebody watching on the World Trail Majors YouTube channel. We're also streaming to the World Trail Majors channel, since, of course, this race is affiliated with that series, one of the founding members of that famous series now, the World Trail Majors running series. There's a viewer here watching from El Salvador. How about that? What time is it there? 1 o'clock in the morning? I don't know. 2 o'clock in the morning?
I think it'd be about a 12-hour time difference thereabouts. So, it's amazing to have people from all over the world watching this amazing race unfold, and I think we're going to have a pretty exciting finish. You know, obviously you pick one, just having such a strong race, but the chasing pack is only a few minutes behind. Meng Guangfu and Deng Guomin, such strong runners on the men's side. All of these men in that chasing pack have the ability to close that gap. I think on the women's field, Chen Lin is looking very strong. Yeah, we saw her with the live cam, just really looking comfortable and moving very fast. It'll be a lot of work for Dominika Stelmack and Li Ying to close that gap, but maybe some aggressive racing for those podium spots for the women's race.
No doubt. And actually, as soon as I said El Salvador, somebody else has just messaged on the World Trail Majors site saying they're watching from a freezing Zurich. So how about that? It's slightly different to the scenery we're seeing now. And in fact, even as I say that, you're very welcome. So let's say, what is it, like a buenas noches to Gilberto Melendez, who's watching on the World Trail Majors site. He's just told me it's 12:27 a.m. where he's watching. So I'm sure you've had a lovely day. Thanks so much. Please don't stay up all night, although if you want to, you're very welcome to stay with us. We've got another, 30, 40, in some cases 50, in some cases for some runners, 70 or 80 kilometers of running still to go. But please stay with us. Share this channel, of course, with any of your friends in your time zone, and we'll welcome you through the remaining hours of this exciting race. If we can pull up one of these other race shots full screen, I'll use that as an opportunity to step out for a moment. Welcome back Scott from our other Endurance Asia fan club of the commentary team, and we'll get Scott and Jeff back in the seat as we try and coordinate the rest of this race coverage. I'll share with you, Jeff, just while we wait for that, the reality of what we're doing here, which I can promise you has not been that simple. We're trying to stream across the entire race course in Hong Kong, and while you might think it's Hong Kong, I mean, surely it's got cell phone coverage everywhere, you'd be surprised. This is one of the reasons we love Hong Kong so much. It's a city, but that's like a tiny fraction of Hong Kong. The rest of it, mountains, jungles, in some cases it feels like sometimes, country parks, endless beaches and so on. And it's been a bit of a mission to carry this off. But so far, we're hanging in there. We've been streaming now for, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 7 hours.
Yeah.
Not a bad effort. And we've still got another 7 hours to go. So halfway, exactly. It's over halfway for the runners, probably for the fast ones, just about halfway for us. But looking forward to, of course, carrying you all through wherever you're watching for the rest of this race. Another viewer here saying they're watching from the Philippines. Thanks so much. Of course, we've got a local Filipino runner here in Hong Kong, Stingray, tearing up the trails as he usually does, but suffering a bit in the first half. But if we just, let's check in quickly on the latest in the race standings. If I just pull up my screen here again, we can just see how Stingray is doing.
I think he's back in the top 10. He was running in 8th earlier. I think he might still be.
You're quite right. There he is.
Thereabouts. Yeah.
John Rayanifa, number 8. That's really impressive because he was definitely having a hard time, wasn't he, earlier on in this race event? It was pretty obvious he wasn't quite on his normal form. But there he is, number 8. Doing a pretty good job of holding position because it was looking rough for him, wasn't it, earlier in the race? But he's doing a great job of holding on. And again, what is a top 10 that's heavily stacked with runners from the Chinese mainland. The only ones busting that 10 at the moment. You've got Tyler Green still holding strong in 5th. He's one of the top US runners in this race. And then in 7th, Turta Tamang, a strong Nepalese runner who said that he felt he could go under 10 hours in this race. That's a pretty strong challenge. Maybe not this year, Turta, but no doubt in the future. He's a very strong runner who's had a lot of success running here in Hong Kong.
I'm really impressed with Tyler Green's performance today. For an American who's never raced in Hong Kong before, really keeping things together. He's looked comfortable through all the checkpoints, and he's holding his own against some very strong competition. Turtha, the Nepalese, they always have something to prove in Hong Kong, and he's pacing it very, very ambitiously. And then Stingray Onifa, pulling things back together, and he's only 10 minutes off of 3rd place right now. So if the top 10 here for the men is still relatively tightly packed. Yu Peguan has definitely opened up a gap, but the chasing pack, they're still in this, and I think you could see a lot of movement in this top 10.
You're quite right. As we look down the times here, we've got 13 minutes on the lead there from Yorpei Tuan. But after that, we're looking at 6-minute gap, 4-minute gap, 1-minute gap, 2-minute gap. As you say, it's pretty tight in this top 10. A lot could change in what is still 40 minutes of solid racing. Let's try and go back to the course now. We'll pull up one of these race course shots if we have one and try and go full screen with this one. Will give me a chance to switch out with Scott, and then we'll have a nice opportunity to freshen things up in the commentary box while I go and figure out how we're going to film CP6, CP7, CP8, CP9, and then eventually get to the finish line. It's been great sitting in with you, Jeff. I'll just hand back over to Scott now, and good luck to both of you for the next 30 minutes of commentary.
All right, and thank you, Richard. And we are back on the course here, and you can see all of the checkpoint supporters and some spectators ready to cheer on the runners coming through. It just looks like a beautiful day out there. Really lucky to have these types of conditions out on the course today. Can be a challenging race if the weather is wet, or we've had some editions of the Hong Kong 100 where we've even had some snow on Tai Mo Shan. So this time of year normally we have pretty good conditions, but nothing's a given.
Yeah, no, that was back in, I think it was 2018 or something. There were actually the Tai Mo Shan, which is the highest point of the entire Hong Kong archipelago. There was literally, the road was frozen. I remember seeing a video of like these cows sliding down the top of the hill. They had to like divert it onto trails so people could actually get off, but it was pretty precarious. But yeah, I don't think we'll have any snow out there today.
No, I think it would have to be a real change of conditions. It's looking absolutely beautiful. I think we see Ryan Whelan there.
Ryan Whelan,
who's one of Hong Kong's top trail runners. He's not racing today, but he's carrying a GoPro and a transmitter, and he's been doing some of the live shots of some of the top runners. So he's definitely getting some mileage in today, and he's fast enough to be able to keep up with the top elites. Can be challenging when we're getting these live streams on the trail to actually get runners who are capable to keep up with these top athletes while carrying a camera.
Without a doubt, and Ryan is one that certainly can. A teammate of yours in the T8 team, and he's been also a Four Trails finisher as well. He's taking a very worthy. I think he's been at checkpoint 5. He's the one that's been doing hill repeats on checkpoint 5, trying to keep up with people up and down. I've got to put a quick call out for Mr. Richard Kimber, who we had in the booth just then. He's not only been doing some of the presenting here, he's also running a huge team, not just here in the studio, but across the whole of the Hong Kong 100 course to get this live footage to you here. Also, I'm going to actually go and just show you what the course looks like, just to remind you of like all of the elevation that comes through the course and and how it flows through the new territories.
And so it'd be good to recap just what the runners have gone through in the first 50, 58, 59 kilometers so far, as well as what's left, because the last few sections involve some of the biggest, most challenging climbs on the course, and it's also after you've been out in the sun all day and already have a lot of Ks in the legs. So that's really where a lot of the championship spots are decided. Are we able to throw up the? Here we go. So Scott, do you want to talk us through sort of the race course so far?
Yeah, so we showed this is the initial part that goes around and it joins the dam along the road. This was they did this first section up to here, 10K in like 48 minutes, crazy speed.
Crossing some beaches there.
And they're crossing the two beaches. And remember that the first part of the course, although it looks pretty hilly here, but this is actually like the sort of flatter part of the course as it goes around Sai Kung National Park.
About 3-4 minutes of each, and then I got the first.
Yeah, and just this real part is such a natural, beautiful part of the Hong Kong trails. Not too many views of the cityscape here. You know, you're running along the mountains close to the ocean, and as you sort of pass this halfway mark, you'll start to approach some parts where you have some beautiful vistas of the city itself.
And so this bit here is this is the plateau that comes around Mao Shan around here, and looking down to Sai Kung that we've seen. And so this is about where quite a few people are on the course right now.
Yeah, and you can see Kowloon there, the dense population. That's the densest part of Hong Kong. So you can see all of the skyscrapers from there. But you can just see a lot of this is running along ridgeline and then getting some bigger climbs just in the last 30 kilometers.
And you'll see looming over here is Taimo Shan, the big hill, and you'll be able to see that for about the last 30k of the race. And it's just before the end. It's around like 5k before the actual end of the race. So yeah, it'll be a very fast finish down there. But yeah, I think what I'm looking forward to actually is once we hit the part where you section 5 of the MAC, where you see over that whole Kowloon vista. So you've had the national park, and then you get to see the city and how Kowloon, historically, you could see coming out there that you've used to have the airport on Kowloon side.
That's right.
So
Kai Tak
Airport. And now it's actually, they're building a stadium and everything there. But historically, it had no high rises because it was the flight path.
Correct.
My mum used to be an air hostess, and she said she used to fly in, and as you'd bank round, you'd literally bank into the mountains that these people are running in, and she could look down, you could look down and see people in their windows like putting their washing out and stuff. But since they've moved the airport, it's started like building high-riser out there, and we'll see that vista as we cross that part of the
that part of the course, sort of near Shatin Pass, is one of those places where you've been running by that point in just undisturbed nature, and you forget that you're close to this massive urban city. And in Hong Kong, the trails are so close to the built-up areas. But if you're just on the other side of the ridge, you'd have no idea that there are 7 million people living just a couple of kilometers away. We can see some of the shots here. This is Mao Shan along the ridge. One of my favorite parts of not just this course, but of Hong Kong trail running.
Yeah. Yeah, we're actually expecting first female to come through here very soon, and so yeah, hopefully we're going to be able to catch footage around her hitting that ridge line and flowing right round. And as you say, it's like around like almost a kilometre run along this ridge line, and it's just after a really challenging climb up to this point, up through a valley. It's quite hot through there, and you just get to this point where you've got a breeze flowing through your hair, and you just get to enjoy this ridge line flowing round and the beautiful vistas down to Sai Kung.
Absolutely, and to be honest, this is one of the beautiful parts where you can almost forget that you're in a race, and even if you're being very competitive, it can really just take your breath away how beautiful of a trail this is. But tactically, it also gives you a little bit of an ability to look over your shoulder and see whether there's anyone coming up against you. We're able to follow the live tracking, see what all the splits are, how far back the competitors are. These runners will get a little bit of that information at the checkpoints. They'll be asking their support teams, how far back am I from the next runner, or how far back is the next runner from me? But sometimes the information that's available at the checkpoints is limited, and just having that real-time information on the course for sections like this, where you're able to see a pretty good distance over your shoulder, just to see if anyone's in the hunt behind you, or if you're chasing someone from behind.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Chenlin we're expecting to come up through here. So if you look on the left-hand side here, it's actually like a really big hill. I've never actually climbed up to that summit there, but there's just, it's like a full cliff face, as you can see on your left-hand side. But this is a real valley, and this is like a climb up through the valley. You get out to, and honestly, it's just spectacular. Blows you away as you get over that and come out through that valley there. I'm trying, and I think a few people are hanging out to sort of to check the runners come through. And there we have Chenlin. Oh no, sorry, this is one of the male runners coming through there. But yeah.
It is a popular part of trail, so you will have spectators on this part of the course. It's not too hard to get to. It's not the most remote section, even though it is really beautiful. So you'll often have some hikers and some race spectators who'll be camping out there and yelling "Gai Yao," add oil to the passing runners. There might be some hikers there that are just ahead of this runner, Yeah, because this is the main trail system in the new territories, there will be a lot of other members of the public on the course. Most of the sections are wide enough that it's not too hard to pass, and a lot of these locals are hikers are used to races being held, and they're quite good about moving out of the way. But yes, sometimes you might need to give some warning if you're going at high speed, just so that the members of the public can make way.
Yeah. Chunjo, on your left, for anyone. That's about the only Cantonese I know, actually.
Yeah,
that and Gayao.
Moisi, I'm sorry, coming through is a good one to yell, but and then Mgai.
Mgai. Yeah, that's.
I thank you as you've come past, but I think on a day like today, once the leaders come through, the members of the public will know that there's others who are coming through, and it's just a fun day out there for everyone. And to be honest, as a runner, it is nice to not be on a totally barren, empty trail. You don't want it to be so packed that you're having difficulty passing through people, but it is nice to see some smiling faces when you're out there for 10, 12 hours.
Yeah, and I think just a reminder that this is the crux of the race. So the elites came through here probably around half an hour ago, but then as there's an area just after this where it's very famous for people doing hang gliding off the side, and but then there's a really long climb up to the next checkpoint, which is Gilwell Camp at checkpoint 6. Which is also like is a really famous checkpoint. Well, it's part of like the Oxfam Trail Walker Mackelhose, and this will make or break a lot of the competitors, not just the elites, but across the entire field. When they get through to this point, it will be really it's really challenging, and because it's exposed, as you can see, it's hot and humid, and if those haven't had taken enough water with them on this part of the course, then they're at risk of running out of water, which could be really problematic. Yeah, I mean, just enjoy this beautiful view and ridgeline flowing through. I don't know about you, Jeff, but I'm just jealous of these runners right now, or for those that are about to go and experience this in person.
It makes me want to strap up my knee, take some painkillers, and get out on the course. I don't think the doctor would be recommending that, but what great conditions that the runners have, and just look at that beautiful trail. This is this is I think one of the nicest parts of the whole course.
Yeah. Talking your injury, Jeff. So you out doing some mountain skiing out in Japan. So you're doing some ski mountaineering, and you managed to twist your whole knee 270 degrees by the sound of it, right?
Yeah. I had an unfortunate ski accident, and the leg was pointing in entirely the wrong direction. But luckily, I had some MRI done when I got back to Hong Kong, and nothing was ruptured. So it looks like an MCL sprain and a few other patellar tendons that have been twisted a bit. No meniscus damage, and I'm hoping that in about 4 to 6 weeks I'll be able to get some training back in. It could have been a lot worse. So
it happened 2.5 weeks ago, and you were telling me last night that you thought, I'll go out and test it, and you went and do like a 5K run, and it sounds like you're a bit too keen by the sound.
It's difficult to be going from doing no running at all, or going from running every day to nothing at all. So the doctors have said it's not going to make the injury worse to do a little bit of mileage, but it could be uncomfortable. And I decided to test out the theory, and they were right. It was uncomfortable. I could run on it a little bit, but there's not too much training benefit at that point. So to me, it was just more about testing to see if I could build a little bit of that back into my daily routine. I think we're still a little bit early. Going to give it a few more weeks, but it gives me a chance to sit in the studio here today and really just soak in the whole event and watch all the participants today.
Well, you've got one of the fascinating story, Jeff. Because I mean, what age are you now? You've just entered into the Masters. Are you 41 or
41 now?
41,
yeah.
I thought so. And but you actually only started running like. Completely, not even compared. You only started running like, was it 5 years ago, 5, 6 years ago?
No, it was about 9 years ago.
9 years ago.
So when I moved to Hong Kong was when I started to run. So I moved here just for personal reasons. My wife is from the territory, and we were living in Canada, and we moved here. And it just so happened that the first people that I met happened to be trail runners, and they encouraged me to get out onto the trails. And I had no running experience, not even just no trail running experience, no running experience at all, and really just fell in love with the beautiful parts of the territory that trail running allows you to get into, and the trail running scene was very well developed even at that point. You know, Hong Kong has a longer history in trail running than some other parts of Asia, and was able to start participating in races and had some early success, and decided it's something that I wanted to build on and see how competitive I can get.
Well, you were discovered, funnily enough, by John Ellis, is out there somewhere today. I'm sure he's been coming off a long amount of injury, but he's like been top 10 in this race many times. But yeah, I remember you showing me a picture of when he's like encouraged you to come out of running. It's like you were like called up for dinner, didn't you? Like, what do you people do in Hong Kong? Well, we go out hiking, trail running. Yeah. So he convinced you to go out, right?
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, but look at. We could hear Angie in the background a little bit.
But yeah, he encouraged you. The picture of you before you started going out were like an absolute chunky. But what do you probably like weigh about 60 kg now? Who we've got here? We've got Yopo Chang coming through.
Coming through. There, let's take a look at how he's doing. He looks like he's moving very comfortably.
Very comfortably. He's holding his poles as his like downhill run there.
Hi, Angie.
Angie, you saw Yopo Chang coming through there. Can we go live to Angie to tell us how he was looking?
Hi, Angie. We can see you live on the stream. How are you doing out there?
Can you see me now?
We can see you. I know.
Why don't you tell the viewers where you are on the course?
We are just 1 kilometer after the checkpoint 6. We're 71 kilometers in. It is at the little trail that comes in, this beautiful nice trail that comes in and turns into the main road of Sha Tin Pass Road. The reason we're choosing here because we have a very nice view of the Kowloon side of Hong Kong, as well as you can see the runner coming down on these little steps. Hong Kong is so famous for steps, and this is somehow is a technical thing that we like doing in Hong Kong. So what we just saw about 1 minute ago at 2:47 was the leading runner, Yopo Chang. He, with bib number 1, is always leading, defending winner. He is just one pass and in a very, very nice form. I would say he looks so much better than 2 hours ago. And even the last time I saw him, he was in, like you say, very composed. And this one, he's even more strong. He's even more forceful on his strides, and he's now going downhill. You could see in the live stream about a minute ago, he is a very, very good, nice control pace. He didn't go crazy on the downhill, so he's looking very good, I would say.
Yeah, watching a runner's downhill form at this part of the race can tell you a lot about how their body is doing, because if you are still in good shape, if those legs are still holding up, you'll see the downhill look very smooth and effortless. You can be laboring a little bit on the downhills at some point, 70 Ks during the race, and that usually doesn't bode well for the finish. But Yopo Chang was looking very, very strong there. Now we're mindful of the gap between you and the second runner. I think Meng Guangfu was second at the last checkpoint with Deng Guomin in third. It'll be really interesting to see who comes through next and what that gap is. Because it wouldn't surprise me if Yu Pei Chuan was starting to extend a little bit of a lead given how good he's looking. But we won't know until we see the next runner.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Angie, we've just come through. So Gilwell Camp is just before. This is after checkpoint 6, right?
This is about 1 kilometer, 1.5 after checkpoint 6. So we should be 71 kilometers on the course.
Yeah, the race timing hasn't updated on here yet. So like, if let's just keep an eye on like timing wise how far Meng Guangfu is behind them. But yeah, beautiful part of the course right here, Angie. So just as you walk down here, it goes onto a road which follows the ridge line, looking over the entire Kowloon Peninsula. Really, really great spot.
Yes, not only this is a great spot. It's also very nicely covered by a lot of other very interested hikers. If you can just quickly look into the hikers, let's turn
the camera around and see everyone.
That you can see that everyone is very curious and super friendly.
Oh, it's beautiful to see all of the sort of active hikers, and it's remarkable just how much of the population here does get out and use the trails. You see hikers of all ages, shapes, and sizes on the Hong Kong trails. You know, you don't have to be sort of a hardcore outdoors person. It seems like a lot of people in the city just really enjoy getting out there, and it's not hard to get to most of the trails. You know, it's usually not more than a 20-30 minute taxi, even to some of the more remote trails.
That is so true. If I would choose to walk up here, it would be around 30 minutes from town. But if you take a taxi, it's about 5 to 10.
And tell us a little bit more about sort of where you are. What's the monkey situation right now, Angie?
Oh, okay. You are like anti-advertising Hong Kong. We have a monkey situation in Hong Kong. No monkey is more clever than our monkeys in Hong Kong. So I am not yet in the monkey zone. The next camera, our next group spot will be in the monkey zone. So we have very well-trained monkeys that they look into the calendars and they will come out on the weekends because that's like where the most people will come and visit the country parks, and everybody will have some food. And the monkeys are very well, I don't know who told them that, but they are very well informed about plastic bags. So if you're carrying a plastic bags in Hong Kong and if you see monkeys, you have to hide the plastic bags. But otherwise in Hong Kong, in terms of wild animals, we almost feel nothing. So occasionally you see boars, but no, monkey is the only thing you have to watch out. Some people would say that Hong Kong has snakes, but honestly, the snakes are so docile here. They don't normally cause a lot of problems. It's the monkeys. Monkeys are the evil.
Yeah. Well, there are some poisonous snakes in Hong Kong, but yeah, you're usually not too far from a hospital if you did get an unfortunate bite. But there is some really interesting wildlife in the last part of this course. A lot of the wildlife in Hong Kong is distributed only in particular areas. But what we'll see around the Shingmun area is monkeys. That is one of the areas that will have a lot of monkeys. And then on Tai Mo Shan, you'll have the cows, feral cows that basically graze the grasses on Tai Mo Shan, and they walk on the same trails as the hikers. It's really a beautiful sort of experience running on that giant mountain and having these big docile animals just minding their days.
Yeah, the amount of times you'll run around a bend on the trail and there's just a huge cow just there right in front of you, and you're like, whoa, that's taking up the entire trail. It's like, how am I going to get past this? But yeah, no, it's all part of the joys of running through Hong Kong.
Well, I mean, the cow's probably thinking, what's this bloody trail runner doing on my mountain?
Get off my mountain.
I'm here just having a snack.
I've actually seen on running on Hong Kong Island, you get wild boars, and I've also seen cats, like wild cats. I'm not quite sure what cats they are, but on Hong Kong Trail.
I mean, it could just be a house cat.
It could be a house cat. It definitely wasn't a house cat.
On Hong Kong Island, you'll have civet cats.
Civet cats.
So,
Okay.
so sort of like a cat, a wild cat / small mammal. I don't know exactly what what category they're in, but it's like a wild cat. You'll have porcupines on Hong Kong Island, a lot of wild boar. And the boars can be a bit aggressive if you surprise them. Seasonally, you'll have spiders. Some pretty big spiders. They tend to come out in the later half of the summer, and if you're running on some of the trails, especially if you're out early in the morning.
Yeah, if you're breaking trail.
Or if it's been raining all day and you're going out for the first run on the trails after it's cleared up. The golden orb weaving spiders, they like to lay their webs at around face height on the trails across, and they like to sit right in the middle of them. So, one strategy that a lot of the runners here will do is use a specialized piece of equipment called a spider stick.
Oh, okay.
Where it's a technical tool that you pick up off the ground. You find a stick that's about a meter long, and you run with it at face height in front of you, and you hope that it's going to hit the spider webs before your face does.
So I'm a big fan of mountain biking as well, and there's one of the islands in Hong Kong, one of the small islands called Lama. There's there's a power there's like power station on there. There's like but you can head over there on your mountain bike. But the challenge, and some great mountain bike trails, but you're not going to be able to put a stick in front of you when you're ploughing down a trail on a mountain bike. And when you're going down and you feel the web on you, and there's a good chance there's one of those spiders just on you somewhere, and they're as like big as your hand, kind of there. I don't think they'll sting you, but like just the thought of it is
as far as I understand, they're a little bit poisonous. Not gonna kill you, but I think it's more the surprise of you're doing a fast downhill and then you have a giant spider on your face. It can be a little bit unnerving. These runners are not going to face that issue, even if they're breaking trail. The spiders aren't out, but they might have a few monkeys to deal with in the last 25K. A lot of beautiful wildlife here in Hong Kong.
Yeah, and so the section that the elites are going to go through now, section 5 of the Macklehose, it's after checkpoint 6. It's a pretty lumpy part of the course. As you saw, there was a road downhill there, and then it hits trail, which is, you think, if we can bring up the elevation chart, actually, and maybe zoom in it, but you can, or I can share from my screen, but you think it's going to be, it doesn't look too lumpy on screen. There isn't any big climbs, but it is extremely up and down, up and down, up and down. So it's very hard to get into a routine or into like a really strong cadence. As you start getting, it's like another climb, and then you start running downhill, and it's another climb. So it's hard to get into a really good rhythm.
Absolutely, but it also showcases for a race like Hong Kong 100 how you need to be a jack of all trades. It doesn't just suit big climbers or people who are good on flatter concrete, or people who can deal with sort of technical terrain. It features all of that, and I think different parts of the course, maybe more prominently feature some of those. But just looking at this elevation chart, you can see not too many giant climbs, but very few flat sections either. You're going up or you're going down.
Yeah, and it's hard to really see on here. It's like, okay, that doesn't really look like, but these hills are like, they are really steep. They're steps. It's just very difficult to get a rhythm on here. And then this climb going up to checkpoint 7, it's actually a really nice spot on here. But this is an actual really steep climb. And it's going to be and at that point, You know, people have done 3,700 meters, but you consider that this last pit from after checkpoint 7, after that, going up the time and shine, you think that's going to be the big hills, but these little ones do take it out of you.
Absolutely, and you'll see what the real top runners in this race will do is managing all those transitions really well. So, you know, because you're not just doing a 1 hour climb and then a long 1 hour descent, you're going from technical to maybe a bit of pavement to a climb and then a descent, making sure that you're not lazy in between each of those transitions, that you're just being smooth and consistent and attacking all those different elements. It can take a little bit of getting used to if you're an overseas runner doing this type of race for the first time. But for the Yope Chuans and some of the other runners who've done this race so many times, they know exactly what's ahead. They're used to keeping up the pace at this, and it'll be interesting to see how Tyler Green does in the last few hours dealing with some of the bigger climbs at the end of this course.
Yeah, well, interestingly on Tyler Green, he came 7th at UTMB this year, but he actually, I think, was in 10th position or so as he went into the final descent. And so he's a very, very fast descenter. He overtook 3 people on that descent. And as you can see from this course profile, that last 5K, it's effectively a road which snakes all the way downhill to the finish line.
With a little bit of technical trail in there.
There is some technical trail, yeah, there's a little bit that goes on trail, but if you're, and the thing is, you can actually see the competitors as well. So who have we got coming through here?
Oh,
so
we have Meng Guangfu.
Meng Guangfu in 2nd place, and that, I wish I'd...
I saw a big smile, so it looks like he's moving well. Having some signal issues, but yeah, no, he's looking all right. Maybe not quite as sharp as Yope Chuan was, but what's the gap?
Yeah, Andrea, I didn't actually take a time check on between.
I think we're looking at about a 13-minute gap here. I think
yes,
it was.
It's about 13-14 minutes in gap. So on his stairs downhills, he wasn't just as smooth and flexible compared to earlier what we see him, and also compared to the leader. So I would think that he's probably struggling a little bit on the knee, looking like that the ankle or the knees are slightly locked up. Hopefully, this next 2 kilometers running on the road downhill, he can kind of loosen up a tiny little bit. His facial expressions was like that he's suffering a tiny little bit of pain. And the last section from the checkpoint over to here looks like he took a little bit of a little bit more sweet time compared to our leader. So I'm suspecting a little bit of like a locked ankle or locked knee here. So what do you think, guys?
Could be. You know, what I'm looking at is the last time they went through a timing checkpoint, the gap was about 7 minutes. So if it's up to 13, that's really an indication that Yope Chuan is able to keep up a pace that the other runners are having trouble with. And you combine that, the increasing gap, with just how comfortable you looked. I think that he's looking like he's in a very prime spot.
Yeah, for sure.
Also bear in mind that it is, sorry to cut you off.
Go. No.
So also bear in mind that it is slightly cooler now out on the trail, and the last session is basically like what you see on the screen is kind of covered. There are a little climb here and there, about 100 meters up and down. Could be a little bit more humid because you're in the jungle, there's no breeze. But all in all, it is not as bad as like what we see him earlier under the sun. So if it is not the heat, then it could just be a little bit of pain.
And let's keep Angie on here, because we're going to see a few of the other leading men coming through at any moment. Deng Guomin, who's very experienced in Hong Kong, should be coming through next. But Zhao Jiju is also in the mix. He was in 4th at the last timing point. Tyler Green and Chin Guidu. So we have some runners who were quite tightly bunched behind Deng Guomin in 3rd place. So it'll be interesting to see the order coming through.
Yeah, just in terms of like record time. So Yopo Chan has the record for this course, 10 hours, just over 10 hours and 17 seconds it was. Came out last year with the intention of setting the new record. It was a hot year last year, finished in 10:37. At Gilwell Camp, it was around 6 hours, 12 minutes was the record time. He came through there in around 6:40, I think, so around half an hour off fastest time. But it's actually similar to last year. It's like similar time for last year. So we don't see a record pace this year. A little grooming going on with the monkeys here.
If we could blur the screen there, I'm not sure if all the people at home need to. There we go. That's a little bit more family friendly. So I wouldn't put too much stake in terms of the record not being under threat today. You're always racing the conditions, it is not anything to say of the quality of the runners. If it was 10 degrees cooler today and a little bit of shade, I think with the quality of this field, 10 hours could have been under threat. These runners are racing for places, and I think I think you is putting on a real clinic in terms of how to pace the Hong Kong 100.
Yeah, that's one of the things I love around ultra running, and compared to, spectating a marathon, you know that you're always focused on and the splits and the times, but for ultra running, like anything can happen. It's over obviously longer distance, but the conditions make a real impact on ultra running, and it's a very different spectator sport. I'm so glad we're able to bring this to you as a live spectator sport now. I think this is kind of the future of the sport.
Yeah, it's real neat, and to have the technology of having the live cams throughout the course. We have the combination here of being able to see, being able to see the splits. But also to see the expressions on the runners' faces, how they're doing, to see how their support crews are interacting with the runners. This is something that previously, if you weren't at the event, you'd have no ability to see that. So yeah, we're really lucky, and thanks to all the production team that's put this on together, and all of the volunteers and technical crew. Everyone's doing an amazing job to bring this to the folks at home.
Yeah, with most with marathons, to be able to cover those, you're on main streets, and it's. But I can't stress enough how challenging it's been for the team to get all this footage out to you in such remote parts of Hong Kong with no signal in most of these places. But yeah, the team are doing a fantastic job out there bringing this footage to you. To you live.
Normally, if you wanted to watch monkeys grooming each other, you'd have to watch a different YouTube channel, but. Here you can see some of the best racing in Asia and some interesting nature as well. Now, who do we have on the screen coming through here?
This is coming around the Ma On Shan Ridge again with the drone footage down there. But I was just wondering if that was the leading female coming through. Yeah. 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 So we're actually, obviously we've talked about this is the inaugural event of the World Trail Majors. And a series of nine events across the world, and there's a lot of excitement around these group of events, and yeah, we're going to hear a bit more about the sort of the team that have brought that together and what's in store for the rest of this season.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's check that out.
Cool.
día 128 kilómetros y 7.000 metros de desnivel positivo. Es cruzar Gran Canaria de norte a sur.
Aqui realmente desafiar tudo, a montanha, tudo o bom que tem na Madeira, que realmente nós
Everything is ready for the start of these 100 miles from the English city of Winchester to the city of Eastbourne. More than 400 runners of different nationalities have gathered today.
C'est Québec Méga Trail. Alors vous avez différents liens qui peuvent être suivis. Le gagnant du QMT 100.
What are the main aims of World Trail Major, this collaboration?
Yeah, this is quite a flat organization, non-profit. It's formed by the several races. Actually, the number is 9. And the aims are preserving the authenticity of trail running, of keeping the real values under control, under what we consider is the right way to evolve the sport. And it's basically respect the environment, respect other competition, respect what's done in the past, and of course integrity, preserving these core values. Most of the runners, organizers, sponsors are established, and we all agree. And preserving also the identity of each race, and not pretend to do all the same. It's a way to preserve a character, an important hardcore value of trail running, that is the diversity. It's region by region is different, evolve in a different way, and that's great in a sport that has some rules, but it's also a little, not chaotic, but a little not super standardized. We don't have the rules other sports have, and it is part of the beauty of this sport.
So, for race organizers in the World Trail Major Series, why is it so important for the races to remain independently managed by and organize it?
Yeah, as said, this is an organization, has no owner, but the races that take part on these World Trail Majors. So it's owned by themselves. They can leave whenever they want. There is not a compromise to stay in the association for time or whatever. So if they don't agree, they are free to leave. But also because they have the control of the decisions they take, the way to promote it, the way to influence in the sport, the way to take the decisions is all together. There is not a boss, and all have to obey the decisions.
So have you heard some kind of response, comments and reactions from the runners about this new series?
In general, has been a very good response. Of course, there's people that need more information than critics. Okay, it's part of the job. We have to accept them, and if we consider they are reasonable, we try to adopt it, because this is something live, and that's something that will grow and evolve in many ways. For example, probably the most positive responses have been from the elite runners, because they really like the idea of the way of doing things and the way of managing. For general runners, for the typical runner, like 99% of us are, the response has been like an alternative, like a way to discover the world, to discover other places, other ways of practicing trail running, and in general has been very positive. And we take this as probably that we took a good direction.
So with Hong Kong 100 100 being the first race in the series. How excited are you to see it being,
Well, it's great because this has been prepared for quite a long time. And at the end, there is only one first ever, and this is in Hong Kong. It's an honor to be here. It's great to, at the end, start in a physical way, not just plannings or not just PowerPoints or videos. So it is great that it starts in this event, and let's see how it gets. Of course, we will make mistakes. We know it. We will have to learn, because if not, our future is dark. But we have to start, and this is the right moment to do it. And it's great to do it here in Hong Kong. That it's one of the main races in the whole Asia. So it's all of these races are remarkable and very important in each region or country. And it's great to start here in a different race. For me, in my case, coming from Europe, it's very different to what I know. And I'm excited to do by myself also and run on the Hong Kong trails.
Streaming. We're broadcasting, of course, all over the world, bringing you the joys of the Hong Kong trails, sharing them with viewers as far as El Salvador in Central America. People from Zurich have been sending us messages saying that they're enjoying the live stream. We're celebrating, of course, trail running here in Hong Kong. If I can just bring us back to our studio team here, delighted to introduce some new guests to our stream this afternoon. Not from Hong Kong, not from El Salvador this time, but from Japan, because of course we've been talking all day today about this new World Trail Majors series that the Hong Kong 100 is part of. We can actually bring up a map that shows you where some of those races are around the world, and it's a very important development in trail running. This is the first race of the year of that World Trail Majors series. You can see here on the map there's races right across the globe, from the far west all the way over to the far east, where we of course are in the Hong Kong 100. It's the first race of the calendar year. We can switch this also to the calendar that shows you the outline of when those races are all taking place. The Hong Kong 100 being the first race in the calendar year on that list. Soon coming, of course, also you can see just to the east of Hong Kong on this map is the Mount Fuji 100 race, a very famous race in Japan with a long and proud history, showcasing not just the Japanese running talent, but also the amazing trails in Japan. If we bring it back to the studio team now, I'd like to introduce our guests and explain why we're focusing on the Fuji race. I'm delighted to say we have with us Mr. Tatsuo Chiba, the co-chairman of the Mount Fuji 100, also one of his colleagues, Marco Loi, originally from Hong Kong, now lives in Japan, who's helping to develop the Mount Fuji 100 race. So just be interesting just to share your thoughts since you're here in Hong Kong, enjoying this Hong Kong 100 experience. What we'll do here is I'll start the conversation in English. Mr. Chiba-san will probably reply in Japanese. Marco will help to translate that. We'll try and keep things moving along for everybody to understand the Japanese perspective on the Hong Kong 100. If I can ask you first of all, Chiba-san, what's your first impressions of coming over to Hong Kong to see this Hong Kong 100 event? Maybe what have you felt since you've been here?
まず千葉さんに聞きたいというのは、香港に来て香港100というレースの第一印象どう思うんですかね。
今回初めて実は本格的に見させてもらったんですけども、本当にすごくコミュニティに根付いたレースっていう形でよりランナーによるランナーのためのランナーのための大会みたいな形をすごく感じましたね。すごくあったかい大会だなと思います。
Well, this is the first time I really coming in to observe deeply how the organization of Hong Kong 100 is like, and to me I feel like it's really deeply rooted in the community. It is from the community, by the community, for the community. So the volunteers, the runners, everything is like for the runners who are deeply rooted in this community, and I feel very the warmth from this race in particular.
まあ良かったんですね。僕たちの友達がトレイルランニングの友達ですね。僕のチームがトレイルランニングのコミュニティの感じですね。I don't think I need translation. But we're very happy to have you here. But what I'm saying is our entire team here in the studio today is a perfect example of what you're describing, because many of the people helping me out on this project are indeed friends from the trail running community. We've had, of course, Scott and Jeff just off camera here, but also all the people we've seen filming on the trail. This is all really part of a community effort to celebrate not just the Hong Kong 100, 100, but I think really just to showcase trail running in Hong Kong to the rest of the world. But on that subject, this new World Trail Majors series, it's a big deal here in Hong Kong for this race, because this race has always been a big deal in Hong Kong, but maybe hasn't had that global exposure that the race wants. And by being part of this group, this is now an opportunity for it, just like the Mount Fuji 100, to grow. So what's your perspective on the World Trail Majors? How will this help the Mount Fuji 100, and what do you think about the concept of this World Trail Majors series?
香港100にとっては、このもちろん地元にとってはすごい有名なレースなんですけども、でも今年からそのワールドトレイルメジャーズに入ることで、インターナショナル的に世界的に知らせるきっかけになりますので、すごく大事なきっかけだなと思いながら、富士100の場合はそのトレイルメジャーズに入ることで何が狙っているというか、どういう目的なのか、メリットに関してはちょっとお聞きしたいなと思います。
僕たちの、僕は富士山の近くに生まれ育ったんですけども、あまり香港と比べたらほとんどその世界の人たちと交流する場っていうのがないんですよね。で、日本のトレイルシーンっていうのはこの国際レースって実はほとんどなくて、その世界中の人たちのランナーと交流するとか、あとは世界中のトップランナーがを見れるとかっていう機会が実はほとんどないので、やっぱりコロナの時とか本当により閉鎖的になった感じがあったんで、やはり僕たちの役割として世界中の人たちに我々のコミュニティトレイルランニングを知ってもらう、で世界の人たちのことを我々日本人のランナーが知るっていう機会を作るっていうのが一番大切で、やっぱり国際レースにするっていうのがすごく大切な意義だと思っています。
What is exactly what you're saying about trying to create a more international race? So I actually grew up in Shizuoka, which is where the Fuji 100 takes place. There are not many races in Japan that has that international audience or runners coming in. So by being part of the World Trail Majors, hopefully we can show the Japanese community also how the top runners from overseas run like, but also for the overseas runner to know the beauty of Japan as well.
And maybe just quickly on that subject, tell the viewers around the world who are watching this stream about the trails in Japan, keshiki toka, trairu toka, this type of scenery that we can enjoy in Japan.
Okay.
It must be amazing for them to consider coming to try the Mount Fuji 100 race next time.
プロモーションの時間です。
どうぞ。
OK。そして今度はね、今年のマウント富士100は名前もね変わってということなんですけど、今エントリーが終わっててですね、いろいろ集まってるんですけど、また再び世界中の強いランナーも含めて多くの多分40カ国地域からね世界中のランナー集まりますし、あとやはり僕たち1400人のボランティアと一緒にレースを作っているので、日本っぽいですねトレイルランニングのコミュニティの我々言うとおもてなしっていうのをぜひ楽しんでもらいたいなと思います。
So this time we just finished the registration process, and we are going to have runners from over 40 countries. And so we're really excited about that. The other thing is we have 1,400 volunteers coming out from the Japanese community to support this race. In that sense, you can really experience how we give you that omotenashi, that accommodation for the runners coming from overseas.
Well, in fact, we must say before we finish this chat, whenever we go to Japan to race, the funinki, the atmosphere is always just so fantastic, the welcoming that everybody receives. So we wish your race every success. We hope to see the whole team coming over to film your race in the same live streaming next time. It'd be fantastic to try and achieve the same thing.
Yeah, 毎回日本のレースに行くときにもまさしくそのおもてなし感を感じたので、すごく楽しみにしてます。もし機会あったら日本のレースも取材しに行きたいです。
もうぜひお越しください。ありがとうございます。
もしできれば、よろしくお願いします。
ぜひライブ出てもらえると、我々もライブやってて
大丈夫です。
やりたいよね。ライブぜひ
本当にいつでも何でもどこでも大丈夫ですね。トレイルランニングだから。Thank you so much to Chiba-san. Well, let's go back to the course now if we can and see some of the latest on the trails there. And while we've still got the company of Chiba-san and, of course, Marco here, we can enjoy seeing some of the scenery. Marco, you've grown up in Hong Kong, of course, so you'll be familiar, I'm sure, with some of these scenes. This, of course, is the Kowloon Reservoir, a really, really beautiful spot on the Macklehose Trail that this race course passes through. We're expecting the runners to come through here at any moment. This is a very famous spot, not just because of the beautiful scenery with the mountains and the water, but also full of monkeys, which is a very popular reason why people love going there to take photos. This is one of the lead Nepalese runners in the race, just coming down the hill there towards Shatin Pass, the famous noodle shop where many runners on their trail hikes often stop for a bowl of noodles. In this case, no time to stop because this is a race. So they'll be going straight past because this is not an official checkpoint on the race course this time. If I bring this shot full screen, you'll see there's the set of stairs coming down from the mountain there. Suddenly, the classic thing in Hong Kong that's so unique, but is also sometimes the case in Japan as well. You'll run through the mountains for what feels like a long time, and then suddenly, pop, you end up in a village or in a town, and it feels as though you're back in civilization. But I think this is one of the unique points that perhaps, Marco, you're familiar with,
Correct,
having grown
yes.
up here and experienced the trails.
Yeah, and the close proximity to the beaches as well, right? The first 50K of the race, you run across a couple of beaches. This is so Hong Kong to me.
And where are you living now in Japan?
In Kamakura, so not too far from Tokyo.
Well, also in very nice beaches in Kamakura.
Correct.
And just give us some insight from your point of view, having lived both here and, of course, over there. You're involved with the trail running community there. It's obviously a very popular sport in Japan. We've seen some top Japanese runners racing overseas and here in Hong Kong.
Right.
And it's clearly going to be a growing sport, not just here in Hong Kong, on the Chinese mainland, but also in Japan.
Sorry, what's the question?
Oh, for the development of trail running that you're seeing by being part of this team, developing the race there.
Well, first of all, it's quite different in terms of the composition of runners. We were just talking about the other day, like how there are a lot more citizen runners in Japan, and then they spread out. Some of them really, really competitive, some of them not so. So there's a really well-spread community, and there's so many races in Japan with the mountains everywhere. So it's really nice to see over the last 10 years since I moved over there how it has been developed. That said, my first 100K was Hong Kong 100 in 2012. So yesterday I did the 56 kilometers, and I can see the big difference in how much this race has developed ever since as well.
I mean, it's very interesting. Great case in point. 10 years ago, racing here in Hong Kong, I think it was not so international, as you were explaining with the development of your own race. And also, the competition was really much lower. Still strong, but on a very local level.
Right.
Now we see these incredible runners, often from the Chinese mainland come over, from Japan, from Korea, in this case also from the United States, from France, from Italy. They're all coming over to take part in this race. And part of that, I think, is because we're now part of this World Trail Majors series. There is a sense of momentum about these race events, and it's really exciting for us to race against these runners. The only downside is it's much harder to finish in the top 10.
Yeah.
It used to be a lot easier to come and actually have a good result. So maybe back in 2012 was a good time to retire from your trail running career.
Yes.
But hopefully see you on the trail soon. Hopefully see you, Chiba-san, in Japan very soon. Let's bring back some of the latest from the race course. And if we can, let's bring that full screen so I can use it as an opportunity to mix out of this commentary position. We can bring Scott and Jeff back and try and catch up with the latest on the race course. If I welcome back Scott and Jeff back into the commentary seat, we'll take a chance to give a breather to Marco and Chiba-san. Thank you so much for your time here. Really nice to welcome you into the studio. Scott's coming back into the commentary seat now. We can still see the trail here descending off of the mountain. We've got a runner coming down. Oh my goodness, look who it is. It's Stingray. He's back from the dead. The man who was barely walking in a straight line about 4 hours ago. Was it 4 hours ago? It might have been 6 hours ago. Who knows? We're all so exhausted here in the studio. But look at him go, flying down the mountain, making it look so easy.
好，我们现在有声音又可以回来了。
跟大家解释一下，刚刚有人问说啊，怎么这个直播也全都是英文，直播间都是英文，什么没有？因为我们其实在这个 studio 这边，它是会有中间会有不同的一些采访，对，这些采访里面会有，其实刚刚我们上午场有小双，然后也有周瑞芳。
Yeah, I think probably not exactly how he thought his day.
其实也会有日本一哥，对，那个 Yuda 也会来到我们的现场。
from Yu Pei Chuan. It's going to be a lot of time to make up this late in the race, but I do think that if he holds it together, a top 10 is looking pretty likely, and he might see if he can even move up a little bit further. Just about 7 minutes off the pace from the top 5, and that would be an amazing result for Stingray.
Yeah, so if we like looking back at the winners, in fact, I don't see the winners, the top 5. If we can just share my screen back up as well, actually, that would be great. So So looking back at the leaders of the race, if we can just share my screen, we've got Yopei Chan who came through, but we saw Meng Guangfu come through. Who we didn't see is Tyler Green. He has come from behind. I think we had quite a few people from the US dialing in, but he is in third position right now and is really catching on second spot.
Yeah, and maybe not something that we expected from him, just understanding how difficult this course can be for the runners who aren't used to running in Hong Kong. So I think it'll be just a really amazing performance if he's able to hold this together. And not a big gap between Tyler and Meng Guangfu in second place. So a really competitive podium this year.
Yeah, so we've got from Deng Guamin. So we've got Deng Guamin, who's also was with Tyler Green. I mean, they were like literally neck and neck going through Gilwell Camp, and yeah, it's going to be. We talked a lot about that section. That section 5 after checkpoint 5 is the crux of the race, and it looks like Tyler went through it well and looks in a good position. So if we just see here, we have Yopei Chan, who's actually already reached the Beacon Hill. He's already reached the Beacon Hill checkpoint. If we just jump back here to, we showed here that this is big climb up to Beacon Hill. Then it drops down. This is like a really fast, steep downhill coming down here, and you actually then hit a road, which is where we saw a lot of the monkeys from as well that you would have been seeing. This is like Monkey Hill, it's known as. Even though this is fairly steep, this is road, so this will be very runnable coming up here. So Yopei Chan is absolutely flying right now. He's in really a good position. But as you say, like Tyler, downhill very strong, so we'll see how he does when getting to that Beacon Hill. And I think he could potentially catch Meng Guangfu on that section coming down there at or certainly make some extra headway into him.
Yeah, and maybe if we could pull up the women's leaderboard and look at how that race is unfolding. Chen Lin having a great race out there today, and you can see Li Ying has passed Dominika Stelmach. We were expecting that. Li Ying was looking really strong whenever we were seeing her on the video, and a runner who's going to be experienced with this type of terrain and going to be running in season for her. So a little bit of work for her to do if she's going to challenge Chen Lin for first spot. But even looking further down. Even further down the field, we're having some runners in fourth and fifth who are not too far off the pace. So it'll be really interesting to see if this ladies leaderboard changes much in the final 25K. I wouldn't be surprised if it did. Just a reminder that this is the third race in 3 days. We can go to the Grand Slam top 10 and just check in on them.
Yeah, so with the Grand Slam, so this is actually how they finished at the end of the second day. So just to see where Chunkit and Disian Sangha. Well, let's go back to the 100K, and so we've got currently Chunkit's in 27th position, 38th position for Disiliang. And Sangha Shub is 48. So actually, they're still in the same positions of that top three in that order. We thought that this was going to be pretty. They were potentially going to push each other, but it seems like all three of those have settled into their first, second, and third spots that was standing from the from yesterday's result.
And then quickly, the women's Grand Slam, we have Xu Wenfei, who's in the lead, and then only about 15 minutes behind Zhao Fen and then Liang Hongfan. Now the Grand Sam is the third race in 3 days. Started off with the 3K event that was held on Thursday, and we have some highlights from the Hong Kong third, the 33K race that we can put on the screen and take a look at.
What incredible footage. I was getting goosebumps watching that. It's really cool race footage.
Yeah, so the third is the 33-kilometer event here, and it's the youngest of the three distances. And I think what we've seen in this edition is some really high quality runners that are signing up for the shorter distances. So the men's results, which we saw in the highlights package, Jisub Kim from Korea, who's one of the top runners in Korea, he ended up winning in a time of 2:48, just ahead of Vlad Ixel from Australia, who is a member of Team Australia at the World Championships, a very class runner, and then Tiago Vieira from Portugal in third. A really fast and competitive men's race. The three first finishers all within 3 minutes of each other.
Yeah, and you couldn't quite see it in the footage there, but Tiago Vieira and Vlad Ixel, there were like literally 10 seconds between them, or 5 seconds between them. That must have been such a race downhill between those two.
Unbelievable, yeah.
You've actually raced both Jisub Kim and Vlad Ixel before. So as we were chatting when that footage was going on, Jeff was like, look at this picture. I've raced these two back at the Hong Kong 50 just a couple of years ago. And he's like, shows me the finish line, the podium, and there's Jeff in the middle, Jisub and Vlad either side.
This is the North Face 50 a few years ago, but these are runners who on their day can beat anyone in Asia. Vlad finished ahead of me at the World Championships in Chiang Mai in 2022. One spot ahead of me. We finished one spot for each other from each other in the field. Yeah. But yeah, so some real great athletes. In the third, and then also the women's race, some amazing results in the third for the women's race.
Absolutely. So Tyler Green, who's currently in third position, he's here running Hong Kong for the first time. He and his wife is also an elite. Rachel Drake ran the third, and wow, what a run! She came fifth overall in a time of 3 hours 4 minutes. Just very like 15 minutes off the winner.
Yeah, and then Jin Yuan and Xiang Binbin rounding out the women's podium in a great 33K race for the ladies. We were talking about the Grand Slam earlier. That's the third, the half, and the 100. So I think we have some highlights from the half as well. So why don't we go off to the 50K race and take a look at some of the action.
好，欢迎回到2024安踏香港100越野跑直播的现场。那现在我们是直播的时间，那么我是主持人马德明。今天我们非常高兴地邀请到了安踏浙江分公司总经理林三矿先生。林先生你好。
你好，你好。
下午好，
马老师。
还有来自我们云南的这次的跑者甘草。
好，
欢迎你。那么我想，首先的话呢，我知道二位的话呢，一位是参加了33公里组，一位是参加了56公里组。那么我想問問這個二位參賽的感受，先從林總開始。
好，因為港百我原來有走過像類似這條路嘛，所以對這條路還是比較期待。那今年剛好有機會呢，就
可以體驗一下賽道。
麥克我沒開嗎？
啊。这个开了，
喂，
你就说就行了。
好，那个就刚好参加了这个类似的赛道嘛，对这赛道还是比较憧憬。
对。
那这期知道有报名机会，就先报了一个入门级的这个33。体验完还是真正不一样的，特别最后那大爬坡。
对。
难忘。
完赛成绩是多少？
大概63名，因为我明天还有个扎达马拉松。对。
所以有所保留了。
可以这么说，对，重在参与。
那甘草哥呢？
我呢，我觉得来之前我做了很多的攻略，我看过很多的资料以前的，但是呢，我
可以
对，
好的好的。
实际上我到了赛道以后，我发现，就整个赛道的难度比我想象的要大一点，因为主要是天气稍微有点湿热，还有一个风景远远超出了我的想象。
对的。
还有一个就是现场的工作人员，还有我们的观众、志愿者的热情，远远超乎了我的想象。我就深深的受到了感动，因为我是30公里组的时候，我是作为一个工作人员，我去拍了好多视频给大家，拍了好多视频。然后56公里组的时候，我是直接去参赛了。
对。
然后呢，今天呢，我也去现场拍了一些素材，明天呢还要参加扎达马拉松。我就觉得这一趟香港之旅，我觉得非常的值得，非常的精彩。因为包括像昨天的赛道上，好几段我觉得太美了。爬到山顶的时候，你再看大海，前面的疲惫，就烟消云散了。
对，
都想停下来，但是
都想停下来。
对，那么林总的话呢，我知道就是这次安踏牵手香港100的话呢。和您的这个工作有很大的关系。那么我想了解一下，这个安踏牵手香港100是出于一个什么样的一个考虑呢？
因为本身我也是个跑步爱好者，那安踏呢，我们一起做体育运动装备的。那其实，在运动当中能够跑者更好的装备保障，这就是我们体育的这个用品的初心嘛。
对。
那港百作为国内越野赛事的叫做殿堂级的这个级别吧，那安踏现在作为体育龙头的话，所以我们就出于这初衷，也刚好是马老师对吧？我们的一次这个相遇的机会，就用我们集团安踏牌最顶级的冠军系列，来跟咱们香港100牵手，来保障我们的跑者的一些在户外的感受体验，去感受我们大自然跟人的魅力。
对。那我还听说我们这次这个香港100赛前，在杭州还举办了专门针对香港100的这个训练营。
对。
这个越野跑的训练营，您能给我们分享一下
？OK。因为杭州跟浙江，它这边的运动氛围也比较不错，也有一大批的很多爱好者，但不是所有人都能有幸的中签或入众嘛。但他们对自己的这种要求啦、保障啦，所以我是希望就让所有能够参赛港马的这些选手呢，能够安全的前提下，第二个对这种自身的条件有些这种敬畏跟分析嘛，所以我们特地跟我们这个当地的我们跑团也有花神啊、草神，就是我的2个好朋友嘛，我们做了2个地方的这个训练营。
对。
第一个让大家重新 认识一下自己在平常当中的运动缺陷在哪里，
对，
然后有针对性的去修正跟提升。那通过2个月的训练，这次的成绩除了今天100还没结束了，那个33的跟56的很多跑者都 PB 了。
对，
我这次还特地带了我一个副总，他原来的运动量相对少一点，那知道有幸这个中签之后，他就积极备战。
对，
本来我是预计10个小时关门来接他的，没想到提前了2个小时。
对，
这也是得益在训练营当中有系统、有训练的，跟一群人在一起的互动的成果。
对，所以安踏不仅仅是这个制造运动装备，而且呢鼓励更多的人，然后呢去从事运动。
对，
这样子才就是能够让这个越野跑这个运动的话，能有更大的一个发展。
对对对，因为我们在这个西湖边有一个我们的店，我们去楼上还有一些让大家沐浴更衣的。因为最早我到西湖跑步的话，就你下午要办其他事情，可能就不好办了，因为你浑身湿漉漉的。要么离你的住的很远，要么不方便。
对。
那我们这个跑步店里面有一些沐浴更衣的，能让大家更好去感受西湖的美丽。
对。
下午又不影响你的商务跟个人的一些互动生活。所以也希望大家有时间去我们这个店体验一下。
对，我这个特别这个跟大家提醒一下，如果大家下一次去西湖、去杭州跑山的话呢，你可以把这个西湖边的这个。我们的这个安踏的这个店铺作为你的作为你的这个跑者之家，
对，
然后你再可以把你的装备寄存在那儿，然后呢，结束以后还可以洗澡，然后这个地方就是杭州越野跑者的大本营。
对对对，昆明马上也有一个要启
动。
对。
那我想问一下，那个甘草哥也是马拉松233的运动员，就是你觉得那个跑马拉松，然后呢和越野跑？两个运动的话呢，你更偏爱哪个运动？
我觉得都爱。很多人说，越野跑是马拉松的终点，但你跑腻了越野跑，你终归会跑腻了马拉松，你终归会跑上越野跑的赛道，因为呢，你会觉得跑在城市里面可能太枯燥，我希望到山里面去看看，去欣赏一下风景，然后呢去。感受一下大自然，不是城市里面的钢筋混凝土。所以呢，我呢，在跑马拉松的同时，我也跑越野跑。但是呢，跑越野跑这个东西呢，就是我现在的感受是什么？它需要更多的经济成本和时间成本。比如说我们跑赶百，如果我只是跑扎马，我可以星期六飞过来，然后星期天我飞回昆明去，我跑了扎马。但是如果我来跑赶百的话，我可能要提前2-3天来适应一下这个场地。然后呢，跑完以后，可能跑100的要休息一下。
是的。
马上上飞机的话，可能还受不了。
对。
那么平时呢，你要有针对性的训练。这个训练也是要花时间成本的。
对。
所以我觉得，可能就是跑越野跑的是更多有经济条件好一点、时间自由一点的人，他更喜欢越野跑。因为毕竟嘛，这个跑马拉松这种，你就作为大部分的初衷就是我能锻炼一下身体，把身体弄好了。然后，但是呢，跑越野跑的人他就不一样了，我既要把身体锻炼好，我还要把我的心情给抚慰好。我要到大自然当中，我要到香港，我要到全球各地这种好的一些地方，美丽的景观，我去跑一下，感受一下。所以我觉得可能。马拉松呢是针对大部分大众，大家都可以入门的，入门的。而越野跑呢，它相对来说台阶又稍微高一点，但是呢也不影响。比如说我们云南昆明有好多山，我们那边报像这样的比赛，报名可能就没有这么踊跃，很多跑友就会说，我交那么多报名费。我自己不可以上山啊，他们就觉得，哎，我天天我出门，像昆明那种出门就是山，他会觉得这个性价比又更高一点。
但跟赶百混的还是不一样，赶百混的还是让你
氛围肯定不一样。但是呢，我的意思就是说呢，就是在这个过程当中，我们有很多大众一点的跑者，他就喜欢门槛低一点，然后我能快速的达到锻炼身体，然后就愉悦心情的这种效果。 所以我觉得啊，我相信现在跑马拉松的很多爱好者，终归会走上越野跑之路。
对，好，也希望我们的这个甘草哥，然后能利用你的这个影响力，然后介绍更多的人爱上越野跑。
对，
好，那么我们的今天的这个采访的话呢，就到这儿。
好，谢谢。
然后也预祝2位，然后呢能在下一年的香港100，然后呢看到你们的身影。
好，
期待，期待，
好
非常期待。
谢谢，
谢谢，谢谢，
谢谢，
So we still have a couple of big climbs to come, but yeah, looking in a really strong position. Now this is probably about 3K road and a reasonable gradient, but it's very runnable. It's kind of, as we were talking about, knowing when to hike or fast hike or run. This is a part of the course you run.
Yeah, really a good part of the race to see how the runner's form is looking. You're close enough to the finish that if a runner's still feeling strong, they're going to be running that uphill quite fast, not doing any switching back between power hiking and running. And it looked like Yu Pei Kwan was really in good form there. So there wasn't any sign of struggling. He looked like he was ready to really keep the hammer down for the last 20K.
Yeah, it would be great to go back to that footage and. This isn't Yo Pei Chan.
Yeah,
sorry, it's Yo Pei
yeah,
Chan still
yeah.
on the summer. Yeah. It's like, okay, so he's already. He's already come to the top of it. He's crested over the top of the hill.
So he's gonna continue down here for another few hundred meters.
And then he'll swing right, and then back onto the trail before we get to Chemin Reservoir.
And he'll be climbing up Needle Hill from here. So yeah, tough signal here, but his downhill form looked quite strong, carrying the poles. Now this is a good example of someone being really familiar with the course. He's going to be taking that right-hand turn up to Needle Hill, which is a very steep climb. So he's not putting away the poles. He's keeping them in his hands, and he's going to use that, pull them back out, and be back to a climb. He knows this part of the course very well.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit before that. So there's so when he hits this right turn coming down here, and then he'll climb over to he'll come to the reservoir, and it's a beautiful view. You cross the reservoir, and then you start the climb up Needle Hill, which is one of the one of the steep, most challenging parts. It's called Needle Hill for a reason. It is like it is a sharp, and you can see it from a distance. You know it's coming. It's a very decent climb. So just a quick update on what's happening with the top three. So Meng Guangfu came through to the Beacon Hill checkpoint. That was at like the summit. So a big coming up and at 7:39, 7 hours 39, and just after him, we had Tyler Green come through 10 minutes after at 7:49. So actually, although Tyler caught up, Meng Guangfu actually on that climb up to checkpoint 7 has also put a couple of minutes in again. But then I'm getting the feeling that Tyler's much stronger in the downhill. So I think that he will catch him again on this section before then that climb up again that we've just seen Yo Pei Chan go.
Yeah, and Meng Guangfu is a world-class runner. He's going to have a strong finish. I think we can expect. But a lot of his race experience is at a little bit of the shorter distances, and Tyler Green's really good at the long stuff. So if he could hold that speed, then it's going to be a real tight battle for that second place spot.
Yeah.
And who knows? I mean, Yu Pei Trout seems so strong up at the front, but there's no guarantee in trail running. So we'll see. Now, do we have Angie? I understand that she's close to Sha Tin Pass. It'd be great to see some live shots of the course if she's ready to go.
And just before we get Angie back up, so you mentioned Meng Guangfu being better at the shorter distance. He actually came top 10 at OCC, like one of the best performing mainland Chinese athletes in the that was out in Europe this year. Was top 5 Hong Kong 100 last year, and so this is he's putting in a really strong performance today. Yeah,
and you can see with some of those short distance specialists, they can bring that.
I
same
can hear
pace
you
to
like very brokenly.
That could be, they can bring that speed to the longer distances, but sometimes the speed endurance isn't there or not with the same consistency. So I think that just adds a little bit of variability in terms of the finish.
Do we have Angie on the course? Angie, can you hear us?
We can hear you, Angie. We're just not getting the video. There we go. Okay, so
Angie coming in.
Yeah. So you're on live. Tell us where you are on the course.
I am still at this 71-kilometer point. Coming back to Angie, of course, this is a session that's who is the better looking on trail today. So we have around 10-15 male leader passing by. The best looking, the best, happiest face definitely have to go to our local darling, John Stingray. He was coming down very smoothly with his footwork, absolutely flawless, a big smile as always, and then he was basically just wobbling a tiny little bit down like he was doing a tiny little bit of footwork, running drill. And on top of that, Yo Pei-Chen, of course, in a very strong moves. I would say that Tyler Green, who came in 3rd place, was in a very good mood. He must have passed Deng Guomin just before here a tiny little bit. So he was in a very good mood. He was looking strong. He was looking happy. That didn't look like he did 71 kilometers. And on that list, probably the other runners that would be running like I do is maybe 2nd place, because he was having these locked knees problems.
Okay.
But other than that, everyone else seemed to be quite all right.
Yeah,
nobody was as charming, as happy as Stingray, though.
We did see Stingray coming through live on the footage. But interestingly, Meng Guangfu has put 2 minutes in between himself and Tyler Green in this next session. But as we were just discussing, I think Meng Guangfu's better on the uphill.
I am breaking
Tyler
through with my reception, guys.
Better on the downhill.
If I'm not answering what you're saying, then don't worry about it. I'm just going to update you where we are right now. It's 71 kilometers. We're waiting for the winning lady, the leading lady, to come in. At the moment, it looks like it is Li Ling. And then Chen Ling, it looks like it's number 14, Chen Ling. But she's not going to be here until for another 20 to 25 minutes. However, the last checkpoint, the last one when we saw them, they were so comfortable, so I wouldn't worry about any of them at all. Now coming down is another, it's about the 15th place, 27. Hey, well done.
That's Zhang Jia coming through, number 27.
So this is what we would call a typical, very nice posture, don't we?
So that was number 27. So Wang Chuchan.
Okay.
Was that right? It was number 27.
Sorry, what was the number there, Angie? What was the? So yeah, Wang.
The bib number was 27.
Yeah. So in 13th place.
Wang Jijiang.
Wang Jijiang.
Yep. And that means that we might have Bai Hui and then Lodewijk Verens coming through pretty soon. Some
that is what we're expecting, but it seems like although they go through the checkpoint like neck to neck, but over the last 1 kilometer of nice hilly and shady trail, they seem to kind of spread out a tiny little bit.
Yeah, so coming up, Baihui and then after that, two really strong Hong Kong-based runners, Ludwig Reins, who came 7th last year, and Alexander Nadrik, who's had a really good season. He's in 15th and 16th. We'll expect those two to come through fairly soon. So we'll stick with you, Angie, while we watch them come through this section.
And these runners are probably still on a sub 12-hour pace. This is still very high quality runners. Going into the sort of top 20. A lot of depth in this field. Really great runners in this race.
I've got a terrible story for you while we wait for the next runners to come through. At the very point that Angie's standing here, so I was with my Oxfam Trail Walker team. Oh, have we got a couple of the runners coming down here, Angie? It looks like it's just frozen.
No.
No, okay, it's just a hiker.
Spectator.
It's a spectator coming through.
Hiker.
So exactly where Angie is here, I was out training for the Oxfam Trail Walker.
Is this going to be an ankle story?
No, it's way worse actually. So we were running through, it was just after Halloween, so November, in training block for Oxfam Trail
Runner
Walker.
coming in.
Who do we have?
That's
Ludwig. Yeah.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Looking strong.
Yeah, carrying those poles.
Yeah.
Nice and strong.
He's got a long downhill coming now, a fairly long downhill, so he could have tucked those poles away before the climb up to checkpoint 7. And let's see how far Alexandra Neyring is. He's just right behind him.
Already see him.
Yeah, so they'll be in visual distance once they get to more open parts of the course. They're going to be racing for places as well as time here. These athletes are going to have a goal time in mind, but every place counts, and you'll see some battles here going all the way through the top 20.
Yeah, you kind of think that both Hong Kong-based runners, are they actually like are running with each other? Are they helping each other, or are they actually like are they battling against each other? But yeah, how do you find it when you yeah?
Yeah. Well, so I think it really it depends on exactly where you are, in the race, and possibly also what your relationship is with that runner. But we still have about 20 kilometers plus to go here. So if you end up just being a little bit too friendly with another runner and running together, you might get pipped by some others behind. So I think probably at this stage, if you are running with someone else, you're probably pushing each other to keep the speed up. So running together versus competing with each other is at this stage, there's still a lot of trail ahead, and you don't know sort of whether you're still going to finish together or you're just running a little bit together. We haven't seen too many runners running in a pack at this point. The race has thinned out at a relatively early stage, so where you are having runners sort of bunched together, it looks like for the most part they're within visual range, but not necessarily running shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah. Are we able to go back to Monkey Hill? We must have some of the sorry, who have we got here coming through?
Alexandra.
Oh, that is Alexandra. So it must have been the last one. This is Alexandra.
It's Baihui.
Baihui was just run through before then.
So it looks like Alexandra's in about 15th
Correct,
place.
that's correct. This is Alexandra Neyring just run through, and then earlier on it was Baihui.
Baihui, yeah.
And
I think we should be able to see Wang Jichuan anytime soon.
Yeah, and Alexandra was looking really strong. He's obviously going to be familiar with the course, and I find in terms of knowledge of the course, it's more helpful to know the last 20 kilometers than the first or any other section, because you're really managing your energy levels, and there's no point leaving anything in the tank. But if you know exactly how the race is going to end, you can sort of mentally adjust how hard you're going to push and how much energy you need to conserve for the last big climb and the last downhill.
Yeah, absolutely. Are we able to cut back to Monkey Hill? Do we? So this is
Shingmen Reservoir,
Shingmen Reservoir. Really great. Like there's a barbecue pits and everything around here. At weekends, it's packed. Beautiful views around here. Actually, you just around the corner from this reservoir, you'll be able. And Yope Chan's just coming through. You can see him guzzling down water there. This is a really strong checkpoint. I'm sure he's got his support crew here. This is a point in the race where earlier in the race you might fly through. This is probably a point where you would really focus on sort of stocking up and resupplying. And although he looks like he's moving through pretty quick. That being said,
yeah, but also quite relaxed. You know, he's not he's not getting emotional, not insisting to his team or panicking. He looks very under control, and getting what he needs, moving through the checkpoint quickly, but not using any unnecessary energy. Very smooth.
Yeah, it would have been good if we could have run along with him there, because as you run, there's a dam there where you cross the reservoir, and if you look up to the left, you see Taimo Shan on your left. And it's really quite daunting, because at the point you're probably only around 300 meters or so, and you're looking up at a mountain, 968 meters, and then you can see then all of the hills that you've got to get round to it. And it's, finish line is in sight, but you can also see the hills you've got to get over to get there.
Yeah, Shingmen Reservoir, that's CP8, so the runners are 86 kilometers into the race but by this point. They've climbed 4,000 meters, but they still have two of the toughest climbs of the race ahead in those last 14 kilometers or 15 or 16 kilometers. So it's really some hard running ahead, but these runners have the finish line in sight.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the section coming there, it's up to a point called Needle Hill. In fact, I can probably just come and share my screen in a moment. And it's trail, but very steep. And
stairs.
And lots of stairs. But once you get over that point of Needle Hill, you drop down, drop down to a road, at which point it's a pretty much road trail. It's a road all the way to the summit of Taimo Shan. There's a little bit of trail, but it's a lot of it's road up to Taimo Shan, so it's very fast. And to your point, at that point, if you know that last section of the race, actually they can probably go, okay, I know I've got 15K to go here, let me hammer this section.
Yeah, and also once you're done with Needle Hill, really most of the stairs are behind you. So for someone like Tyler Green, who's gotten this far, once he gets over that Needle Hill, he's going to be able to have probably more familiar type of terrain that he's used to, and that could make for a strong finish for him. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the runners progress through those last two stages.
Yeah, so we're back at Golden Hill Road here. This is like a Monkey Hill, as many people know it.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting to be able to see Guangfu Meng and Tyler Green come through this section pretty soon. So hopefully we've got a camera and runner on course there to be able to capture that. Yes, as I said, coming into the last section. Whilst Tyler Green had called out, and sorry, if we could go full screen on the camera there, please. This is Guangfu Meng coming through. Let me just take that out, and we can, if we can go full screen on the runner, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see how he's doing. The form's not bad. It doesn't look like he has a smile on his face. So he's working hard here. That's to be expected, obviously, but. It'd be difficult to tell whether he's struggling to maintain this pace or if this is just game time for him.
Yeah, it looks like the cameraman running alongside him struggling to maintain the pace. He's going to drop him soon. But no, looking pretty smooth. And so at this point, it's crossing a dam, and then we hit a road which as you said, it's a certain incline where you can do a pretty good pace, right? You can you can hammer it up this hill.
Yeah, so you'll take a right-hand turn here, and then you can see the grade coming up, and this winds up for maybe about a kilometer climb. So
couple of kilometers,
but you can see he's running that hill. I think most of the runners by this stage of the race, because there is, they know exactly how much distance is left. They'll mostly be running this hill if they have enough in the tank, but yeah, it looks like he is feeling it in the legs a little bit. It wouldn't surprise me to see him break into a power hike to maybe conserve a little bit of energy.
Yeah, so once again, he was 7 minutes ahead of Tyler Green at the last checkpoint, and I'd put a couple of minutes into to Tyler as well. But sorry, he was 10 minutes ahead. So private checkpoint is 7, and he's gone to 10 minutes. But you got to remember that there's been like a pretty much downhill and then flat from there. So we should definitely take a time check on that and see how far Tyler is behind Guangfu Meng at that point of the course. This is like we're through the crux of it, the tough point, but now this is just who can hold on and for these last few climbs.
Yeah, absolutely, and familiarity with the course, familiarity with the distance. Most of these elites are going to be quite comfortable with the 100K distance, but it can be tough to keep the intensity going as we are sort of how many hours into the race now? It's almost 8 hours into the race.
8 hours 20.
Yeah, 8 hours 20 into the race. So these guys are digging deep, and there's no point leaving anything in the tank. They want to cross the line empty.
Interestingly, he's obviously got poles on him, but he's and neither Yopei Chan as well going up this was just running, didn't try running with the poles.
Yeah.
Do you think at this kind of gradient, it's almost like a bit more of a distraction in the poles? It definitely doesn't. It's not like you're not taking weight off your legs, really, are you?
There can be a few things going on. One, because it is hard tarmac, the poles don't dig in as much as if it was soft ground. So some athletes might not find the benefit of using the poles on the asphalt or tarmac surface as much. Also, at this stage in the race, you are fatigued. So just the action of having to pull out the poles to extend them, that can be a bit of faffing about for some of these runners. And if they're already in a rhythm, they've crossed the dam running flat, then they might just like to that they might not want to just worry about the poles and just keep in the form. And we have some. So
this is actually Meng Guangfu here, actually, and Xiangfu Zhao, which is one of the elite female runners from China. She's a women's record holder of Hong Kong 100. She also ran with you on the Oxfam Trail Walk, right?
That's right. Fu Zhao was my teammate for Oxfam Trail Walker last year when we broke the mixed team course record, and she filled in for our team for an injured John Ellis less than a week before race day, and obviously a runner of her caliber had no difficulty keeping up with the pace, and it was just great to experience to run with her for 100 kilometers. So she's helping Meng Guangfu at the checkpoint. Looks like he's spending a little bit more time here than Yu Pei Chuan was. So interesting to see what level of support and how he's looking coming out.
He's making up for that time stopped at the checkpoint now. Look at that. That was like he was coming off of the finish line. Coming off of the start line. Bloody hell, that was quick. That was flying out of there. We've got Zhao Jiaju, who is in, this is coming back to the Golden Hill Road. So he is in 5th spot right now. So the runner before that we were talking about that was running without the poles going up this hill was Deng Guomin And so in between that is Tyler Green. So it's really interesting at the moment. We've got this Shunman Reservoir and where we've got the Golden Hill Road here. We've got 5 athletes, pretty reasonably close to each other. And so, yeah, it would be good if we can get back to Shunmin Reservoir to see Tyler Green come through as well. We do actually also have the lead female coming through at the Sha Tin Pass, the same point where Angie was waiting before. So, Angie, how are we doing up there?
We can see Angie. We can't hear the audio coming through. Angie, can you hear us? Can be a tough part of the course for signal, but we're expecting Chen Lin to come in as the first female through that point. And it'll be really interesting. Every time we've seen her on the course, she's looked so solid. Not expecting that to change, but it'd be great to see how she's looking coming past Sha Tin.
So just while we wait for that connection to come back, let's go back to Zhao Zhaozhu going up Golden Hill Road. This is Monkey Hill, as many people know it. Yeah, looking really strong. I mean, I think he looks like he's going a slightly faster pace than the previous Meng Guafu who we had beforehand. So,
yeah, I mean, Zhao Zhaozhu is a world-class runner, one of the best in the mainland. Yeah, I think he expected himself to be right in the fight for the win today, but the fact that he's still pushing hard means that he hasn't lost the ambition. He's fighting for a podium spot, and I think the podium is very doable for all of the top 5-6 runners here. There's not a big time gap amongst them.
Yeah, Zhao Zhaozhu, the top ITRA score runner on the whole field. He's got over 900 score on ITRA. He has had a tough year though. He DNF both Western States and UTMB this year, but came back with a 4th in Jeju just recently. But yeah, looking strong, and want to sort of like make up for the sort of challenging mid last year.
Yeah, and you can see again here, he has the poles in hand, so it's not like they're stuck away in the quiver, but he's not extending them, not using them. I think he knows how long this hill is, and he just wants to get through it. He's feeling comfortable enough with the with running without them, and you know, I think at this point, runners are just going with their guts a lot. You know, if they feel like they're in a rhythm, then sometimes it's just easier to keep moving and to not mess about too much with the gear.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting, like back at Shunman Reservoir, if Tyler Green has come through as yet. Like I think he'll be through there any moment as well. But those top 5, wow, it's pretty close. It's pretty close.
It is, and if we are going to get any footage of them at the reservoir, it would be great just to see how quickly those runners who are fighting for that podium spot are trying to get in and out of that checkpoint, because if the gap between those runners is only a minute or two, how quickly they can get in and out of these last couple of checkpoints could be the difference between a position.
Yeah, and I think when Guan Lumeng was coming through, you saw him race out. He's obviously been told by his crew, Yopei Chan's just in front of you. You can catch him. Let's go. Talking about leaders of the race, let's actually go to Angie, who's going to see the leading female coming through at Sha Tin Pass. Angie, do we have you there?
We were here, but we have some very cute hikers, so it's looking into being interviewed.
We're in 16th place right now. Yeah.
They are in the 16th place right now of the group of the team category.
Beautiful dog.
Yeah, it was a nice dog there as well.
It is any time, any second now the leading lady is just to come by. And we're thinking that it will be Chen Ling just any time now. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. Tell us how the conditions are out there, Angie. Is it starting to cool down a little bit?
It is significantly cooler now. Even though there's the sun, there's a little bit of haze this afternoon. That's unfortunate, but the haze kind of block off the UV a tiny little bit. So being inside in the sunshine, it isn't so bad right now. Especially the last bit that when we're waiting for the leading lady. The last bit is quite shaded. You can see it on the live stream that, oh, we have a very, very good hiker as well. Next year you should race. So you can see that on the trail. It is quite nicely shaded for the last session.
Yes.
So everyone coming down is significantly a little bit more comfortable, and it's around 21, 22 degrees out here. Not very humid. So we're thinking that it's pretty good weather to run in terms of anything you can ask for.
Yeah.
I'm breaking up with you guys. Oh,
No,
yeah,
no,
I can hear you now.
We can hear you loud and clear. Yeah. So sometimes the afternoon weather in Hong Kong can stay warm, but it looks like today things have cooled off a little bit, and that's going to be a little bit of respite for the athletes as they close out this race.
Yes, tell my father that so that he doesn't wake me up at 6 o'clock in the morning every morning.
So we're just waiting here for Chen Lin, the leading of the female race, to come through. She passed through Gilwell Camp fairly recently. Okay, we're back to Shinmen Reservoir. Have we got Tyler Green coming through here? I believe he should be coming through any second now, or he's in the checkpoint. So we're going to have Roy come and join us in the studio desk for a bit. Welcome back, Roy. So we're at Shinmen Reservoir. I'm trying to see if Tyler Green's made it through to this checkpoint as yet. Yeah, his support crew look ready to rumble. So the support crew being his wife Rachel Drake, the winner of the third yesterday, the 33K, absolutely smashed it with a course record. Yeah, I think we're going to see him coming down the steps any moment now. This is a top international runner on the course. I'll just share my screen to show you where how we're tracking on the leaderboard. If we can bring that in as well. I've got the men's 100K showing here. So we've got. If you could just share my screen, please. Just zoom in here. So we've got Yupei Chan, who came through Shinmen Reservoir, as you can see here, after 8 hours and 10 minutes. Meng Guangfu just 9 minutes after that, and we're waiting on Tyler to come through now. We'll really understand sort of he was 10 minutes behind at checkpoint 7. So let's see. It's been a let's see if he's been able to either catch up or Meng Guangfu's put some time in between. We saw Meng Guangfu. Did you see him leave Shinmen Reservoir then? Did you see the footage then? He absolutely hammered out of that checkpoint so quick.
So we saw the race leader, Yupei Chan, passing CP8 Sheng.
Coming in hot.
Oh, we've got Angie here. In fact, sorry, let's just jump back to Angie, who's going to be at Shatin Pass.
Yes, coming in hot, Chen Ling,
Can we skip to Shatin Pass, please?
Guai.
There we go.
Coming in hot on 71 kilometers on the course, Shatin Pass, Shatin Arrow, and she is Chen Ling, bib number 14. She just come through, and she's heading down to the Shatin Pass Road into checkpoint number 7. She's looking in really good forms, guys.
She looked good there, didn't she? Heading down to the famous noodle shop on Shatin Pass, a point at which the Mackelhose crosses with the Wilson Trail, like one of the other long trails in Hong Kong, which is actually one of the reasons this is such a busy area of hikers around this area. Two of the main trails in Hong Kong connect at this point.
Right, so we saw Chen Ning in the last checkpoint. She has a 19 minutes lead, which is a pretty comfortable, not a massive cushion, but still a pretty comfortable lead over second female racer, Li Ying. So let's see if Dominica is going to catch Li Ying. Dominica is currently on third spot, just 9 minutes behind Li Ying.
Okay, there was back to Golden Hill Road there, and here we go. We've got Tyler Green running down into Shinmun Reservoir, and timing-wise, he is lost a little bit time on Meng Guangfu. He's about 12, 13 minutes behind Meng Guangfu. Cruising through. He'll have his wife there, taking his bottles out, getting someone to fill up his bottles. They've already filled them up. We've got bottles ready to go. Let's see how quickly he goes through, whether he sort of has a little break, has a little stop.
These international trail races, their pit stop is like F1 style, you know. I still remember the Solomon athlete, Matteo Blanchard, last year in UTMB. I think in one pit stop, he stopped less than 1 minute. Very efficient. I think himself and the crew just practiced this many times, what he needs in each aid station, what to grab him, what to take out from his racing vest, and then off he go again.
You'll see he just had like around his neck, like a buff around his neck. What they'll be doing there is actually filling that up with ice, I think, no doubt, and putting it back round his neck. It's cooled down in Hong Kong now, though. Like the main part of the day is done. A bit of water over the back of the neck, but the main part of the really hot part of the day is gone. But you'll see she's filled it up with ice. She's about to loop that back around his neck, so that will continue to cool him as he heads up to Needle Hill, which is one of the other sort of like big climbs of the race.
Do you reckon he's drinking coconut water here?
It looked like it. Yeah.
You know, Tyler is now in the Shangmun Reservoirs checkpoint. From an amateur racer's point of view, once we arrive at Taipo Road, i.e. before we enter the Kamishan Country Park, we know we can finish the race because from Kamishan Country Park onwards, we know there aren't a lot of runnable parts left. So it will mostly be walking and power hiking. And from an amateur's perspective, we know we can finish the race if we can make it to Taipo Road.
Yeah, exactly. And I think as Jeff was saying before, like this is the time where they hammer down and there's like 15K to go. They know they can just they can leave it all out there now. You can see Rachel Drake, Tyler's wife, there supporting him. I think such a big thing about the support crew for like both the amateurs but like very elites is that just I'm just go back to Meng Guangfu. You saw him sprint out of that checkpoint like he was sprinting off the start line. He's just had a rallying cry from his support crew.
How did he stop?
It was pretty quick. I mean, we didn't see him come in, but it looked like he was going through pretty good. But it was more just he's gone out of there with just an absolute fire in his belly. He's just 9 minutes behind Yu Pei Chan. With only 2 hours of the race to go, it's going to be very difficult to make that up, but it's not insurmountable.
Correct. So it was actually my question for you, Scott. Do you think this race is now Yu Pei Chan's to lose? Or do you think this is only a race for the second place? Or do you think Meng Guangfu still stands a chance to win the race? 9 minute gap.
It's very hard to say, but I'm pretty. I think this is Yu Pei Kwan's race to lose with that gap. With 9 minutes, I think it's just too challenging to make up. But you know, as they say, like anything can happen. There's still in 2 hours of racing, Yu Pei Chan could blow up. It definitely just looked like Meng Guangfu had a fire in his belly coming out of that checkpoint. But just to remind you how far they've come already, let's actually just jump to the race course animation. And have you ever done Oxfam Trail Walker before?
No, I haven't. But I have some rough idea.
But yeah, starting from Cycling Park, you see coming over to crossing around the reservoir. Climbing over to the beaches, the drone footage that we had earlier today. You should skip the music video back just to see some of the drone footage of going across those beaches. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, past Patangao, east of the Mackerel Trail, Taitan. This is the Taitan Country Trail.
So this part of the trail is actually like it's flat, but it's actually fairly technical, very rocky.
That's what I said earlier. It's the most demoralising part of the trail.
Yeah,
most demoralising part of the course.
It's pretty challenging to run through. You think, we've got a flat bit here, but it's like you've got very stony and rocky underfoot.
You can't navigate fast, and it's rather exposed under the sun. You know. So normally it's like 10, 11 a.m. the time you arrive there. So if you warm, you start sweating a lot. You're on the demoralizing part of the course, so it's a struggle. I would say the Titan Country Trail and the K-Land part, the bond between Peking Shan and Ma'anshan part, the two most challenging part of the course.
So this is actually where they're at the moment. So they're coming through. Yeah, climb checkpoint 8 and then about to climb up to the summit of Taimo Shan and then down to the finish line.
Here we have 103-kilometer course of Hong Kong 100.
Yeah, 5,300 meters elevation.
I was comparing Yu Peixiang's today's time with his record time 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I think it was 4 years ago actually, 2020. He arrived at Shengmun 8 hours 10 minutes. It was actually 20 minutes slower than his course record time. So just to say how brutal today's condition is, probably, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, having said that, he came through at 8:32 last year. So this is last year's time. He came in at 10:37, and just to compare to what time did he come through to the Shinmun today? So it was 8:30.
8:10.
It's at 8:10. So yeah, so if you see 8:10, so it's 20 minutes quicker than last year actually, which is. Which is interesting. I mean, which shows that, like, I think the conditions have been slightly more favourable this year to last. But yeah, the year of the year of him getting the 10 hours. I think breaking that record this year is going to be a bit of a challenge. But
it's not working. It's not working.
We can hear you, Ray. Yeah. But if we could cut back to the course profile. So as you see, we've come through the Shinmun Dam. I mean, and in this, with a total, the total distance of that is 86 kilometers. So where you saw Tyler Green just come through there's 14 kilometers left to go. And it looks like it's all climbing, but there's definitely some up and down still to go. But yeah, there's about another 7K to the next checkpoint at Lead Mine Pass. Getting to this area, it's actually quite hard to get footage, to get live footage from this area. But actually, after checkpoint 9, okay. Well, here we've got Deng Mongquin coming through to Shunmin Reservoir. So coming through in fourth place currently after Tyler Green. So Deng Guomin about a few minutes behind. Let's see how he fares at the checkpoint. Once again, this is a really easy spot for crew to get to. So I think every one of the runners will have, certainly the elites will have a good support crew at this point.
Looking pretty smooth. So Deng Guomin is no stranger to Hong Kong 100. Has raced many times. Rather popular in the local trail racing community as well. Whoa, his pit stop is like 30 seconds, and he's off he go again. Very efficient. Very, very efficient, and he is his own crew following him.
Yeah, so I think what we'll do actually now is we'll just go to we've got Yopo Chan absolutely smashing it once again. Let's go to the interview we had with Yopo Chan yesterday.
那你参加过这么几次香港100，那你对他的哪一个部分是最印象深刻的？或许是氛围，或许是赛道，你可以描述一下对这几方面的一些印象，还有他的一个速度过于快，然后男子这个层面是不是竞争非常激烈？就这些层面给你什么印象？
首先竞争从速度上来说，印象就是前面的20、30速度特别快。 然后我经常虽然觉得自己也很快，但是并不是在第一位。 然后赛道给我印象最深刻的，我觉得是青矿澳的那一段，学生，非常热情，印象非常深刻，非常热情。对。
你在来这个香港100之前，那你对他的看法或者是期待有吗？就2017年之前。
就是2017年之前呢，我们觉得这个比赛，可能什么冠军啊没想过，就觉得要过来跑跑，参与一下，因为在我们心中就是知名度非常高，就是。对，非常想要在这边跑一个好成绩，当时是这样子。然后可能当时我的水平还不够高吧，到了2019年的时候，我就有想法了。我那年的时候突然就觉得自己好像升华了，我的越野好像可以了，就是进步很大。后来我就有想法说，我可能有机会过来尝试夺冠的想法。对，
那就2020年是吧？
对，19年的时候是我提升了，然后因为比赛在1月份，所以是2020年才有机会有这个想法。
对，那这整条赛道哪个部分对你来说是比较有挑战的，然后比较印象比较深的？
其实印象比较深的通常都是累的时候，就是最后的争草帽。对，争草帽尤其在20年的时候是大帽山前的那一段，可能跟补给有关系，补给不足，然后就特别的艰难。但是上了3点的时候就特别的轻松，因为下坡到了，马上就要到了。对。
那就你观察哈，因为你参与越野的这个时间也是有一定比较长了，是吧？你也是看着中国的这个选手变得越来越好，越来越强。你有没有发现或者有没有想过总结过这其中的原因呢？
其中原因，我感觉还是氛围好了之后，国内的越野环境变好了。变好的原因应该是市场好了，就是首先它有了一个很成熟的职业环境，然后有了一些职业选手。如果就是你如果不能全力的去做这个越野这件事情的话，可能在国内的这个环境还不够的情况下，是很难出更多的高手的。不能像欧美那边，因为他们很成熟，发展了很多年，所以说我们需要一个更专注的环境来，需要一个更去职业的去做，我们才能做得更好。
And it's interesting, like he has just found his absolute form in this race every time. I mean, having won it the last 2 times, and looks like he's going to get a trio of wins.
Very likely.
But interestingly, it's not been his most ideal race. Like, I mean, sorry, he's not performed as well against a lot of this field over the past year. You look at some of his other performances. Actually, like a lot of the other Chinese runners have been beating him, but this is just his ideal race. He just absolutely smashes it every time.
So just to say, Hong Kong 100 plays to Yu Peiqiang's advantage, right? So I just want to give a shout out to a friend of the local running community, Belgian, Hong Kong-based runner Tom Bacanat. We understand that he has a very bad clamp starting from the 12th kilometer in his calf, shins and quads and hamstring. But he made it very clear that DNF is not an option, and he will walk, if not crawl, to the finish line for wherever it takes. So just want to give you a shout there, Tom. I know you can't listen to it, but I'll see you in the finish line, Tom.
Yeah, no, that's always like just being able to push on through, like death before DNF, as they say. But yeah, I'm just bringing up the ITRA score for Yu Peiqiang. So a really impressive score. But as you see, he actually is overseas running earlier in the year. He had a few challenges like DNFing 3 races on the bounce. So actually coming into the race, Jeff and I were chatting, he's maybe not in the best form, actually, looking at the past year. But he's definitely, it just this race brings the best out in him. So we're heading back, like we're footage back here again of like of Golden or Monkey Hill, and it looks like we've got I think there's Queen Guidu coming through there.
You know, I was thinking about what you said just now, Scott, that some athletes, they have a consistent season, but they don't have a remarkable performance. But other athletes, they may have what seemingly a rather average season, but they can perform in the biggest races. Would you say this is what's happening to Yu Peixiang? We see him DNF in Trans-Jeju, in UTMB CCC last year, but he keeps showing up in Hong Kong 100, keeps smashing it every year after year, and it is his race to lose today. That very likely he'll win it 3 years in a row. So he's just that kind of athlete that shows up at the right moment.
I mean, I think you talk a lot around this ultra endurance sport. So much about the mental as much as the physical.
Absolutely.
And I think for those like athletes at Yu Peixiang, they've got a course that they love, that they've and that they can think back. I've been through this before. I've been through this before. I've won this race before. It just gives it a supreme amount of confidence going into it, and I think that that's just going to like see him through to the finish line. I just can't see him giving up his winning spot right now. With Jin Guidu going through there, legs look a little bit tough coming out of that checkpoint there. His quads look like they've taken a bit of a hammering.
Is that Qin Guidu that we're seeing on the camera right now?
I'm pretty.
Or Zhao Jiazhu? I'm not entirely sure. But either the 5th or the 6th mainland Chinese.
Sorry. It's either fifth or sixth.
Yeah. May have been
Zhao Jiazhu. It was. Sorry. Yeah.
Looking very strong.
That was Zhao Jiazhu. Yeah. And so we'll be next coming through is Twin Jidu, and then we've got the Nepalese runner Terta Badu Tamang, who actually has won the Hong Kong 100 before. We've talked many times around the Nepalese runners have got a real history on this course and across the Makelhose.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I was first introduced to be aware of Yu Peixiang from his footage from a few years ago, climbing Mount Shan. At the time, I thought he's a soldier, because he just knew when to relax, when to push. He's like a machine, very, very disciplined. He knows the course very well, and he was obviously wearing a pair of Nike road running shoes. I think he switched the road running shoe at some point in the trail. So he started wearing a pair of trail shoes, and then he switched to a road shoe. So he obviously had this plan of what he's doing. Another athlete coming in is that this should be the 6th athlete.
Yeah, this is Qin Guidu coming in here. Should be bib number 22.
It's interesting. Normally in an ultra race, when you arrive at the aid station, would you sit down, Scott?
Some
people would prefer not to sit down, right?
Yeah, I think so. It can be good just to take take a weight off the legs for a minute. It kind of depends if you plan to really stop, to really change your gear, to be able to actually put on food. So I think, some checkpoints, if you're feeling good, if you feel you've still got enough water or you don't feel like you need to eat anything, it would just be like grab something and go. But yeah, I think Ximen Reservoir, as we've said, a lot of them will have their support crew there, so it's probably a good time to actually check in with your support crew properly.
Because some local athletes have this superstition that if you sit down and stop, you can never get back up and run again. So even if they stop, they would choose to be standing, while the crew fill the water bottles, change the gels for them. So
yeah, wow. Now straight out of this Ximen Reservoir, this is the shot I wanted to see. So you come out, and this is some incredible drone footage here of Ximen Reservoir. Yeah, as it pans around to the left, you actually look right up to Taimo Shan, where the runners are heading 14k away, and they've got to pass over Needle Hill, Lead Mine Pass, and then over to Taimo Shan before a 5k descent to the finish line. But yeah, he's definitely taking slightly longer at the checkpoint. I mean, we saw saw Zhao Jiaju just actually fly through there.
Maybe tactical. Maybe this is Qin Guidu's winning move, because after the Qingwen Reservoir, you have to climb the Needle Hill, the Grassy Hill, and ultimately the Taimo Shan. So there isn't really a lot of runnable sections after Qingwen Reservoir. So it's all about how quickly you can, power hike, power yourself up these 3 massive mountains. So taking a minute or 2 off, slowly refilling up, cooling yourself down may not be a bad decision. I would not be surprised if Qin Guidu can, catch up with Zhao Jiaju in subsequent stages. After the Qingwen Reservoir is a 500-meter run before you arrive at the bottom of Needle Hill, and then it's a very steep, very immediate climb up the Needle Hill. A lot of runners would blow up there because they would have already accumulated more than 70, 80 kilometers in their legs. And it's just brutal. That climb is just brutal, the southern climb of the Needle Hill. On the other hand, many find the ultimate climb to Taimo Shan to be actually quite gentle and mild. And this is partially due to the fact that mentally you can tell yourself, I've arrived at Landmine Pass. I'm going to finish this race, so I'm just going to enjoy my last climb to Taimo Shan. Although, for most of the amateur runners, when you arrive at Taimo Shan, it will be completely dark already, and there isn't really much scenery you can enjoy on your way up to Taimo Shan. But still, the mental element, you're able to tell yourself that I'm here, I'm just final kilometers in, I'm going to enjoy it and take it easy. So I would say it could be tactical and strategic for Qin Guidu to take it easier in the Shengmun checkpoint.
Yeah, so going up Needle Hill, a lot of steps and very steep coming off of the back. But then there's actually a road climb all the way up until you then hit lead mine and then down on road until you hit lead mine pass, which then you've got this beautiful trail. It's actually my favorite part of Hong Kong, where you go up through like a boulder field, and hoping we will be able to get some drone footage here, but yeah, you can see here of the drone footage of Qingwen Reservoir.
This is immediately before you climb the Needle Hill.
Yeah, this is before heading up Needle Hill.
So there are 2 roads. I think the course, when you arrive at this point, you turn right to go up, and then you start the Needle Hill climb. On the left of the road is where the Wilson Trail leads you to. So this is another point of alignment between Hong Kong's Macau Trail and the Wilson Trail.
Yeah, exactly. So this is
I think this is
yeah, who we just saw come out of Qingwen Reservoir,
yeah,
and we can see
Qin Guidu. He's looking very strong, very smooth. So safe to say he took it a bit longer in the Shengmun checkpoint, not because he was struggling, but I think it was really tactical. He was prepared to charge and power forward after he left Shengmun. So I'm expecting him to do big things in the massive mountains to climb, the 3 massive mountains.
Yeah, very big tourist spot around here. Lots of hikers coming that hang around this spot. There's yeah, as we say, this is a point where the two major trails join up.
Okay, we see 2 other. We see one athlete coming in, and a camera crew.
So this is Tirtha Tamang, Nepalese runner.
Excuse me.
Still smiling.
Looking good. Trying to, as all Nepalese runner, big smile on his face.
Still smiling. How can they do that?
Let's see how they go at the checkpoint there.
So Scott, when you are in an ultra race, what do you like to take during each checkpoint?
So I think for me, when I get to halfway, like I can't really eat much after this. So I've been quite like real food. I use Spring Energy gels, but it gets to this point, I'll be some fruit, but I'm like on Coke the whole way. You'll see him like downing orange juice there. Like I think at this stage, your stomach, it's basically if you can get any calories in at all, then you want to be able to, like, if you can get it through fluid is probably best. you've probably got sick of whatever carbohydrate powder you had before. So yeah, something like Coke. The challenge with orange juice is it can potentially be quite like acidic for your stomach. So it's probably wouldn't be something I would eat like real oranges, but like then it would be a bit better. But yeah, he's got a great support crew there.
So would you try to stick with real food at the beginning stage of a race?
Just until I can. I mean, I think it's just really a lot of time is to feel. So with these crew here, they'll often like put out quite a few different bits of food because you don't actually know what your athlete's going to want as you're crewing for them. So you need to just give them options because you haven't had a chance to speak to them beforehand. They can't call you on and say, hey, like get this ready for me. So you have to have some options available to them so they can pick what they feel like.
We can see Thurfer downing a can of Coke right now. So a can of Coke after orange juice, just to make sure he has enough glucose storage in his body for the final big climbs.
Coke's a winner.
Is it?
And remember that Tamang's that's been a winner of this race before, so he's got some good experience of the course. But we've got enough of us. We've got we've got an absolute rock star that we're going to welcome to the booth now. We're actually bringing Esther Silag who I'm sure if she was running today
the local superstar
would be absolutely leading the field, but has been sick, and so he gets to bless us in the studio today. So we're going to bring back Jeff and Esther.
Hey, yeah, monkey.
Yeah, we're really lucky to have some amazing runners joining us in the studio throughout today's race. It's a 100-kilometer race, so lots of time to talk to some of our best runners who are here in the city. And the guest that we have joining us now, I think, is second to none in terms of Hong Kong-based runners. Esther Silag, a Hungarian national team member who has just had an incredible year on the trails. She finished off 2023 winning the Izu Trail Journey in Japan, and was on the start list for today's race for the Hong Kong 100. Probably would have been the race favorite. I understand that an illness kind of kept her from being at the start line today. But welcome, Esther. How are you doing today?
Thank you. I'm doing great. Have a lot of FOMO not being out on the course and not racing. What can I say? But still, being here feels me like being part of it.
well, you and me both with the FOMO. It looks like just such beautiful conditions out there, and you can always expect for the Hong Kong 100, the race to be well organized and have lots of volunteers. But we've really seen that on the live footage today. A lot of energy at the checkpoints. And what a strong field in both the men's and women's races. Just some amazing performances by some of the top runners there. Have you been following the race today?
Yeah, I have been. Yeah, I did my training, but sometimes I stopped. I checked the race and then continued running. And also on my way here, I was looking at the live coverage, which is really great.
Yeah, and any performances that have stood out to you so far? For any of the runners.
I think the whole race, it's really amazing to see. First of all, the Chinese runners. I think it's really a race for Chinese runners in a way that they can show their strengths, and very often Westerners or people who are not used to Hong Kong condition can go really bad, but it's not always the case, and we can see both things are happening today, and I find it very interesting. I have to say that the conditions, and based on my running today, it's hot, but it's not humid. I think it's bearable. It could be much worse. I don't know about the air pollution, or it's a bit kind of foggy at the moment. It's not nice. So let's see how it evolves. But the morning was beautiful.
Absolutely, yeah. And you mentioned some of the mainland runners with strong performances. We've seen over the years this has been an absolute showcase for the mainland talent, and so many runners from the mainland who come down and make this their A race. This is a race that has a lot of exposure in the mainland. We actually we have an interview with one of the female elites, Wu Yuanwan from China, who spoke to us earlier in the week.
你对香港100有什么印象？包括它的赛事氛围，或者是它的一个赛道的特点，包括还有它是否有足够的竞争性，对你来说是否喜欢？
因为去年跑的是大满贯，连续3天的比赛，所以自己在每个组别里面的竞争感并不是特别的强。但是呢，整个香港100的赛道给我的就是第一印象就是特别的美。虽然公路也会比较多，然后很多的基本上呢石头的硬化台阶也会很多，但是呢整个赛道都是特别的漂亮，然后氛围也特别的好。无论是我们会路过很多的徒步的爱好者，还有就是参赛的选手，整体的水平也很高，所以整体港100给我感觉就是一个竞技性很高，同时呢氛围又很好的一个高速的越野跑赛道。
氛围好，主要体现在哪个方面呢？
首先是你会看到世界各地不同的面孔。对于我们平时在大陆生活的选手来说，哇塞，这是一个很 international、很国际化的一个比赛。首先在这一点就会让我们有一定的兴奋的感。然后其次呢，就是在补给站你会看到会有更多的亲属或者是亲友团啊，或者是一些赞助方品牌的一些支持的这种氛围会很浓厚。还有就是会有一些的叫什么就是会有一些的少儿军、童子军，对，然后很可爱，小朋友们从工作啊、服务啊，对我们的这种热情啊，觉得还是挺特别的一个体验。
你刚才提到说香港的比赛更国际化一点，
对，
那它除了这一点之外，跟大陆的比赛还有什么不一样的点？
赛道的路标啊，可能会更规范一点，从有岔口啊，或者是什么。当然，现在国内我们也会有，就是我们的在组织啊、布标方面也会越来越严谨。香港这一点，我觉得做的就是相当的清晰，基本上不会跑错路。
那其实现在大陆的一些越野跑运动员在国际上的一些比赛，都是越来越能够跑到很好的成绩的这么一个状态。
对。
那你可能是作为这个大陆的精英运动员之一，你是不是也想在不同的国家、不同的比赛去拿到一些好成绩，去更把这个中国的越野跑运动员的这个形象去亮出来？
对的，这是肯定的。因为对于我个人来说的话呢，其实从去年开始，我才慢慢的出国参加比赛。就是整体的话，可能出去以后会给自己慢慢的就会给自己一个定位，我想走到国际，会让更多的不同国家的人知道我们中国越野跑，包括中国越野跑整体的水平的提升和大众爱好者对这项运动的热爱。
And that was Yuan Wen, who's currently running 8th in the women's race. Looks like she's having a good day out there. Just another one of the mainland athletes who's really looking strong today. We could take a look at the leaderboard for the women's race. Chen Lin is really looking strong and extending that lead, and then Li Ying followed by Ma Ting. Esther, you've raced a lot with some of these mainland athletes. Is it a surprise to you that they're performing well today?
They are doing great, and as we said before, like for them is really a moment when they can show off, they can get their sponsorship. So it's really an important race. It's not one of the race that among many others. So in that sense, for Lin Chen, she had a great year last year, and she was coming here with a great focus. And usually a lot of Chinese runners, they stay in Shenzhen. You know, they have 7 days visa to enter Hong Kong. And so they come train here, and then in the evening they go back to Shenzhen. And Lin Chin, she was doing that. She was posting about her trainings, and it seemed they were doing well. They were going well, and also she was dealing well with the humidity. There were some humid days.
Yep.
So I think, yeah, she had a good preparation for the race.
Yeah, and we see here a Stingray, John Onifa at CP8, and it looks like he's turned around pretty quick, got his nutrition, and he's walking back out on the trails. Do we have Nat there on the scene? Nat, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So tell us what's going on at CP8. We just saw Stingray go through.
Oh. Yes. So, hi everyone. We are in Shangmun Reservoir, and I've got here Rachel Drake. Congratulations, because Rachel just finished her first race in Hong Kong, and she won the third about 2 days ago. So first, can you please tell us how was the race?
It was amazing. I had a lot of fun. It's very different to the trails that we have back home. So a lot more stairs and sand and just a bit of everything. But the volunteers were amazing. The community is incredible. And I just had a wonderful day.
Can you ask her how
So,
did she find the trails?
if you have to say one thing about your experience on this race, what would it be?
Just really how incredible the community is. I think it's really special because, I mean, the trail running community around the world is wonderful, but I think the Hong Kong trail running community is so close and so kind and generous, and it almost makes me want to cry. And there are monkeys here, so we have to watch our backs at all times.
Interesting experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
Speaking of the community here, your new friend Esther, who you went out running with, is actually with us in the studio with a commentary. Hi. Yes, and so Esther would like to know how do you find Hong Kong trails? How do you like it? Do you like the stairs?
Yeah, I think just something different is always exciting. And it's been so nice to run with Esther because she knows which way to go, so I don't have to think about it or get lost. So I've been having a lot of fun just chasing her blonde ponytail around Hong Kong Island.
Okay. Just 1 second. I think Esther would like to ask you a few questions directly. So can you just please put this on?
Yes.
And you should be able to hear her just a few seconds.
Hi, Rachel. Can you hear me? Nice talking to you.
Okay, Esther.
Can you?
Hi, I can.
Hi. Can you tell us a bit about the meetings you had during?
I hope your daughter is feeling better.
Yeah, a little bit better. Thank you so much. So
During
can you
meeting?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? She cannot hear me.
Yes.
Okay. Can you say about your experience here in Hong Kong? You met Veronica the other day. She was number 2 at Hong Kong 100 in 2020. You are with Fu Zhao whole day along. She won Hong Kong 100 and she's the course record holder. She had an amazing race at, in 2020. How do you feel about all these women that you meet in Hong Kong? It's kind of a different experience, I believe.
Yeah, it's been so fun. I was running with you yesterday, actually, and I was waiting for my bus, and Veronica ran past, and she stopped and said, "Hi, I'm a runner and a mom too," and we just connected, and yeah, it was really nice to meet her. And then today met Fu Zhao. She shared some bread with me at checkpoint 2, I think. Just really, really kind, wonderful women that are doing amazing things, and it's so nice to connect with everyone.
Will you come back to Hong Kong to race again?
I would love to. I think maybe next I should do the half, and then the year after maybe the 100.
That sounds great. So in 3 years you will do the Grand Slam.
Oh boy, I don't know about that. Francesca's She says it's very hard, so
Can you
we
tell,
will see.
Can you tell a bit, because Francesca Canepa, she's a great ultra trail runner based in Courmayeur, just next to Mont Blanc, and she's doing the third, the Grand Slam, and you are in the same hotel, so you have been talking to her about the experience. Can you tell about a bit?
Yeah, so she, after the third, she had really bad cramps, and it was cool to see how the community just helped her. And I mean, someone gave us money to take a taxi back so that we didn't have to take the bus. Like, that is how amazing this community is. And Francesca went out the next day and ran the half, and then she's somehow out there again today. After having really bad cramps, not even being able to walk on the first day. And yeah, it's just cool to see how strong she is, and everyone who's doing the Grand Slam is. I just can't wrap my mind around it.
Well, you know, it was actually her first time doing the Grand Slam, and last year she came here to do the 100K race, and then she challenges herself with the Grand Slam. Perhaps maybe you consider it?
Maybe. I think I need to have a few more babies before I will be strong enough to do. I need at least 2 babies before I could do something like the Grand Slam.
Yeah. I love that.
So speaking of babies, because I was interviewing your husband, Tyler Green, just a couple of days ago, and he was saying that he's been carrying the baby in a baby carrier, just doing steps to train for the Hong Kong stairs.
Yeah.
And today your role is swapped, because 2 days ago he was supporting you, and then today you're supporting him.
Yeah.
Can you just give us some insights? You know, how do you feel today in terms of like being the supporter role?
Yeah, this is much more stressful for me than running my own race, because there's so much you can't control. So today is much harder for me than Thursday, but it's fun to be able to share these experiences together and just connect with a new community and see new trails. And yeah, it's really a joy to get to do this.
And you saw Tyler in quite a few checkpoints. Can you please give us a little bit of insights, how he's feeling, how is he doing?
Yeah, I think he's doing really well. He seems very calm and collected and coherent, which is good. Yeah, he's typically a very smart racer, so I think early on he was surprised that everyone was so close. I think he thought that he would be much farther behind, and he's kind of held steady in this third position, maybe putting a few minutes on fourth, but I think I got word from one of the camera runners that his momentum was really good. So I'm excited to see when they come through the next checkpoint where they are.
Yeah, when I spoke to him a couple of days ago, he mentioned the fact that he had some special training for the heat. He went to the sauna to train for it, and he was hoping that it will work, it will pay off.
Yeah.
Did it pay off?
I guess we'll see in 17 kilometers. Stay tuned.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we've got another guest here. Hi. Esther, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, Nuria.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Nuria.
Hi, Esther.
Hi. How are you?
Okay. Would you like to speak to your friend Esther, since I got her here?
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
How are you
Yeah,
doing?
fine.
How is your
I'm
feet?
following the whole race.
Yeah,
I'm very
see.
happy to stay here.
Yeah, I saw that you are supporting everyone.
Yeah, everyone. Yeah, it's worse than yesterday because it's not easy to run 56 Ks with pain and then the day after to be good, but it's okay. I'm happy to be here and don't care. Yeah.
And
we've got another runner just arrived.
Who do we have coming through there? Nat, do you know who that is?
Yeah, we are going to get closer so that we can get a better visual.
That might be.
We have Beta here.
Yeah, Bate Menkai. Yeah. So I believe Bate is running in ninth place.
还可以。
今天天气有点热，对不对呀？
我感觉比去年还热。还好。
就快到终点了，现在
都降下来了，感觉。
So Bate is saying that the heat is affecting him. It's quite hot out there.
今天的比赛怎样呢？
今天比赛特别激烈吧，因为
And Nat is asking him how the race is.
算是国内外选手很多精英都到了。
也今天国内的选手都很强呢，可是就是天气比较热，
And it really goes to show you that you know. Even though the sun has gone down a little bit, the heat can affect the runners being out there under the sun all day long, and still some ways to go. You can see compared to some of the other runners, Bate is taking a little bit of time to get his nutrition down and you know, maybe just get some strength back in the legs. And you can see his checkpoint support team working hard to get him everything he needs.
But he seems calm and smiling.
Yeah.
Almost not like in a race.
No, you know, it's important to get your nutrition down, to get those calories in, and you know, these athletes have been fighting hard all day long. So you know, Bate is a veteran runner. He knows what he needs to do at this point in the race, and I expect him to finish strong.
Yeah, seems he's leaving.
And we should have the you know, the women coming through at some point. You know, the women's race has been a really dominant performance so far by Chen Lin, and then we've had Li Ying you know, really pushing in second place, and Ma Ting is now in third. Any surprises to you, Esther, in terms of the women's race? You know, I think a lot was expected of Dominika Stalmach from Poland. It looks like it's been a bit of a tough day for her. But what have been your impressions of the women's race?
So today we just saw the interview with Wu Yuanyuan a few minutes before, and we were expecting a very good performance from her, but she's currently sitting at which position? At fifth position. So she's coming up. Let's see how it ends. But maybe we were waiting her to be in the podium positions already from the beginning. Lin Chen for me doesn't come as a surprise. If you ask me to put a name down on the table before the race, for sure it was her name. Dominika is a great runner and she has great performances, but if you listen to her interviews, she likes runnable stuff. She doesn't like technical downhills, and you know better than me that Hong Kong, and especially Hong Kong 100 course, has some runnable parts, but there are some really technical terrain, and it's not only the stairs. There are some technical downhills where are a lot of stones and you need to be just used to running on those trails. So for me, her performance doesn't come as a surprise, and I have to say that I really like when someone who is coming out from her comfort zone and doing a race that it's not really suiting her skills. So I admire her being here and just doing the race. And for the Chinese runners, I think Li Ying, she had also a great 2023. She mainly raced in China. She ran also marathons. She just won at the end of the year, 30th December, the 50-kilometer race in Shenzhen, the 100 trail race. So she finished the year very well. She was prepared for Hong Kong conditions. So I think it's really for the Chinese runners, the preparation, that it matters, and they they do their best when they are coming to Hong Kong by like coming to train over from Shenzhen, going back every evening, you know, and they do that for two weeks leading up to the race, and that gives them so much confidence. And just, you know, I think Tyler Green, I ran with him. Also for him, it was kind of new to run on the course.
Yep.
But just knowing already, it makes such a big difference on race day. So just as I can see on his performance, I think also for all these women who already ran on the course and they know, you know, when the stairs are coming, when the technical downhill are coming, and they know when they need to fuel a little bit more to make sure that they have energy to push through the difficult sessions. That's really important.
It's a really good point. You know, here in Hong Kong, we're just across the border from mainland China, and a lot of these Chinese elites, it's easier for them to come over and train in Hong Kong, maybe arrive a few weeks earlier before the race, and get used to the conditions and also the trail types. You know, I think you were mentioning how in Hong Kong it's not just purely runnable. There's all sorts of different types of terrain, and because the course is all up and down, that terrain switches you know, very quickly. So you just really have to be comfortable in terms of making all those transitions and keeping the speed up. You know, we talked about some of the female elites doing the Grand Slam. We spoke with Francesca Canepa earlier this week. Why don't we listen to hear what she had to say before the race?
How is racing in Hong Kong comparing to racing in Europe or in the US?
Compared to racing in Europe, I think Hong Kong is, as I said, really particular, because in Europe you tend to have mountain races or more flat races or sea races. And here you have everything. So that's why I'm here again, because I get bored very easily. And in Hong Kong, you are never bored, because everything changes continuously, and you have to adapt continuously. And so I think it's something really exciting.
And you've been racing this race before and raced against some Chinese runners. How do you assess their progress? Because they really improved so much, and now they're actually racing, competing so much on the international level.
Well, I don't know exactly what they are doing, but what I know is that normally Chinese people are really fast to improve. And I think they are doing exactly this in racing too, because on the previous year you never heard about Chinese, and now you have Chinese everywhere. So I think they are doing great.
And now this year, Hong Kong 100 is actually being the first race for the World Trail Majors. And what do you think about the whole series?
I think that series are really good, because they include some different races in all the world, and it's a concept I appreciate a lot, because you can choose something that is better to you, and you can discover some different places. And overall, and most important, I think that they will be well organized, and it's a bonus.
As you are preparing for the Grand Slam, so what strategies do you have this year?
I think it's a very big challenge, and I think that the only strategy actually is to take it one step at a time, because I never did a stage race before, so I don't know. But I think that if I manage myself, and so I don't push too much in the first one and try to manage the second, I will get to the finish line on the third. But I'm not so sure. I hope to achieve this goal. But anyway, I think that the main strategy is just to focus on the moment and stay here and not think about the next race, because if not, it's too scaring.
Well, it's quite interesting. So you actually never done anything like this before. You came to Hong Kong last year to do the race, but this year you challenged yourself with something really big. What attracted you? What motivated you to do this?
Exactly the fact that it's something I never did before, And maybe the fact that it is in Hong Kong, because I like Hong Kong. I think that if you have to do something really hard, it's better if you do it in a place you love, you like at least. And so I feel good here, and so I think it's the best place to try it, and I hope to get there.
So do you have any tips to give to anyone who's trying to basically challenge themselves like you do?
Exactly the same thing, to stay focused on the moment and not to scare too much about the whole event, because it's not useful. We just have to take everything step by step. In the races as in the life, it's the same. So say little steps.
And that was Francesca Canapé, and she's running 9th in the women's Grand Slam. So yeah, that is a huge achievement to be doing the 33, the 56, and then a 100K race, 3 in 3 days. Amazing performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because she is from Italy. As far as I know, she lives in Courmayeur, and there is winter time now. So preparing for a race which is in early January is really tough. They have snow from maybe like late October, and getting the conditions that you have in Hong Kong and training for that, it's really a big respect for doing that.
Unbelievable, and some updates just from the headline races. We have the first 2 men's runners past Lead Mine Pass. That's the last checkpoint before the big climb on Tai Mo Shan. So Yu Pei Chuan is in the lead. 5 minutes behind, we have Meng Guofu. So he's really closed the gap, and it'll be really interesting to see who gets to the top of Tai Mo Shan first, and it's going to be a tighter finish than we expected. Tyler Green looks like he's in 3rd, but Xing Moon is a little while ago, so we'll see how Deng Guomin and Zhao Jiju are doing behind them in that battle for third position. In the women's race, we have Chen Lin, who's we expect to be holding her lead, and looks like she's the first lady into Beacon Hill, and then Li Ying and Ma Ting behind. So yeah. So and we see Cao Zhou on the screen. What checkpoint is that? He's at Xing Moon there. Yeah, so he's in 10th place, and you can see he's taking advantage of some of the checkpoint food. Some of the runners will be a bit picky about their nutrition and only want to be taking what they themselves have brought. But a lot of the runners will want to take a little bit of hot food at this point in the race, especially if their stomach has not been agreeable to eating gels all day. So it looks like he's having some soup or some congee. Esther, what are your thoughts in terms of race nutrition at this point in a race?
Yeah, I find interesting that he's number 10 in the men race, and he's using the checkpoint food. As per I see the brand of the T-shirt, what is the brand he's running with? Can we see that? Because that Watopia is the brand that Peach and you ran last year with.
Yeah.
And but it seems he does have no crew. He doesn't have crew, so that's why he's taking the checkpoint fruit. For my experience, like, you just can better control if you have your own crew and you eat what you know that you prepared for those checkpoints. So it's much more manageable in terms of knowing how many calories you are getting in terms of no surprises. But for Hong Kong 100, I run also without crew, and what I loved always that they have the sushi, and I think that's a kind of Asian thing to have more rice rather than bread, and the sushi felt always really good, and I think they just put some seaweed on it. It makes it a bit salty, but still it's a lot of carbohydrate. Here he seems that he's drinking some soup.
Yep.
So he's taking some time.
And also having a sit down. You saw he was drinking standing up and then taking a little bit of load off of the legs there. This is this is well into the race, and these athletes are have had a lot of mileage and elevation in their legs already. But he's moving out pretty quickly. There's about a 13-14 minute gap between Zukao and Bate Menkai. So it'll be a lot of work for him to move up the field into 9th place. But he'll also be worried about who's behind him. You know, he's running in 10th place right now, and I'm sure it's a big point of pride to try to crack that top 10 in a really competitive field. And it looks like he's leaving the checkpoint with some purpose.
But again, like talking about Chinese runners, for him is a big show off probably. Like it's an important performance, and just keeping the 10th position will be still like a very positive race for him. And I don't think it's a bad idea to spend some time fueling up your energies before the last 15 kilometers, because actually with the Needle here, Grass here, Lehman Pass, if he doesn't stop there and he just keeps going, then you have time or chance. So you have a lot of years to do, and if you want to be quick and just keep your position, you still need the energy that he just had at the checkpoint.
And if you look at Zhao moving up that hill, you know, he looked like he got a little bit of energy from that pit stop. You know, he was looking a little bit ragged there, just trying to have a seat, and wasn't sure what the energy levels looked like. But he really had some spring on his step once he was back onto the course. So you know, it looks like he knows exactly what he's doing, and he might have a strong finish ahead.
I have to say that I like knowing a few Chinese runners. Like I knew quite of them who prefer to eat real food rather than rely on energy gels. And what they train actually is more to eat fast and quick, the real food at the checkpoints. So you might see this kind of fueling like with quite a few runners from China. And that's way of doing it. Probably it is going to change over the next couple of years as many things are changing, as they have more and more like access. They have more access to everything that is going around and happening and developing in the other parts of the world. But yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic point, and you know, as we're waiting for some of the ladies to come through Xingmun, you know, this is a really competitive race for the women, and you know, we've seen some remarkable performances over the years. So, Esther, in terms of yes, some of the amazing runners who've done this, any standout past female performances?
So we have been trying to have Nuria Pikas back, but she has been moving from Shimala to the finish line, so we might have her later on. But actually, she was Hong Kong 100 winner in 2017, and she ran an amazing time. It was 11 hours 18 minutes and 57 seconds. But we have to say that was an old course, which means, can you go back? Sorry. Which was 96 kilometers with 4,840 meter elevation. So just right after that year, right after 2017, the course changed, and now is a bit longer and there is more elevation in it, which happens to be before Kailing Ha. So before checkpoint 5, you have to do a little bit more elevation and a little bit more of technical terrain, because that that trail that you have along the beach is it's quite technical with all the stones that you have to run. So that is an old course record. And then in 2020, we had Fuzhou Xiang, who is now out there supporting her teammates on the course. She ran an amazing performance in 2020 with 11 hours, 28 minutes and 59 seconds. So 10 minutes more than the old course record by Nuria, but on a longer and on a course that has more elevation. So that was a really, really amazing and impressive performance. And about Fuzhou connection to Hong Kong 100, basically what happened that she was running Hong Kong 100 every year, and she started as in fourth position, then she got third, and she got second, and finally she won it in 2020. So that was really just showing her perseverance and keep showing up. And her example shows how important this race is for Chinese runner, because immediately after she got the contact with Hoka, and since then, like, she became one of the main faces in China for Hoka.
One of the top runners in the world. Fuzhou is just an amazing talent and really experienced running here in Hong Kong. She won the Oxfam Trail Walker, setting a mixed record with you and I, and Ryan Whelan. And then later this year, or last year I should say, winning the Trans-Lantau 140 race. So very experienced on the trails. And we have Jicheng Wang, who's making his way through the Xingmun checkpoint right now. He's in 11th place, looking pretty good. It looks like he's leaving the checkpoint now, so he had a quick turnaround. So he might be in the hunt for a top 10 spot. Still enough time in the race to move up the pack. But yeah, going back to Fuzhou, yeah, we saw her at CP8 earlier. She's here supporting some of her teammates and friends. And yeah, for the mainland runners, I think this has really become a real sort of a race on the calendar. They train for this race, and I think that there's a reason why we see so much mainland talent here each year. It looks like we have Angie at the checkpoint. Hey Angie, it looks like you're getting ready to feed some hungry runners coming through. How's everything at CP8?
The CPA is such a very good spirit, because you can imagine they are Boy Scouts here. So, well, I'm just going to quickly show you through the nice buffet, 5-star buffets here. Are you with me?
Let's eat.
Okay, well, let's eat. This is some rice, there's some plain steamed rice, and together with some, how will you call that? 杂菜. 杂菜 is already preserved vegetables. So in mainland China, you eat that a lot with congee, and here's a pot of very hot congee that is always available. It's got salt in that and carbohydrates.
And Angie, can you explain to maybe some of the non-Hong Kong-based runners or watchers, what is congee?
Congee is basically a porridge. We would say it in porridge in UK, that is made by plain jasmine rice. So you boil it long enough so it kind of comes in very soft and marshmallowish. But it's not sweet. It's got some salt in it. Sometimes we put in protein. We put in extra bit of like seafood, a tiny little bit of seaweed in that, just to add into the taste. But consider it's a very diluted carbohydrates, very diluted rice. Hold on, we have a runner coming in, and looks like he's not even going to stop. Let's have a look at him first.
Oh, thanks, Angie. We have a runner coming through, and then we also have a shot on Xingmun Reservoir with one of the runners coming through on the drone. Let's see who we have here. This is Jicheng Wang, who just left the checkpoint. He's in 11th place. He had a really quick CP8, so he's a few minutes behind 10th place, and he's going to try to close that gap. But we can see with the drone shot moving through the course quite well. How much distance to go from here? About 18 kilometers?
15?
15 kilometers.
15 kilometers. But I think in his case, like we are talking about 11th and 10th position, is like also the question whether they tell you the information, how many minutes you are behind. And, if you don't have crew, people at the checkpoint won't necessarily even know or tell you whatever they know. So this is a big question, and that is also why it's very good to have a crew, because they can push you and they can tell you, no, it's worth pushing because you can get that position that puts you on the podium.
What a beautiful shot of Wang Jichan moving across that reservoir dam with the sun setting. Really nice part of the course here. And it looks like lots of action at CP8. We have the split screen going. More runners coming through that checkpoint. It's a busy checkpoint. It's accessible to the city, so most of the runners are going to have their full crew here at this checkpoint. And we have, it looks like the 12th place male there, I believe. And we should have the women coming through shortly as well. So lots of action at CP. Yeah, that's Arjun Rai from Nepal. So one of several Nepalese elites here competing in Hong Kong. The Nepalese have so much history competing on the Mackelhose here in Hong Kong, and Arjun looks like he's having a good race, getting a little bit of fuel before those last couple of climbs. And it looks like he does have a crew there to help him.
Yeah, can we have a closer look? Yeah, he's running with Kailas, right?
Yeah.
The Chinese brand. So I think there was a bit of turnover in the last couple of months. Some of the runners who were with the North Face team that dissolved at the end of last year. Now some of them moved to Kailas, which is one of the strongest brands in China. Not necessarily outside of China, but in China they are quite strong.
Yeah, we're looking at Zhao Hu here, who's tied for 12th with Arjun, sitting down, taking some calories, and yeah, it looks like he's feeling some of the hard work in his legs right now with the head down, but getting fuel in, and really helpful to have some familiar faces there to help you just get over the line. Yeah, he had a tough race last year. He DNF'd. I think for some of us, if you DNF a race and you come back, you don't want to do that 2 years in a row. So it looks like. As hard as his race has been so far, I have no doubt that he'll push himself to get over the line.
It looks like that he's eating the baby food. I'm not sure if that is prepared by them and then just put in the, in this soft flask that makes you easy to eat. And who is it?
And we have another runner coming in. Who's this coming into CP8?
And Lin Chin should arrive very soon, right? We are waiting. I think we are waiting her to arrive.
This is Bai Hui, who's another mainland athlete. Angie, let us know how's Bai Hui looking.
Slightly better than Zhao Hu. Bai Hui is looking a little bit more tired, but at least it looks very still got it. Like after 85 kilometers, this is probably as good as you can get anyway, right?
Yeah, and you can see the teamwork here. You have the runner who's into the instant noodles, and then the support crew filling bottles and slipping them in. I'm hearing some excitement at the checkpoint.
Ludwig.
Oh, and we have Ludwig Vriens from the Netherlands, but a Hong Kong based runner. And look at him; he is looking great.
He looks very focused. I think because he was number 7 last year, so he wanted to, I think, do that performance again. He has to work on that. That's why he's that focused, I can tell you.
Yeah, well, I think the field this year, with the COVID restrictions fully behind us, probably a bit of a stronger field this year. Ludwig is really downing some instant noodles there. He probably doesn't know that he's on camera, so and throwing down some Coke, but you can see the smile on his face there, and a lot of intention. What a fast turnaround there! He's already off.
I think he is very focused. He wants to get that position again. So and he needs to run very fast for that.
I think repeating 7th place might be tough, but
even top 10, I think he would be happy because he knows that the race is much more competitive this year. So probably even with the top 10, he would be very happy. But even for that, he needs to work very hard.
Yeah, he was looking at aiming for a sub 12 time. He's going to go under sub 12, but yeah, I think he just wants to put in his strongest performance. And with the caliber of runners here, he will take a few scalps. You know, he's going to finish ahead of a few very highly rated runners, and it's really just I think a statement of intent from a runner like Ludwig, who can show that he can run with some of the world's best. A great performance.
And in the last 2 years, he was getting more and more focused with his training and everything. So I think it's and especially like living in Hong Kong means that he knows what is coming, and that is something that can help him to pass some of the runners that are ahead of him.
And I think this is going to be a drone shot of Ludwig going over the dam. And just, yeah, a really, really picturesque part of the course.
He's moving well.
Go, Sherpa!
Yeah, just a beautiful, beautiful reservoir with the trees and the mountains in the background. But yeah, 85 kilometers into the race and still moving like that. These athletes have trained really hard for this event, and we're going to see some pretty strong finishing times today, I think, for most of these runners.
Yeah, I mean, in that sense, this is really an endurance sport, and how you can train for a race up to 100 kilometers or more, and make sure that also at the end you can still push and run strong. I think Chen Lin should arrive very soon to GP8, right?
Yeah,
because we had news that she passed Taipo Road.
Is that right? Okay, so I mean, maybe Angie could let us know how long she expects the women's leader Chen Lin to be coming through. Okay, still we're hearing maybe about 20 minutes away. Okay.
I think this is Ludovic, and the one before was the Chinese runner.
Yeah. Yeah, we had Bai Hui going across the dam before, and then this is Ludwig Vriens, the Hong Kong-based Dutch runner, and then we have Alex Nayrink there, another Hong Kong-based runner who is also looking strong. He's in 16th place right now.
Why he's doing that?
But you can always
that's so much losing time.
Filling some nutrition powder into the flask there. Yeah, I mean, maybe losing a little bit of time, but he
shouldn't be doing that. Sorry, he has the crew. It should be the crew.
but I think the body language there, you can see he's really looking to get everything done and to be moving through. He's not wanting to sit down. The clock is ticking. And to me, that's a really good indication that he's paced this well, that he's not having just to drag himself over the line for these last 15 kilometers. He's looking in good form, and the body language is really positive.
Yeah, he looks calm. So also Ludovic and also Alex are T8 runners, which is a local brand very much loved by the Hong Kong community. And he's based in Discovery Bay.
Yeah. So Discovery Bay on Lantau Island, which is just another part of Hong Kong that has some really gorgeous trails, maybe some more rural trails. Lantau Island is the part of the island on Hong Kong that has the airport, but most of it is undeveloped. So just has some really big peaks and some really beautiful trails. The Trans Lantau race
makes me angry. He's losing so much time.
Yeah.
I need to talk to him.
Well, we need Esther to keep her cool here in the studio. She's a fiery Hungarian, but yeah, the clock doesn't stop here, and it's not a bad point. These athletes, you can see Alex putting on his head torch. The sun is going down, but with the body language looking positive, he could be moving here. So chasing positions, these extra couple of minutes could mean a spot or two. It doesn't look like he's fussed about it. So there's nothing wrong with having a good time out on the course as well.
I cannot find any excuses. It's just way too much.
Esther thinks the smiles and fun can wait for the finish line, but that's what happens when you're an international elite like Esther. But no, Alex looking really strong at CP8, and really great to see some of the Hong Kong-based elites holding their own against some of these top mainland runners and some of the overseas runners. I think it goes to show that training on the course, training in these conditions, being really familiar, really gives a bit of a home field advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. So going back to what we have been saying about Shenzhen, because I just talked about it without explaining in detail, and maybe people who are not based in Hong Kong don't know. But Shenzhen is really just next door to Hong Kong. It's like 50 minutes by train or by car. And the Chinese usually have a 7 days access to enter Hong Kong. That's why they prefer to stay in China, where they can have their own food and things that they are used to have, because it's similar to what you can have in Hong Kong, but it's more expensive and it's a little bit or slightly different. And then they come over during the day, they train here, and then they go back.
Yeah.
And they get the support by their team, so it's the easier way to prepare for the Chinese runners. And I have been thinking, that there are a lot of Chinese runners, and they are usually dominating Hong Kong 100, but very often we see them like performing amazing here, and then you don't see them going further, like going on international races, and you don't see their names over there. And I think this trend has been changing over the last 1 year or since COVID. Just for example, the leading woman, Lin Chen, who has been racing in Thailand, she has been racing in Korea. So her great performances in 2023 were not made in China, that people don't necessarily know, or it's very difficult to have information about it, because it's very often what you get is all in Chinese. But so she's a great example how they start to leave the country and create or build their career outside of China. Or for example, we can see Fuja, who had an amazing year in 2023, and after she won Hong Kong 100, she didn't really come back, but she just, it's almost like a trampoline. From then onward, she started to race like on international races. And in that sense, I like in Jeju or other Chinese runners who are continuously coming back, almost like a home race, just to test themselves. So it's interesting to see that trend, and also like how, for example, this year podium will bring some of the Chinese runners to other international races, and that would be really the goal, to make this sport more international. And I think with World Trail Majors, this is something which is really great, because this is the first stage or the first race of the year. But maybe having the podium, it allows them, or it pushes them to race some other races in World Trail Majors, which would be really great.
Absolutely, and mainland China, such a big country, a lot of talent, goes really deep, the talent pool there, and Hong Kong 100 obviously a springboard to international success for a lot of these Chinese elites. Just looking back at the leaderboard, we have the women's leader Chen Lin that we're expecting into CP8 any moment. We have our crew on the ground there with Angie Feng, so we're excited to see the women's leaders coming through. And then on the 100K men's race, we have Yu Pei Chuan, who's holding, looks like he's holding the lead with 5 minutes ahead of Meng Guangfu, and then Tyler Green is about 15 minutes back off the pace there. So a really impressive performance by the leading three men, and then some chasers behind. So Deng Guomin, very familiar with this course, a mainland Chinese runner who has lots of experience in Hong Kong. And then Chin Guidu, Zhao Jiaju, and Tirtha are leading a Nepalese runner, and Stingray Onifa. So those runners are going to be making their way towards Lead Mine Pass, the last checkpoint just before the big Tai Mo Shan climb. So some really impressive performances by all of our athletes today, and we've been really blessed to see some of the great shots from them out on the course. In terms of the last couple of sections here, Esther, why don't you tell the viewers sort of what type of terrain these runners are seeing in the last 15 kilometers of the course?
So after Xingmun Reservoir, they go through that bridge that we saw before, and after they head up, they go up on Needle Hill, which is, if you look at Needle Hill from far away, you can understand why it's called Needle Hill. It's a really steep uphill with small stairs. Sometimes it's more kind of technical, stony, rocky terrain, but it can be harsh to do a good pace after 80 kilometer and running that Needle Hill up fast, and also it can take out a lot of energy from you and so Needle Hill, I think it's really a big challenge in this course. But after you arrive to the top, basically you have a downhill from Needle Hill with very small stairs, and those stairs are not really well built. Like sometimes they are like just making you almost fall all the time, or it's really difficult to run.
We call them fairy steps sometimes. Yeah, they really suit runners with really small feet because not enough length on the stair to even get a full foot plant on them.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it can be really crucial to just have done it before and you know what to expect. And then after Needle Hill, actually, I think that next few kilometers till Limen Pass is really crucial because it's runnable.
Yep.
It's a concrete pass in nature, which is very typical to Hong Kong. So Hong Kong trails can be really hard and very harsh to your legs. But again, you have to be used to that. But after you come down from Needle Hill, you have that very few kilometer which is a bit of uphill, but it's a really runnable uphill. And if you slow down, you can lose so much time.
Yep.
I think you have to really run. Maybe using the pause can be kind of a technique because it still helps you to take off some of the energy from your legs. And then basically when you arrive on top of Grass Hill, you have a very short downhill, which I think it's kind of doable. It's not very technical. You just need to run down maybe about a kilometer and a half. And then you arrive to Limen Pass, where you have the last checkpoint is you have 9 kilometers to go. I don't think you want to stop there. Maybe you just fill up your buttons if they are empty, and then you kick off. And then you have, I think, one of the nicest part in Hong Kong. Like when I run over that part, I always feel I am on the moon because
on Tai Mo Shan.
It's so beautiful. It's the part that you hit before the concrete pass to go up to Tai Mo Shan. That is so beautiful. So you have a little bit of uphill after Limen Pass. But after you have this kind of rocky, almost technical terrain, but you have this single track, which is at the end doesn't have much technicality.
Yep.
So you can
really
still
run. You can really run on that. Yeah.
But you are surrounded by all these beautiful brownish stones, and you are at the end on top of the mountains. That can be really, really beautiful. But I think most of the runners won't really see it because it will be already dark. Anyway, and then after, I don't know, this can be about 6 kilometers, you hit the concrete pass and you have a 2 kilometer up to Tai Mo Shan, which is at the beginning is very runnable. And then you have this very steep part where it's I don't know. I would like to see who is running and who is power hiking, but it's almost impossible to run that steep. And then you arrive to Tai Mo Shan, and this is already all concrete paths, and you start running down, and you have this very long downhill, but then you switch a bit again on the trails, and that can be kind of a surprise, because just like 2 kilometers before the end, you have to go on a small hill again, a little at the last stairs of the day.
Yep.
You go up and then down, and then once you get off from that trail.
We can see the finish line here on the screen. So this is a barbecue site at the bottom of Tai Mo Shan. So on the other side of the Lead Mine Pass checkpoint. So the runners by this point have climbed Hong Kong's highest peak, Tai Mo Shan, at around 950 meters, and then they've done that long descent that Esther was talking about, which is mostly on the concrete road, and then going in and out of some technical trail, and then finishing up at that iconic Hong Kong 100 finishing chute, and those runners will have imagined their finish we'll be thinking about that, I think, on the descent, just waiting for that finish line to come up before them.
Yeah, and you know, at the last downhill, there is a story, because till 2017, it was all on the concrete path. Yes. So actually, car can go up to Tai Mo Shan because there is an observatory. And anyway, so till 2017, Hong Kong 100 was just from the top of Tai Mo Shan running down on the concrete path, and then finished at the Rotary Club that you can see right now on the screens, where is the finish line. And then in 2017, there was a very wild, cold weather. It was icy. Tai Mo Shan, as Jeff said, is the highest mountain in Hong Kong. So it is also the coolest when it's cold in Hong Kong. And it was freezing temperature, and apparently the concrete path was covered with ice. And people were just they couldn't run. They couldn't really come down from Tai Mo Shan. There were some accidents and so on. And after the year, they changed the course. And once they could get out from this concrete path, and they brought the race on the trail, which has this little uphill at the very end, and then you go down. And probably in icing conditions, this remains still much more runnable and manageable than a whole concrete path 4 kilometers down to the finish line.
And we can see here on the screen, this is the GPS live tracker. And the peak of Tai Mo Shan is these little white spots there in the center of the screen. Those are the radio towers up top. Now the live tracker is showing Meng Guangfu, who is coming down onto the road first ahead of Yu Peichuan. Not sure if that's correct. You know, sometimes the GPS trackers are not always 100% accurate. Sometimes there's a bit of a delay in terms of the signaling. So it'd be really great to see if we have any race intelligence from on the course, whether Meng Guangfu has been able to catch Yu Peichuan. There was about a 5-minute gap at the bottom of Tai Mo Shan at Lead Mine Pass, and it would be really remarkable if Meng Guangfu was able to close that gap on the climb alone. But if he's done that, if the GPS is correct, he should be coming down Tai Mo Shan already, and there's only a little bit of road. If that's where he was at 6 o'clock local time, then we should expect to see some of the spotters on the course seeing who's coming down Tai Mo Shan to lead the men's race. So we'll see if we have any people on the course on that road down towards the finish line.
Gu Mengfu had an amazing year 2023. I think he became a much more mature runner last year.
Yeah.
And I don't think in 2022 it would have been possible that he beats Jiazhu, his teammate, Hoka teammate in the Chinese team. But last year already happened, and it seems that he's keeping up. So he's doing something really well.
Yeah, I mean, there's no shortage of talent at the top part of that men's race, but really, to me, it's a bit of a surprise when you have someone like Yu Pei Chan who's so familiar with the course and who looked in so much control all day long. Didn't look like he had a rough patch, but you know, you never underestimate the strength of the folks who are chasing, and we're still going to wait confirmation about which runners coming down Taimo Shan first. So we do understand that Meng is in the lead, and that would be just such an amazing story for this runner to show a statement of intent and to pass a multiple time champion Yu Pei Chan on the last climb of the Hong Kong 100. This is a very fast finish. If you're able to pass someone on that climb, it could be really be demoralizing for the runner being passed. It could be very, very challenging to try to.
I think, you know, if he's going to win the race, I can explain with all the experience he was building up over the last couple of years, and it comes back that he was racing internationally, overseas races, that gives him so much experience, even just what you said, like passing someone at the very last bit of a race. So that makes a big difference, and yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah,
but
I think
it's amazing.
Shinmen Reservoir, Yu Pei Chan came through around 10 minutes ahead, and you saw Meng Guangfu come through, and his crew were just obviously said, you're close, you can catch up. He went out of that checkpoint as though he was going off the start line. He absolutely flew out of there. He made up 5 minutes up until Lead Mine Pass, and we're waiting to see, but apparently he's taken over Yu Pei Chan coming up the climb from Lead Man Pass up to the top of Taimo Shan, and is leading this race, which would just be such an incredible run to be able to make up 10 minutes with only 15K to go. Like, we thought Yu Pei Chan had this absolutely in the bag, so we're just waiting to see them come down off Taimo Shan now.
Yeah, the gap at CP9, the last checkpoint at Lead Mine Pass was only 5 minutes, but 5 minutes to make up on that single climb really, especially when Yu Pei Chan was looking strong, it really shows you. Oh, and here we have on the screen.
No,
no, that looks like a supporter, but yeah, I would expect that we're going to see Meng Guangfu on the screen very shortly. 25-year-old athlete, really young for an ultra runner. You know, this could be a real statement race for Meng, and you know, we'll see if he can hold off Yu Pei Chan to the finish line. It's a very fast finish here, all downhill now that they've crested the top of Taimo Shan.
And we are trying to get some of the female runners who ran Hong Kong 100 before, and they are at the finish line, to get on an interview. So Fu Zhao, who have been supporting Meng during the race, and also Nuria is getting to the finish line. So hopefully we can do an interview with them, but for sure now they are focusing on what's going on. And in the meantime, I think we should have Chen Lin coming to the checkpoint. Yeah, right? Yeah. This is her. She's coming to the checkpoint 8. She is looking great. She's looking strong. This is a technical downhill with a bit of stairs that brings you to the Xingmun Reservoir.
So we have Chen Lin, bib number 14, the leader of the women's race, and she's moving well there. She's looked strong and composed all day long. and you can see her moving very well through this section.
Yeah, your fellow teammate as the running cameraman here, Ryan Whelan's following her down, but she will be coming down here, about to go into the checkpoint, waiting for her crew. Like her crew will be waiting for her. She's got a good distance between her and second, but still she will want to push as hard as she can to put in a fantastic time for Hong Kong 100 this year.
Okay. And you know, Jeff was questioning whether Ryan can follow her.
I hope Ryan's not taking too many, or I hope Ryan is taking some notes on downhill form. He could take some tips. I think we all could, looking at her moving very smoothly. Now we're hearing from the men's race that the gap is only about 10 seconds. They are neck and neck. It's unclear to us who's in the lead, but we have Yu Pei-chan and Meng Guangfu battling each other on the downhill. So hopefully we'll have some footage coming up soon from that. But it looks like it's going to be a sprint finish for the men's 100 here at the Hong Kong 100.
But on the other hand, it's also good to look at the women's race because it has to be followed as well. And it's an important moment because she will have 15 kilometers to go. And it will be good to see where is the second woman and the third woman, but for sure just having a camera following the first woman is really important.
Absolutely, yeah, and we're seeing some impressive camera work to keep up with Chen Lin. It's not easy to keep up with an elite who's moving that quickly down technical stairs. So she's looking super strong this far into a race.
But she is the winner of Duathlon in 2023. That was a really technical race.
Absolutely.
We heard crazy stories about the race. So for sure, even though stairs means a different technicality, but it still means that she has the skills to handle them very well. And I believe if she's keeping up with the energy level, she should be doing great in the last 15 kilometers. Here
she'll be able to hear the cheering of Xingmen Reservoir. It's a busy checkpoint here. She's coming through.
She looks very, very composed, and she's in control of this race. We'll see her sit down with her crew, taking some calories. She'll probably put on a head torch. The sun is coming down. Some of the runners might have already put theirs on, but she might have had hers waiting for her at the checkpoint, or maybe one of her crew will help take it out of her pack and help put it on. It's so helpful to have the support crew help you do all those things while you get your nutrition and hydration in.
Yeah, absolutely. And the second woman is Li Ying, right?
Yeah, Li Ying has also looked strong throughout. She hasn't been able to quite keep the pace that Chen Lin has been setting up at the front. So we'll see what the gap is, but it looks like the gap in the women's race is a little bit bigger than in the men, where we have a really close battle with Meng Guangfu and Yu Pei-chan up at the front. Chen Lin in more control of the women's race. You see the head torch is on her. She's getting just that last nutrition that she needs for the last few sections. As Esther mentioned, probably not going to be much stopping at the last checkpoint. Lead Mine Pass is in a little bit more of an isolated position, so this might be the last point on the course where the runners are taking on any gels from their support crew, and they don't want to be carrying anything more than they need for the last 15 kilometers at this point.
As you see, she's pouring water on herself. It means that she's feeling hot, or even from the technical downhill, sometimes you feel burning your quads. She's having still some ice, which is not very typical of Chinese runners. Very often they don't want to have very cold thing like an ice on themselves. So it's an interesting move, I have to say.
Yeah. Although ice is getting quite popular in Hong Kong and in other races in Asia, it can be humid out here, and these runners who are out there all day long, it's important to cool down before you feel hot. So I think that's a sign of experience from Chen Lin. She's obviously a really experienced elite, and she knows what she's doing out there, and she's looking really strong leaving that checkpoint. Look at her running out of this checkpoint. checkpoint, she has a job to finish.
Esther, what did you think about that checkpoint stop? I mean, I saw you commenting on Alex's one before. It was very frustrating. I was with you, frustrating watching him trying to put powder in your body.
It was
like,
horrible.
Come on! You wanted to shake the crew.
And
but
the dog there, like...
But what do you think? That was pretty... She took on a lot of calories there. You would have noticed she ate a lot there. She consumed a lot. Some athletes don't like actually eating while they're running. Others will like at the checkpoints will want to load on food and eat at that point. But
she's very focused. I can see that she's very focused. She had the team on. Everyone knew what they have to do. It was a really teamwork to go through the checkpoint, and she went through really quick. Alex spent, I think, 3-4 minutes more. Like I can't believe he was pouring the powder into the flask. Like.
We know
just going back to Jeff's comments on like the ice is getting more popular, is for Chinese thinking the cold and the warm is something which is very important, so that is why they might hesitate or they are against using ice. So it's also again just speaks of this more access to data or what is going on outside of China. And they start using like techniques or fueling techniques as well that are not necessarily coming from China itself. And probably she had a good training in Thailand dealing with the hot weather. So for her, I don't think this is too hot. She just needs to keep it under control. So a bit of water on her quads that I did also in Lantau earlier, like in November. When I was coming down and my quads were burning, I would put some water at the checkpoint on my quads, and then it was good again.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go to the men's descent. We've got Meng Chuang Fu coming right into the finish line.
This is the finish.
This is coming to the finish line.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And we have Meng Guangfu, who has held on, and he is going to be the winner of the 2024 Hong Kong 100. What an amazing performance.
Amazing.
I can't put into words what an incredible climb out of Lead Mine Pass. He was 10 minutes behind coming out of Shinmun. He raced out of that last checkpoint like his life depended on it. He caught in 5 minutes in the next 7K up to Lead Mine Pass. And then that final climb, up to Taimoshan. He's done it. He's absolutely sped
What an
through.
amazing moment for this young man.
What a run. He finishes in 10 hours, 17 minutes, the second fastest time on record for this course.
Meng Guangfu, 25 years old, from mainland China, and he has really had an epic performance today, running behind the leader the entire day up until Taimoshan, the final climb of the race. He made his move, and he put a little bit of distance on one of the race's biggest names, Yo Pei Chan, we're still waiting to see the finish, but of Yo Pei Chan. But to pass such a veteran in the last segment of this race is just remarkable.
Yeah, Meng Guangfu, top 10 in OCC last year. He came 5th in Hong Kong 100 last year, but he's come back the following year and absolutely smashed it. Just what an absolute killer run. It begs the question, Jeff and Esther, do you think he's paced himself throughout? He's obviously come out of Shinmun with just so much fire in his belly. You can see Taimoshan coming out of there, and he knew what he had left to do.
So in the meantime, we see the leader, the woman leader, Chen Lin, going up to Needle Hill, I think, right?
This is the Needle Hill climb.
I think here we go back to what I mentioned to Jeff before, having the crew and telling you who is where.
Yeah.
It makes a huge difference because they pushed him, like they told him how many minutes behind he can do it. They saw he has the energy, so they just need to give that extra fire to push him and to make this happen. And then probably you need that 25 years old boldness that you know you can do it. Like as Jeff was saying, like in 15 minutes, like run like close a gap of 10 minutes is not easy, but he did it. So that in that sense, having the crew is so crucial.
But also shows a lot of maturity for a young runner to pace that type of distance that effectively, you know, stalking the leader all day long, but not getting too excited and you know, exerting yourself too early in the race. He really paced that like an absolute veteran, and you know, this has got to be one of the most remarkable finishes to have the defending champion passed on the last climb of the race, and we have a new champion of the Hong Kong 100 men's race.
He's been on. He's been on incredible form of late. He's won his last three races in China, and so he was coming into this with an incredible form. He had a podium in Transjeju, and yeah, but interestingly, his crew was also your teammate at Oxfam Trail Walker, where you guys put in the mixed record ever, right? And she was there crewing him in that last checkpoint.
Yeah.
And Fuzhou, she has given him a major kick up the arse. And wow, like for him to put that run in that last 15 kilometers is just out of this world.
A really impressive performance. We're still waiting for Yu Pei-Chuan to make his way to the finish line. Really shows that there was a bit of a gap that was put on in this last section. You know, we thought it would be neck and neck coming down the finishing chute, but it looks like Meng really laid down the hammer. Yeah.
Yeah, I am curious, like with the other races that he's going to run at this point, because winning Hong Kong 100 for sure is just the first step, and he needs to continue and go and run another race really well at the World Trail Majors.
Yeah, but you could only imagine the relief on this young man's face after pushing himself all day long, and probably a little bit of self-doubt about whether you can close the gap. I mean, all these runners are going to be confident in their own abilities, but when you're chasing a multiple-time champion like Yu Pei-Chuan, it's difficult to really have that confidence to push yourself and know that you have a chance to catch such a strong runner on the very last section.
I believe that it's also just being in the moment and just keep working till the very end. Like for me, when it happens, it's when I'm just focused and I'm not focusing on anything else, because that means you are wasting energy for something that you can't control. But it seems also that Yu Pei-Chuan, it's a bit slowed down, or I don't know, but it has been like 2-3 minutes that he came in.
It's almost closing on 5 minutes since he's finished.
That's very interesting.
So yeah, I don't know whether Yu Pei-Chuan is injured or what's happened, but yeah, it's quite surprising that he was managed. So it's taken 15 minutes out of him so far in that last 15K.
Yeah, it can be that when you're passed late in a race, and if you don't feel like you have the speed to match, you might take it down a gear and just cruise into the finishing chute. Especially if you know that the third place, the next runner behind is well behind. But I can tell you, I'm surprised at the size of this gap. I was expecting that it would be a matter of seconds, if not 1 or 2 minutes. So we've really seen an athlete here who was able to put the pedal to the metal and finish this race extremely fast. And it'll be interesting to hear from Yu Pei-Chuan in terms of what his experience was in that last section, because we're not sure whether he had any issues that he was facing, or if it was just a matter of being outmatched in that last section. Certainly no shame in that, but it could also be the fact that cramping or other injuries can happen at any point in a 100K race, but especially near the end.
Or he was not expecting that someone is going to pass him, and that broke him down. So you never know. Like, they are very controlled, but sometimes all those emotions can play a role. But it will be really interesting to talk to Fuzhou later on, when we can have her on an interview and ask, like, what did you tell him at Shimun Reservoir? We want to know. those secret words, right?
Absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
this just goes to show how important crew is in a race. Not just, I mean, we talk about it at the checkpoints about changing your bottles, but it's more from that morale piece as well. Just reminding them, hey, you've trained for this, you've got this, and just letting you know how far in front, how far behind. It can just give the pump up in the tyres that you need to just roll on through for the next section. And
absolutely. We often think of trail running as an individual sport, and there might only be one name on the bib, but all these elites have teams with them, or if not with them physically, support teams that help them with training and all the other issues that they need help with as runners. So it always takes more than just the runner that you see. There's always people behind the scenes helping out, and with a lot of these athletes, they have veteran support runners like Fu Zhao and other elites who help them. So they are always trading tips and tactics, and it really helps the people push the performance of the sport.
Can we just take a moment to talk about finish lines? It's one of the things I love around ultra running is just that I get quite emotional by seeing people cross the finish line, and I think anyone that's finished one, you get it yourself. But I think Hong Kong 100 has one of the best finish lines that I've been to. It's just like a really great vibe, just the views and everything. But I mean, obviously it's dark now, but just the run down off into this area here, the Rotary Park. It's just got a fantastic atmosphere around it.
Yeah, and also because it's a downhill finish, you'll often see runners who are pushing the pace and still running at a pretty good speed. It's really amazing that the race finishes just over the biggest mountain that we have on the course and in all of Hong Kong. So it's really a sort of a great way to close this race, and a beautiful finishing shoot that we see on the screen there. Still haven't seen Yo Pei Chan.
So I am wondering, sorry to interrupt you, that about the second woman, because we are waiting the second man. He is not coming, so we could maybe have some information about Li Ying, the second woman.
At the previous checkpoint, she was around 25 minutes behind, so she might be a little bit of time before she comes into to Shinmen Reservoir.
Okay. And.
So I think so. Just a reminder that coming out of Lead Mine Pass, Yo Pei Chan was winning with Meng Guangdu is overtaken. Tyler Green was in third spot. Just looking at the tracker, it looks like which is always you can't always it's not entirely reliable. But Deng Guaomin appears to have also caught up with him as well. So. Interestingly, I think top three is still to play for the top three podium.
Yeah, difficult with the tracker. Sometimes the ping rate is delayed. So even when you see runners in the same spot, it doesn't necessarily mean that the tracking time is the same. But really interesting to see how the leaders in the men's race are doing in this final section. We're still waiting for the number 2 men.
Did something happen to him? I start to think because he slowed down way too much.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, you would have thought he would be coming through now. I mean, we've still got the drone footage and the finish line.
Yeah, we're hearing that he does have some trouble on the course. We're trying to get a live shot, but it does sound like he is having some struggles. Unsure if it's an injury, if it's cramping. Even for a runner as strong as Yo Pei Chan, it's anything can happen when you're out there for 10+ hours.
But about him, it's so interesting. He won the race 2 times. He has the course record. So I think mentally is always a challenge when you go back and you have to perform again, or you want to perform again, and you already had those great performances on that course. It's not easy, and he have been having a great day, but you never know when it blows up. So it's That's always possible. I'm really curious what is going on, but it seems that he's even risking his second position at this point.
Well, we'll see. In terms of the gap between him and third place at Leadmine Pass, it was 19 minutes that he had over Tyler Green in Leadmine. So that would be a really huge lead.
We're actually cutting, sorry Jeff, we're actually cutting straight to Yope Chan coming down here. This is the downhill on the trail off of the back of Taimo Shan.
This is less than a kilometer to the finish line here.
This is very close to the finish line now as well.
So we'll hope to go back to that live feed.
The brief moment we got there, it looked like it more of a hike downhill than a run. Now that could be a couple of things. That could be like I feel I've got second in the bag, or it could be injury. Or
some combination of the two.
Yeah, but it can be completely demoralizing at that stage of a race if you get overtaken. I mean, David Goggins talks about it like taking souls when you overtake someone. And it is like, both when you pass someone, it gives you power. And when someone passes you, it can just suck the life out of you, can't it?
Yeah, it can, but you know, if it is an injury, if he's still able to move, third place probably at this point is only a few minutes behind it. We don't know how well Tyler Green handled that last climb, but you know, when you start losing speed like this, you can really slow down and lose a few spots before you realize it. Yeah, it looks like he's almost walking down the trail there.
This is here.
I don't know whether he's looking back to make sure no one's going to be following him.
I think that's exactly what was happening. So we had the defending champion, Yope Chan, looking behind over his shoulder just to see if there's anyone coming. You can, at this point in the race, with the sun down, see if there's a light coming down. So from this point, he can probably see back 100 or 200 meters, depending on exactly where he is on the trail, just to see if there's any other lights coming down the hill. But that's not a good sign when you're looking over your shoulder. He's just trying to get over the finish line here.
At this point, I would like to know whether he comes back next year.
Well, let's hope that he has an okay finish here, because it looks like this last section of the race is not what he had in mind. We'll find out at the finish line what the issue was, whether it was cramping or injury or perhaps stomach issues. Who knows? He was looking quite strong and in control for most of the day, but this is not the Yope Chan who we normally see attacking downhills and springing down towards finish lines.
We were discussing before, though, Jeff, that actually he's had a pretty challenging season in 2023.
Yeah, that's
DNF
right.
Triple C, he DNF Tran Jeju, and so we looked at it form-wise, and we're like, actually, we're discussing last night, he's probably not like he probably won't win it. But then, honestly, I was sitting here when we went through Shimon, and I was just like, there's no way this is going to catch him now. Like 10 minutes at that stage with 14K to go, having won the race before, having been through it before, he's going to hold on. But yeah, I mean, as said, like it doesn't look like injury. I mean, because he's still moving, but I mean, it's just really hard to say, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure we'll get to hear from him at the finish line and exactly what happened. But
maybe
yeah.
at this point he just wants to finish it, but actually we will know what happened. But this is why I think ultra trail races are really interesting, because it's not only about what is happening to him, but it's also what is happening to others. And just maybe for Gang Fu was enough to push harder to pass him, and he seems to walk it in.
Yeah, he's mailing it in from here. But I mean, it's we've the finish.
I think he's almost there.
Yeah, he almost there. But Meng Guangfu finished 15 minutes ago now. So he's taken 25 minutes out of him in that last 15K.
So 300 meters to go. So
Yope Chan
he still got the second place,
making his way to the finish line, and there is nothing to be ashamed about for a second place position. This is a remarkable performance, and it's still going to be a good time.
He's going to beat his time from last year as well.
Very styler, very styler.
Yeah, well, I think there was some risk of maybe Tyler might be coming in fairly soon after, but we haven't seen any updates from Tyler, so we're going to see.
Cannot you see a light behind him? No.
So Dongguomin and Tyler, we don't know who's in third spot at the moment, but here comes Yope Chan taking to the finish line, this iconic finish line on the Hong Kong trail running race scene.
Yeah, we'll probably switch to a stationary camera and see him from a different perspective soon. But
this will be better. More lights.
Yeah.
Let's see if he does put a little run in. I reckon he's just going to sort of walk it in from here. But I mean, he can crawl in for all he likes on here. Like he's putting in a fantastic run there today. He really has. He's given it his all, and beat his time from last year. A second place finish in the Hong Kong 100 with just a brilliant field that they've had out there today.
He's really suffering. Can you see how he's running?
Yeah, it looks like almost his quads have blown up, or he does run it in. And
looking over his shoulder, making sure that no one's coming into surprise. Bib number 1, Yope Chan, second place, the 2024 Hong Kong 100, last year's champion, course record holder, and still an amazing performance today. Second place, 37-year-old athlete from mainland China. Congratulations. And getting a hug from the winner, Meng Guangfu. Those two were battling all day, and Meng had him in the last section. But these are athletes who have a huge amount of respect for each other.
Can we hear what he's saying?
Yeah, we'd love to hear what he has to say, and we can get Nat to translate after. Gosh, I feel underdressed. Looking very sharp, our interviewer at the checkpoint.
I think we need to get some tuxes like that in the studio for next year. But yeah, hopefully Nat or Angie at the finish line can give us some updates, because I'd love to hear what Yu's perspective was in that last section.
We talk about emotion at finish lines, like seeing him come over there, I was sort of feeling for him for sure.
所以你觉得今天自己的发挥受天气的影响很大，对吧？
对，今天的天气比，因为那天发布会的时候，天气挺凉快的。突然今天好像是最近几天温度最高的，我当时也意识到今天温度高，当时我还是对自己的耐热能力太过自信。虽然路上小溪我有进行脱水，但是那个。
高起你现在之前那个小溪，我就直接跳进去。
整个100公里在沿途跟光伏的互动多吗？你们有互相超前吗？
那个冰袋融化了以后就刚好。
主要观众还是很热情的，因为挺多人认识我的，因为我也跑了好几届了。对。
So for international, third runner is coming in very soon.
很累。
It sounds like we have the third place runner, Tyler Green, who's ready to come in soon. We're hearing Yope Chan telling the crowd about his race.
We are trying to get translated what he just said.
And I think we're going to have Tyler Green crossing the finish line here. The third male coming in, only a few minutes behind Yope Chan.
It's really a great performance from him, because it's not very usual.
And look at that big smile on Tyler Green's face.
You guys are very happy.
The American athlete, this is his first time running in Hong Kong. It's not often that you have a Hong Kong debutante pulling off a performance like this. He has really put in a great performance, keeping up with two of the top mainland runners in their backyard.
He had an amazing year in 2023, but you don't really expect. Okay, can we hear?
Let's hear from Tyler now.
And then my crew, they cooled me down. Thank you. And my crew,
and then I felt a lot better. So I was feeling very strong, and I thought maybe I can get one of these guys, but they're too strong. But it was a spectacular, what an amazing race. I think you guys have something so special here. Community that volunteers, and the competitors, and the race organization. I'm so grateful. My wife is so grateful, Rachel, as well. So thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts.
He had a great performance, as you were saying. Like Westerners don't really do well.
I hope my family is still sleeping because it's too early for them to be awake. But yeah, everyone that we were running with will come. I think every single person who runs this race is so courageous because it's very difficult course.
Okay, a final question for you. Will you come back next year?
Oh, you know, you need some time away from running for a little bit before you start thinking about your next race. So I just want to sit on a beach right now.
I'll take that as a yes. Okay. Thank you. Well done. Well done,
Tyler in good spirits.
And as far as I know, he's going to Mute, Ultra Trail Madeira, which is another World Trail Major race. And as you probably know, it has a lot of stairs. So Madeira is mostly it's like 115 kilometers with 7,000 meter elevation, and most of the elevation happens on stairs. So this was a perfect prep for him, also because there you have the humidity and the heat. So I really believe he will be doing really well at Mute. Cannot wait to see it.
You have, you have your winners, Meng Guangfu, Yupo Chan, and Tyler Green, the top three of Hong Kong 100, the ANTA Hong Kong 100 2024. I just love it the way he's just hammered himself for 10.5 hours. Just took an interview, no problem, like he'd just been for a gentle Sunday walk. Like, gosh, you athletes just blow my mind sometimes. Yeah, what a great run.
Some remarkable performances. Tyler Green crossed the line at 10 hours 38 minutes, about almost 3 minutes exactly behind Yu Pei Chan, who had that tough last section, and Meng Guangfu, our winner today in the men's race, 10 hours 16 minutes. So under the finishing time last year, and really an impressive performance from that young athlete.
And I think now we can go back to the women race and see what is going on, because probably Li Ying should arrive to GP8 very soon. That would be interesting to see. We have the cameraman to follow her for a while. They have the celebration here at the finish line, but hopefully we can have some update from the women race.
Yeah, we should be expecting Li Ying to come through Shinmun. So we had half an hour ago, Chen Lin went through Shinmun. She was 25. Li Ying was 25 minutes behind before. But we're going to hand over to Nat, who's at the finish line with our champion of the ANTA Hong Kong 100 for 2024. If we can, Nat, can you hear us live? Over to you. We can't wait to hear from Meng Guangfu.
Can you hear us there, Nat?
Yes, I can hear you.
So please, let's hear from the men's champion today.
Yes, so this naturally we are at the finish line with the champion here. 恭喜你们光复！
谢谢。
我想问一下，今天比赛你的感受怎样？
总体来说就是整个比赛，整个10个小时，然后整个人一直处于一个精神紧绷的状态。你不仅要专注的在跑，然后要看脚下的路。然后你还要顾补给，然后还要分析对手，然后与对手前后的差距，所以说还是蛮累的，不仅是身体上的累，还有精神上的累，对。
I was just asking Meng Guangfu how did he feel about the race overall. He was saying that it's not only about the 10 hours running, but it's and also it's actually quite mentally tired, because not only that you have to keep running, you have to mind your feet because the trail is quite technical, and also you have to bear in mind that where your position are and where your competitors are. So he's actually quite mentally drained. 那今天的时候，一直在领先的就是尤培全嘛，然后你就在后段的时候跳过了他，可以说一下吗？
其实今天整场比赛，我其实一直在按自己的节奏在跑，然后因为从侯唐熙那个点过了以后，那一段尤培全跑得很快，我没有盲目的去跟着他跑，我一直在后面保持着自己的节奏，所以说，可能这也是我前面没有很快，然后后面还能保持自己的体力，然后在后面还能越跑越快的原因吧。
张家圈，是吧？
I was just asking the fact that Yo Pei Chuan was leading most of the races, so. What was Meng Guangfu's insight in this? And so he was saying that he was basically doing this race in his own pace. At Hao Tongkai CP, Yo Pei Chuan was so fast, but Meng Guangfu was just trying to just keep his own pace, doing his own thing, and then maybe this is the reason why he still have the energy, the juice to overtake him at the end and win the race. 所以就今天的时候，天气就比较热，对你来说有影响吗？因为刚才尤培全说的时候，他就是过热了。你有这个的问题吗？
其实我觉得今天的天气很热，我觉得是对于我来说是有利的，因为我在之前我训练的时候，我都是上午10点以后，就是太阳出来以后。 我在深圳，就是上午10点太阳出来以后，我才出门训练的。所以说，其实有时候太阳最大的时候，我是在跑步，我是在爬山，我是在爬升。所以说，我觉得今天的天气对于我来说是有利的。
好，谢谢你，恭喜你，蒙光富，谢谢你，恭喜恭喜。
We're going to go back to Xingmun, the second to last checkpoint, to watch the women's number 2 coming through, Ying Li, and she's running about 30 minutes behind behind Chen Lin, who's really in control of the But Li Ying has been looking strong all day, and we're watching her going through Xingmun.
Angie, ready? I can't see your手勢。 Angie, ready? Yang! Hello. 影佢先，影佢先，影佢先，影先。Yeah.
And we have Angie out there on the course. It looks like Angie was at Xingmun as well, and she might have seen Li Ying come through. It'd be great to hear from Angie how Li was looking and how the women's race might end up looking. We had some excitement in the men's race in those last few sections. Be interesting to see how the women's race develops.
It would be great to have Angie on an interview and know more about healing transition at Xingmun Reservoir.
But we see Li Ying past the checkpoint, making her way over that bridge in the dark. We saw some of the runners going past this part with the sunset. A little bit different running at night. The temperatures get a little bit cooler, but you're having to run under the head torch.
Already.
These athletes are now having to make their way through the last couple of sections in the dark. I think we have Angie who's ready to talk, and it'd be great to just hear from Angie about how Li Ying was making her way through CP8 and what the strategy looked like. So, hi Angie, can you let us know where you are?
Okay, I'm at CP8. I'm at Shengmun. So it is 85 kilometers into the race. What you just saw about 1 minute ago was Li Ying. Oh, sorry. 1 minute ago, we saw Li Ying coming through as the second lady. She was looking quite good, in a good spirit. We said hi, but she was telling her support crew that she didn't feel like eating. She didn't feel like drinking so much and didn't want to bring in a lot of gel along with her.
Okay.
She was asking when was the next checkpoint and then how much climb that is. She was trying to decide whether to take the minimum out with her. So, but all in all, she looks very strong. So she's just not very keen on eating at this point of days. And we had a quick look at her nutrition. There was a lot of sweet gels, and even the porridge, the congee that she was eating is famous. Like every Chinese runner was doing this ba bao zhou, which is a sweet porridge congee that with some sweet stuff in that. So apparently she must have been eating too much sweets. So at this point, she wasn't really keen on it and just wanted to get the race finished. But she did look strong. She didn't even feel like grumpy or something. She was in a good mood. We said hi. I gave her some lights, and she was as gorgeous as always.
Yeah, now we can see her going up on the stairs. It looks that she is not really keeping herself tall, which is not a good sign because she still have a big climb to do on Needle Hill with a lot of stairs. But hopefully she can get some gears down and keep moving on. Probably she is high because she knows she's at the second place, but certainly not fueling is not really good, or not being able to keep up with the energy. But it happens at ultra races, so it's not something that it doesn't happen. And it's really difficult to nail in a right fueling strategy for ultra races because you are constantly moving and you have to eat a lot of calories every hour, and it's just to do the two things together. You really need to train for that, and it's not easy. And sometimes just a little bit different conditions that you were training in, a little bit hotter or a little bit more humid, can like shake up the whole nutrition plan that you have for a race.
Yeah, it's interesting that she didn't take on any additional nutrition there. I mean, actually, in comparison to Chen Lin, who went through, she stuffed her face at the checkpoint. She knew that she had to get food down, right? And so, very smooth transition at the checkpoint, but she really utilized that time to get some food down, where it sounds like Li Ying sort of went straight through. Sounds like doesn't have much appetite, which, you know, I mean, she's got 15 minutes in between her and third place, but yeah, it's a bit of a worry if you can't take on nutrition at that point.
But if you think about the men's race, there was 10 minutes between the first and the second, and it got changed. So that 15 minutes lead of Ying Li, if she keeps not eating, that can mean a position, or I don't know, even more, because we see number 4, Rong Huadeng. She's she's 25 minutes behind. So that's also like, if you slow down, you can really slow down and lose positions. It seems from what Angie said that she has high spirits, but I believe that is also for the second position that she has. But the last 15 kilometers is really a challenging part of the course, and you need energy to keep pushing.
It's a really good point, Esther. In these last 15 kilometers of a race, if your stomach turns or if you lose some energy, we've seen in the men's race just how quickly some of those big gaps can close, and Ma Ting is not too far behind. She's been moving solidly through the pack all day long, and if I was ahead of Ma Ting, I would be a little bit nervous just about keeping the intensity up, trying to take in as much calories as you can, because the last 15K is not a time to lower your guard, even if you think you have a decent gap.
Or again, we can go back to the subject about the crew. Like, if you have a crew, if Taming has a crew, they can tell her, you know, Yinting, she didn't eat, you need to push, and then Ting Ma can eat well. It means that she can just push and get the second position. So the crew can be really crucial, and it's not only about fueling, but also about like race strategy. Especially with 15 kilometers to go, there is so much that can happen. And I was taught so many times that you never, like, you race till the very end. You never know what is going to happen. And again, it's not always your race. It's also about other people races. And if they do well at the end, then you cannot do anything.
Yeah, and psychology is really important in endurance sports. If you still have the fight in you at this stage in the race, that can be a real wild card. When all these athletes are talented, they've all done the training. They all are capable of some really impressive performances. But sometimes on race day, when it's time to make a move, sometimes the energy's in the legs, and sometimes the fight's in the mind. And I think we saw that in the men's race. Meng Guangfu was just able to turn up into a whole other level, and we could still see it at the top of the women's race. So it's amazing.
Probably going to happen also at the women's race, and that makes the race interesting, because you never know till the very end. It's not decided. So that 15 minutes really doesn't mean anything. But hopefully Li Ying can start it again, and she can keep her position.
And I think we do still have Angie, hopefully, at Xingmun Reservoir. It'll be great to see Ma Ting coming through, and that might be sort of the last podium battle that we have today for well, actually, no, there are still some chasers even behind Ma Ting. We have Deng Ruoha and Yuan Wan, who we saw an interview with earlier, rounding out the top 5. So I think all of those athletes, can be battling for those top 3 women's positions. Really exciting race that we have here. But just as we're waiting for the third place lady to come through Xingmun, we had the 50K race yesterday, the Hong Kong half, Hong Kong 100 half, and we have some highlights from the race yesterday. So why don't we take a look at that?
finish time 10 hours 58 minutes. Congratulations.
The studio now. That was, of course, the highlights of the half, which took place on Friday. We're taking a short break at the moment from seeing the action in the 100K to just recap that Friday event and why, of course, we have Rui Ueda from Japan who's here with us. He came fourth in the 50K race. What a superstar runner and what a superstar performance. You're so welcome here in Hong Kong for the race. We also have Kei Fieldal here who's helping out today to translate for Ueda-san. It'd be great to just learn from you, Ueda-san, your overall experience here racing in Hong Kong. Maybe Kei, just help to translate this for us so we make sure we understand exactly how Ueda-san feels. But the first question, what was your overall experience of racing here in Hong Kong?
そうですね。まあみんなが言うほどは暑くなかったかなとまずは。で、まああとは階段が多いと聞いてはいたんですけども、まあそれ以上に、まあ僕は普段スカイランニングをやっているので、上りに関してはそんなに苦ではなかったんですけども、それ以上に路面が硬かったことが大変でした。
And of course, people said there's a lot of stairs, but I usually do sky running, and moreover, the difficulty was how hard the
Yeah, the stairs are certainly a huge challenge, I think, for anybody coming to Hong Kong who's not used to running in Hong Kong. If I can ask, actually, just for my interest as well, 日本で階段の準備はどうですか? And if you're running on the stairs in Japan, how do you prepare for that? Because Hong Kong is very unique. All the trails are just very, very steep, many, many stairs. So when you're in Japan, what do you do? Lots of skyscrapers?
特に階段の練習はしてないですけど、まあ普段からそういった傾斜のきついトレイルを走ったりとかしているので、まあそれに比べるとまあそんなに苦ではなかったではあります。ただ下りとかの階段はやっぱり集中しないと、いけなかったので、下りに関してはあまり景色を見る余裕はなかったです。
So the steep hills and stairs wasn't much of a challenge to me, but going downhill required a lot of concentration and didn't have enough extra time for it. To go down, couldn't enjoy the views. I was super concentrating.
Yeah, the downhill's particularly difficult, I think, for the stairs. But if I can ask you, what did you make of the なんか香港のトレイルの景色とか、自然のところ, all the beautiful places in Hong Kong, the beaches, for example, the mountains. What was your experience of racing here?
やっぱそのビーチを走るっていう機会がなかなか初めてかなレースでっていうのもありますし、山の上からその島の形が見える感じもすごく良かったです。あとはたくさん牛がいたっていうのがね、うんちがたくさんあったのが踏まないように気をつけなきゃいけないのが面白かったですけど。
It's the first time he run on the beach, in fact, and you don't get that much experience running on a beach. It's quite special, and also the fact that you can see the shape of the island from the top of the mountains were quite special, and of course a lot of cows.
Yeah, it's certainly very unusual, isn't it, in Hong Kong? You race like this, you have the beach, you have the mountain, you have the road, you have the stairs, you have so many of these different types of terrain. For you, what do you think is the most challenging thing? Maybe the stairs or the overall concrete, too much hard on the knees and on the feet? What do you think the 一番大切なところ、一番I guess the most difficult, so I'd say
一番難しかった
の経験はどうでしたか？今回このレースを迎えるにあたって結構足に故障を抱えて問題をトラブルを抱えていたので、そういう意味ではコンクリートだったりだとか硬い路面を走るということの方が僕にとっては大変でした。
So prior to joining the race, I already had injuries from mountain biking, right? And so there was always a bit of worry about running on hard surfaces, and of course that was the biggest challenge.
So it's often tough running on these very hard concrete roads or the concrete stairs. I'm just curious as well, you obviously had a very tough battle. I'm looking at the results here. The 3 runners ahead of you all from the Chinese mainland, the 2 runners after you also from the Chinese mainland. When you're racing in Asia, it feels like it's very competitive now, racing here, particularly with so many strong Chinese runners. Have you noticed that the standard has really leveled up from runners in China over recent years when you've been racing?
レースが今回のレースも順位1位から3位と後ろからも中国の選手が迫ってきてたと思いますけど、競技人口とその質が上がってきたような印象はありますかね。
そうですね、今回の、リザルトもそうですし、これまでの他の国際大会のリザルトを見てもやっぱり中国の選手っていうのはすごい、活躍が目覚ましいので、そういう意味では日本人も負けられないなとは思います。で、聞いた話だと今回優勝した方は初めてトレイルランニングレース出たっていうので、これからの活躍がとても楽しみです。
So, like, noticeably from the other international competition too, there's increase in Chinese runners, and heard that the person who came first in this race is actually his first time joining the trail running competition. So, of course, as a Japanese, we can't lose with that, and hopefully we can win too. But
it's certainly getting tougher, isn't it? But there's also some big races taking place in Japan. We have in this the World Trail Majors. We have also this Mount Fuji 100 coming up in April in Shigatsu. This is coming up in just a couple of months. Will you be racing in the Mount Fuji race as well, likely?
僕は出たことなくて、で、今年も出る予定ないんですけれども、やはり僕も注目していますね。日本のトップウルトラランナーも出場しますし、そういった、日本のトップ選手が海外の
We're just seeing here, if I can briefly interrupt, this is of course Deng Guomin coming in 4th place in the men's 100-kilometer race, these 3-race series that we're discussing here for the Hong Kong 100. Deng Guomin coming in 4th, a really fantastic race from him, pretty much from start to finish. He's looked in control, he's looked smooth, he's really looked like he's been pacing himself very well. I'm sure he'll be delighted with 4th. He's probably capable of going even faster. He's a tremendous athlete who lives just across the border from here in Hong Kong, in Shenzhen, and races all the time in that area. And I often follow him on Strava and see the amount of mileage that he puts in. He's an incredible athlete. He very often comes over here to Hong Kong to train, but a really solid performance from him. I don't know if, Ueda-san, have you raced against Deng Guomin before? Is he a runner that you're familiar with in your running career?
彼と一緒にレースをしたことはありますか？
いや、ないと思います。あまり記憶にないですけど。
Don't think he's ever.
Yeah, maybe not yet, but I'm sure we'll see more of these Chinese runners traveling overseas. Perhaps they'll be coming to Japan. It's becoming more and more straightforward for them to do that. There's more sponsorship and so on. If I can ask you, from your experience as a professional athlete, now you're starting to have potential sponsorship opportunities. Is it changing your experience as a runner? It's becoming maybe more pressure, but also more opportunities. Maybe you can explain that one, Kay.
プロの選手としてスポンサーシップとかをいただける機会があると思うんですけど、それは自分の選手生命としてにプラスなのかマイナスなのかいろいろあると思うんですけど、
もちろんスポンサー、いろんなスポンサーがね、ついて応援してもらえるってことはありがたいことではあるんですけども、もちろんプレッシャーにもなります。ただ僕としてはそのプレッシャーがあるからこそより頑張ろうだったりとか、いい成績残そうっていうモチベーションになるので、それはあまりネガティブなことは全くないかなとメンタル的には。はい。
So of course that sponsorship opportunities very grateful for, and of course there is certain pressure to it, but that pressure is the motivation to always leave better results in races, and yeah, overall it's a positive thing to his mental, like athlete mentality.
And how do you assess the sort of trail running industry in Japan these days? Because here in Hong Kong we've often seen some really successful performances from Japanese runners. I remember filming Doi Takashi over here in Hong Kong a few times. He's quite regularly coming over to race here. But we don't see a lot of Japanese runners. Maybe there's one or two who live here, but not often traveling over here. Do you think in the future we'll see more and more runners coming over, especially for races like the Hong Kong 100, where there's opportunities for publicity, opportunities for global recognition? Do you think the industry is growing in Japan?
日本のトレイランの業界において多分あまり国外とか香港のレースに出る選手はあんまりなかなか見かけなかったと思うんですけど、そういう機会が増えてくると思いますか？それとも
そうですね、まず一つは気候ですよね、日本に比べてこの時期とても暖かいので、この時期にどこかレース出たいっていう方、考えている方はすごいおすすめなんじゃないかなと思います。
So, firstly, the weather is greatly different from Japan, and actually it's quite warm, so he does recommend participating in races in Hong Kong.
あとは今かなり、航空券とかもすごく高くなっているので、なかなかヨーロッパだったりとかアメリカとかも行きづらい状況ではあるので、そういう意味ではこのアジアの日本から近いところの、違う文化を体験したり違う、トレイルカルチャーを体験するっていう意味では需要はあるんじゃないかなと思いますね。
And of course, the flights to Europe and America from Japan is quite expensive. So, in that sense, Hong Kong and Asia is a great opportunity for Japanese runners to get in touch with different culture and different climate.
And if I could just ask UK as well, somebody who I'm sure has experience of living in Hong Kong and in Japan, you've probably seen through your family as well, who I know are very keen on ultra running and running in the mountains. Have you seen this grow up among your generation, maybe slightly younger than me, but it's becoming more popular, more recognized as a sport?
I think there is a certain demographics that, of course, they love to partake in trail running, but I don't really see a younger generations coming in yet. But I mean, I'm sure soon they will discover, because Japan has a lot of great trails. And for Hong Kong, I think it's quite embedded in their culture to go out for trail run and go to the mountain hiking in between work or anything as leisure.
Certainly getting more popular. We're just seeing Zhao Jiaju come through the finish line in 5th place here in the 100-kilometer race. Another standout performance from him. I've raced against him myself a number of times. He's the kind of person who somehow seems to manage to do 10 or more big races every year. It's amazing just how much racing some of these Chinese runners and any international runner now is seeming to cram into their schedule. But he's somebody who I've seen just repeatedly do 100-kilometer races and often more. I was actually running with him in Thailand just a couple of months ago when he did the 160-kilometer ultra race while I was just doing the 100. And just 2 months later, here he is in Hong Kong casually arriving at the finish line. He still looks pretty fresh there.
Yeah.
It's really impressive the way that some of these runners can do these races and then just, a month or two later they do another one. Do you think that's partly in your experience? Is there more pressure to race very often? Do you feel you need to do a race every month just to sort of keep your cachet, keep your name in the game, so to speak? Is that something you feel as a runner these days? Do you have to race much more often than sometimes you want to?
成績とかを残すという意味で、大会に出続ける意欲とかそういうことに関してプレッシャーとかはありますか？
そうですね、自分のコンディションというか怪我がなければそのモチベーションっていうのはすごい高いというか全く苦ではないんですけど、昨年マウンテンバイクで大きな事故をしてしばらく走れない時期が続いたり、その影響で、トレーニングがうまく積めず、海外のレベルの高いレースに出るレベルまでは回復できてないときはとてもプレッシャーには感じました。
So since the injury last year with the mountain bike, it kind of interrupted with his performance and his training plan, and the motivation to race is always there, and he's never been pressure. Well, it is a pressure, but it's a positive pressure. It's a driving thing, but since the injury, he hasn't been able to recover from it, and so that kind of interrupted with his motivation to join high-level races around the world.
Naruhodo, understood. It must be very tough, but we wish you all the very best in the future, and we'd love to see you back here in Hong Kong, maybe for the Hong Kong 100 next year. You tempted?
I hope.
I hope so. We hope to see you here next year. We'll say a big, big thank you to Rei Ueda-san, who came, of course, 4th in the 50K, the half race on Friday, and tremendous to see him here in the studio. Thank you so much. If we go back to the race course and just find out what the latest is on course now, we'll try and pick up with whatever images we have on course, and we'll just explain to you what we can see, probably either from Xingmen, where we've got the women's race still unfolding. We've seen the first 3 women come through checkpoint 8 in Xingmen, or at the finish line, where we've now seen the first 5 men come through to the finish line in Taimou-shan. It's been a really exciting 3 days of racing. I wonder how long are you staying in Hong Kong? When do you need to go back to Japan?
Tomorrow I go back to Japan.
Okay, tomorrow, of course.
So, because of the weather in Tokyo, he may not be able to go back tomorrow. And
I see, maybe a weather problem. Well, if you have a weather problem, you can go for another run, maybe go and check out the Hong Kong 100 course, more of the men's finishers. This, of course, being the top Nepalese runner now coming through the course. We've been talking all day about the strength of the Nepalese running community, both here in Hong Kong and, of course, in Nepal itself. Many of them come over here to race. They've had a tremendous history of racing in Hong Kong. Many of them have had success both in the trail walker race in recent years, where teams of Nepalese runners have dominated that race for many years, and here they are now as individuals coming and really setting the standard for men's individual racing, and indeed for women's racing as well. We've seen Nepalese female runners such as Sumaya taking the racing scene by storm here. If we can go back to the finish line just to see the celebrations there from our Nepalese finisher, it'd be nice just to capture that. If we can go back to that finish line shot, and we'll try and find a way to transition into the next section of our race coverage. We've still got lots of great guests to come, I must say. We've got Vlad Ixel, the Australian international runner who did so well in the 3rd. He was in 2nd place in that race, and we're still going to be streaming for at least another couple of hours just to make sure that we see the conclusion of the women's race. If we go back to the finish line and just capture those celebration scenes at Taimou-shan. If you've been enjoying watching this stream, please leave a comment underneath. Let us know where you're watching from. We've had viewers in Japan. We've had viewers from as far-flung as Zurich in Switzerland. We've had viewers in El Salvador in Central America. Please leave a comment down below in this stream. Please share this stream with anybody around the world who you think may enjoy it. Even if they can't watch it live, I'm sure they can go back and see the coverage we've been offering for what's now been, gosh, almost 12 hours of live streaming of this event. If we can bring that finish line scene back up, it'd be great just to show the celebrations at the finish line, and we can go ahead and then look forward to the next couple of hours of our streaming with more, as I say, great guests. We've also got Jeff Campbell, Hong Kong's top international runner here. He's, of course, one of Canada's international competitors on the world stage. We've got Esther Zilag from Hungary, who's based here in Hong Kong, another great international runner. She's also going to be back in the commentary seat. Let's go back to Taimou-shan now and see the finish line shots if we can. Thanks, Michael. And just see the preparations for what will be a really exciting next couple of hours as we see more of the finishers come in, and say thanks so much to our guests who have joined us so far. We're going to welcome back Scott into the hot seat, going to welcome back Jeff into the hot seat, and of course welcome back Esther into the commentary seat as we just take a chance to switch positions and show you the finish line as more of these
So great hearing around the Japanese trail running scene there as well. Just while the interview was going ahead there, we had the 4th, 5th, and 4th to 7th finishers in the men's the men's category with Qin Guidu, Deng Guoming, Zhao Jiaju, and the Nepalese runner Tamang, previous winner of the Hong Kong 100. Next up, to the finish of the men's race will be Stingray. We were commenting earlier on in the race, Jeff, that he looked like he was having a tough day, didn't he? But and he was around sort of like 12th position, but pulled it back into the top 10, 8th, currently sitting in 8th position, and we'll be expecting him to come down to Rotary Park soon.
I think a really impressive display of mental toughness by Stingray, Philippines' strongest runner probably, and an athlete who's really made an impression on the world stage. He's someone who goes out really aggressively, and we were expecting him to be fighting right at the front of the field, and he was doing so, and then it looked like he was struggling early on. I thought maybe he would be doubtful to continue on, and he really pulled it back together. And to take that rough patch and still turn this into a top 10 finish at one of the most competitive races in the world, really credit to Stingray, and hopefully he finishes strong.
Again, talking about Stingray. He's from the Philippines, as you said, but he lived and he comes to Hong Kong quite a lot. And he grew and he matured as a runner last year, because before that, in 2022, I remember when we were talking about him, it was always like a jolly joker. You never know if he has a good race or he blows up and he stops at, I don't know, 10, 20 kilometers into the race. And last year, what we saw that he matured and he was able to hold on all the races, and he was having a crazy race schedule. Like, he was racing every weekend, and he never blew up. So I think he really grew as a runner, and that is also what we could see here today. As you said, like, he had some issues probably in halfway through, but he still held on and he kept running and he came back strong. I was talking to him last weekend, and he had some issues with his Achilles, so he went to to do some acupuncture. I don't know if that was the issue that he had halfway through, but yeah, I saw that at the beginning of the race he went out as usual, very crazy.
Yeah, I'm interested you say that. So, I mean, in the Endurance Asia podcast, we gave him Male Athlete of the Year this year. He had such an amazing year on the Asia Trail Masters, winning that. I mean, he won like every race in and out, and obviously. The Hong Kong 100 is probably the most competitive field I think you would have, like one of the most competitive fields you'd have across Asia. But put in a fantastic performance. But it was that consistency of just running, like racing every few weeks. And Esther, you had a big year last year. The Western States performance was just out of this world, a like big world stage event. Came in with a podium, just phenomenal. But I remember speaking. You were our winner of the Female Athlete of the Year on Endurance Asia Awards, and I remember you telling me, you've got a spot in Western States because of your UTMB finish in 2022. But then you also go back to UTMB as well, and they're so close together. So like. How do you feel? And albeit Stingray would have been running in a like shorter distances, like 50 to 80K, and we're talking with Western States and UTMB like they're milers. It's different. So how often do you think these elites like yourself can race within a season?
Well, I think like in Stingray case, we are talking about racing every weekend. And even though it's short distance, it's just, the mental power that you need to race. And he was traveling throughout Southeast Asia from one country to another just to go and race, and every weekend. So I found it fascinating how he was keeping to hold that momentum for so long. And it seems that at a race like Hong Kong 100, he's not breaking down because he's not the first man, but he's number 8 or he's number 12. But he still keeps pushing because he wants to see himself how he's doing among the other strong runners, if they are Chinese or international, no matter what. So I think for him is almost like a Kilian journey at his young age when he was racing every weekend, and then the week was more about recovery and just having some rest and doing some easy runs. So this is how I see Stingray's performances.
but still, I think he matured a lot last year, and he's such a happy runner, which is so important, I think, in his case. For a 100-miler, like the Western States UTMB double, it's slightly different. I don't race that much, or I prefer to race less than more. I think there were many things or many mistakes that I did leading up to UTMB, and for sure there was such an excitement after the third place of Western States, and no one was telling me, hey, are you doing mistake? You shouldn't go and do the UTMB, because there were like signs leading up, or there were events like my daughter starting the school mid-August, I had to come back to Hong Kong. Like, you don't do these things when you have a big race coming up. So anyway, but no one ever told me, and I was so excited. So I was kind of blind. It was a big lesson, and I think that is also why, like, the whole trail running is a process. You know, you learn. It's not always that it goes well. Sometimes you have to learn. It was a big lesson, and I hope that, you know, probably my decision not running Hong Kong 100 was coming also from the lesson I learned at UTMB, that if I don't have ticked some of the boxes, then I'm not going to the start line. It might hurt, it might be very difficult not to be there, like I have a big FOMO whole day as Jeff is having next to me, but probably it's still just smarter. So yeah, I think it's more the whole path and the process and what you become. But also, like, every runner is so different, and every runner has a different way of training or have a different way of racing. But I have a huge respect for John Stingray, for his background, and I'm so happy that he won the award. It's amazing. Yeah. Together with Hua, who had an amazing race year, so I was so happy for her.
Yeah,
absolutely deserved it.
Yeah, Ha-Ho Vietnam put in another incredible year. But I'm interested in your perspective on that as well, Jeff, in terms of how often racing. I remember seeing you at VMM, Vietnam Mountain Marathon, when you were coming there, you were turning up with a bit of an injury. You're like on the side of my calf's not quite right. How do you think about it? Like, similar to Esther seems to have learned now that if not quite right, I'm just going to DNS. I'm just not going to take myself to the start line. Like, have you learned in this past season that that's probably the right move as well?
Yeah, it's always a balance. You know, you want to go into every race 100% fit and feeling good. Sometimes that doesn't actually line up with reality. You might have a niggle. I think that once you've been running long enough, you can make an educated guess whether you're in good enough form, and also look at the race calendar and look at what you might be jeopardizing if it doesn't go quite right. But as Esther said, I think you need to be flexible, listen to your body, work it into to what you have on the calendar, and then adjust accordingly. There's so many races out there, you can't race everything. Now, looking at the race, we have an update in the women's race. Chen Lin has made it through Lead Mine Pass a few minutes ago. She had a 30-minute lead over Li Ying, so it'll be really interesting to see how far back Li is going through Lead Mine. We don't have a camera there. That's at a remote part of the course, but we'll keep an eye on the timing and just see what the gap is at the front of the women's race. Should be an exciting finish for that. And then back to Stingray, he's running with Bate Meng Kai, one of the mainland Chinese runners. They went across Lead Mine Pass about an hour and 10 minutes ago, and they were running together at that point. So they should be crossing the finish line at any point, and it'll be interesting to see, are they running together, are they going to cross that together, or is there going to be a battle going down that last downhill?
I'm guessing a battle. I don't see John Stingray running in to the finish line.
We'll see. You know, it could be that he had a tough day out there, and he's happy to have some camaraderie with one of the fellow runners, or maybe they'll be battling to see who can take that eighth space. It really depends on sort of the psychology of the runners involved, but we'll see. So we have.
He's a kind of Zach Miller, you know. I don't see. But let's see, yeah.
Yeah. Who knows? But yes, I think really impressive performance by Stingray to put things back together and to put out what looks like it's going to be a top 10 performance.
And we were trying to have an interview with Fu Zhao, who was crewing today Meng.
Meng Guangfu, the winner.
Guangfu,
oh, is that Bate coming across the finish line?
Yeah.
I think we have Bate Meng Kai, bib number 23 from mainland China, and he's crossed the finish line in 8th position. A great performance by him. We saw him at Xingmun Reservoir, and he had a bit of a sit down and was trying to take in the calories, but it looks like he had a really strong last section of the race.
Really strong finish. Yeah, he was he came like 45th in Triple C earlier in the year, and then followed that up with following that up with a fantastic run at the Hong Kong 100 for sure.
And he ate a lot at Xingmun Reservoir, so maybe that was the secret, of his.
Interestingly, he DNF'd Hong Kong 100 last year. He's coming back with a top 10 finish. So he's obviously overtaken Stingray on that. They went in neck and neck going into Xinmen Reservoir. So for him to be able to push through and would to take 8th spot for the ANTA Hong Kong 100 in 2024.
Yeah, and speaking of ANTA athletes, we have Yu Pei Chuan, who's had a 2nd place finish today, and a real icon in the Hong Kong 100 history. Let's have a look at him in action.
Yeah. 一个人怎么狩猎一座山？ 过招之前，冷静观察。山没有看起来那么野。紧抓每一寸阵地，留下松土的痕迹。你无法撼动山，但你有足够的灵活去和它周旋。任山咆哮。 不过是耳畔风声，像猎隼一样狩猎一整座山。我是尤培全，这是我的野道。